You bastard. I swear as long as I live, I'll kill you sooner or later. Batman glared at the Joker, his eyes burning with fury. Kill me? Oh, Batman, you're so predictable, the Joker said, shaking his head with mock disappointment. In that case, I guess I'll just have to kill you first. Then maybe I'll whip up a fake Batman to play hero in your absence. The Joker's twisted grin widened as he gripped Batman's neck, his hand tightening like a vice. Such noble ideals. Such a heart driven by justice, the Joker sneered, leaning closer. It's a shame they'll disappear from the world today. Batman struggled, gasping for air, but the Joker's strength, amplified by madness, proved formidable. This moment deserves a soundtrack, the Joker cackled, tilting his head as though listening to music only he could hear. How about a nice funeral march for Gotham's favorite knight? Suddenly, a deafening boom echoed through the room, and the Joker was hurled against a concrete wall with enough force to crack it. Superman stood in the rubble, his presence commanding. You just don't know when to quit, do you, Joker? Superman said, his voice firm yet calm. The Joker, undeterred, burst into laughter, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Superman. Back from the dead, huh? What is this, some secret lover's reunion? Ignoring the Joker's taunts, Superman turned to Batman, who was struggling to his feet. Bruce, are you okay? Batman coughed and waved him off. I'm fine. But Clark, be careful. The Joker always has a backup plan. Backup plan? Against me? Superman scoffed. Not a chance. Before Superman could finish, a high-voltage electric shock surged through his body, causing him to cry out in pain. Ha ha ha. Batman's always right about one thing. I've always got a plan B, the Joker jeered, holding a remote control connected to a concealed stun device. Superman, gritting his teeth, tore the wires off his body and glared at the Joker. You've got a lot of nerve, Superman said. Wow, what are you, Superman? The Joker marveled, eyes wide with mock surprise. High-voltage electricity, and you're still standing? Incredible. I'm the guy who's going to put an end to this, Superman growled before punching the Joker square in the face. The impact sent the madman sprawling, blood dripping from his broken nose. Go ahead, kill me, the Joker laughed through the pain. Isn't that what you heroes do? Oh wait, no, it's not. You're supposed to hand me over to the police like good little boys. Superman hesitated, his fist trembling in mid-air. He turned to Batman for guidance. Let's take him to Gordon, Batman said coldly, stepping forward. Before the Joker could taunt them further, Batman grabbed him by the collar and delivered a series of punishing blows to his abdomen. Is that all you've got? The Joker wheezed, blood staining his teeth. The mighty Batman, resorting to cheap shots? How heroic. Batman didn't reply. Instead, he hauled the Joker to his feet and handed him over to Commissioner Gordon, ensuring that every precaution was taken to secure the madman. Back at Wayne Manor, Superman and Batman found Li Wei waiting for them at the entrance. Congratulations, you two. You managed to deal with the Joker, Li Wei said, clapping slowly. Yet there was a glint of something unreadable in his eyes. Leader, we underestimated him, Batman admitted, bowing his head. Li Wei shook his head, smiling. No need to be so tense. You've done well. Now, let me tend to your injuries. With a wave of his hand, Li Wei used the space gem to create a secluded healing chamber. After 3 days of treatment, both heroes were fully recovered, with Superman's natural resilience and Li Wei's methods accelerating the process. Well, now that you're healed, let's discuss the next steps, Li Wei said, addressing the two. Clark was the one who made the real sacrifices, Batman said. He deserves to lead. No, Bruce, Superman countered. I made mistakes too. You're the strategist. You should lead. Li Wei smiled, pleased by their newfound camaraderie. It's good to see you both putting the team first. But let me be clear, you're both leadership material. Together, you can achieve what neither of you could alone. Does that mean we'll both be captains? Batman asked, surprised. Li Wei nodded. Yes. But to earn that role, you must pass a series of trials. Fail even one, and you'll both be eliminated from the Justice League. Do you accept the challenge? Batman and Superman exchanged a determined look before nodding in unison. We're ready, they said. Li Wei's grin widened. Then let the trials begin. Superman and Batman stood in stunned silence. Leader, are you saying that if we fail future missions, we could be removed from the Justice League? Superman asked, his voice laced with disbelief. Li Wei nodded firmly. That's exactly what I'm saying. You two were the first I selected for the Justice League, but you won't always remain at the top. The League will grow, and with it, competition for leadership. If you want to maintain your positions, you must continually improve, not just your strength but also your teamwork and strategy. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Superman and Batman replied in unison, their voices filled with determination. Li Wei's tone grew more serious. Now, let me warn you, don't think handing Joker over to the authorities solved the problem. Do you really believe someone like him can be contained in a police station's prison? Leader, I trust Commissioner Gordon. He wouldn't let Joker go, Batman replied confidently. Li Wei chuckled grimly. Bruce, you're far too naive. Gordon is an honorable man, but he has a family, 2 lovely children and a wife he cherishes. Don't you think the Joker would exploit that? Batman's eyes narrowed as a sense of unease settled over him. Leader, are you saying? Yes, Li Wei confirmed, his expression dark. Before the Joker's capture, he kidnapped Gordon's wife and children. Once in custody, he used them as leverage, threatening to kill them unless he was released. No, Batman muttered, his voice barely audible. Gordon wouldn't give in. He knows releasing the Joker would put countless more lives at risk. Bruce, Li Wei said softly, think about it. If someone kidnapped Alfred and demanded Joker's release, what would you do? Batman froze. The memory of his parents' death, the pain of losing loved ones, flashed through his mind. Alfred was more than a guardian, he was family. The answer was clear, and it made his heart sink. I would do it, Batman admitted reluctantly. Li Wei nodded. Exactly. Gordon made the same choice. Joker is free. Batman's shoulders slumped, the weight of failure pressing down on him. Superman, too, looked troubled. Don't blame yourselves, Li Wei said, his voice gentler now. You did everything you could. The Joker's release wasn't your fault. But let this be a lesson, brute force and good intentions aren't enough. Facing someone as cunning and ruthless as the Joker requires meticulous planning and understanding of his motives. Superman clenched his fists. But leader, we were injured, nearly killed, and for what? Nothing changed in the end. Not nothing, Li Wei corrected. You've both learned an invaluable lesson. Consider the Joker's release a reminder. Success isn't just about strength, it's about strategy, timing, and collaboration. Li Wei paused before adding, to ensure Joker stays quiet for a while, I've taken precautions. All his subordinates have been exiled to remote locations. He's without allies for now, but this is only a temporary solution. The real challenge lies in preparing for his next move. Superman and Batman exchanged a glance, their resolve renewed. Now, Li Wei said, his tone shifting, it's time to focus on the future. We need to expand the Justice League. Superman perked up. Leader, do you already have someone in mind? Yes, Li Wei replied. Wally West. The Flash. Batman blurted out. Li Wei raised an eyebrow. You know him? Batman nodded. Wayne Enterprises has dealings across the globe. Wally once approached me for help customizing his suit. But he's in trouble now, trapped in Midtown because of Reverse Flash. Reverse Flash? Li Wei echoed. Batman explained, Professor Eobard Thawne, also known as Reverse Flash, is from the 25th century. He traveled to our time to study the Speed Force, the very power that makes Wally the Flash. Thawne became obsessed and turned into a supercriminal, using his speed to wreak havoc. Superman frowned. If we can help Wally overcome Reverse Flash, he'll likely join us. Exactly, Li Wei said with a nod. Your next mission is clear. Prepare yourselves. Recruiting the Flash will be no easy task.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of FanFic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
It's not that simple. The Flash's ability is extraordinary. It can not only penetrate objects at a speed beyond the speed of light, but also travel through time and space to change history, and even break the barrier of time and space to travel to other dimensional universes. More importantly, he can accelerate the speed of wound healing and can speed up the healing of others. Batman said. So, Reverse Lightning has all the above abilities. We can't keep up with their speed, and it is impossible to easily defeat Reverse Lightning. Batman said worriedly. Batman is an ordinary person, even with the blessing of technology. He will not be able to exceed the speed of light, and although Superman has super ability, it is not so fast. In this way, it is not to say to help the Flash deal with Reverse Lightning. It's that simple. There must be a way for the car to reach the mountain. We don't have to worry so much. 747. Li Wei told Batman not to worry too much. After all, even with superb power, the combat power is still average, especially the destructive power, not even as good as the ordinary Batman. Yes, Bruce, the leader is right. We have 3 people. If you want to deal with this Reverse Lightning, it must be more than enough, so don't worry about it. Superman patted Batman on the shoulder and said, well, let's set off now to Midtown and meet our new teammates. Li Wei used the power of Time Gem to open the passage to Midtown. In the next second, the three had already appeared in Midtown. Bruce, Wayne Group has a place to stay in Midtown. You take Clark to go first. I think I have seen the Flash. As soon as he arrived in Midtown, Li Wei detected the Flash using the Sea of Consciousness, but the Flash was moving quickly with superb speed and time was short. Li Wei could only leave Superman and Batman and go to see the Flash alone. Leader A. Before Batman could finish talking, Li Wei was already chasing in the direction of the Flash at full speed. Wayne Group does not have a hotel industry in Midtown. Batman reluctantly said unfinished words. Since he didn't know the destination of the Flash, Li Wei could only chase the Flash at full speed. But after all, it is a superb power, and its speed is really not superficial. Li Wei's hard work cannot catch up with the Flash at all, and can't even maintain the same speed. My god, I'll be exhausted if this goes on. Li Wei was already a little bit out of breath. Brush. Li Wei had an idea. Using Time Gem's ability, after estimating the approximate route of the Flash, Li Wei flashed to the front of the Flash, etc., etc. Seeing the Flash, which was rushing over by the positive pole, Li Wei said loudly, "Hey!" Before Li Wei could react, he felt that his body was opened, and the Flash had disappeared from his sight. Damn, this guy doesn't have any friends. Iron Roar can ignore him directly. It's too difficult to get along with. Li Wei shook his head, feeling that he could not understand the thinking of the Flash. Brush. Li Wei appeared on the only way to the Flash. "Hello Mr. Wally, my name is Li Wei, I'm the Justice League." Before Li Wei could finish speaking, he was pushed away again. "Oh, my temper, I dare to ignore me like this, no matter what you worry about, I have to let you listen to me today?" Li Wei is a little annoyed now. Since he came to the Marvel world, he has rarely spoken to strangers so politely. This is the first time he has been ignored in this way. Brush. Li Wei once again appeared on the only way to the Flash. Ji Wang Quan. Li Wei deliberately shouted out his tricks loudly, and with the blue light of his fists, he slammed directly into the Flash. However, this punch was actually avoided by the Flash, and he punched Li Wei hard in the chest. Now Li Wei is completely on fire. Although with the power of the Flash, this punch will not do any harm to Li Wei at all. But she can be killed but not insulted. Li Wei now has the heart to kill the Flash. No one has ever dared to ignore and humiliate him like this. Brush. This time, Li Wei flashed directly in front of the Flash and hit the Flash's face with a blue punch. Monument. The Flash fell to the ground. "You, who are you? Did Albert send you?" The punch was not light. The Flash fell to the ground for a long time and couldn't stand up, but still looked at Li Wei Zero with threatening eyes. "Let you run again, if you have the ability, you will avoid my Realm King's fist again." Li Wei did not answer the Flash's question. The second phase gritted his teeth and walked in front of the Flash and said fiercely, "Roar." Li Wei took a deep breath and calmed himself down. "Hello Mr. Wally, this is Li Wei. I was offended just now, but I have to do it." Li Wei reached out to the Flash. "What do you mean?" The Flash looked at Li Wei warily. "Oh, don't worry, I don't know Albert, I just made a special trip to see you," Li Wei said softly. "My name is Wally West." Seeing that there is no malicious in Li Wei's eyes, the Flash stretched out his hand. "Mr. Li Wei, I am in a hurry. Albert is about to destroy this city. I will rush to stop him. I think you also have super ability. Would you like to defend the city with me?" The Flash said sincerely. "It turned out that it is so. No problem, tell you my destination, I will arrive faster than you." Li Wei agreed without thinking. No one in this world can be faster than me. The destination is in the central building, should we compare it?" A sentence from Li Wei directly inspired the Flash's desire to win. "Okay, this is what you said. If I win, you have to promise me one condition. On the contrary, if I lose, I will also promise you one condition at 1.2. But you can rest assured that I am also a righteous person. My condition is not it will be harsh." Li Wei Jingzhou didn't know how to get the Flash to agree to join the Justice League, but he didn't expect it to be delivered by himself. "Okay, it's a deal?" The Flash confidently agreed. "Don't worry, I have no conditions. After all, you can't surpass mine. Now look at my gestures. After I put down my hands, the game will start." With that, the Flash raised his arm. In the next second, he put down his arm, and then a flash of lightning appeared on the Flash. Accompanied by a harsh electric current sound, the Flash disappeared in place. "Aha, let you know what flashing is today." A sparkling circle appeared in front of Li Wei Albert known as reverse lightning. In the next second, Li Wei had arrived at the destination and saw a person wearing a black lightning suit strapping a time bomb there. Li Wei walked over and asked, "Who are you?" Inverse lightning was taken aback. There was no sound at all when Li Wei appeared, and even his superb power did not perceive Li Wei's arrival. However, the villain is a villain. Without knowing the situation, letting the other party lose the ability that can threaten them is their first reaction. So, Ni Lightning hadn't waited for Li Wei's answer, so he used superb speed to punch Li Wei's nose with a quick and hateful right uppercut. Click. What? Reverse lightning wrapped his wrists and fell to the ground in pain. Li Wei also shook his hand. "You are also a ruthless person. You can do it when you come up. But let me remind you, if you can wipe your hands sweat before you fight with others next time, otherwise it would be too disgusting." Li Wei looked at the hand that was holding Ni Lightning's fist and directly shattered his wrist, took out the tissue from his pocket, and wiped it quickly. "Who are you? Did Wally send you here?" Ni Lightning endured the pain and looked at Li Wei fiercely. "Wally? He's still on the way. It's estimated that it will take tens of seconds to get here, but before that, I have to teach you the etiquette for the first meeting. Li Wei looked at Inverse Lightning dissatisfied. How come this man in the 25th century doesn't understand the etiquette at least? Li Wei walked slowly to Ni Lightning as he spoke. You. Ni Lightning saw the unkindness in Li Wei's eyes, endured the pain, and was about to run away after activating his superb power. However, how could it be possible to escape Li Wei's attack with a mere reverse lightning? What is it? Before the lightning could stand up, Li Wei stepped on his ankle. The first time I saw a stranger, I want to say hello, do you hear? Li Wei twisted his foot hard. The sound of broken bones came from Ni Lightning's ankle. Who on earth are you? Reverse Lightning wailed in pain. Quick, follow me. Li Wei still reluctantly increased the strength on his feet. You, hello? The pain of the reverse lightning is unbearable, so I can only say what Li Wei said quickly, otherwise, he is really afraid that he will die here. Okay, it seems that there is still spirituality. Next is a handshake, come. Li Wei nodded in satisfaction, and proactively stretched his hand to reverse lightning. Ni Lightning looked at Li Wei's stretched hand, and suddenly a plan came into his heart. Brush? What? After a scream, Ni Lightning's hand was firmly grasped by Li Wei, and several fingers had been misplaced shapeshifting. Oh, I want to use your superb speed and strength to use my fingers. You are not childish. We are all adults. Can we not fight like children? Li Wei shook his head and looked at Ni Lightning with disgust. Come on, then, introduce your name. Li Wei did not give up his etiquette teaching because of the episode just now. This eldest brother, we have never met. I don't know where we have offended you. Can you let go first? Let's talk about it. I was too impulsive just now. I am here to apologize to you. Reverse lightning is now unlovable, both hands and feet have been abolished, and basically have given up resistance. Although what you said was not what I taught, your attitude of admitting mistakes is pretty good. Then let's get to know again. My name is Li Wei, and I haven't asked you yet. Li Wei let go, and shook the hand holding the reverse lightning as if shaking hands. My name is Albert, Swan. Everyone calls me Albert, definitely you can also call me Reverse Lightning. Ni Lightning gritted his teeth and said with a humiliating expression. This may be the biggest insult he has ever suffered in his life, but he has no room for resistance. Well, what I said is pretty good, but the expression is almost a bit, you should improve it like this, for example. Li Wei frowned, apparently that the performance of Reverse Lightning hadn't reached his heart standard. At this moment of joy and sorrow, the Flash is long overdue. My god, what's wrong? Obviously, the Flash was stunned by the scene before him. Wally, you are too slow, but if you come here a little bit later, our Mr. Albert will be able to go to school. Li Wei heard the Flash's surprise roar, and turned around and pretended to say happily. Don't tell me that Albert has been subdued by you. The Flash said incredible. In fact, he could still be faster, but after just running a few kilometers, he stopped to find that Li Wei did not catch up. Can dispel this idea, hurry to the destination. Unexpectedly, Li Wei could be so fast, and it is obvious that Ni Lightning has been subdued. It's not about the system, it's just that you, the number one enemy, are really impolite. Li Wei looked back at the reverse lightning that was lying on the ground waiting for an opportunity to escape, stepped on his only intact ankle, and said while shaking his head. Anyway, thank you, and thank you for subduing this super criminal on behalf of the citizens of China. Although I don't know what happened, the Flash is still aware of Li Wei's strength. I lost the 747 game just now. According to the betting agreement, I am willing to accept any of your conditions. Please tell me. The Flash is not someone who can't afford to lose, although he has never lost in speed before meeting Li Wei. I'm very glad that you can be willing to bet and lose. We have to do this and talk about it slowly. You can solve his problem first. Li Wei pointed to the reverse lightning and signaled the Flash that this matter is more urgent. Oh yes, how did I find you? The Flash places great emphasis on promises. Tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning, we will still be in this place. We will see you or leave. Li Wei thought for a while. After all, he didn't know anything about Midtown, let alone where Batman's arrangement would be. He could only meet in this place if he wanted to go. Okay, it's a deal. The Flash agreed without hesitation. For Li Wei, the Flash still doesn't know whether it is a friend or an enemy. He can only be sure of one thing, that is, he must not be able to beat Li Wei. After all, I can't beat Reverse Lightning, and Reverse Lightning is being abused so badly by Li Wei, so if you are yourself, you may lose your life now. So, in any case, first find out the identity and purpose of the other party. And just when the Flash was thinking about it, Li Wei had disappeared in place, returned to the place where he came from, and started looking for Superman and Batman. You two haven't left yet. Li Wei, who came back to the place of the incident, saw Superman and Batman not far away, and said differently, Leader, you are coming back so soon? Superman looked back and saw Li Wei, and said in surprise, I called the person in charge of the Wayne Group in Midtown, and they are sending someone to pick us up. Batman saw Li Wei and replied respectfully, Okay, then I will go with you. On the surface, Li Wei said with understanding, but inwardly, these rich people just like to put on airs. One of the ability of the two of them, let each other report to the iconic building, wouldn't they go faster on their own? After half an hour, the car to pick them up finally arrived. Roar, the efficiency of the Wayne Group is really high. Superman looked at Superman weirdly and said, In response to Superman, it was Batman's punch. Definitely, these two people are joking. Since the last Joker incident and spending time together in the same ward, the relationship between the two suddenly became very good, just like a brother who hadn't seen each other for many years. However, everything has advantages and disadvantages. Since then, the two people actually like to sleep in the same room together. When entering the room, Li Wei looked at the two brawny men who crossed their shoulders and entered the room. He couldn't help but slapped his lips. He sighed that things are impermanent and anything can happen. Now Li Wei's only worry is that these two people shouldn't make any sparks, otherwise he will really be cheated to death. Nothing happened overnight. At 9 o'clock the next morning, Li Wei appeared neatly and on time at the place agreed with the Flash. And with him were Superman and Batman, but they were already sitting in a coffee shop not far away. Mr. Wally, wait a long time. Li Wei saw that the Flash was already waiting for him, and hurried forward to call Roar. Have not gone. The Flash's eyes are bloodshot, and it can be seen that he hasn't slept all night. Is it because of the reverse lightning? Li Wei asked. He is a Frankenstein, he loves superpower more than I am, but he has too many evil thoughts in his heart. The Flash looked into the distance and said slowly, as if to tell himself. What did you do with him? Li Wei also sat down and asked. His hands and feet have been scrapped, and he is already a useless person. Even if he has superb power, it is of no avail. According to his words, to continue to live alive, he can only wait for the police of this century to put him in prison and spend his life alone. Lifetime. The Flash said softly. This ending is not a bad thing. Li Wei heard that reverse lightning should have been unable to bear the fact that he became a useless person, so he committed suicide. It's no wonder that although there is superb power that can be added to heal wounds, Li Wei did not show mercy at the time. He directly smashed and crushed the bones of the reverse lightning. This kind of injury will never be healed. However, in Li Wei's point of view, it is not an exaggeration to abolish his legs and hands, the villain who has done so without evil and harmed countless lives. Thank you for this. Although I think your actions are a bit cruel, I thought for a whole night that there is no better way to solve this matter. Be a man. The Flash looked back at Li Wei and said. The wicked have their own wickedness, so facing the wicked, I have always been willing to be the worst person. Li Wei said. Okay, let's talk about your terms. The Flash rubbed his eyes, ready to say something serious. I'm afraid you are not talking about business. There is a coffee shop down there. Let's wake up with a cup of coffee. The Flash rubbed his eyes again, thought about it, and agreed to Li Wei's proposal. So the two walked into the cafe where Superman and Batman were. Forgot to tell you, I also brought two friends here, but this condition of mine is inseparable from these two friends. Seeing Superman and Batman, Li Wei introduced to the Flash. Hello, this is Clark Kent, you can call me Clark. Hello, this is Bruce Wayne, we have met before. Superman and Batman take the initiative to call Roar to the Flash. Hello, my name is Wally West, you can call me Wally. The Flash also politely responded. Okay, let's sit down and talk. Li Wei invited Roar to sit down. After half a cup of hot coffee, the Flash's face is obviously rosy, and his mental state is no longer so sluggish. Mr. Wally, then I will say my terms now. Seeing that the Flash has recovered a lot, Li Wei felt that it was time for business. I formed a super ability organization to protect the peace and security of the Earth Justice League. I have ability. You should have seen a little bit. Bruce, you know before. This Mr. Clark is a superhero called Superman by metropolitan citizens. The two of them are the two captains of the Justice League. You should be able to guess my conditions. As the initiator of the Justice League, I invite you to join the Justice League. Li Wei looked at Reverse Lightning, looking forward to his reaction. I agree. The Flash agreed without hesitation. This reaction exceeded everyone's expectations. Unexpectedly, the Flash would agree so simply, without even asking what the Justice League is. Have you really thought about it? Although the Justice League does exactly what it says, I really didn't think of your reaction. Batman couldn't help but ask questions first. In Batman's memory, the Flash was a person who was undecided in hesitation, but when he invited him to help, Zhao Mazhao designed the Bat Cloak, he thought about everything and gave a reply within a few days. With you, a famous superhero like Superman, and Mr. Li Wei who can exist faster than me, why should I refuse such an organization? The Flash definitely said. Also, after Mr. Li Wei left yesterday, Albert said a lot to me. The Flash's eyes started to become a little sad. Albert told me that he never wanted to oppose me, or even wanted to hurt people's lives. He came back from the future, just to make me stronger and make up for his childhood desires. The Flash said. His wishes. He has admired me and the Flash since he was a child, but he hopes that the Flash can become perfect and become the strongest superhero. Therefore, his various crimes are just to make me strong. In order to make you stronger, you have to become your strongest opponent and force you to become stronger and stronger, right? Batman seemed to understand the idea of reverse lightning. Yes, although I know that no matter what the reason, it is incurable to sacrifice so many innocent lives, but his sin is incurable, and a large part of it is because of me. The Flash lowered his head and said a little heavy. That's why I promised so easily today. I want to be stronger, I want to protect more people, and even atone for them for me. The Flash raised his head and looked at Li Wei with scorching eyes. In any case, to a certain extent, reverse lightning can be regarded as a good thing. At least he has made a young man in his early 20s feel responsible and can even hand himself over to the justice side. Li Wei smiled, trying to ease the atmosphere. Well, in this case, we use coffee instead of champagne to celebrate our fourth joiner of the Justice League, Mr. Wally. With that, Li Wei raised the coffee cup, everyone smiled and raised their quilt when they saw it, and touched it lightly. In this way, the strength of the Justice League has been upgraded to a new level. With superheroes like Superman, Batman, and the Flash gathered together, Li Wei now feels that he can be invincible. 747. If you take these three people, plus his Avengers, sweep the DC universe, it is not a problem at all. If the beam of light at the time only said that he would be the top person on the pyramids of this universe, then he can complete it in at most a week. However, this pyramids is relatively simple, only his subordinates and himself. As for other people, it is impossible for them to completely surrender in a week. The best way is to let them disappear. However, in the same sentence, force can only be solved for a while, and in the long run, it will not have any long-term effect at all. In the next week, with the cooperation and training designed by Li Wei, the understanding of the current three members of the Justice League increased a lot, and Li Wei was also busy, and through learning with the Flash, he finally gained superb power. Although the time gem is much stronger than the speed force, it takes time to draw circles. In contrast, the speed force needs to be used much in a timely manner, and the speed force plus Li Wei's perverted attack power is undoubtedly the icing on the cake. Li Wei's destructive power has been raised to another and better grade. 1 week later. Well, after a week of training, I have seen your results are obvious. Today I will try you, Li Wei said while standing in front of the three with his hands behind his back. The three recruited. It's not that they are not confident in their own strength. On the contrary, after a week of training, they have fully understood each other's abilities, and under the adjustment of Li Wei, when the three people fight together, they can fully exploit their strengths and avoid weaknesses, and exert Superman's destructive power. Batman's collaboration orchestrates abilities own superb power of the Flash. In this week's training, Li Wei will also compete with them in person from time to time. But every time, they will lose miserably. Even more terrible things, they can clearly feel that Li Wei did not exercise the right. They don't even know Li Wei's whole cards, and they don't even know what Li Wei is good at. Therefore, the three of them looked at each other, and they all saw that there was no bottom in their eyes. What's wrong? Don't you dare to fight me? This is not the response of the Asgardian of the Earth, the superhero of human beings should have. Li Wei couldn't help joking when seeing the three of them being silent. Leader, we can fight, but can you tell us what tactics you will use? After all, it is easy to fight if you know yourself and the enemy. You already know our ability, but we still don't know anything about you. You are like this? Does it mean to bully us? Batman speaks bluntly what he thinks. You two think the same way. Li Wei looked at the other two people. The two nodded. Ha ha ha, you have been fighting for many years as super British, heroes. When did you know your opponent well, and the opponent didn't know anything about you? Li Wei asked with a smile. This time, the three people became more silent, and the Flash even lowered its head. Although it is said that knowing oneself and knowing the enemy can never end, but for superhero like them, every time they encounter super criminals, they have already understood them thoroughly, and even researched out weapons or methods to specifically counter them. However, even under such circumstances, they can still turn the danger into a breeze, win the final victory, defend the city and protect the Earth. Li Wei's words directly asked their pain points, leaving them speechless, not knowing how to refute them. Leader, let's get started. Superman knew they had nothing to refute, so he could only stand up. That's right. Li Wei nodded, still very satisfied that Superman can have such courage. But don't worry, I only use the ability of the three of you today, Li Wei said with a smile in his eyes. What? The three obviously did not understand what Li Wei said just now. However, Li Wei didn't give them time to think, and directly rushed in front of Batman with superb power. Boom! A punch that was neither light nor heavy, but directly destroyed the position of the three of them, and Batman was hit and hit the wall. When Superman saw his brother being beaten, he threw a punch at Li Wei with all his strength, and the Flash also moved at this moment. He quickly moved behind Superman's arm and grabbed Superman's arm to accelerate his punch. Boom! Li Wei caught this punch. Superman's power coupled with the Flash's speed, this kind of punch is enough to destroy a planet, but it was caught by Li Wei lightly. Superman stared at Li Wei incredulously. After a while, he slowly regained consciousness, with a painful expression that he wanted to withdraw his painful arm. Although Li Wei is safe and sound, Superman himself can't stand the shock caused by such intensity. Superman now feels that his arm has been broken. Well, this is a good trick. You developed it yourself well, but it was too desperate to put all your bets on this punch. You think that this punch can end the battle, but you will underestimate the enemy. Strength. Li Wei nodded. Although he appreciates the seriousness that they can develop their own tricks, their thinking is still a little simple. To put it bluntly, it is because the ability is too strong and the most basic fighting skills are ignored. Hasn't Bruce talked to you? Leader, I have emphasized with them many times that this trick does not work, especially for people who have the same superb power, and it will definitely suffer a big loss. At this moment, Batman, who was struggling to get up in the corner, spoke slowly. But they always feel that this move is infinitely powerful. As long as it hits, it will end the battle. Even if it doesn't hit it, this power can hold the opponent. It can be heard that Batman is also very helpless. Although he knows how to fight, no one can listen to him. After all, the ability of these two men is better than him more than one grade. Understood this time, Bruce's suggestion is correct. Li Wei looks at Superman and the Flash. Knowing either. Hearing what Li Wei said, Superman and the Flash had to accept it with conviction. Well, the result of today's test is obvious. In the next week or so, I need to have something new to do. I will take you to meet a few people who also have super ability. These days, you will be with them. Train. With that said, Li Wei used Time Gem to open the passage to the fortress where Avengers was located, and walked in first. Among the three, only Superman knew who Li Wei was referring to, but Li Wei did not whisper in front of him. He could only use his eyes to signal Batman and the Flash to follow. Don't ask too much. In the next second, 4 people appeared in the fortress. Leader, it turns out that you also have your own secret base. Seeing the military fortress full of technological sense, the Flash couldn't help but exclaimed. That definitely, these are all built by ourselves. It was the arrogant Iron Man who spoke. Boss, these 3 are. Iron Man frowned when he saw the 3 strangely dressed people, showing unwelcome emotions. These are the 3 members of the Justice League. Stark, nothing has happened to the fortress these days? Li Wei, who is familiar with Iron Man's character, is not unhappy because of his impoliteness. On the contrary, if Iron Man has this attitude, at least it shows that his mood has not fluctuated greatly, which indirectly shows that there has been no major incident in the fortress recently. With me, nothing will go wrong. Iron Man patted his chest and said, okay, call everyone here. I have something important to announce. Li Wei. Iron Man went to summon all Avengers. Yes. Although he was respectful to Li Wei, when he turned around, he still gave the 3 Justice League a blank look. Pleader, who is this person? How am I so good? The Flash couldn't help it at first. If it weren't for Li Wei's appearance, in order to take care of Li Wei's face, he might have already tried to teach Iron Man a while ago. Ha ha ha, you'll know in a while, but Clark has met him a few times. Clark, you can introduce them to both of them. Li Wei smiled and looked at Superman. 10 minutes later, all Avengers appeared in front of Li Wei and the Justice League. Well, you 4 captains introduce each other. Li Wei saw everyone there. That was the first meeting between Avengers and the Justice League. Hello, you can call me Steve. Definitely you can call me the Captain of the United States, the Captain of Avengers. The Captain of the United States introduces himself first. I'm Iron Man, you just call me Dad, ha ha ha. Iron Man still has a special disdain for the 3 Justice League. What did you say? Batman, who has always been calm, couldn't help it anymore. The flying darts are already on their arms and ready to go. Stark, speak well. Li Wei frowned and said to Iron Man. Okay, my name is Stark, and I am glad to meet you. Iron Man saw some anger in Li Wei's eyes and could only reluctantly call Unroar. My name is Clark, the one who beat you 2 to the ground. Iron Man angered Superman just now. You're a pervert with underpants, let me tell you, the 2 of us were careless last time. This time I have developed the latest steel battlesuit. If you have the ability to compare it. Iron Man went viral. In fact, the reason Iron Man is so rude and hostile to the Justice League is because Superman once beat him to the ground. This is an unforgettable shame for a person like Iron Man who wants face and refuses to admit defeat. Hey, don't be so arrogant if you are not as skilled as others. I thought you were so crazy with some books, but I didn't expect it to be just Clark's defeated generals, and if I guessed it correctly, it was the kind of being beaten to the point where I could not fight back. 0, look for flowers. Batman said. What are you talking about? What kind of thing are you, dressed in black, are there rat ears on your head? What are you cos, rat spirit? Iron Man sarcastically said. My name is Bruce Wayne. I only remind you that this is my bat suit. If you dare to insult them again, I will make you pay. Batman stared into Iron Man's eyes and said word by word. Quack quack. Iron Man did not respond to Batman, but put on a steel battlesuit. Magneto sees something wrong. Hastily came to Li Wei's side. Boss, we have to fight the first time we meet. It's not easy. Magneto said worriedly that he wanted Li Wei to speak out to stop them. He doesn't know about the Justice League, the Captain of the United States and Iron Man, but he will listen to Li Wei anyway. Late? Why stop them? If they don't fight this battle, they won't hear a word of what I'm going to say today, Li Wei said nonchalantly. For this scene, Li Wei was already mentally prepared. Seeing that Li Wei didn't stop it, Magneto also reluctantly stepped aside, secretly mobilizing the steel weapons around him. In case something happened, he could stop it immediately. Okay, you can fight a fight. There are only 3 people on the Justice League side. Then there are 3 people on your side of Avengers. You fight 3 on 3 well. Until you click, the rest are not allowed to intervene, nor will it interfere. Li Wei said in a deep voice. I'm on, we won't lose with me. After hearing Li Wei's words, Wonder Woman volunteered to walk out. After hearing that the Captain of the United States and Iron Man were scarred by Superman, Wonder Woman had already included Superman on her blacklist, and one day she would avenge them. Choosing a day is worse than hitting the sun. Today is a good opportunity for reconciliation. Okay, it just happened that I didn't have a lot of fun when I was playing with the leader. This time I can have a good fight. Ding. Regardless of whether this situation was deliberate by Li Wei, the battle between the 2 sides is already on the line and has to be launched. It's meaningless to fight like this. Let's bet something. Just at this point, Batman suddenly proposed. Everyone looked at Li Wei. You figure it out by yourself, as long as you don't kill anyone, I won't interfere. But I just want to say, don't lose face when you lose, and how you bet it is up to you. Li Wei waved his hand indifferently, pretending to be relaxed. But the others are all black lines. Is this still non-interference? Everyone said to bet on their own, isn't that agreeing to bet? Moreover, the words are said to be worthwhile, and Avengers has to agree to bet. Well, what if we win? Wonder Woman agreed. 747 ha ha ha, we say bluntly, you have absolutely no hope of winning. The Flash laughed, and didn't mean to hide his arrogance at all. If you have one more sentence, I'll twist your nose off now. Wonder Woman was already furious, and took out the knife in her hand and pointed it at the Flash's nose threateningly. Well, if you win, although this is impossible, we will never provoke you again. But if you lose, I want you to leave Avengers and join the Justice League. Do you have the courage to accept it? Batman took the call, pointed to Wonder Woman and said, Oh, do you really think we are 3-year-olds, so cheating? Iron Man couldn't help being a little annoyed when he heard Batman's statement, which was obviously a bully. This guy dressed like an Australian giant bat, your bet is not valid at all, because our conditions are not equal at all. The Captain of the United States couldn't help pointing at Batman and said angrily, Batman, okay. Batman hates other names given to him the most, and points to his chest. It doesn't matter, you can call it anything, but our conditions will change. If you lose, the big man in the blue tights will come to our Avengers and be our 2 subordinates. The Captain of the United States pointed to Superman and said, How about, do you have the guts? If we lose, I join you, if you lose, he joins us. Wonder Woman walked slowly in front of the Justice League trio and pointed at Batman's chest with her index finger. Okay, no problem. Before Batman could answer, Superman agreed first. Since the last time he played against Iron Man and the captain of the country, he has known how many caddies the two people are, and it is not an exaggeration to say that Superman believes that even if they are given 30 years, it is impossible to beat him. People, let alone defeat the 3 of them in just a few days. The 3 people in the Justice League think this way. As for why the surname named Wonder Woman is because the Justice League as a whole is too strong, they need a girl to adjust it, and if there are only men together, if there is a team conflict, there may not be anyone acting as a mediator. Roles, after all, men's self-esteem makes them unable to lower their heads. But these are all secondary. The main reason why Batman believes that it is necessary to be Wonder Woman is because Wonder Woman thinks that Avengers is the most beautiful one. This is the man. In this way, the 2 sides reached a consensus, and each stood on each side, ready to fight. I saw that Wonder Woman rushed towards Batman with a knife first. It could be seen that the Avengers wanted to solve their weakest one. However, they did not notice that there was already one less person on the Justice League side. Brush. When? Wonder Woman's knife appeared in the Flash's hands 10 meters away. How did you do that? Surprised, she did not stay idle, but gave up the decision to retrieve the weapon and rushed towards Batman. Boom! The 2 threw a punch at the same time, and the 2 fists slammed together. At this time, Wonder Woman's bracelet activated ability. Not surprisingly, Batman was directly shaken away. If it weren't for Superman to hold him behind him, maybe Batman would have to fall on the wall in various ways. It's okay, Superman asked in a low voice. Fortunately, the right arm may not be used anymore. This woman even used killer moves for me. Fortunately, I have a bat suit for me to break down power. Batman pointed to his arm that was already hanging down and unable to move and said 0. Upon seeing this, Superman's eyes were instantly filled with red light, and 2 rays of thermal vision were directed towards Wonder Woman. The whole Avengers was surprised when this trick appeared, because they had only seen Li Wei use this trick, and they didn't expect to see a second one today. This is not what I teach, but people can do it themselves. Li Wei spread his hands, saying that it has nothing to do with his love, and let them not think about it. And Wonder Woman can no longer be surprised, so she can only cross the bracelet to block Superman's thermal vision. At this moment, Iron Man's laser cannon and the United States Captain's shield fired at Superman. This is obviously going to be Superman and death. When? Boom! Superman avoided the laser cannon and caught the Captain's shield with his hand. Are you still the 2 of you? If so, I think we can end the battle. Superman said gratuitously, and Roar put out a super roar sock, which directly froze the unsuspecting Wonder Woman. Stark, what shall we do? The Captain of the United States was a little panicked. He had already seen that the 3 of them on his side were not opponents at all, but if they lost, it would not only lose the face of the Avengers, but even everyone would have to pay them? You can only bite the bullet? Steve, you find a way to catch him. As long as my laser 1.2 can hit him, I can let him die. The killing intent was already revealed in Iron Man's eyes. Well, do we need to continue playing next? Superman flew gently towards Iron Man. Iron Man did not use any laser weapons this time, but drew out his steel sword and stabbed Superman directly. Late? Change to melee. Superman pretended to be surprised, and grabbed the iron sword. At this time, the Captain of the United States on the side hugged Superman's waist from behind, trying to make Superman immobile. The Flash at the moment is healing Batman. Seeing that Superman may be in trouble, he will step forward to help out the siege. But Batman grabbed the Flash and shook his head at him. It's not the time to shoot now. Iron Man saw that Superman seemed to be unable to move, and hurriedly moved a certain distance back. A laser cannon hit Superman's head. Boom! A red and blue shield suddenly appeared on Superman's face, and there was a big pit on the shield. I'm not to blame. You broke his shield. Don't ask for my account. Superman pointed to the right hand and said to Iron Man. Before Iron Man could react, Superman grabbed Iron Man's street sign in one hand, rounded his arms, and slammed him to the ground. Accompanied by a ding sound, Iron Man's steel battlesuit shattered to the ground. Immediately afterwards, Superman grabbed the waist of the Captain of the United States behind him, and fell over his shoulders, and the Captain of the United States screamed and fell to the ground. What? Boom! At this moment, Wonder Woman, who tried her best to get rid of the ice on her body, rushed towards Superman and punched Superman in the stomach. Superman suddenly felt the long-lost pain, and when he was about to fight back, he suddenly felt like he was flying up involuntarily, and all his eyes were red. It turned out that Scarlet Witch couldn't stand his teammate being humiliated by Super 08, and couldn't help but make a move. But Scarlet Witch's shot was out of control. Hulk couldn't help but rush directly to Superman in the air, grabbed his leg, and hit his knee directly. At this time, the Flash couldn't help it, and directly rushed towards Hulk with superb power, but was suddenly stopped by another person wearing a silver system. It turned out to be Quicksilver. Seeing someone who has figured out his own ability, Quicksilver could not help but want to rush to compete with him. And here, Ant-Man and the Wasp also rushed to Batman's face, and hit Batman's stomach with one punch. The original 3v3 competition turned into a melee. On the other side, Li Wei just smiled without stopping. After half an hour, everyone on the battlefield was exhausted and had to stop for a while. It seems that the battle is finally over. Are you out of anger? Li Wei asked with a smile. Just now Li Wei can see that the Avengers who later shot were not for what they wanted, but just wanted to vent their anger for Iron Man, the Captain of the United States, and Wonder Woman. Just letting them eat skin and flesh, they didn't make a killer move. But the result of this is that all three people from the Justice League stood together with their noses and faces swollen. The three were back to back, ready to continue the fight at any time. You are shameless. After saying 3-3, how come so many people come up? Superman said angrily. Okay Clark, you just beat the captain like that. It's also right for them to utter a bad anger. Li Wei saw that Superman was a little angry and spoke out to persuade him. Well, I don't need to say more about the result of the test just now. Wonder Woman has officially joined the Justice League now. Li Wei did not forget the gambling agreement between them. No one likes Roar, it's just that Wonder Woman walked to the Justice League side silently. Hey, don't you come for a high five? Do you want me to join the three of you back to back? Wonder Woman doesn't have much resistance. Originally chose to join Avengers because of Li Wei, and the strong in Avengers are like forests, and each has a distinct personality, so Wonder Woman does not have too much nostalgia and reluctance. He could see that the Justice League is also doing things for Li Wei, and Superman's strength is indeed very strong, but they are now the time to form. Now joining is undoubtedly the best time. Hello. The three of them clapped with Wonder Woman, indicating that she has officially joined the Justice League. Well, next, I can finally say something serious, Li Wei said, holding his hand. Through the fight just now, everyone should be familiar with each other. The Avengers here and the Justice League on the opposite side are two parallel super ability organizations under my subordinate, Li Wei said. The Justice League is the latest organization I established. Like Avengers, it is aimed at maintaining world peace and protecting the safety of the planet. Li Wei continued. In the next week or so, I'm going to work on some more important things, and I believe you can see your shortcomings in the test just now. So in this week when I am away, your two alliances I compete with each other every day and strengthen the training. As for what the training is like, and how much ability is improved in the end, I don't care, and I don't need to tell me. Li Wei waved his hand. I just want to tell everyone that there are mountains outside the mountains, and there are people outside the people. I believe that before today, you must think that you or your organization are the strongest in the world, and you can despise all existence, right? Li Wei raised his tone and spoke loudly. Today, you should have seen the one who can restrain you, the one who can be strong enough to twist you in your fingers and wantonly ravage you. Li Wei pointed at everyone. All of them lowered their heads. It can be said that this is the first time they lowered their heads completely. So, I hope everyone can abandon those bastard thoughts before. You are indeed super ability people, definitely rich and super ability. But there will always be more powerful people than you. 747 waiting for us in front. We want to protect the world. Peace, but we must become the strongest in this world. Li Wei's speech that struck first and then inspired, made every superhero in the audience a raging fire, and he was full of hope for the future. Well, next, how to arrange the training is your own business. I said that I won't bother. There is nothing wrong with Avengers now. After that, everyone at Avengers left to do their own thing. Well, welcome my old friend Wonder Woman to join the Justice League. Kiss Roar. Wonder Woman loves herself Roar. Well, whether you want it or not, if you want to bet, you have to join the Justice League, although I don't see your unwillingness from your face. Li Wei opened his hands and said, I don't want to be unwilling. There are masters here, although there are only 3 trees, plus 4 of me, but I believe we will be stronger than Avengers, right brothers? Wonder Woman put a hand on a person's shoulder and said with a big grin, maybe my idea of using you as a softener between us was a big mistake. You are stronger than us. Batman was helpless. In the vast Milky Way, there are countless planets, and on some planets, due to special geographic and climatic conditions, life belonging to their own planet has been bred. The lifespan of the universe cannot be verified, but what is certain is that from the birth of the universe to the present, countless planets have been created, countless lives have emerged one after another, and what follows is countless strange but intelligent civilizations. At the beginning of the birth of the universe, a planet has been born, and the intelligent creatures that it bred can be said to be the first batch of intelligent life in the universe. After thousands of years of evolution, these intelligent lives not only created a splendid civilization, but also discovered the secrets of the universe and learned how to draw the power of the universe. Therefore, as the first generation of only beings, they consciously shouldered the task of guarding the peace of the universe. They divided the entire universe into 3,600 regions, and each region assigned a jurisdiction to protect it. They are the famous but mysterious guardians in the DC universe, and the governors they created are called Green Lantern. Since the creation of Green Lantern, there has never been a major change, and it has not even encountered any strong opponents, because Green Lanterns with cosmic power can use the energy they bring on the green light ring in their hands with their minds to make their hearts realize what you want, and even control everything in the universe. But as the saying goes, the world will be divided for a long time, and that for a long time will be combined. The guards who have almost ruled the entire universe with their own power are now only 10 with immortal abilities. They control the entire Green Lantern Corps, and they control the way to obtain the energy of the universe. And this time, Li Wei came to the planet where the guards are stationed, OA Star, precisely for this purpose. In order to rule the entire DC universe, in addition to an invincible legion, it is also indispensable to have the strongest power in the universe. Therefore, Li Wei wants to get the power of the universe from the hands of the guards. However, if you go head-to-head, Li Wei is confident that he can retreat with all his body, but the last guardians are reluctant to surrender the use of cosmic power. Sorry, but chance and luck are often unpredictable things. Fortunate people will always go smoothly, and when they encounter difficulties, they will help themselves. Li Wei is exactly this lucky person. Just when Li Wei didn't know how to make the guards willingly surrender the power of the universe, a guardian who was lurking in the guards and disagrees with the other 9 people started to rebel. After Li Wei came to the DC universe, he has been using Mind Gem and Space Gem to monitor OR all day secretly. All the plans of the Defender Swartz, who intends to rebel, are under Li Wei's control. The only thing that needs to be done now is to find a member of the Green Lantern Corps to help him intensify Swartz's emotions and make him have to plan a rebellion in advance. After all, Schwartz can plan slowly, but Li Wei does not have so much patience. Hello, you are the governor of the Earth and its surroundings. My name is Li Wei. Hello, my name is Hal Jordan. I am glad to meet you. This scene took place on the moon not far from the Earth. The two speakers are Li Wei and Hal Jordan, the only Earthling in the Green Lantern Corps. And this Mr. Hall is exactly the character Li Wei wants to inflame Swartz's rebellion in advance. Mr. Li Wei, are you from the Earth? My god, you are the first Earth person I have ever seen with super ability. Hal looked at Li Wei excitedly, as happy as he saw the hope of the Earth's future. Ha ha ha, there are plenty of people on Earth with super ability, Li Wei said modestly. Although I govern the Earth and surrounding areas, we are ordered not to interfere with the internal affairs of the planet, so after entering the Green Lantern Corps, I never returned to the Earth again. I really miss it when I think about it. As he said, Hal looked at the Earth, and said with great nostalgia, "Where is the duty? But Hal, you are on patrol now, will I disturb you when I chat with you?" Li Wei asked. "No, we just need to defend the peace. Everything else is free. Don't you see that I am on vacation on the moon? After I have played all these planets in the solar system, I will go back to the Earth to meet old friends." Green Lantern was still talking about his plan excitedly, as if Li Wei was an old friend he had known for many years. "Mr. Li Wei, did you also spend your vacation here? It seems that your appearance is from Huaxia. I heard that Chinese people have a special affection for the moon." Green Lantern asked. "Yes, the moon is a symbol of romance and loneliness for us, but I came to the moon this time not for vacation, but to prevent the Yellow Lantern Corps from establishing a military base on the moon," Li Wei explained. "What? The Yellow Lantern Corps is going to build a military base here? I haven't been notified about this. Mr. Li Wei, where did you get the news?" Although the strength of the Yellow Lantern Corps is far from that of the Green Lantern Corps, it is indeed the old enemy of the Green Lantern Corps. They have always exploited the loopholes of the Green Lantern Corps to destroy the planet, and after the destruction they quickly disappeared. Where their base is and where their power comes from is never known. So Green Lantern obviously didn't believe Li Wei's information. After all, the news that they couldn't get to Green Lantern, how could it be known by a little-known person? To tell you that, as a righteous super ability, I am also responsible for maintaining world peace. Recently, the Yellow Lantern Corps has appeared on the channel, and it has greatly destroyed the peace of the universe, so I am accidentally under the first chance. I overheard the next battle plan of the Yellow Lantern Corps. Li Wei lied without changing his face. But this information is true, but the source is indeed what he knew by using Mind Gem to monitor Deo Schwartz. Well, no matter whether this matter is true or false, this area is under my jurisdiction, and since I joined the Green Lantern Corps, I haven't encountered any major incidents. I will catch the shrimp soldiers and crabs of the Yellow Lantern Corps together with you. Green Lantern is not blindly self-confident, because his strength in the Green Lantern Corps is in the upper middle level, and the strength of the Yellow Lantern Corps is originally vulnerable, so he is confident that he can deal with it. And Li Wei, Green Lantern did not take his strength to heart, because no matter how strong he is not as strong. Li Wei smiled. He saw Green Lantern's self-confidence, even arrogant. I detected that the Yellow Lantern Corps was approaching here. Let's hide first and see the situation. After arriving on the moon, Li Wei expanded the Sea of Consciousness to a diameter of 1 light-year to facilitate early detection of danger. So as soon as the Yellow Lantern Corps arrived on the moon, Li Wei detected it. Green Lantern glanced at Li Wei suspiciously, and then blended himself into the background around him. 1 minute later, 20 people with yellow lights on their chests appeared where Li Wei was just now. Green Lantern looked at Li Wei, who was hiding next to him, with a strange look, and couldn't help but feel more trust in Li Wei. Li Wei was indifferent, but counted down silently in his heart. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, let's fight. At this moment, Green Lantern had already rushed towards the Yellow Lantern Corps. Ha ha ha, I'll just say, you can't help it, Li Wei said to himself with a smile. In the next second, Li Wei used his superb power to take a step ahead of the Green Lantern and reached the front of the Yellow Lantern Corps. Bang bang bang! After Green Lantern arrived at the 747, these people with yellow light symbols on their chests had fallen to the ground, wailing one after another. My god, Li Wei, who are you? How come you are faster than me, and it's all solved? Green Lantern made a fuss, but in fact, he did not pretend to be surprised, but was shocked from the heart. Because since joining the Green Lantern Corps, Green Lantern has always believed that they are the strongest existence in the universe. After all, no one or even a snob can perform 10 moves under their hands. As for Li Wei's performance, Green Lantern thinks he can't do it. If it really fights, it's really not certain who wins and loses. The vulture skills are not enough. I have just been able to use the killer moves to break their bones and make them suffer a little bit of flesh and blood. We need to know the location of the Yellow Lantern Corps, so we have to pry their mouths open, Li Wei said. Great. Green Lantern had to re-examine this Earth fellow. Not only was he strong, but his brain was much better than ordinary people. Immediately afterwards, Green Lantern used their unique method of interrogation in the Green Lantern Corps, using the green light energy to invade their bodies and read their thoughts. Yes, it is simple and rude, even without a word from the interrogator. After all, they are defenders, not judges. They don't need evidence, only clues. Li Wei couldn't help being stunned when he saw this place. With this method of doing things, it is no wonder that some people would rebel, because it is too unhumanitarian and does not respect the full power of the interrogated. They are also alive. However, the world is like this. Justice is always on the side of the winner, and justice is always in the hands of the strong. Therefore, Li Wei could only sympathize with the Yellow Lantern Corps, but did not stop it. What do you know? After a while, Green Lantern turned around and Li Wei asked quickly. With all due respect, these contents are all about the Green Lantern Corps. I can't tell you all. Green Lantern looked at Li Wei with embarrassment. Understand, I only need to know the location of the Yellow Lantern Corps. For the rest of the Green Lantern Corps, you can go back to OA Star and your guards to report. Li Wei expressed understanding. But even if Green Lantern didn't say anything, Li Wei knew that Green Lantern must have read the news about the invasion of OA and the elimination of the Green Lantern from the brains of the few Yellow Lantern Corps members just now. Mr. Li Wei, they don't have a fixed base. The main force of their army is thinking about Oaxing's march. Green Lantern gave Li Wei an embarrassed look. They are going to attack Oaxing? Then let's stop it. Li Wei pretended to be nervous. No hurry, they are still far away in a hurry. It will take another month to get to Oaxing, but this is about Oaxing. I wonder if Mr. Li Wei is still willing to help. Green Lantern looked at Li Wei embarrassedly. Although Li Wei is looking for the Yellow Lantern Corps to maintain the peace of the universe, but now the Yellow Lantern Corps wants to invade OA Star. This is the Green Lantern Corps business. Although there is nothing wrong with having more strength, the discipline must be the strength that others are willing to contribute to him. You are worried about this, don't worry. I also want to maintain the peace of the universe. I will help you defeat the Yellow Lantern Corps, Li Wei said. Okay, then Mr. Li Wei, I need to go back to Oaxing and report this to the guards. Would you like to go with me? Green Lantern asked. Li Wei nodded in agreement, and in his heart, he was already happy. Li Wei never imagined that this Green Lantern named Hare was such a simple person. He didn't have the slightest defense against others. Just because the information he provided was accurate, he could trust himself without hesitation, just for a while. Kung Fu, he actually agreed to the matter of life and death for himself and their planet. Knowing that the power of the Yellow Lantern Corps comes from the Oasis Guardian swords, the Yellow Lantern Corps can also use the ring in its hands to travel through space at super light speeds. So Li Wei took advantage of Time Gem's ability and flashed Green Lantern to OA Star. This move gave Green Lantern a feeling of admiration. This simple Earth person always pursues the supremacy of strength. Through the two hands exposed by Li Wei, he is completely certain that his ability is under Li Wei, and his admiration is even stronger. After arriving at OA Star, Green Lantern took Li Wei into the Hall of Longevity and saw 10 guards sitting on the stone pillars at the gate. Li Wei deliberately took a deep look at Swartz with his eyes. This action couldn't help making Swartz sitting on it stormy. This look clearly tells Schwartz that Li Wei already knows everything. This earthling has to be removed. Schwartz said secretly in his heart. Dear guards, this is Li Wei, who is also a member of the Defense of the Peace of the Universe. Just through his intelligence, we wiped out 20 members of the Yellow Lantern Corps. When I read their brains, I have to knowing that they are gathering all the army together and coming towards OA Star. Green Lantern lowered his head and said respectfully. What do you mean? These Yellow Lantern legions, who don't know the heights and heights of the earth, are going to invade our OA Star. Schwartz snorted coldly. According to the current situation, this is true. Green Lantern still respectfully said. Then I want to ask, isn't the entire universe protected by our Green Lantern Corps? Is it necessary for Mr. Li Wei to be busy? Hearing these words, Li Wei's eyes instantly showed murderous intent. If I guessed correctly, the person who spoke just now is the famous Master Schwartz. As expected, as the strongest one of the top 10 Asgardians, he is really violent. Li Wei snorted coldly, and said grimly. Then you want to know what it would look like when the strongest Asgardian loses his temper? Schwartz said arrogantly. Then I want to learn, what is the ability of Schwartz, who is known as the strongest in the universe? Li Wei is most likely to be threatened by others, not to mention Schwartz's strength is far inferior to Li Wei. Well, Earthlings, although I don't know why you came here, and you are the first person I can't see through, but the Temple of OA Star is not a place where you can go wild. Michelangelo, known as the wisest Asgardian, suddenly intervened and said with a high tone. You can't see through me, how dare you talk to me like this, aren't you afraid that I will smash your temple? Li Wei raised his head and said disdainfully. Okay, guards, this time I have an emergency to report. The man next to Mr. Li Wei is an important discoverer of this time. I don't think there is any problem with bringing him here. Seeing that Asgardian was about to quarrel with Li Wei, Hal hurriedly stopped. In fact, in Hal's heart, although he thanked Asgardian for choosing him as a member of the Green Lantern Corps and respected the Green Lantern Corps, he only respected the Green Lantern Corps. It has been more than 100 years since he joined the Green Lantern Corps. For more than 100 years, he has been training hard every day, and his strength has finally reached the upper middle level of the Green Lantern Corps. But because he was born on the Earth, and the Asgardians have always been right, the Earth is discriminatory, so Hal has never been reused or even paid attention to. And this time, Li Wei, who came from the Earth at the same time, was also inexplicably rejected, and Hal obviously couldn't hold back the fire that had been in his heart. Hal, don't be rude. 10 Asgardian leaders Mokonda said in a deep voice. Asgardian, who was personally selected and supported Hal, is also uncomfortable with the discrimination against different planets within the guards. But although it is Asgardian, although he can't understand it, but how can everyone else treat it like this? And even an unwritten rule has been formed that creatures from low-level planets such as the Earth are not allowed to enter the Green Lantern Corps. Although he tried to break this unspoken rule, Hal was hard to make a forest, even if he was the leader. Sorry, I was impolite. For the guards, Hal was the only one who was grateful and obeyed, and only Mokonda. Mr. Li Wei, I made you laugh, but can you tell us what your information is? Mokonda finally put the topic on the right track. It seems that there are still serious people among the Asgardians. Li Wei glanced at Schwartz, and said contemptuously. That's it. In order to protect the peace of the universe, I have been secretly following the Yellow Lantern Corps. When they were about to blow up the moon, I met Hal, and the two of us joined forces to destroy the Yellow Lantern Corps. Li Wei said 5 to 10. Yes, after reading the information in their brains, I learned that the Yellow Lantern Corps is gathering all the forces of the army and is about to attack OA Star. Hal continued Li Wei's words. You fart. As soon as Hal's voice fell, Schwartz let out an angry roar. Li Wei looked at Schwartz with interest. The old man's plan was seen through in advance, and it seemed that he had become irritated. Schwartz, what's wrong with you? Mokonda frowned and looked at Schwartz. He realized that there was something wrong with Schwartz. Although his temper has been so hot all the time, Mokonda actually felt a little bit of fear in his tone today. Brother, this kid is farting. Schwartz also felt that he was a little gaff, and quickly adjusted his emotions. Although the Yellow Lantern Legion is not small now, even if all of them attack the OA Star, we can destroy them even if we are an Asgardian. You said they will attack. Is it because the Yellow Lantern Legion is impatient? Seeking a dead end? Schwartz is very an old fox, even if his heart is upset, he can still adjust his emotions in a short time, and even make up a counterattack. Can? Then you don't believe Hal's words. Li Wei looked at Schwartz's face and asked. I definitely believe what he said, but I don't know if I will accept your enchantment. 0. Look for flowers. Asgardian is also the energy provider of the Green Lantern Corps. They can easily know what every member of the Green Lantern Corps is thinking. So in theory, Asgardian will trust every Green Lantern unconditionally. You mean, I came here to be alarmist, and then make up nonsense to bring him here to bother you? There must be a limit to what I can support when I'm full. Li Wei laughed angrily. This Schwartz was obviously guilty of conscience. I don't know your purpose. After all, I don't know what you think. Maybe it is to cause a panic in Oaxing, so as to achieve your ulterior secret. Schwartz's reaction was not unpleasant. After speaking, Schwartz suddenly coughed twice, and the receiver coughed and turned around quietly, and Li Wei used Saihei to see that Schwartz was scratching a handprint with his hand, and he was still muttering words in pain, as if in pain. Same as who or words. Li Wei smiled slightly. It seems that this old guy couldn't help but let the Yellow Lantern Corps arrive early. Since you are here to pretend to be me, don't blame me for being rude. Although Li Wei thought so in his heart, he knew that it would not be easy to let everyone listen to him and believe that Schwartz was a traitor. Moreover, the guards are connected with each other, and all their thoughts will be known to the rest of them. Schwartz's rebellious heart can be concealed from the other 9 people. Compared with the fact that he already knows how to forge inner methods, in this way, unless he himself admit it, otherwise there is no way to convince other Asgardians. Just as Li Wei was at a loss, Michelangelo suddenly spoke. Self-observing you, what you just said is concealed. Moreover, this man has a bad brain and can't stand the confusion at all. I would like to ask Mr. Li Wei, why have you followed the Yellow Lantern Corps for so long, but chose to kill the Yellow Lantern Legion when hell was on the scene? Don't tell me that you have no strength to deal with those people, Michelangelo said in a strange tone of yin and yang. Then how can I prove that I have the strength to deal with the Yellow Lantern Corps? Have you seen my combat effectiveness, or do you know the strength of the Yellow Lantern Corps well? Ding! Li Wei's eyes flashed suddenly. It seems that this Michelangelo also has a problem. It's no wonder that other Asgardians haven't noticed Schwartz's betrayal. It turns out that there are accomplices playing cover. Li Wei's eyes flashed with contempt. I am Asgardian. The Green Lantern Corps under my jurisdiction has tried to meet the Yellow Lantern Corps, so I am familiar with their combat effectiveness. Michelangelo knew that he had made some mistakes, and hurriedly defended. Well, we know about this. I'll send someone to investigate if it's true or not. Hal, there can be no one around the earth under the jurisdiction, you go back quickly. Mokonda interrupted Li Wei's aggressive questioning. Mr. Li Wei, after all, this matter is the information you gave us, so you still need your assistance in the next matter. Please stay in Ostar for the next few days. Mokonda looked at Li Wei's 747 eyes and said, yes. Hal was obviously reluctant, but he didn't dare not listen to Mokonda's words, so he shook his head, hugged Li Wei, and walked out of the temple silently. Okay, even if I'm nosy and get involved. Li Wei pretended to be angry and threw a word, then turned and left the temple. As expected by Li Wei, in order to facilitate the supervision of Li Wei, Mokonda ordered someone to take care of Li Wei's daily life. Li Wei was also happy that someone was eating and drinking to take care of him. In order to go home to accompany Captain Marvel at night, he had to fake a stand-in in the room. On the 3rd day, Li Wei, who was bored during the day, finally detected through the sea of consciousness that the Yellow Lantern Corps was less than a light year away from Or. It seems that the old guy Schwartz used his own power to speed up the Yellow Lantern Corps, Li Wei thought secretly in his heart. While Li Wei was wondering whether to take the initiative to tell Mokonda about this, his room door suddenly rang. The person who came is Mokonda. Guardian, what's the point? Li Wei saw Mokonda's stinking face, and suddenly became a little angry. If you are unhappy, you are not happy, at least don't influence others. You come to see people with such a stinking face, you are obviously trying to make others feel bad. Don't talk yet. Mokonda did not have a chance for Li Wei to complain but frowned and closed his eyes, as if listening to something. Hey, what's wrong with you? Why do you have to be like a thief in your territory? Li Wei looked at Mokonda like this. Can't help but want to laugh. Mokonda still ignored Li Wei. When Li Wei saw Mokonda like this, he didn't entangle him anymore, but went straight back to the bedroom and lay on the bed. After a while, Mokonda finally let out a long sigh of relief and walked to Li Wei's bedroom. Sorry, I was just listening if anyone was following me. Mokonda looked at Li Wei who was lying on the bed impolitely. Not only was he not angry, but he said apologetically. No, aren't you the leader? Why would anyone dare to follow you? Li Wei sat up strangely and asked. This matter is a long story. I'm also coming to you just to confirm one thing with you. Is the Yellow Lantern Legion really going to attack OA Star? Mokonda asked anxiously. Now I know I'm in a hurry, what I've been doing early. I can tell you 100% of the truth. By the way, I will tell you the latest news. They have arrived a light year away from where to reorganize their armaments. Li Wei said. It seems these old boys are going to die with me. Mokonda gritted his teeth and said a word fiercely. What do you mean? In the past few days, Li Wei has been thinking about one thing, why the Asgardians can know each other's mind, but no one knows that Schwartz wants to rebel? If Schwartz says that he can fake his mind, it will definitely be. There are flaws, and the heart will not deceive. Therefore, Li Wei made a bold assumption that more than half of the Asgardians have already rebelled with Schwartz, because according to the principle of communion, as long as more than half of the people are covering up the same emotion, then this emotions will shield other people. It now appears that this assumption should be correct. Your 10 brothers, more than half of them have betrayed you, Li Wei said with a smile. How would you know? Mokonda looked at Li Wei in surprise. Because I can read your hearts. Li Wei pretended to be mysterious. All right. Mokonda could see that Li Wei was joking, and he didn't want to ask any more questions, because there are more important things in front of him. I need your help now. Mokonda looked into Li Wei's eyes, and wanted to know for the first time whether Li Wei would agree. Can. Li Wei agreed very readily, and Mokonda did not react quickly. But I have a condition. You must tell me that some of you in Asgardian have betrayed. Li Wei stared into Mokonda's eyes and said. 9. Mokonda slowly said this number. 9, eldest brother. This doesn't count as their rebellion, it should be regarded as your unpopularity. Li Wei did not expect such a result. This is too funny, plus a total of 10 leaders, and 9 of them have defected to the leader. Doesn't that mean that the leader has been overthrown? What justice and evil are there? I haven't said that anyone has rebelled, but in recent years, our thinking has begun to change. Mokonda said in a deep voice. In recent years, with the rapid development of civilizations on various planets, Orstar has gradually lost its status as the hegemon of the universe in the past, and each planet has already had the ability to protect itself, and there is no need to rely on Green Lantern to be nosy. Mokonda's tone was full of helplessness. Therefore, in order to stabilize the position of OR and the Green Lantern Corps, we have had extreme arguments. The leaders of 1.2 are me and Swartz. He advocates that we cultivate a group of sabotage regiments, and then destroy other planets everywhere, but only the Green Lantern Legion can be destroyed, so that all planets in the universe can re-recognize the importance of the Green Lantern Legion. Mokonda said. Too shameless. Li Wei couldn't help but cursed. Yes, I said the same at the time. Mokonda and Li Wei gave a hand. My idea is to improve the selection criteria of the Green Lantern Corps and expand the scope of selection, so that people from all planets can join the Green Lantern Corps and make the Green Lantern Corps a sacred legion in their hearts. Mokonda said his thoughts proudly. Even more shameless. Li Wei said again. I mean, your idea should be better. Our oasis has defended the universe for hundreds of billions of years and wants to maintain the position of the boss. Is there anything wrong? Mokonda was a little emotional, but it was understandable. Okay, I'm not going to argue with you about this. Now that all the people have left, what are you going to do? Li Wei knew that there was no need to dispute this matter. The Yellow Lantern Legion should have been established by Schwarzschild. If I'm not wrong, they want the Yellow Lantern Legion to attack OA Star this time. They just want to chaos and then take the opportunity to get rid of me. Mokonda gritted his teeth and said, No way, how can you say that you have been in love with brothers and feet for so long? Even if there is a gap, you won't be able to kill each other. Li Wei said in surprise. Things seemed to be more complicated than he expected. I want to be preemptive. Speaking of this, Mokonda stared at Li Wei closely, and began to use psychic detection skills, wanting to understand Li Wei's mind. Li Wei's true thoughts are too important to Mokonda, because he put all the treasures on Li Wei. Whether it can come back depends on Li Wei's. But Li Wei was unmoved, and what shocked Mokonda was that he could not see Li Wei's inner world. Completely ineffective? Don't waste your energy, anyone who can see through my inner world hasn't been born yet. Li Wei said to Mokonda with a chuckle. Well, I need to know how many allies do you have? In other words, among your 10 Asgardians, how many support you? Li Wei said. Nobody. Mokonda paused, and said with an embarrassing expression. What? How did you mess? There is no one to support you. Li Wei felt like he was being used by this old guy. Yes, because my method is effective, but it is slower, and to a certain extent there is a suspicion of compromise and bowing, so they prefer Swartz's plan. Mokonda said helplessly. After all, this thing was not what he wanted to see, and he also tried to persuade other Asgardians, but no one agreed with him at all. After all, he still likes to be regarded as a venerable one. Falling from the altar at once, they are definitely not used to this breath. That is to say, if I agree to help you, then you only have me as a helper. Li Wei asked. And the entire Green Lantern Corps. After all, the power of the Green Lantern Corps is in my hands. Although they can take charge of a part, as the chief instructor, the Green Lantern Corps will only choose to be loyal to me. Speaking of which, Mokonda still has some pride. Li Wei did not immediately answer Mokonda. After all, this matter is not that simple. First of all, 9 of the 10 Asgardians oppose him, so that means that the Yellow Lantern Corps matter is not a betrayal, but the decision of the majority of the management. So Li Wei shouldn't be in this muddy water. However, the use of the Yellow Lantern Army to destroy other planets is contrary to Li Wei's principles of action, and according to their ideas, maybe one day they will take the Earth. Thinking of this, Li Wei has decided to help Mokonda, but now that he has worked hard and has to face the 9 Asgardians, then Li Wei must get something to be reconciled. Well, my philosophy is to defend the peace of the universe, so I must destroy the Yellow Lantern Corps, so I will help you, but I need you to promise me one condition. Li Wei looked at Mokonda and said, Definitely, as long as you can help me, I can accept any conditions. Mokonda was overjoyed. After all, he had to face the 9 Asgardians. It was not enough to have courage. I want control of the Green Lantern Corps. The ownership remains with you, but I want control. Li Wei said in a deep voice. This requirement is simply to move the foundation of Mokonda. I knew that by now, Mokonda had only one whole card of the Green Lantern Corps. This requirement is too much. Mokonda looked at Li Wei and said, If you think you can deal with the other 9 Asgardians, you don't need to beg me. Li Wei said as expected. You should know that if you choose me, there is no retreat. If I were you, I would not hesitation. Li Wei looked at Mokonda and said. Mokonda also knows that now he has become a lonely family, and there is only one Green Lantern Corps, but it is not a threat to the 9 Asgardians at all. Moreover, the strength of the 9 Asgardians is unfathomable. Even if Mokonda can tell that Li Wei is strong, it is still unclear whether Li Wei can beat them. Mokonda is using Li Wei's life to bet on the victory of this war. Well, I promise you, but you must assure me that you can win this victory for me. Mokonda gritted his teeth and agreed. But in Mokonda's heart, he had already decided that he must let Li Wei stand for him, but he did not move. In this way, if you lose, you have pretended not to know, and then you agree to Schwartz's plan. If you win, then do all of the Green Lantern Corps and kill Li Wei. If we lose, will we all die here? Li Wei smiled, but already used Mind Gem's ability to learn about the little abacus in Mokonda's heart. 747 What a shame. Then can we discuss the battle plan now? Mokonda pretended that he was not prepared. I think you should already have your own plan before you find me, so let's listen to it. Li Wei squinted at Mokonda. I only have a preliminary idea. Mokonda glanced at Li Wei unexpectedly. He didn't expect Li Wei to be so direct. I pretended not to know their plans, and then stabilized them. We will pray in the morning. Our rule is that when we pray, we must remove all abilities to show devotion. At this time, you rush into the temple. If we won it in one fell swoop, our plan was successful. Mokonda's wishful thinking crackled. Listen, this method is really good, and I can't think of any better method than this one. It's not prepared for it, it's not bad, but... Li Wei's tone changed suddenly. But what? This is my deliberate plan. According to the current form, this method is the safest and most efficient. Mokonda was a little nervous, for fear that Li Wei would overthrow this method, because this method is the safest for him. But, I don't have to wait for them to relax. Li Wei said indifferently. What? I think I need to remind you. Although I can't see your strength, Asgardian's strength is so strong that you can't imagine it. Otherwise, why should I come back and beg you? Mokonda said. I still want to ask you. According to your plan, if I don't appear on OA Star, how will you deal with this situation? Li Wei asked curiously. You are my savior. If you don't show up, I will use the means of dying and destroying other stars to stabilize our fame. I can't accept it anyway. Mokonda's eyes were full of gratitude for Li Wei's appearance. Lie. Li Wei used Mind Gem to feel that this is simply Mokonda's formula to fool him. His real idea is to obey. Li Wei hummed coldly in his heart, and had made up his mind. If Mokonda dared to do anything to himself, then he wouldn't mind getting rid of this vicious old guy. Well, since you have such beliefs, then we will set out to kill them now. Time is not waiting. Li Wei pushed open the door with his aura and went straight out. Wait a moment. This scene was something that Mokonda hadn't expected anyhow. He didn't expect Li Wei to be so reckless. Where are they all now? Li Wei asked this Mokonda without looking back. They are all in the temple, because this is the time for us to meditate. Then you? Li Wei looked at Mokonda strangely. I came out of duplication, and now meditating in the temple, it's just a puppet. Mokonda explained. That's great, just taking advantage of their unpreparedness, I went straight in and killed them by surprise. Li Wei still didn't mean to stop. Mr. Li Wei, you may not know that meditating is practicing Qigong. At this time, Asgardian is the most terrible. You are going in now and you are heading for it. The gain is not worth the loss. Mokonda anxiously pulled Li Wei. Ha ha ha, then I want to see what kind of strength the legendary Asgardians have. With that said, Li Wei used Time Gem to draw a circle in front and walked straight in. Mokonda couldn't hold Li Wei, so he gritted his teeth and stumped his feet and quickly returned to the puppet. Brush. In a blink of an eye, Li Wei has reached the center of the temple. Looking at the Mokonda puppet sitting in the middle, Li Wei frowned. Who? As soon as the voice fell, 9 lights had already shot towards Li Wei. Li Wei didn't dodge, but caught it with his body. Boom! After a loud noise, all the 10 people who were meditating, except Mokonda, stood up. Li Wei stood there safe and sound. It's you? Why enter the holy place privately? Schwartz saw that Li Wei was safe and sound, and his heart was shocked. The immediate attack just now was a full blow from 9 Asgardians, and it didn't even hurt Li Wei a bit. Ha ha ha, we met again, but your meeting ceremony is too grand. Li Wei said with a smile. Li Wei, why are you here? Suddenly, Mokonda's words sounded. Mokonda just arrived. Brother, you are too nervous. You can sit and live with such a big movement just now, so I thought you knew he was here. Michelangelo said yin and yang strangely when he saw Mokonda who was slowly getting up. I heard that the Yellow Lantern Corps was built by you? They are destroying the planet everywhere. You instructed it. Li Wei didn't wait for Mokonda to answer Michelangelo's words, but directly interrupted the questioning. People of the Earth, I advise you not to be nosy. Although you can take our fatal blow, but that disease is not our strongest strength, you should understand. Schwartz looked at Li Wei with his eyes open and said, Okay, let me see the power of the universe you are catching. Li Wei ignored Schwartz's threat, but constantly added ability to his fists. This time, Li Wei wanted to use his ability to play a game. Well, since you are here to die, I will come to fulfill you if I can. Schwartz waved his hand, and the other Asgardians began to meditate on the spot. Looking at the aura presented by 10 people, Li Wei exclaimed in his heart. It is indeed the Asgardian who can protect the peace of the universe. Just looking at the aura can be daunting. But Li Wei is not afraid. On the contrary, Li Wei is even more excited when he sees such a scene. Boom! Li Wei's Jijawang Quan hit the aura of 10 people by himself. Wow, it hurts, I really have strength. Li Wei used his hands, but he didn't expect that this aura could actually be materialized, and it was so hard. Earth people, even more powerful is yet to come. Schwartz smiled slightly and made a few handprints. That physical aura turned into a 3-meter high portrait? Okay, just to test you just now, and then let you see my true strength. Li Wei added Superman's super divine power, World King Fist, super speed power and super match light fist power to his double fists, and rushed towards the actualized figure. The portrait also raised a huge fist and waved towards Li Wei. Monument? The temple exploded? The materialized portrait is shattered? How come? Schwartz looked at Li Wei in disbelief. Big brother, what are you doing? Why did you take away your power? Michelangelo looked back at Mokonda angrily. Boom! A huge hole appeared in Michelangelo's chest. Mokonda killed him? How are you? Michelangelo's eyes were filled with incredible writing, and he fell slowly. Li Wei was shocked. He didn't expect that Mokonda would be so cruel and decisive. Li Wei, hurry up. Mokonda said to Li Wei in a deep voice. Boom! Mokonda killed another Asgardian. Wang Zhao's quick. Mokonda yelled when he saw Li Wei stunned on the spot. Bang bang bang! Schwartz, he has also done something to other Asgardians. Damn, what the hell is going on? Li Wei couldn't help but yelled. Mokonda and Schwartz actually slaughtered other guards at the same time. Li Wei, as planned? Bang bang bang! Mokonda shouted while continuing to kill the other guards. Li Wei still did not move, because the current situation has made him unable to understand quickly. According to the current situation, Mokonda and Schwartz should be in the same group. But Mokonda's statement is not like this. Big brother, I didn't expect it to be so easy. If I knew it was like this, I wouldn't have to find this useless earthling. Between the sparks and flints, except for Mokonda and Schwartz, all the other guards fell to the ground. Quick! The glorious holy place that used to be well known throughout the universe has now become the Anos hell of OA star. 8 Asgardian corpses are everywhere, and there are ruins everywhere. Only a few pillars are still standing scattered there. Boom! Li Wei's fist of the Realm King, combined with the ability of the power gem, hit Schwartz hard. Puff! Schwartz vomited a mouthful of blood. We two cooperate well. Li Wei rubbed his wrists, and looked at Mokonda, who was standing behind Schwartz and used ability to control Schwartz's hands and feet so that he could not move. Evil can never defeat justice. Mokonda threw Schwartz, who had no resistance to ability, to the ground, pretending to be calm and viciously said. Immediately afterwards, a black cloud suddenly appeared over the ruins of the holy place. And when I looked closely, it was not a dark cloud, it was actually a Green Lantern Corps composed of 3,650 Green Lanterns. Guardian, we have wiped out all the Yellow Lantern Corps. The head is Har, who fought side by side with Li Wei on the moon. I saw that he had put on the unique black shirt of the leader of Green Lantern, knelt on one knee, clasped his fists and reported to Mokonda. 760. Okay, you are doing very well. Mokonda nodded in satisfaction. Just in case, I sent all the Green Lantern Corps back in advance to support. Mokonda explained to Li Wei. Then, Mokonda mentioned that Schwartz, who was hit by Li Wei with only air intake but no air, threw it in front of the army of the Green Lantern Corps. This is the head of the Yellow Lantern Corps, our power Asgardian, Schwartz. Mokonda said in a deep voice. I am very sad that our 10 Asgardians turned against 9 of them without my knowledge. This is the misfortune of Asgardian, the misfortune of the Green Lantern Corps, and the misfortune of Orstar. Mokonda said impassionedly. Hal, according to the laws of Or, what is the sin of betraying the planet? Without thinking, Hal lowered his head and said. Hanging? Okay, now, go and execute. Mokonda turned around, as if made up his mind, and slowly walked towards Li Wei's direction. Li Wei, you and I will come back, let's discuss the ownership of the Green Lantern Corps. Mokonda quietly leaned down to whisper to Li Wei, and then walked behind a wall in the ruins. Li Wei followed Mokonda without making a sound, but the moment Mokonda turned around, Li Wei saw that there was murderous expression in Mokonda's eyes. This old boy has a ghost in his heart? Li Wei quietly used the ability of the power gem, walked all the power on the surface of the body, and stroked the hardest protective film. After all, Mokonda's attack was vicious, and from the battle just now, Li Wei obviously felt that the other 8 Asgardians were completely unprepared. If they really wanted to betray, how could they be so nervous? And it's not difficult to see that Schwarzschild was clearly helping Mokonda to eliminate other Asgardians, so these two people are likely to belong to the same group. Li Wei thought about it in his heart, and couldn't help but kill Mokonda. After a few steps, he walked behind the ruined wall. Li Wei, now I am fulfilling my promise. I give you the command of the Green Lantern Corps. If you want to command them, you must have the power of the universe. So, now you take all your defenses off, and I will take the power of the universe from you. Transition to your body. The process will be more painful, you must bear it. Mokonda said to Li Wei seriously, and stretched out his hand to grab Li Wei's arm. Li Wei stepped back subconsciously. Mokonda looked at Li Wei suspiciously. I need you to answer my question. Li Wei stared at Mokonda and said. But it's okay to ask. Mokonda also had a gentleman's open expression, as if he had nothing to hide from Li Wei. I need to know, is Schwartz really the main leader of the Ape army? In other words, how do you know that Schwartz is going to defect? Li Wei stared at Mokonda's eyes and quietly used the ability of Mind Gem, trying to detect the true thoughts in Mokonda's heart. After all, I am the leader. No matter how deeply hidden they are, I can still detect the cobweb horse trails through our telepathy. But Schwartz might want to get rid of everyone else before dealing with me. After all, evil people must be greedy. Mokonda said as expected. Li Wei nodded. Through Mind Gem, he saw that Mokonda's inner world was like this, without any concealment or falsehood. Okay, let's start now. Li Wei stretched out his hand slowly and took Mokonda's hand. He clasped his hands tightly together. Suddenly, Li Wei felt that his palm was getting warmer. You feel the heat because the energy is being transferred, don't mind. Mokonda seems to be able to see through Li Wei's heart. Hearing this, Li Wei didn't care. However, next, Li Wei felt that his strength was slowly dissipating through the hand held by Mokonda. Li Wei's power is being sucked away by Mokonda? Don't be afraid, I need to filter your power. After all, the power of the universe is the purest power. If the power in your body is too turbid, it will repel the power of the universe, and you will be like a gunpowder barrel. The monument? I blew it up myself. Mokonda eloquently said to Li Wei vividly. But Li Wei noticed that Mokonda's 2 shots had been wet with thin beads of sweat. This action is a bit abnormal. Moreover, although Li Wei knows all the forces of the universe very well, he still knows a little bit about most of them. He had never heard of the impurity of this power. No, my strength is getting less and less, something is wrong? Li Wei screamed in his heart, trying hard to pull his hand back. However, his hand seemed to be attracted by the huge amounts of attraction, and he couldn't move at all. What the hell do you want to do? Li Wei stared at Mokonda and said in a deep voice. You are only reacting now, it's a bit late. I tell you, I can turn all your ability into mine in 1 minute, and it will be easy to kill you when the time comes. Mokonda suddenly showed a vicious and treacherous expression. Li Wei looked anxious and asked hurriedly. What on earth do you want to do? What am I going to do? I am definitely going to cut the weeds and roots. You are right, Schwartz is with me, and the emergence of the Yellow Lantern Corps was formed by me? Mokonda said fiercely. What? Li Wei was taken aback. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect it. Mokonda's expression became more and more ferocious, and the center of his eyebrows began to turn red. Don't be surprised. I can already feel that your ability is about to be absorbed by me. What you want to say and do, come back and do it in the next life. Mokonda laughed and looked at Li Wei, his eyes dull, as if Li Wei had become a corpse. It's worthy of being the head of the top 10 leaders. The methods are so harsh that even I can't see your heart. Li Wei's complexion flushed, stubbornly staring at Mokonda. But why do you want to get rid of the other Asgardians? You are already the leader, they are only your helpers at best, are they so vicious? Li Wei gritted his teeth, as if he had run out of strength. Although I am a leader, they have never convinced me from the bottom of my heart, especially Michelangelo, who only thinks I am a martial artist. But what happened to the martial artist can still make them succumb to my lewd power, but they are after all. The hidden dangers in my heart must be removed sooner or later, Mokonda said grimly. Then, in order to be foolproof, you pretend to join with Schwartz to get rid of the other Asgardians, but why let me kill Schwartz for you? According to his strength, you kill him completely, Li Wei said hoarsely. Because, I want to drag you into the water. Do you know how I will introduce your cause of death in a while? Mokonda said with a smile. Do you want to blame me? Li Wei was taken aback. Ha ha ha, you are so smart, I am the right choice to get rid of you. After all, the top 10 Asgardians are still the beliefs of Or and the entire universe since ancient times. Putting sins on Asgardian is undoubtedly against Or and even more to me. The status is shaken. Therefore, you can only come to blame. The Yellow Lantern Corps was established by you, and then instigated the design of separation and killed 9 guards. And I, finally saw through your tricks, and finally made you pay the price of life. Mokonda has already planned every step, and now, everything seems to be going on in his expectation. Vicious enough? But why can't I see your heart? Li Wei husky, squeezed out a smile. I have the power of the universe to protect the god's telekinesis mind, your little tricks, definitely won't break. Mokonda said triumphantly. But, in my opinion, this cosmic power can only protect the god's telekinesis if you are on guard. Li Wei suddenly changed his tone, said with a smile in his eyes. You are right, how do you know? Mokonda suddenly realized something was wrong. I have been absorbing it for so long, but the abilities in Li Wei's body are still endless like rivers and oceans, and how can Li Wei know the secret of his cosmic power? How do I know? Because, I see your heart. Li Wei smiled, the hand caught by Mokonda suddenly increased his strength, and the original noise suddenly returned to normal. How come you? Mokonda suddenly felt that the ability in his body was disappearing bit by bit, and at an extremely fast speed. How could my ability be lost? How would you know this trick? Wait. Mokonda's face completely changed. He never expected that this earthling he could not afford to look at could actually absorb other people's ability, and he could also absorb his own? Don't wait any longer, it will be finished right away. Do you think I don't know your plan from start to finish? Li Wei said to Mokonda with a gentle smile. But in Mokonda's eyes, Li Wei's smile is like the devil in hell. You can't have my ability. Mokonda couldn't believe his body anymore. He felt more and more that his strength was fading away bit by bit. Soon, he no longer had the strength to stand. What are you going to do? Boom! With Mokonda's unwillingness and disbelief, he knelt heavily in front of Li Wei. Mokonda's ability has been sucked up by Li Wei. What am I going to do? Do what you want to do to me. Li Wei moved his neck, feeling the power of Mokonda slowly integrating and adapting in his body, and finally became his own. By the way, now to answer your question. Feeling okay, Li Wei breathed a sigh of relief, squatted down and looked at Mokonda. You ask me why I have your ability, it's very simple, I understand your heart. 0, look for flowers. Li Wei said casually. Impossible, with the power of the universe, you can't see through my heart at all. Mokonda shouted unwillingly. This is you can only blame you for underestimating the enemy. Before shaking hands with you, I have scattered the ability of power on the surface of the body, and this function source is not inferior to your cosmic power, Li Wei said with a smile. Li Wei used the power of the power gem to protect his body in advance, so that the sudden action of Mokonda did not really touch Li Wei's own ability, but has been absorbing the ability from the power gem. The power gem is also condensed marvel, the jewel of the power of the entire universe, so it is understandable that Mokonda can't absorb it for a while. 0. But why would you? Mokonda still couldn't believe it. The reason why you can see through your heart is because you have put all your attention on the ability that absorbs me, so I have the opportunity to take advantage of it, Li Wei said. Roar. Mokonda took a deep breath and let his anger slowly die out. By now, Mokonda had no chance of turning over, and he himself could see through this, so unnecessary resistance or anger was of no use. Okay, I really misunderstood you. Oh no, I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to catch this little loophole, and you can learn my ability in such a short time. You are indeed a wizard. I believe that even if we don't fight today, one day, when you occupy the universe, we will still have a war, Mokonda said weakly. Man is about to die. Mokonda also looked away. Although not reconciled, the plan that he had worked so hard for so many years was taken over by a little boy who was killed halfway, but in the final analysis this is also a destiny. Li Wei didn't pay attention to Mokonda's praise to him, but rather resented this wicked man who was horrible. You don't need to have such an expression to me. I know you hate me now, but you are not qualified. When Mokonda saw Li Wei's expression, his emotions were a little agitated for an instant. I don't have the mood to hate you, and you don't deserve it. Ding. Li Wei increased the rate of absorption, and didn't want to talk nonsense with this arrogant and vicious Asgardian leader. What? Mokonda was already in pain, and the pain of being sucked up ability turned into an ordinary creature was unbearable for anyone. Li Wei, I urge you to understand that no matter what I do, the Green Lantern Corps is still mine. The 3,650 Green Lanterns will only listen to my orders. If you kill me, that would have to endure 3,650 Green Lanterns' cruel and endless revenge. Mokonda gritted his teeth, endured the pain, and threatened Li Wei. Late? Yes, then you really reminded me, so I can't kill you at all. Li Wei pretended to suddenly realize. If I remember correctly, the way you control Green Lantern is to use the 7 or 60 power of the universe that you have given them. If I have the power of the universe, do you think they will retaliate against me? Li Wei raised his fist and said to Mokonda. You, servant. Mokonda vomited blood. He didn't expect Li Wei to know about it. For hundreds of billions of years, due to environmental and climate issues, the number of OA-sing people has decreased. In the past few 100 million years, all the OA-sing people have been extinct except for the 10 Asgardians who possessed the power of the universe. In order to consolidate the status of Orstar and the importance of Asgardian in the universe, the 10 Asgardians could only start to choose Green Lantern from other planets. So, instead of saying that the Green Lantern Corps was ordered to compete with the 10 Asgardians, it was better to say that they were making a deal. Asgardians give Green Lantern's ability, and Green Lanterns protect the universe for Asgardians and protect the safety of Or at critical moments. Now that one of the 10 Asgardians is left, and the power of the universe has been lost, then this deal is simply not equal. In this way, whoever can continue to grant the Green Lantern Corps ability can continue to control the Green Lantern Corps. Li Wei has already understood this point. In the Green Lantern Corps, there was an uproar. They didn't expect Asgardian Swartz, the usually superior power, to listen to the words of an unknown Earthling. Where did you go wrong? Li Wei ignored the surrounding situation, still staring into Swartz's eyes, and asked in a stern tone. I was wrong. I shouldn't be with Mokonda. In order to maintain the status of OA Star, the Yellow Lantern Corps was formed to demonstrate the importance of the Green Lantern Corps, and in order to seal the mouths of other Asgardians, the design killed them all. 0. Swartz's eyes were full of reluctance, but these words still flowed out of his mouth easily, word by word, and reached every Green Lantern's ear. The audience was extremely silent. Well, what should I do next? Don't need me to teach you. Li Wei removed the ability of Mind Gem, and said Shensheng to Swartz. Li Wei, I really underestimated you. I shouldn't listen to the old guy Mokonda at the beginning and kill you directly, so you won't be capsized. Swartz stared at Li Wei fiercely. Blood was bitten out of the teeth in his mouth. Ha ha ha, listen to Mokonda. If I told you that the punch I hit you was instructed by Mokonda, how would you feel? Li Wei said to Swartz with a smile. What are you talking about? Impossible. We two have agreed that the entire universe will be ours after the event is completed, and it is impossible for him to betray me. Swartz couldn't believe it. Then you say, why did I suddenly appear in the holy place? Why did I hit your punch? Li Wei looked at Swartz with interest. This being called the pinnacle of power was so simple and cute. Swartz was speechless, because he was already shocked and speechless. Li Wei didn't say anything, just quietly waiting for Swartz to understand. After a while, Swartz's expression finally went from shock to anger, and then returned to relief. 1.2 This is the fate of betraying everyone. Swartz laughed at himself and felt that he had really gone the wrong way and chose the wrong partner. Maybe this is evil, but I still thank you for not letting him succeed in the end. Otherwise, I will die. Schwartz looked up, looked at Li Wei, and thanked him sincerely. It's easy, you're welcome. Li Wei breathed a sigh of relief. After all, its strength is guardian. If you don't want to make the last effort to resist, the Green Lantern Corps behind him may not be able to withstand it. Fortunately, I suddenly woke up, and finally relieved. Next, Oaxing will leave it to you. I hope you can follow the good way. After finishing speaking, Schwartz folded his hands together, slashed fiercely at his brow. Li Wei, what the hell is going on? Hal looked at this scene in front of him, looking at Li Wei in disbelief. Just like he said. Li Wei patted Hal on the shoulder and motioned him not to be too nervous. Then, Li Wei turned around and faced all the Green Lantern Corps. Introduce myself. My name is Li Wei. I come from the Earth. What Schwartz said is true. Your Asgardian leader Mokonda and the Power Asgardian Schwartz have colluded and formed the Yellow Lantern Corps to destroy other planets. Let you eliminate them again. In order to stabilize the status of the Green Lantern Corps and Orstar. It was they who killed other Asgardians who disagree with each other, and it was them who paid for their crimes. Li Wei said in a deep voice. Asgardian has all disappeared, and your strength has also disappeared. Li Wei said. And this sentence is what really shakes all the Green Lantern Corps. Without ability, they are nothing more than a bunch of useless people wearing green tights, and the glory that they brought because of being selected into the Green Lantern Corps has disappeared. 08 This is tantamount to disaster for them. They changed from heroes to ordinary people. The most terrible thing is that it is lost and regained. Such a terrible thing is happening to 3,650 Green Lanterns. The good news is that Asgardian's cosmic power has been transferred to me. Li Wei paused and looked at everyone's reactions. There is expectation, anger, sadness, and regret. I can continue to give you energy. Li Wei used the power of the universe absorbed from Mokonda to give a Green Lantern body. The green light on the chests of the Green Lanterns immediately lit up. Just like this, you can still live ability, and you can still be the superhero you used to be. Li Wei persuades and persuades. And you have another choice, and that is to be loyal to the previous Asgardian. I definitely won't kill you. If I choose to be loyal to them, I will send you home safely. From then on, you will return to your previous life, although not its superhero again, but you can still live a chic and comfortable life. Li Wei gave the second choice. The Green Lanterns began to whisper, and the two options were all tempting to them. Li Wei, although I don't know what to choose, but I think you are the hero who saved the universe, so I respect you. Hal walked up to Li Wei and said, you don't have to choose, because I have already chosen your path. I still follow me and I am still a member of Green Lantern. However, I want you to lead the entire Green Lantern Corps. Li Wei patted Hal on the shoulder and said to Hal with firm eyes, I have no problem following you, but commanding the Green Lantern Corps, I don't have this ability. Hal lowered his head. Obviously, he was not confident. As an Earthling, as the last group of Green Lanterns who joined the Green Lantern Corps, although Hal worked hard every day to improve his strength, he finally felt that he was not qualified enough, and he did not have the strength to lead all the Green Lanterns. After all, Hal didn't believe in himself. You can, I said you can. From now on, you are the chief instructor of the Green Lantern Corps. From now on, the Green Lantern Corps will have to leave all the affairs to you, and you are only responsible to me. I understand. Li Wei used Mind Gem's ability and said in a deep voice. And these words hit Hal's heart heavily, unknowingly, breaking his knot, giving him the confidence to command the entire army. Mind Gem, omnipotent. Clear. Hal knelt on one knee, lowered his head and replied to Li Wei. Li Wei glanced at Hal with satisfaction. Hal was selected because of his kindness, and even more because he was born on the same Earth as Li Wei. In this case, there will be fewer obstacles in future communication. All right. Li Wei turned around and faced the Green Lantern Corps. Have you considered it? Li Wei asked. In response to Li Wei, there was a lot of noise. Obviously, they haven't come out of the same thinking, and simply ignored Li Wei's questioning. I ask you if you think about it clearly. Li Wei used the energy of the power gem to make his voice carry the energy that can pierce the heart into every Green Lantern's ear. The audience is quiet? Sure enough, when necessary means must be used. If any of you don't believe in my strength, you can come out and challenge me. Definitely, I will give you ability. Li Wei said in a deep voice, looking around to see everyone's reaction. I will challenge you. A Green Lantern with a face like E.T. stood up. All the Green Lantern Corps believed that Li Wei just controlled the power of the universe, and he originally had no power. Boom! After a loud noise, E.T. flew out, groaning and shouting pain, and lost the ability to attack. Who else? Li Wei looked around. Swipe! 5 Green Lanterns flew into the air and flew towards Li Wei's vital spot from 5 directions. Li Wei did not dodge, but used his body to forcibly catch the move of 5 people. Boom! Li Wei is safe and sound. Immediately afterwards, Li Wei smiled slightly, released his aura, and directly blasted the 5 Green Lanterns out. The 5 Green Lanterns that had just shot 760 Wu Yanggui fell to the ground in pain, and the fist that attacked Li Wei was shattered. Since you are going to suppress me with numbers, don't blame me for being vicious, Li Wei said. Other people? Are there any more? Li Wei still looked around, looking at the shocked Green Light Army. After 5 minutes, no one dared to stand up again. Well, since you don't do it anymore, now you can make a choice. Li Wei nodded in satisfaction. Choose to follow me, now behind me now. Li Wei faced the Green Lantern Corps and said in a deep voice, "Choose to go home. You can stay where you are." Without any hesitation, all the Green Light Army began to move in the direction behind Li Wei in a hustle and bustle. More than 3,000 people lined up behind Li Wei within 5 minutes, and looked at the people who stayed in place with arrogance. However, by observing for yourself, there are only 6 people who have not moved in place. That's right. The 6 people who were hit by Li Wei just now still fell to the ground in pain, unable to move. "Wait a minute for us, I'll climb over right away." Seeing that only themselves were left, the 6 could only crawl forward humbly. "Humble Green Lantern, crawl online report to the leader that all the Green Lantern Corps have assembled, including the wounded." Hal reports to Li Wei with a serious face. "Good." Li Wei nodded, and looked at the Green Lantern Corps with satisfaction. "My name is Li Wei, you can call me leader in the future. Starting from today, the Green Lantern Corps will be led by me, responsible for me, and adjusted by me." Li Wei used Mind Gem's ability to smash every word into the hearts of everyone in the Green Lantern Corps, smashing all their disdain, doubts, and even ideas of resistance. "From now on, Hal will be responsible for all your daily affairs, including the recruitment of new members and the deployment of the organizational structure. From now on, Hal's words are my words, and Hal's rules are the iron laws that I order you to abide by. Have you understood?" Li Wei said in an unquestionable tone. "Understood." More than 3,000 people replied in unison. This power made the ground under their feet tremble. In this way, the Green Lantern Corps changed the surname to Li. Li Wei has gained the greatest snobbery since he came to the DC universe. It can be said that Li Wei, who has the Green Lantern Corps, can now dominate the entire universe. In other words, even if Li Wei is wrong now, he wants to imitate Thanos' method and rule the entire universe by destroying all planetary creatures. Li Wei is also shaking now. "Do you want to rule the entire universe?" Although in the Marvel Universe, he has become the most powerful existence, especially after the 6 gems, with the strength of Li Wei, he has become the overlord of the entire Marvel Universe. Who doesn't want to rule the king? Who doesn't want to live the life of roar? On the way back to the Earth, Li Wei deliberately did not choose to flash back with Time Gem, but used his own super flight technique. Li Wei felt that he needed time to make a decision, whether to rule the entire universe by force. Although Li Wei understands that force can only be solved for a while, it can't be long, but the chair on the top of the universe is already in front of him. As long as he wants to, he can do it anytime. Li Wei flew for a long period of time before reaching the Earth, but this period of time did not make him think about whether he should choose to dominate. This choice not only means that the principle of protecting the peace and security of the universe that I have always pursued has been directly broken by myself, and the banner of my own justice has also been cut down by myself. Then, if you want to control the Green Lantern Corps, the Justice League and even the Avengers, all can only be suppressed by force, and even in the process of suppressing, they have to kill a few partners who once accompanied him to life and death. Ascending to the top of the universe means that Li Wei will become the loneliest person. Without friends, Captain Marvel will leave in tears because of Li Wei's transformation. Although the future can be a roar of wind and rain, his heart will always be empty. Whether to dominate or not to dominate, this is a problem, and it is a problem that makes Li Wei a headache to make a decision with satisfaction. Desire and reason are constantly fighting in his mind, which makes Li Wei, who has always acted decisively, a headache. "My dear, you didn't look very good today. Did you encounter something?" Captain Marvel looked at Li Wei frowning, and couldn't help but feel a little worried. In her memory, Li Wei had never worried about anything. It was the first time he saw him frowning. Li Wei didn't speak, turned around and hugged Captain Marvel deeply. "Baby, I'm fine, I'm just a little tired, let me hold it for a while," Li Wei whispered in Captain Marvel's ear with a hoarse voice. Li Wei dreamed. In the dream, he returned to the original world. He became an ordinary person, but unlike before, he also became an ordinary person. Captain Marvel is still by his side. Li Wei is just an ordinary white-collar worker who has to go home after get off work every day to make his wife's favorite food. After eating, they talked to each other about the interesting things of the day at work, and then washed the dishes and went to bed while shitting each other. The days are just plain and plain. Although it is very hard every day, even though it is necessary to run around for 3 meals a day, buy a house and a car, and even be busy every day, but in his heart, Li Wei can still feel happiness, and even satisfaction. In this way, we grow old together and spent a lifetime. When Li Wei passed away in his dream, he suddenly woke up in reality, but there were tears in the corners of his eyes and tears on the pillow. For a while, Li Wei didn't want to wake up from the mood in his dream. This is the life he wants, and this is the life he wants to live in his heart. Suddenly, the aroma of toasted bread mixed with the aroma of hot milk floated over. Li Wei finally woke up from the emotions in the dream. "Isn't this happiness also what I want?" Li Wei chuckled, rubbed his head, and walked to the source of the fragrance. Captain Marvel was frying eggs in the kitchen, and the morning light spread on her side of her face, warming Li Wei's heart. Li Wei couldn't help but stepped forward and hugged Captain Marvel from behind, put his head to her side face, and kissed gently. "You wake up, the eggs will be ready soon. Go to the table and wait for me for a while." Captain Marvel smelled the familiar smell behind him, smiled gently, turned his head and spoke to Li Wei gently. "No, I'm going to hug my wife here and fry eggs together." Li Wei sprang up. The captain of Marvel, Wang Zhaos, smiled. Li Wei's childish performance made her feel so cute. Okay, don't make trouble, the worse you are here, I will be confused in a while, obedient. Captain Marvel said to Li Wei intimately as if he was coaxing a child. Then you give me a kiss and I will go over there. Li Wei stretched out his face childishly and asked for a kiss from Captain Marvel. Don't make trouble. Captain Marvel blushed unexpectedly. If you don't give it to me, then I won't leave, Li Wei shook his head, holding Captain Marvel's hand to increase his strength. Good, good, kiss the tail. Captain Marvel blushed, and slowly kissed Li Wei's face gently. But Li Wei turned his face around at this time, and this kiss from Captain Marvel was impartial and kissed Li Wei's lips. This kiss seems to have been kissed for a century. The two people in my arms are reluctant to leave for a long time. Such a warm moment is really rare for them. Suddenly, a scorching smell came over, and Captain Marvel suddenly realized something and struggled to push Li Wei away. You are all to blame, if you have to do this, the eggs are all battered. Captain Marvel looked at Li Wei angrily. But someone really enjoyed it just now. Li Wei joked with a smirk. You, enjoy? Humph, you have no eggs this morning. If you want to eat, just eat this battered egg. Dare to tease himself like this, Captain Marvel decided to punish Li Wei. My wife's fried eggs, even if they are battered, are the most delicious fried eggs in the world. Li Wei directly picked up the burnt egg with his hands, put it directly into his mouth and chewed it. Oh, don't do this, spit it out, I'm making one for you. Captain Marvel patted Li Wei blamefully on the back, trying to make him vomit. Fool, why would I be willing to eat your burnt eggs? The eyes of the two met once again, and 760 gave birth to a gentle chemical reaction. Husband, what happened yesterday? Why are you so tired after coming back? Finally, the eggs were ready, and Captain Marvel, who was sitting at the table, asked while eating. I had a major choice yesterday and I didn't know what to do, but now, I already know what choice I should make. Li Wei smiled and said to Captain Marvel. From the ordinary life in the dream to the gentle kiss in the morning just now, Li Wei already knew what he wanted in his heart. He doesn't want to be alone, he wants the people he loves and those who love him to accompany him to the pinnacle of the world. Did I make the decision for you? Captain Marvel quipped. Yes, you changed my mind, and I made the decision for you. Li Wei looked at Captain Marvel's beautiful light blue eyes and said affectionately. Captain Marvel didn't ask any more, because she knows that no matter what it is, Li Wei will make the most correct choice. This is trust. After breakfast, Li Wei summoned everyone, including Hal, to Abe, the moon. Li Wei has decided to announce a major event. Long time no see, I can see that your strength has improved a lot recently. Li Wei saw that everyone in Avengers or the Justice League had a stronger aura, which made Li Wei very satisfied. Everyone smiled modestly. In the past few days when Li Wei was absent, the two leagues were fighting close to a decisive battle every day in order to compare a victory. There is always only one best way to improve strength, and that is actual combat. Next, let us introduce our new member, Hal, the chief instructor of the Green Light Corps. Li Wei introduced Hal to everyone. I've been away in the past few days to go to OA scene to quell their civil strife and harvest the entire Green Lantern Corps, Li Wei said. But everyone didn't react at all, because they have never heard of the Green Lantern Corps. Seeing everyone's blank expressions, Li Wei also understood what was going on. The Green Lantern Corps has 3,650 members. They all rely on the power of the universe and have these extremely strong strengths. Li Wei said. Wow, 3,650 people, we have a legion. We can attack the entire universe? Upon hearing the number of people, all the talents reacted and started discussing. Boss, is the Green Lantern Corps another independent organization? Iron Man asked the point. Li Wei looked at Iron Man with satisfaction. He is indeed the soul of Stark Industry. The mind is indeed not covered. Although the Green Lantern Corps is a large army, I still want to assign him to the Justice League. Li Wei made an announcement. At this time, the audience was in an uproar. In this way, the Justice League has surpassed Avengers in terms of number and strength. Well, Hal, this is Clark and this is Bruce. The two of them are captains who are righteous and capable. Then you will be a family. Li Wei ignored the reluctance of others, but brought Green Lantern to Superman and Batman. Quiet? Li Wei shouted in a deep voice. He thought that Avengers would be unwilling, but he didn't expect to make a noise directly. I definitely don't care about this, Avengers, I have my own arrangements. Li Wei glared at the Avengers and said dissatisfied. As soon as this sentence came out, Avengers stopped talking and looked at Li Wei, wanting to know what better arrangements Li Wei gave them. After all, in their hearts, they are the elders and true cronies. You have the enemy of the Green Lantern Corps and the direct leadership of the Yellow Lantern Corps. The Yellow Lantern Corps has been extinguished, but I still have their yellow lights. No more, 3,650. Your next task is to recruit these 3,650 members of the Yellow Lantern Corps from all the creatures on the planets in this universe. Li Wei took out all the yellow light energy devices from the space ring and placed them in front of all Avengers. As for how to recruit, what kind of people to recruit, and when the recruitment is completed, you have to decide for yourself, and I won't take care of it anymore. Li Wei said, retracted the yellow light energy device into the space ring, and threw the space ring directly to the Captain of the United States. Yes, it is guaranteed to complete the recruitment as soon as possible. The Captain of the United States replied in a loud voice. Well, this is your business. Li Wei waved his hand, saying that he didn't want to listen to these words. Next, I want you to announce a major decision, Li Wei said solemnly. Maybe some of you think, we already have such a strong strength, we can directly rule the universe by force, but this is not what I want, and I believe it is not what you want. Li Wei looked at everyone and said, since we are teachers of justice, we must maintain the peace of the entire universe as our responsibility. However, we cannot be subject to the government as before. We must also have our own rights, we must speak for ourselves, and we must let our position be legally and reasonably become the most important existence in the entire universe, because we shoulder the most important responsibility, Li Wei said impassionedly. After everyone listened, both nodded in agreement. I don't want to force them to bow their heads, I want all of them to bow their heads willingly. The first step in the peaceful evolution of all forces in the universe, Li Wei chose to start from Gotham City. To conquer, you must conquer the most chaotic, so that people on the entire planet will know that even Gotham City, the most chaotic and difficult to manage, has been completely subdued by them. What else can they worry about? So, Li Wei returned to Gotham City with the Justice League. The Avengers began their task of conscripting and forming the Yellow Lantern Corps. At Wayne Manor, the Justice League sat in the conference room. Pleader, shall we first integrate all the gangs or the government first? Batman spoke first. Although the water in Gotham City is deep, the structure is still clear. It is nothing more than the two camps of the government and the gang organization in Gotham City already has their own game rule. As long as there is a rule, it means that they have a bottom line, then we just make a fuss, Li Wei said in a deep voice. Everyone nodded thoughtfully. Although Li Wei's statement is correct, how can it evolve peacefully? Obviously some of them can destroy the world, and hit them to surrender their heads, but they have to use peaceful means. Everyone in the Justice League can't figure out what Li Wei thinks. But as a leader, he must have his own reason for what he does, and he must not harm them. So although there are doubts or even incomprehension in my heart, I still firmly believe that Li Wei will take them along the most correct path. Leader, what should we do first? Superman asked. I remember tomorrow is the general election of Gotham City government. We will go to the government to negotiate with the city council. Li Wei has already planned how to do each step. Remember, tomorrow everyone will wear it more formally. After all, it is the first time to officially appear in front of the entire Gotham City. We can't be too sloppy. The next morning, except for Hal, the other 4 members of the Justice League are all dressed in formal wear. Although they usually wear tights and appear to be muscular, they are all tall and straight after wearing decent formal wear, especially Wonder Woman. The femininity and elegance of women and the competence endowed by formal attire are fully revealed in her body. Even Li Wei was really amazed by the images of these handsome men and women. Well, with you here, if they don't agree to cooperate, your looks will be enough to conquer them, Li Wei said jokingly. Then, the 5 people set off toward the government building. At the moment, in the government building in Gotham City, the new government general election is underway. The entire city has been controlled by underground gangs. For the election of government officials, no one except the government personnel in the system is paying attention to what should be the most important and grand event in the entire city. Please ask the first candidate, the previous chairman, to give a speech. Accompanied by sparse applause, the last chief executive stepped onto the preaching stage. Ladies and gentlemen, for the future of Gotham City, I have the following prospects. Definitely, as the chairman, I will be committed to accomplishing things in the future. First of all, I want to eliminate the gangs in Gotham City, as everyone knows. It's the same thing again. The previous director, do you think your ability can solve the gang's influence? If I am not wrong, you signed the control of the port to the gang, right? As soon as I heard the words of the previous chief, some people in the audience were already questioning with dissatisfaction. Yeah, if someone hadn't saved you last time, you would have become a ruin like the previous government building? Don't you go back now and thank God, do you still have free time to talk nonsense here? Ha ha ha. Everyone in the audience laughed ironically. The face of the previous chief was blushing and purple. During his tenure as chief, he accepted a lot of bribes from gangs. It can be said that the direct reason for the rampant gangs in Gotham City is because of his indulgence. When things developed like this, he really couldn't sit still, so he could only bow, dingily stepped down and withdrew from the voting scene. Since our previous chairman has withdrawn from the election, there is only one candidate left, which is our next chairman James Gordon. This time, Roar jumped for joy. As the chief of the police station, Gordon led all the police officers in a desperate confrontation with the gang forces, even at the mercy of the entire gang. Even his wife and children were threatened with kidnapping, and he never bowed to the gang forces. 0. Look for flowers. Although everyone does not believe that Gordon's acting as the chief will change the current situation of Gotham, but having an upright and honest chief who is full of justice and not humble will undoubtedly increase hope for the people of Insight throughout Gotham City. Accompanied by the joy of Roar, James Gordon stepped onto the preaching stage. Thank you everyone. Although our Gotham City is now in a quagmire, although our citizens are living in dire straits, I hope that everyone can join me in declaring war with the gangs. I believe that although justice will be late, he has never will not be absent. Chief Gordon spoke passionately. Boom! Just as Mr. Gordon's words fell, the door of the election room was suddenly pushed open. 0. Then, with a few clear applause, Li Wei walked into the venue with the Justice League. Huh? It's you? When Mr. Gordon saw that Li Wei was in the crowd, he happily stepped off the stage to greet him. Congratulations, Chief Gordon. Oh no, it should be Chief Gordon now. Li Wei smiled and joked with Mr. Gordon. Thank you, I will definitely fulfill the promise I made before. Mr. Gordon was not humble, and said with a serious face. The way to restore peace in Gotham City is very simple. Li Wei used Mind Gem's ability to make the words just spoken clearly reach the ears of everyone present. This sentence seems plain, but everyone here knows what it means. What? You have a method. What is the method? Mr. Gordon also looked at Li Wei in a somewhat unbelievable manner. The understatement of this newcomer young man made a stormy sea in his heart. No, it gave him more hope for the future of Gotham City. Because from Li Wei's words, he felt certain. We can help you clear out the entire gang. Li Wei's next sentence directly exploded the extremely silent election room just now. What is this hairy boy doing? He is not from Gotham, how can he have such a big tone? Maybe it was the one who came to the eyeball. The previous chief of staff also said the same, but the result? Don't listen to him. Ding, I need to hear your specific approach, and also, please state your terms. President Gordon can still calm down. After all, I have seen Li Wei and their strength. If violence is eliminated, it is not impossible to succeed, but it is not profitable and early. If there are no additional conditions, President Gordon will not. Relieved. My condition is that I want all the police in Gotham City to cooperate with me, Li Wei said. This definitely is what the police station should do. I want to ask, what kind of conditions do you want to use as a condition to help us eliminate the gangs? Sheriff Gordon continued to ask. We have only one condition. Li Wei looked back at the Justice League. We want you, President Gordon, to explain to the entire Gotham City that this matter was done by the Justice League. Li Wei said loudly. Is there only one requirement of 760? Chief Gordon's voice increased by dozens of decibels. This is not a request at all. Even if Li Wei doesn't ask for it, Chairman Gordon will tell the world. I hope you can tell the world this news. Because this is our battle. Why, this request is not worth mentioning at all. Mr. Gordon is unknown. We have always regarded protecting people's safety and maintaining world peace as our own principles, but we have had enough to protect people while being seriously injured, while being slandered by people afterwards and even treating us as enemies. Li Wei gave Mr. Gordon a deep look. From Li Wei's eyes, Mr. Gordon seemed to understand something, and then he sighed deeply. Hey, protecting a city is the same as protecting the entire earth. It will inevitably be criticized by everyone. Everyone is profitable. Even if you save someone else's life, they will still scold you afterwards because you are saving. They hurt their interests. Mr. Gordon sighed deeply. Being a hero, the biggest enemy is not the people you want to fight against, but the people you want to protect. People's hearts are unpredictable, and you never know what methods they will use to discredit you. Well, I promise you that I will let you be remembered by everyone, and I will let you enter the Hall of Fame in Gotham City. Mr. Gordon patted Li Wei hard on the shoulder, and the hero looked at Li Wei with sympathy. Li Wei nodded, turned, and left. What Li Wei wants is that everyone knows. Leader, if we clear out the entire Gotham City gangsters, we can have a few ability in one day. When will we start to do it? On the way out of the government building, Superman asked Li Wei. I said, our goal is to evolve peacefully, even if it is a gang, they have to bow their heads by themselves. Li Wei said in a deep voice. Then what are we going to do now? Batman motioned to Superman to stop talking, and turned to ask Li Wei. What we have to do now is to negotiate with the entire underground gang. Bruce, you are now sending out invitations to all the underground gangs. At 7 o'clock in the evening, negotiate at the Wayne Clubhouse and say that I want to reorganize the gang's order. Li Wei turned his head and said to Batman. Yes. Although the promise was very happy, Batman was drumming in his heart. How can gangsters be called by them if they say they are called? Even in the name of the Wayne Group, they will not give face to everyone. However, what Batman didn't expect was that at 6:30 in the afternoon, the leaders of the entire Gotham City gangsters were already sitting in the Wayne Clubhouse. I didn't expect it. Seeing Batman's incredible expression, Li Wei laughed and joked. I don't know if it's your name or the energy of the Wayne Group. It's really rare to see the entire Gotham City gang at one time. Batman exclaimed. Well, this is only a very small part of our plan. Whether we can make them bow their heads and claim court depends on our eloquence. Li Wei patted Batman on the shoulder, turned and walked to the stage. Hello everyone, I am very glad that everyone can gather here. Everyone is very busy and I will not waste your too much time. Let's go directly to the topic. Li Wei didn't talk nonsense, and went straight to the subject. Hey, you said you want to reorganize the gang's order today, so at least the gangsters will speak. What are you? A small gang leader interrupted Li Wei loudly and yelled directly. Yes. As soon as this sound came out, there was a sound of catering around. At this time, the current gangster in Gotham City, Macronite, slowly stepped forward. Okay, everyone is quiet. This Mr. Li Wei entrusted the Wayne family to invite us to reorganize the underworld order, which is considered to be a contribution to our Gotham City, so let's not complain. Macronite looked like an old man, but Li Wei did not speak, but looked at Macronite with interest. He wanted to see what tricks the old fox wanted to play. Well, let me take charge of the next thing. Mr. Li Wei, what do you think? Macronite turned around and looked at Li Wei with his slanted eyes. It seems to be asking Li Wei's meaning. In terms of strength, he is indeed demonstrating to Li Wei, and only Macronite can make the final decision in the whole Gotham City. This is definitely the best, but I don't know what Mr. Macronai's thoughts on the reorganization of the new order. Li Wei looked at Macronai without a trace of shame. Ha ha ha, I don't dare to think about it. I just want to make it clear that in Gotham City, my words are the rule, and my code of conduct is the order of Gotham City. Macronai looked around and said these words slowly. Late? But how do I feel that no one will listen to you at all? Li Wei shook his head and signaled that Macronai's words were a bit full. Oh, is Mr. Li Wei going to try my prestige? Macronai looked at 1.2 Li Wei with a foolish expression. He felt that this hairy boy was really too self-conscious. I know that it's a good thing for young people to have a passion for blood, and it was the same when I was young, so I appreciate your courage, but if you don't know how to converge, you will fall into trouble. Macronai walked slowly in front of Li Wei and patted Li Wei on the shoulder, looking for your own good. What kind of somersault will I fall into? I really want to know today. Li Wei couldn't back down, and even took a step upwards, facing Macronai face to face. Brush. Macronai took out a pistol from behind and pressed the wound on Li Wei's temple severely. Brush. All the people in Macronai below took out their guns and aimed them at Li Wei. On the other hand, Li Wei didn't have the slightest fear. Why should he be afraid? Macronai, are you going to challenge me here? Li Wei said calmly. You are too self-reliant. The whole Gotham City knows that I, Macronai, is the master here. What kind of stuff do you match me to challenge you? Macronai nodded Li Wei's head with the gun fiercely. I'm telling you, the reason why Laozi gave you this face to come to this shabby place today is just that I recently fell in love with this Wayne Club. Macronai turned his head, looked at Batman, and said in a threatening tone. That said, your purpose today is to grab the site. Li Wei still said calmly. And Superman and Batman behind them had already begun to pray in their hearts. After a while, Macronai shouldn't die too badly. After all, no one has ever dared to speak to Li Wei like this, let alone point his head with a gun. Laozi, that's what I mean. If you obediently let Wayne out of the clubhouse, I can consider leaving you a dead body. Macronai said Zhang. But there is one thing he has overlooked. Why are the people behind him indifferent when hundreds of guns are pointed at Li Wei? Under normal circumstances, shouldn't they also take out their weapons to confront him? Then what if I say no? Li Wei still said calmly, as if the gun on his head was just a toy that made noise. Boom! The gun in Macronai's hand went off. For Li Wei, this gun is really a toy. Why? Can't you wait to kill me? Li Wei said to Macronai with a smile in his eyes. What? Macronai couldn't believe his eyes. How can someone stand intact after being headshot? Macronai didn't care about that much, and immediately took a big step backwards, waved his hand, and signaled all his men to shoot Li Wei. Shattered. In an instant, Li Wei's body burst into flames. If you look for yourself, you can find that several bullets came from the second-floor window on the opposite street. He even used a sniper rifle. Macronai breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what monster you are, if you provoke me, you have to die. Macronai said fiercely. Mr. Macronai, are you relieved now? A calm voice floated into Macronai's ears. It was such a plain sentence that directly caused Macronai to fall to the ground in fright. Li Wei is still intact. What kind of monster are you? Quick, take me out of here. Macronai couldn't take care of a lot anymore. Such a weird thing happened so that he was immediately at a loss. He yelled and asked his men to lift him away from this place. He has no strength to stand up. With this courage, you can become the underground emperor of Gotham City? Bruce, you guys in Gotham City are too bad. Superman looked at Macronai with a timid look. He couldn't help but curled his lips and said to Batman. Shut up your mouth. Before seeing you, we have never seen a super ability in Gotham City, and Macronai ruled the king. Suddenly an unexpected situation appeared. It is inevitable to be a little gaffe, but... Although Batman tried his best to explain, he couldn't escape his conscience after all. However, it is really embarrassing for him to be like this. Batman lowered his head, as if Macronai's wretched look was embarrassing him. Brush? Don't. Li Wei suddenly appeared in front of Macronai, hugged his neck, and lifted it directly. Macronai, this is my place. You come and go as you want, isn't it too rude? Li Wei chuckled and looked at Macronai whose face was already flushed. You will regret this. Macronai suffocated a few words dumbly. But when Macronai's men saw that their opinions were called up, they all raised their guns and pulled the trigger at Li Wei's head. Bang bang bang. This time, someone fell. But it's not Li Wei, but these men. Roar? These people are too weak. Superman rubbed his wrist, as if the amount of exercise that knocked these dozens of people down in an instant was not enough for him to warm up. Now, do you think I will regret it? Li Wei looked at Macronai and asked. I was wrong, can you let me go? At the moment, Macronai realized that he was facing someone he would never be able to offend. Ha ha ha, now apologize, will it be late? Li Wei asked Macronai with a smile, with a harmless expression on clothes. I can give you all my territory. Macronai had to think of using some chips to exchange his own life. At the moment, nothing is more important than his own life. What about R? Is it only your site? Then I will tell you a good news. Just now, all of your sites have been taken over by my subordinates, but this may not be good news for you. Li Wei shook his head and looked at Macronai. At the moment when Macronai led people into the Wayne clubhouse, Li Wei sent the Flash and Wonder Woman to attack all Macronai's turf. With the speed of the Flash combined with the destructive power of Wonder Woman, although there were more than 500 venues with large file sizes, they were all taken to Li Wei within an hour. After all, it's not Macronai's confidant who watched the scene, and even more so when powerful people came, they definitely became the masters of current affairs. But Macronai is not in the mood to think about it now, because he feels that he can't breathe anymore, and his consciousness has begun to blur. I still have more than 1 billion assets and deposits, all for you, all for you. This is Macronai's final hole card. The sentence that money, Wang Zhao's, is something outside of the body. Macronai is now truly empathetic. Nothing is as important as one's own life. Disabled? Then you sign a contract for the transfer of assets. I can let you go. Li Wei took out a contract. Signing is a bit troublesome, just press your handprint. With a hand knife, Li Wei cut out Macronai's fingers. The blood immediately covered the fingers. Li Wei grabbed him and pressed his hand on the contract. Can you let it go now? Macronai's throat was hoarse, he really felt like he was going to die. Yes. Li Wei deliberately pretended to think for a while, then let go of the tail of his hand. Macronai collapsed to the ground. Roar, who had walked on the threshold of life and death just now, was sucking the air. He had never felt like it is now that being alive is such a wonderful thing. The next day, all the streets and alleys of Gotham City, all the newsboys were shouting something. Macronai declared to give up all his assets, and the Gotham gang leaders all surrendered to the police. After the fall of Macronai, what Gotham ushered in was not a bloody civil strife, but under the pressure of Li Wei, they voluntarily went to the police station in droves to surrender. This is the result that Chief Gordon wants to see most. The next day, Chairman Gordon submitted a petition to the national government on behalf of the entire Gotham City, requesting that Li Wei's Justice League be awarded a National Security Medal. In order to let more people know about this matter, President Gordon used his power to invite the world's largest TV talk show to conduct a detailed interview with the Justice League. Definitely, during the interview, Superman and Batman were the leaders of the Justice League, and the person who introduced the Justice League was Batman, who had experienced countless such big scenes. A few days later, the entire planet knew that there was an organization called the Justice League dedicated to protecting the entire planet. This is the result Li Wei wants to see. The result that Li Wei wanted more to see finally happened a month later. Most of the gang leaders in Gotham City were commuted because they surrendered and confessed their merits in crimes, and according to national law, they can be released early if they pay a large amount of 760 bail. Therefore, the bosses who once smashed the Gotham underworld have all been released from prison and have regained their rights in the past, but what is different before is that they now have a common big brother, that is Li Wei. Use black to rule black. It is impossible for society to be filled with light everywhere, at least from the perspective of the current economic, political, and cultural environment. Therefore, only with the law of darkness can the darkness be managed well. On the same day after Macronai pressed his handprint and announced his surrender to Li Wei issued an order. If he wants to follow him, follow his new underworld rule, Li Wei welcomes. If you disagree or want to resist, then Macronai will be their end. The reason why he surrendered was also because Li Wei wanted to give Chief Gordon an explanation. It is impossible for a person with a sense of justice like this to agree to such a method as the Black Rule. What kind of person should be treated with what kind of method, so that the medicine can be cured? Li Wei's method has undoubtedly achieved the expected results. The Justice League has also successfully achieved the first goal, which is to let the world know the name of the Justice League and understand their mission. However, Li Wei ignored the most important villain hidden in Gotham City, Joker. Just when the gang leader returned to his own territory and began to follow Li Wei's rule, when it was operating normally, the financial building in Gotham City suddenly exploded overnight. This financial building is the economic lifeline of all gangs, and all their working capital is handed over to the broker in this building to take care of it. And the instigator is officially Joker. In the ruins, a logo with Joker's face was printed on a wall, as if satirizing everyone in the city. The occurrence of this incident undoubtedly dealt a heavy blow to the relationship between Li Wei and the entire underworld. That night, the underworld of Gotham City had been blown up. Everyone believes that Joker really declared war on Li Wei, and the way it did destroy their property. The inferior nature of people made them point the finger at the Justice League, and even they have spontaneously formed a group of people to destroy the base of the Justice League, the Wayne Group. If you lose your property, you have to let the Justice League lose once. This is what all of them think. Just when a group of people arrived at the door of the Wayne Group building with all kinds of heavy weapons, the Justice League had been waiting at the door for a long time. Oh, there are so many people here, what's the matter? All of them are carrying guys, are you going to vent their anger here? Superman in front now said. We're just here to ask for an explanation, said a big man with tattoos all over his body, led by Ape. Do you want us to give you an explanation, or do you want him to give you an explanation? With that said, Superman threw a big black garbage bag at them. The tattooed man stepped forward to open it in doubt, but stopped after walking a few steps. You, go ahead and open it. The tattooed man is afraid that there is a bomb in the bag, even if it is not a bomb, he does not want to drip into the muddy water. The younger brother next to him immediately turned gray, and he was unwilling to move. Quickly, I want you to open it quickly. The tattooed man pulled out his gun and pointed it at his little brother. Seeing the gun, even if the little brother is reluctant, he can only go forward and open the bag. He can only pray now, and there are no lethal weapons in the bag. At the moment when the little brother untied the bag tremblingly, a familiar and unfamiliar face appeared in front of him. Brother, this seems to be Joker. What? Hearing that it was Joker inside, everyone was surprised. Unexpectedly, Joker has been caught by the Justice League. Do you think a Joker can cause us any trouble? It's not that we can't find him, it's not that we can't deal with him. It's that our leader keeps him on purpose because we know that one day he will find him. You? Batman looked at these gang members with disdain. It turned out that just after the gang leaders were released, Joker began to lobby all the gang members to fight the Justice League together on the grounds of promising to give them the previous Gotham City. The specific method is that Joker plans to blow up the financial building, and then all the gang members go to the Justice League to settle accounts. At that time, even if they can't beat the Justice League, they can hype the matter more and more so that the Justice League can fall into the fishing pressure of the entire world. I have to say that if this matter is really carried out according to their ideas, the Justice League may become a notorious alliance in the future. This is the so-called righteous gang known as the Brothers of Righteousness and Righteousness every day. As long as the interests arise, they can ignore everything and put aside everything. However, they forgot that their opponent is the Justice League, and their boss is Li Wei. For the role of Joker, Li Wei can catch him at any time, but out of love for this character, Li Wei always let him go. However, this time, Joker really touched his brow, and Joker's approach is undoubtedly intended to destroy the Justice League. Li Wei will never tolerate it. In that case, don't blame us for tearing our faces. The tattooed man can only become angry when he sees the plan revealed. Listen, it seems you want to do it. Superman looked at the tattooed man like a fool, not to mention the 200 people he brought over, even if it was 10 times more. Superman thought he was here to be funny. But the tattooed man didn't talk nonsense. With a wave of his hand, the little brothers behind him grabbed their weapons and pounced on Superman. But the tattooed man did not leave. After all, he had seen these super ability with his own eyes. He didn't want to go to death. The reason for letting the boys go was just trying to escape. However, Superman did not give him a chance to escape. Super deliberately, the tattooed man became frozen into ice. And this trick made the mindless little brothers who were about to raise their guns trembling. They didn't expect Superman to be so powerful. The person who was still alive just now turned into an ice sculpture in an instant. You, who wants to become an ice sculpture, I can help you realize your wish. Superman looked at the crowd, stretched out his index finger and hooked it, indicating that they can continue to rush forward. When Superman's eyebrows were suddenly hit by a bullet, and a burst of sparks flashed across his eyebrows. The sniper was even arranged in the distance. Superman smiled slightly, not paying attention. Boom! 3 people in shabby clothes suddenly fell from the sky and fell heavily to the ground. Captain, the equipment of these snipers is pretty good. Generally, you can't buy a sniper rifle with such a small caliber but such a powerful force on the market. The Flash said to Superman with 3 sniper rifles in midair. What other tricks do you have? You can use them all, otherwise there will be no chance for a while. Superman looked at the stunned crowd and said with a smile. Just when the voice fell off, a large passenger car suddenly rushed out of the crowd and rushed towards the Wayne building. Clark, stop this car, this is a self-destruct car. Batman saw that there was a problem with the car and hurriedly called to Superman. And Superman had already rushed to the front of the car and hugged the bus in his arms. Then, Superman threw it upward, and the battered car rushed directly into the sky. Boom! Superman flew into the sky and punched in the battered car. The huge amounts of explosion awakened Gotham City at night. And the huge sparks from the explosion, like a huge amounts of firework, bloomed in the air. Are there any other tricks? If other tricks are less powerful than this one, don't use them. It's meaningless. Superman lightly landed on the ground, looking at everyone and saying, "Silence, deathly silence." Everyone didn't dare to take a breath. They didn't expect that these opponents they faced were so powerful, to the extent they could not imagine. Well, if there are no other tricks, please go back. Superman waved his hand. The performance of these people disappointed him. Unexpectedly, the gang elites in Gotham City, Tang, had such a small amount of things, and none of them could make him look new. Hearing Superman let them go, the boys felt relieved, and ran back without life, for fear that this abnormal Superman would change his mind. Hey, yes. Superman turned his head suddenly and shouted to the fleeing crowd. Everyone's footsteps suddenly stagnated, and some of the timid already knelt down to the ground. Don't be afraid, take this ice sculpture back. I'm only in charge of production, but I don't care about delivery. Superman pointed to the tattooed man who turned into an ice sculpture and said, "Of." A long roar sound came from the crowd. Fortunately, it's not a change of mind. Hey, what are you going to do with me? After talking to them for so long, it's time to talk about serious matters with me. Joker, who was put in a bag and thrown on the ground, saw that everyone was going away, but he was still ignored, and he couldn't help feeling a little anxious. In the bottom of Joker's heart, the most feared is being ignored in this way. By the way, I almost forgot about you. It was designed by you before, and I almost hung up. Speaking of which, you are still the first person who can seriously hurt me. In this way, I won't even kill you. Excuse me. Superman turned his head and said, looking at Joker lying in the bag embarrassedly. Ha ha ha, although you are strong and no one can beat you. However, you are too stupid. Your IQ is just a role played by others. 0, for flowers. Joker looked at Superman contemptuously and said, "What did you say?" Superman was furious and punched Joker in the face. The face with scary scars at the corners of his mouth was instantly distorted and shapeshifting. Interrupt your jaw and see if you can talk anymore. Superman looked at Joker and rubbed his wrist. He felt that the punch was still light. If it weren't for Li Wei, they must let them bring Joker back alive to him. Superman would really lose his strength and punch him to death. Ugh. Batman looked at Superman, shaking his head and sighing. Li Wei confessed that he should pay attention to reminding Superman to keep his emotions in, and to think more calmly before encountering an accident. But at present, it seems that it is not an overnight thing to make Superman change his mood. 0. This invincible big guy, just like the Hulk of Avengers, is good at everything, except that he is less calm and sensible when he encounters things. Batman can only tell himself secretly that the days ahead are still very long and there are still many strong people he will encounter. As long as he suffers another big loss, he will know. After returning to Wayne Manor, Li Wei was already waiting for them in the reception hall. Boom! Superman threw Joker to the ground. Leader, this Joker really works. As soon as he appeared, the bosses of those gangsters were already annoyed. Superman said with his arms in front of Li Wei. Kong Man attacked his heart and hit his inner heart, which really allowed him to show his true face. Li Wei ignored Superman's somewhat arrogant attitude. On the contrary, Li Wei felt that such an attitude liked him. After all, it is to be the ruler of the universe, without a little character, not a little arrogant. How can you be able to hold people? How can you show your strength? Ha 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 ha. At this time, Joker, who was paralyzed on the ground and unable to move, suddenly laughed like crazy. The mouth that had been interrupted by the jaw and blood flowed continuously, and it was still making people's laughter. This laughter made Li Wei very uncomfortable. Why, the jaw was interrupted, so arrogant. Li Wei got up and put his toes against Joker's chin, forcing him to raise his head. Ding. Sometimes, the most unbearable thing for people who have stood on the summit for a long time is to fall into the altar. Li Wei now feels like this. The Joker with a perverted smile in front of him made Li Wei shudder. He couldn't see through Joker, and even used all the mind-reading abilities. He couldn't see through Joker, but Joker could see through himself, and he could even read his innermost thoughts. Why don't you speak anymore? Do you feel that your heart is already transparent in front of me? Ha ha ha, it is also something to be proud of to let a strong man like you show such an expression in front of me. Joker seemed to be very satisfied with Li Wei's expression. The face that was so abnormal that he was sick was full of almost crazy smiles. Li Wei can't figure out why. He is no longer in the mood to listen to what Joker said. The shock and puzzlement had already occupied all of his heart, and he couldn't figure out why. I want to understand a person's whole mind through a little micro-expression. I think you are bluffing there. Suddenly, a slightly mocking voice of Batman 08 came from behind Li Wei. Mom? These words were like a flash of lightning in the night sky, splitting Li Wei's dark clouded heart. Yes, this is just an ordinary Earth person. How can he know his own heart activities? Could it be that he used his gaffe just now to bet his true thoughts? Hey, it seems that there are people who understand, but even if you understand it again, you are smart, but only his lackey. I don't know that your stalwart father once saw you in Gotham City. Now that you look so solitary, will you regret that when you were assassinated, you didn't kill you before you swallowed your last breath? Joker looked at Batman with interest, his eyes gleaming. Obviously, he was irritating Batman, and wanted to poke the most painful place in Batman's heart so as to make him lose his sense and make him mess up. However, Batman is well versed in criminal psychology, and he also has a very high level of organizational behavior and behavioral psychology. Joker's little bit of carving skills can definitely not enter his eyes, and even see where Joker is so hard to ridicule himself. Batman feels a little distressed for this person who has never seen the world. Oh, so, if your ex-wife sees your pale and perverted face now, she might change her decision to leave you. From your heart, oh no, it is thousands of times better than the flower on your face right now. Batman stared into Joker's eyes and said. And Joker's face, from the perverted laugh at the beginning, gradually turned into annoyance, and in the end there was even some heartache and fragile emotions. Shut up, you humble bat who bows to others, what kind of thing you are also worthy of me, Carolyn. Joker has obviously been played by Batman and applauded. As for Li Wei, looking back at Batman with a little surprise, he didn't expect Batman's psychological game ability to be so powerful. After all, this is just a few words that made him suspect that life is even a player who almost loses his mind. Right now, he was completely confused by Batman's two sentences. Li Wei suddenly discovered that he was not a little weak in the psychological game, especially after leaving Mind Gem. He was almost nothing and couldn't see what others were thinking. Ha ha ha, am I worthy? I think I am worthy. After all, your ex-wife, the woman you love most, Carolyn, was burned to death by her ex-husband. I personally wounded her body, and it was also the burial under the coffin I bought for her. Sometimes I can still think of the situation when I first saw the corpse. It's too oozing. As he said, Batman appeared disgusting and unwilling to recall. This expression detonated Joker's patience. You shut up? I told you to shut up? That beast has already been divided by me. He deserves it. He doesn't know what treasures are. He is a complete demon. Joker yelled hysterically. First of all, Joker's psychology, his ex-wife Caroline, is his weakness, and it is also a place he never wants to touch. Joker once loved his ex-wife deeply. Even if she betrayed him in the end, Joker never really hated her once, because Joker felt that love is something that can't be found, and she may not be destined to be her true son. But Joker loves her so much. In an accidental car accident, Caroline's lips were scratched, and the corners of her mouth were torn to the back of her ears. Although the final operation was successful, Caroline saved her life without any sequelae. The 2 horrible scars on her cheeks, but they stayed forever. Caroline collapsed. Although Joker, who was still a good man like Gucci's wife, had been encouraging her at the time, and he did not hesitate to spend all his savings to heal her face, but Joker is a poor man after all, even if he has spent all his money. Also failed to make up the cost of plastic surgery. Looking at Caroline's desperate eyes, Joker thought of a crazy one, but in his heart it was already the best solution. He smashed a piece of glass in his home, picked out the largest and sharpest piece, and put it in his mouth. Right in front of Caroline, he bit the piece of glass with 760, letting every sharp edge of the glass go through his mouth and cut his face. In the end, Joker became the same cheek as Caroline. When Joker looked at Caroline with bloodstains and a happy smile, Caroline was suddenly frightened. The man in front of him, who was originally gentle and cowardly character, was so crazy, even almost abnormal. This is Joker's love. He can sacrifice everything he has just to make the person he loves feel better. It's just that a love is too deep, and even this love has become too deformed. So, since then, Caroline began to avoid Joker intentionally or unintentionally. She sometimes felt that one day she would die in Joker's hands, just like his broken and hideous cheeks. By chance, Caroline met another deep man who was rich and loved her. Caroline chose him and chose to leave Joker. But she didn't expect that this decision just made her go from a perverted side to another perverted murderer's side. On the wedding night, Caroline was killed. Since then, Joker appeared in front of the world. He wants revenge on this society. Looking at Joker's red eyes, Li Wei motioned Batman to stop talking. It's not that Li Wei looks pitiful at Joker, it's just that he thinks that there is no point in continuing to stimulate Joker. He has come out of his emotions, and Joker has fallen into his own emotions. So Li Wei waved his hand and asked Wonder Woman to throw Joker into the prison in Wayne Manor. Originally, this prison was built for the imprisonment of uninvited guests, but due to the overdeveloped and powerful security system, the general uninvited guests were directly eliminated. Yes, this prison has never been used. And Joker is its first guest. Bruce, thank you. After watching Wonder Woman take Joker away, Li Wei turned and looked at Batman, thanking him sincerely. It's okay, leader. This kind of mental game is based on the other party's unsuspecting situation, the reason why you are trapped by him. It is also because of some carelessness. Batman said modestly, and didn't want to take credit for this incident. You know I can read people's hearts, but why? I can't read this Joker's heart. In his heart, I only see darkness. Li Wei asked. Batman nodded, paused for a moment and thought. After all, Li Wei has not received any training in psychology. If you want to make professional things more popular, you still need a little bit of thinking. Leader, this is not your ability problem. After a while, Batman finally cleared his thoughts, cleared his throat and said, it's not that you didn't see Joker's heart, but you didn't believe that the darkness is his heart. Batman explained in a deep voice. But Li Wei didn't understand. What do you mean? I didn't see his true thoughts at all, I could only see darkness, there was nothing, and I couldn't even see any scenes that he thought in his heart? Li Wei didn't understand Batman's meaning. No, leader, let me give you an example. Have you ever read the heart of any baby? Batman saw that Li Wei did not believe what he said, so he chose to give an example to explain. Li Wei shook his head, saying that there was not. Batman also shook his head, thinking that this matter might not be explained as well as he thought. If you have the opportunity, I suggest you look at the heart of a child. It is a piece of white paper. For older children, it may only have scattered patterns. Li Wei began to gesture with both hands. Because babies and young children are very pure. They have nothing else in their hearts. They are just blank before, waiting for the environment around him, his parents, and the education he will receive in the future. Paint on them, giving him a colorful inner world. Batman spoke. For the same reason, the reason why Joker's heart is dark is the same as that of babies and children. Batman stopped, looked at Li Wei, and wanted to see if Li Wei understood. You mean, Joker's heart is also very pure? Li Wei said this with some difficulty. Lie to a ghost. He doesn't believe that someone like Joker can still get in touch with purity? Right. In response to Li Wei, Batman's eyes were confirmed and he nodded more surely. You mean, Joker is evil and pure? Li Wei seems to understand what Batman means. If the baby's heart is pure white, then this must represent innocence. In contrast, Joker's pure black heart must represent absolute evil. Moreover, this evil is so pure that no other thoughts can be seen, and even so pure that it conceals all the real pictures. You are right, and as you think, Joker is indeed evil and pure. In his heart, there is nothing but evil. It can be said that after his ex-wife had an accident, he supported him. The only motivation for continuing to live is pure evil. Batman nodded and said yes. Li Wei nodded suddenly. In this way, the mystery of Joker's body was solved. However, new doubts appeared in Li Wei's mind again. I have one more question. Li Wei asked. Why can you, and Joker, know the true thoughts in my heart through some of my micro-emojis? Can micro-emojis really read the mind? Li Wei looked at Batman, and wanted to read something out of Batman's plain expression. However, what made Li Wei a little disappointed was that without using Mind Gem, he couldn't see what rare Batman was thinking. Even the fly Batman was happy or sad now, he couldn't see it. Li Wei shook his head and decided not to watch it. Anyway, it was for nothing. Ha ha ha, leader, what caused you to suddenly fall into chaotic thinking just now is also the problem. Batman laughed and continued. Actually, micro-expression is only a part of organizational behavior. We usually observe and guess the true thoughts of others through the experience summed up by our predecessors. Batman whispered. But pay attention, it's just a guess. Because micro-emojis are nothing more than emojis in the end. Emojis can be faked. Some masters can even control any of their actions at will. Any emoji reaches a state of being profitable, so just entering and understanding the hearts of others with micro-expressions is just a real bet. Batman said. If you really want to understand the heart, you still need to cooperate with the corresponding questions, and then continue to guess based on his way, Zhao Wang's, expression, until you finally feel that you have fully understood it. Batman made the question clear in one breath. And Li Wei finally understood what was going on. Mind Gem is still a powerful existence, but in the complex universe environment, it is inevitable that there will be some special circumstances, such as accidents such as Mokonda and Joker. Therefore, this requires Li Wei, not only to rely on the ability of the gem, but also to harden himself. He still needs to improve his own strength. Li Wei suddenly found out. From defeating Thanos to now entering the DC universe, he hasn't even gone to practice to improve his ability. Because of the energy bonus of gems, Li Wei once felt that hard work was of no use. He had 6 artifacts like this earlier, and he had already dominated the entire Marvel universe. Undoubtedly, the sheer strength makes Li Wei a little forgetful. Li Wei began to learn the skills of psychological games from Batman. Since Li Wei's purpose is to apply it in practice, Li Wei selectively avoided the purely theoretical part. Although the theory is helpful for better understanding and application, a few talented and intelligent people do not need to waste time on this. In this way, Batman carefully created a 30-day crash course of psychological games for Li Wei. Li Wei finished it in only 10 days. In the next 20 days, Li Wei also learned hypnotic ability and some management courses by the way. And this kind of learning progress still absorbs ability, which really makes Batman feel ashamed. He was originally the most talented and intelligent one in the Wayne family in a century, but it took a full year to learn the psychological game, but Li Wei reached this level in 10 days. Batman felt that he was really with the right person. Not only has strength, vision, ideals, and mind, what Li Wei admires most now is that he can accept other people's opinions with an humility, and he can truly ask without shame. Comparing heart to heart, Batman believes that if he has the strength and status of Li Wei, he will definitely not have the mind and peace of mind like Li Wei. And in this month's time, Avengers has also undergone earth-shaking changes. In order to recruit 760 members to the Yellow Lantern Corps as soon as possible, everyone in Avengers can be described as a pioneer. According to the data of the DC Universe provided by Batman, 2 groups went to each planet. Their selection criteria are very simple. With a kind heart, the shallower the city, the better, but the physical fitness must be excellent, and more importantly, they must also have a heart that wants to maintain the peace of the universe. This last point is the most difficult to see. This is a process of seeing people's hearts over time. It is too difficult to see it in a short time. However, in order not to be too far behind the Justice League, the Captain of the United States and Iron Man decided unanimously to find everyone, and then implement a tail elimination system based on Iron Man's contact. After a series of training, elimination, and elimination at any time in this way, the sand can be screened out in a short time. Taking into account the problem of language barrier, Iron Man has developed a brainwave language communicator. With this communicator, even if the 2 parties are language barriers, they can also lock the brainwaves through eye contact, and then communicate without barriers. I have to say that Iron Man is a talent who can solve the most difficult problems, no matter what era. Considering their unfamiliarity with the DC Universe, Iron Man and the Captain of the United States decided to lead teams to each planet to screen people. In this way, the Yellow Lantern Corps began to form. Iron Man took Spider-Man, Scarlet Witch, Quicksilver, Hawkeye and Ant-Man, first to Alpha Planet. This planet highlighted by Batman is the only planet known to the world to have only life, and Planet Alpha often sends patrols to visit the Earth quietly. Iron Man believes that since this planet has advanced intelligent creatures, and has technology that is several times higher than the current Earth, then this place will definitely have many talents. The journey to this planet 100 million light-years away from the sun took much longer than Iron Man expected. Since they decided to rely on their own ability to recruit the Yellow Lantern Corps, all the Avengers did not make any request to Li Wei, so they went to Alpha Planet and could only take their own spacecraft. Although the speed has surpassed the speed of sound, it still takes half a month to go to this distant Alpha Planet. Just after the Iron Man group rushed for half a month, they finally arrived at this completely strange orange-red planet. Stark, I think we need a place to stay first, and we have to understand the general situation of this planet, otherwise it would be too rash to find someone directly. At a position 1 light-year away from Planet Alpha, Hawkeye as the pilot stopped the spacecraft and discussed specific strategies with Iron Man. Iron Man nodded. Originally, his plan was to understand the general situation of the entire planet on the periphery of the planet, and then find their footing first, and try to prevent people on this planet from discovering it. After all, the invasion of alien species will cause panic on the entire planet. In the face of panic, their first reaction must be an attack. Iron Man does not want to declare war on a planet, so how to hide is particularly important. Hawkeye controlled the spacecraft, turned on the reconnaissance and scanning system, and began to scan and analyze the entire planet Alpha. The planet Alpha is similar to the Earth. The main components in the atmosphere are oxygen and carbon dioxide. The geographical environment is dominated by plains, mountains, and hills. The place that is different from the Earth is that Alpha Star does not have any oceans or even flows. Such an environment makes Alpha Star creatures that do not need water to sustain life, and it also directly leads to the higher temperature of the entire Alpha Star, especially during the day when the sun is sufficient. The only thing that can adjust the temperature is only a special composition, plant. And such an environment also provides a vast living space for the inhabitants of planet Alpha. Seeing this, Iron Man is a little worried that since it is such a geographical environment, they can only find a mountain that is inaccessible as a hidden place. Mountains. However, Iron Man can breathe a sigh of relief. Alpha Star does not have a particularly large population. Since the development of cultural civilization has reached a bottleneck period, the corresponding education costs have gradually increased, and the rate of population reproduction is also inversely proportional. It has almost reached the point of zero growth. To be on the safe side, Iron Man decided to temporarily park the spaceship in place, and then he went to explore Alpha with the Scarlet Witch and Spider-Man. Iron Man always takes the lead. After the preparations were completed, the three of them set out to Alpha Star. Mr. Stark, if we go to Alpha Star, what shall we do if we are found to fight as an enemy? Spider-Man is still young after all, and there is still some fear in his heart for unknown dangers. Then let's sigh, the three of us can at least escape. Iron Man is a rare no-joke this time, because he doesn't know what is waiting for them, so he is very nervous. If there is any accident, he really has no plan B to retreat. After all, what the road ahead looks like is still unknown. Passing through the atmosphere, the three of them flew towards a mountain range. Since the spacesuits of Spider-Man and Scarlet Witch are both designed and manufactured by Iron Man, they have stealth function. In the sky of Alpha Star, nothing was seen, but the Alpha bird flying freely in the sky suddenly felt something wrong with the air current around him. Mr. Stark, where should we go now? The trio who had just successfully landed safely, are now at a loss and don't know what to do. Let's see if the properties of the creatures in this area meet our requirements. Pay attention to concealment. We can do everything we can to ensure that no one finds us. Iron Man said in a deep voice. In Iron Man's psychology, everything has been planned. In order to screen people more efficiently, Iron Man deliberately made a brainwave detection based on 3 conditions to screen out those who meet the conditions. As a result, the 3 began to probe. I have to say that bringing little Spider-Man is a smarter but a decision. Because the buildings of planet Alpha are similar to those of the Earth, the urban buildings here are more suitable for the Spider-Man, who is known as a good neighbor of the city, to get in here. Soon, they scanned a city. What they didn't expect was that in this city, they found a total of 300 qualified people. By analogy, this planet alone can gather all the members of the Yellow Lantern Corps. Mr. Stark, do we want to drink the Captain of the United States to discuss? Since we can think of so many suitable people, then I believe that they are similar. I think we can recruit more and then conduct a strict screening. In this case, you can pick out the gold. Spider-Man was also surprised by this result, so he came up with a solution. No, you have a problem with your thinking. Iron Man said. All your ideas are correct, but the main premise is somewhat wrong. Your assumption is that everyone will catch up to join our Yellow Lantern Corps, but such a predecessor is notorious and has a very low influence. Will not be as appealing as the Green Lantern Corps. And in my opinion, even if we directly invite, there will not be many people willing to join. Iron Man spoke to Spider-Man earnestly. This is the reality. After all, they were very stable and even happy when they lived on their own planet. Why did they abandon their hometown and then leave their own planet to join an unknown organization, and they might not come back for a lifetime? Then, why do you still look for it like this? Spider-Man said a little discouraged. He felt his enthusiasm dissipating little by little. Obviously, Iron Man is right. Because, the real purpose of Steve and I is to create an elite force. Iron Man sighed and confessed. In fact, from the very beginning, Iron Man and the Captain of the United States have thought of this idea, and they have also discussed this issue to Avengers internally, but as the invincible superhero in the Marvel Universe, they have long been arrogant. So much so that they have changed the universe before turning over, and no one knows them here at all. In order to avoid direct conflict, Iron Man and the Captain of the United States can only set this goal privately, and proceed according to the pre-discussed on the bright side. Come over. Therefore, Iron Man and the Captain of the United States designed Plan B early, and first entangled some people who were abandoned by society but were particularly capable and still kind-hearted to force them to join the Yellow Lantern Corps, because they did not care and joined the Yellow Lantern Corps. For them, the Lantern Corps team is better than continuing to live at the bottom of society. Immediately afterwards, a Yellow Lantern Corps of 10 or 20 people composed of these people was used to destroy a villain who was running through the universe, in order to build a reputation, and recruit across the universe, so that it can get twice the result with half the effort. And the reputation is far-reaching. Although this process is slow, it is indeed more effective and will lay a better foundation for the development of the Yellow Lantern Corps in the future. Iron Man and the Captain of the United States believe that whether they can return to the Marvel Universe or not, they all want to complete the Yellow Lantern Corps as the most influential organization in the universe. This is because they can prove that they have been there, and even more for this. The most effective thing the universe makes a contribution to. 0. Look for flowers. Spider-Man and Scarlet Witch nodded their heads, who understood the whole story. They agreed with Iron Man's approach and understood their difficulties better. After all, they are the target, and things that affect the unity of the team must not be done, so they can only make their true ideas accepted by everyone through some seemingly complicated and cumbersome things. Then do we need to go back now, or follow the original plan to find these qualified people? Scarlet Witch broke the silence first. We have to proceed according to the original plan, but we have to let them go by themselves. Iron Man smiled slightly, and must let them see the coffin before giving up. By the way, Parker, you give me a copy of the list of people found in the slum, and I will make a route for them to find candidates for a while. Iron Man smirked. If you want to make a play, you must make a full set so that you won't get caught in the future. Soon after, the Iron Man trio returned to the spaceship. How about Stark? Are there many people who meet the conditions? Hawkeye asked anxiously. He didn't expect Iron Man and the others to be able to walk for such a long time. If they come back later, it is likely that Hawkeye can't help but go find them in person. Don't worry, the things went very smoothly, and it was beyond our expectation. I didn't expect that there were so many qualified people. Iron Man pretended to be happy to give Hawkeye a glance at the number of eligible people. And this planet is quite safe, so in order to improve efficiency, I will contact us for a while and go to Alphasta to find these qualified people. Iron Man said to the others. Everyone is bright, after all, they are superhero, and the exploration of the unknown can always ignite their interest, so Iron Man's proposal makes each of them particularly excited, especially Hawkeye, who can't wait to start wearing spacesuits. Iron Man turned his head and smiled at Spider-Man and Scarlet Witch knowingly. Everything was going according to their plan. Ding! After a short rest, the six put on spacesuits and flew towards Alpha Star. There are white clouds floating on the orange-red planet, and the black mountains can be vaguely seen through the white clouds. And such a beautiful planet has failed to arouse anyone's desire to stop and look forward to it, because they have more important and difficult things to face. Everyone is following me. Since it is already Alpha Star night, it has a cover for our actions. Later, we must be fast and take people away first. Pay attention, if the anesthetic does not work, just hit the star directly, the problem is not big. As Iron Man flew, he told all the team members. My god, stunned, it's too violent. Spider-Man curled his mouth and vomited. Iron Man turned his head, using the eyes on the steel helmet, gave Spider-Man a fierce look. Spider-Man hurriedly lowered his head, indicating that he would not talk more. After all, according to Iron Man's character, it is best not to refute him, otherwise, this 40-year-old man is very vengeful. The night of Alpha Star is very beautiful, and in cities where the development of science and technology is very mature, people's nightlife is more colorful, and the brilliant lights that can be seen everywhere turn the originally silent night into a restless day. This night, the six people were really amazed, and Iron Man, who was accustomed to hanging out in nightclubs, was a little restless. Okay, Stark, we still have a chance to come here in the future. There will be no quest next time. I'll accompany you to play, okay? Hawkeye looked at the lingering Iron Man, sighed, and could only extend his arm to his shoulder, forcibly sending him to the house. Their first intended player is in the residential area. Such a wonderful night, he is still at home, this person is really boring. Iron Man could only leave the busy city that made him restless, and by the way complained a little bit about the player he was going to see in a while. Stark, the smart life here is not the same as ours. If we are going to stun in a while, where should we start? Ant-Man asked as he walked. This question was asked at a point. I'm doing a bioanalysis of the creatures here. They just have less hair than us, and their body structure is the same. Treat them as we treat humans. Iron Man looked at the results of the computer data and said to everyone. Then I will step on the spot according to the map. If anything goes wrong, I can quickly return to tell you. Quicksilver can't stand the slowness the most, which is why he never likes to walk with others. Before Iron Man agreed, Quicksilver had disappeared. Iron Man sighed in the direction where Quicksilver disappeared. This little boy with the speed of light was really impatient and unmanageable. Especially when his father was not present, he was a rebellious teenager. After a while, the remaining 5 people finally reached their destination. Quicksilver, what's the situation here? Don't tell me you have got him done. Seeing Quicksilver guarding the door, Iron Man joked. You are not here, how dare I do it myself? Quicksilver is self-aware. Although his speed is fast, God has closed the door of his attack power. Quicksilver's attack power is just like ordinary people. Following this, he was also the most vulnerable hero in the Avengers. Iron Man signaled to the other 5 people that they were about to start their hands. Boom! The door was punched open by Hawkeye, and Quicksilver rushed in. I have to wait for me first, let me take a look at the overall situation of this room, and then go in quietly. Iron Man looked speechless, this Hawkeye was so irritable, he rushed in without knowing anything. But speechless, seeing his teammates rushing in, he let Scarlet Witch and Spider-Man guard at the door, so he rushed in alone. This process of Iron Man hesitation took no more than 1 minute, but in this less than 1 minute, something unexpected happened to them. After Iron Man rushed into the room, he found Hawkeye shooting an arrow in one direction with his bow. Iron Man looked in the direction of the arrow, and Quicksilver was being lifted by an Alpha Star with a pained expression on his neck. "Who are you? What is your purpose for breaking into my house?" The Alpha Star stared at Iron Man and said, "Zero." Whoops, our brainwave translator is so useful. Iron Man's first reaction was to admire his invention. Hawkeye and Quicksilver, who was pinched around their necks, gave Iron Man a silent glance. I'm sorry, I'm an inventor, professional habit, don't be offended. Iron Man was also a little embarrassed. "We are not here to hurt you, don't worry." Iron Man comforted the Alpha and motioned Hawkeye to put down his bow and arrow. Hawkeye glanced at Iron Man and slowly retracted the bow and arrow. Seeing that there was no threat, the Alpha Star slowly let go of his hands. "We are from an organization that protects the security of the universe, Avengers. We are currently setting up a Yellow Lantern Corps to protect the safety of every corner of the universe. We are now selecting members. This is also the purpose of our sudden intrusion." Iron Man could not help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw the Alpha Star man let go. "I don't know if you are interested in joining us." Iron Man looked at the Alpha Star and said, but his eyes looked behind Alpha Star. "I haven't heard of it, and I am not interested. Since you are also a just organization, I am not difficult for you. I will not agree to you, so please go out. But you must first compensate for the cost of destroying our door." Alpha Star 1.2 had no expression on his face, as if this organization called the universe hadn't splashed any waves in his mind at all. "You have to think about it. We are a cosmic organization. Join us, you can realize your value." Hawkeye couldn't help being a little angry when he saw the Alpha Star being so ignorant of admiration. He had never been rejected like this before. "I said, I'm not interested. If you continue to be verbose, I will not only notify the Anti-Alien Reconnaissance Bureau to catch you, but I will also be unable to help but end you in advance. Please cherish your lives." The Alpha Star said arrogantly, as if these people in front of him were ordinary ants in his eyes. "Late? Really? Do you really want to do this?" Iron Man's eyes flickered, looking at the Alpha Starman. Boom! The Alpha Star suddenly fell heavily to the ground. "Oh my god, the skull of this guy is too hard. He bends my baseball bat alive. Stark, it's bone density like this. But it's different from us humans." Ant-Man is now behind Alpha Star, holding a baseball bat and vomiting. It turned out that at the moment Quicksilver was caught by the Alphasta, he suddenly became invisible to the naked eye. He originally wanted to save Quicksilver by surprise, but he didn't expect Iron Man to let the Alphasta lose his hand in a few words, so I thought of taking a sneak attack from behind. "Anyway, first bring the Alpha Star back to the spaceship, and the rest is easy to say. You can do it with this one. Come on, let's help and take him back." Iron Man gave Ant-Man a thumbs up. With such a teammate, are you worried that the mission will not be completed? But when they were triumphant and the Alpha Star was about to take back to the spaceship when they waved up, suddenly there was a rush and sharp sound from outside the room. No one knows why. "Mr. Stark, someone is coming up, and it's a large number of Alpha Stars." At this time, Spider-Man suddenly ran in and reported to Iron Man yelling. Everyone panicked. They didn't expect that in just such a while, someone would find them in 2008. "Don't panic, it may not have come to us. Let's try to get out of the window quietly and try not to let others find out." As Li Wei said, he gave the Alpha Star to Hawkeye, and then asked Quicksilver to find his way out first. Immediately afterwards, the remaining 5 people began to jump out of the window one by one, leaving Iron Man behind. "Stark, I think we're not lucky this time." Scarlet Witch, who had just come from the door, looked at Iron Man solemnly. "I just released an increase in resistance, but I didn't expect to stop the Alpha Star's footsteps, and they didn't even stop. From this point of view, their strength should not be underestimated." Scarlet Witch said. "It seems that what I am most worried about is happening, but now is not the time to worry. You hurry out and I will break it." Iron Man also had a serious expression. After all, this happened too quickly. Scarlet Witch did not hesitation and rushed directly out of the window. Seeing Scarlet Witch rushing out, he also rushed out the window as quickly as possible. It is not suitable to stay here for a long time, and Iron Man is just a mortal after all. After taking off the steel battlesuit, he is just an ordinary and fragile human being. However, as a leader, Iron Man can only leave the most dangerous situation to himself. Roar roar roar, Stark, surrounded by residential areas, there are no high-rise buildings, we only have 2 roads, or we hide in a hidden place, wait until we see the situation clearly before making plans, or we will go directly to fly away outside the planet. At this moment, Quicksilver ran back, panting and talking about his findings. Because of the unknown, everyone is particularly fearful and sensitive to the slightest something wrong with the outside world. Iron Man groaned and said to everyone, "After all, we have to come back and find people again. If we blindly escape, it is definitely not the way. So I think we will find a hidden place to stay, just to observe the situation here. It is best that we can do something like the local government. The organization is set up, so that our future tasks will be much easier to complete." Iron Man can still be so calm in such an emergency. I think what Stark said makes sense. If we really find hundreds of people on this planet who can join our Yellow Lantern Corps, then we will surely alarm the local government organizations, and in this way, we will quietly take away the cost. Not only is it big, it's also unrealistic. Ant-Man agreed. Spider-Man has always followed Iron Man as an example, so what Iron Man said, he has always agreed to agree and then agree. Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch also thought this was feasible, and nodded in agreement. Although Hawkeye felt that this was too inefficient, he could only nod and reluctantly agreed in the face of everyone's agreement. Okay, then follow my terrain scanner. Iron Man nodded in satisfaction. This was the first time that everyone was so united. Wait, Stark. Just as everyone was about to leave, Scarlet Witch called out suddenly. What's wrong? It seems that we are in trouble. Iron Man turned his head and suddenly saw a group of Alpha Stars who had been crushed behind them were using gun-like weapons at them. At this time, Iron Man all realized that the situation was more dangerous than they thought. Hey, we are Avengers from outer space. We came to your planet only to recruit members of the new organization. We have no intentions. Iron Man said. It is still too early to start, and if the opponent is not clear about the strength of the opponent, the risk is too great to start a war hastily. We do not want to know what you are here for. We only know that you have one of our citizens in your hands. According to our law, you have constituted the crime of kidnapping, so you have to accept legal sanctions. A man who looked like an officer on the opposite side of the Alpha Star stood up and said, you only have one way right now, and that is to get rid of it and strive for leniency. Otherwise, we will arrest you by force on the charge of resisting arrest. Chief Alpha continued. Iron Man backed his hand and made an escape gesture to his teammates behind. Sir, we still have things to do, and according to our own laws, we are not obligated to follow them. Your laws, sorry. Iron Man didn't plan to go back with them for trial at all. After all, they were aliens. If they were really caught, it wouldn't be certain whether they would drug them and study the wounds. Therefore, Iron Man does not intend to use their own lives to bet on the moral bottom line of the Alpha Stars. You can ask your head of state to come and talk to me. After all, this involves two planets' diplomacy. You arrested us in such a hasty way. Don't you think it affects the peace and stability of the universe? Iron Man flickered and backed away. He was thinking of a way to leave this place of right and wrong. Wait a minute, let me ask for instructions. Chief Alpha was obviously bluffed by Iron Man's remarks about planetary peace. He had never seen such a battle before, and he couldn't help but feel a little guilty in his heart. Okay, then you should contact us first, and we will discuss the following matters. Iron Man's retreat gradually accelerated. Wait a minute, you can only wait in place. Chief Alpha called. Bye-bye you. Buzzing. Just when Iron Man turned around and was about to flee with a crowd of people, he suddenly heard a buzzing roar around him. Scarlet Witch grabbed Iron Man. Stark, we can't leave. I perceive that artillery fire is aimed at us within 100 meters. Scarlet Witch said to Iron Man with some worry. Although they are fearless on the earth, but after all came to someone else's territory and did not know the power of the artillery fire, Scarlet Witch was not sure that it could withstand these artillery fires. There is no way. We can't be taken back by them. Let's prepare for a fierce battle. Iron Man detected the surrounding environment with a detector and found that there were heavy weapons in a radius of 100 meters, and they had been surrounded. In this way, they were targeted from the moment they entered the planet, otherwise it would be impossible to concentrate their heavy weapons here so quickly. Iron Man knew that they had no retreat, and they had no choice but to fight back. I saw the 6 people put on equipment, lowered their bodies, and entered a state of preparation. I'm giving you a chance. If you obediently go back with us and accept our arrest, then I guarantee that none of you will be injured. Chief Alpha made the final concession. Facing the alien creatures, he didn't know whether he should use tough methods. After all, just like Iron Man said, it might affect the peace of the universe. Boom! Iron Man didn't wait for Chief Alpha to finish speaking, and hit it directly with a smoke bomb. The Alpha army was directly enveloped by a cloud of smoke, and it was impossible to see anything inside. And Iron Man didn't talk nonsense, and the place where the smoke was facing was a violent bombardment. Hawkeye behind Iron Man also took a bow and shot arrows. 10 arrows with nuclear warheads also shot past. There was a violent explosion in the smoke, and a mushroom cloud slowly rose. Iron Man and Hawkeye used all their firepower, with only one purpose, and that was to completely lose their combat effectiveness. Although it is not good to tear the face at the beginning, and it is likely to become Alpha Star's enemy in the future, but at present, it is still important to save their lives. Death won't make them happy. The others followed Scarlet Witch tacitly to deal with heavy weapons 100 meters away. Quicksilver rushed forward with Ant-Man first, and knocked out the Alpha Stars who controlled the heavy weapons with one punch. The Spider-Man used Spider Slime to shoot at the muzzle of the heavy weapon, blocking their artillery. Scarlet Witch used his Scarlet Stone ability, slowly spreading his Scarlet ability to cover all the surrounding heavy weapons. Goodbye, Scarlet Witch said. In the next second, Scarlet ability suddenly exploded, and the heavy weapon was instantly blown into ruins, and even the surrounding sky was printed in fiery red. Good job. After confirming that there was no danger around, Iron Man turned his head back and high-fived everyone. I have to say that their tacit understanding is still there, and this clean action is enough for Iron Man to show off to the Captain of the United States in the future. Well, let's take him back first. It is not suitable to stay here for a long time. Iron Man picked up the target Alpha Star on the ground and ordered everyone to retreat as soon as possible. Good. The other 5 people knew that they only solved part of the Alpha Star military power. If they reacted later, although they have the ability to protect themselves, they will inevitably be scarred. Everyone flew into outer space in their entirety. Everyone was worried. After all, this time the movement was a bit big. It is very likely that coming here to find someone later will not be so easy. But just as they flew into the air, they suddenly developed a panic and there was a burst of artillery fire. Thousands of missiles were being launched towards them. The Alpha Stars are starting to fight back. Everyone spread apart, let's gather on the spaceship. Iron Man did not forget to ask everyone in a hurry. Immediately afterwards, the six began to evade the missiles, but these thousands of missiles were all tracking missiles, and evasion alone was impossible to avoid. There is no way, Iron Man can only detonate them with laser fire in advance, while Spider-Man uses spider slime to seal the warheads and turn the missiles into duds. Hawkeye blows up his missiles with one arrow, and Scarlet Witch blows them up. I used Scarlet Power to protect myself, and the missile couldn't penetrate it at all. The only hard thing is Quicksilver. He can only rely on his own speed to quickly avoid the missiles, and try to make 2 or 3 missiles collide and blow up. In this way, even though the situation was dangerous, they still managed to escape by relying on their different abilities. Roar, how is everyone? Iron Man let out a long sigh of relief and quickly asked if the other players were injured. It's as good as ever. They are too weak, and their firepower is not as good as our Earth. After all, superhero is still superhero, not only arrogant, but also very loud. Okay, let's hurry and get back to the spaceship, Iron Man said. But they continued to fly upwards for less than 10 meters, and they suddenly felt that they were blocked by something. Stark, how do I think this is a transparent cover? Hawkeye knocked hard on this, although he couldn't see it, but he could touch something like a glass wall, said to Iron Man. Wait a minute, I'll break this thing, no matter what it is, we will go back to the spacecraft today. Iron Man signaled everyone to step back, and then a nuclear bomb blasted forward. However, at the moment the nuclear bomb exploded, there was no sound, as if nothing happened. It was more like the explosive force of the nuclear bomb, zhao zhao zhao, was directly absorbed. How is this going? Iron Man is a little different. Let me do it. Hawkeye told Iron Man to step back, and walked out by himself 10 arrows with nuclear warheads, and shot them towards the transparent cover in front. There was still no sound. What's even more exaggerated was that the arrows with nuclear warheads were gone this time, and they disappeared in front of everyone. What the hell is this? Hawkeye roared out in an unbelievable way. This is Scarlet Witch shot. She turned her Scarlet ability into a huge scarlet battle axe visible to the naked eye, and smashed it into the transparent cover. Pull me out. The red battle axe just touched the transparent cover and was suddenly attracted, and even the Scarlet Witch who was controlling the battle axe was also attracted. She was feeling that her power was being drawn away bit by bit. Boom! Ant-Man suddenly grew bigger and knocked Scarlet Witch away with a punch. No way, I'm worried that after I grab her, I will be sucked too. Ant-Man explained awkwardly when he saw some unkind eyes from the people around him. Mr. Stark, this cover seems to be able to absorb all energy, whether it is force or magic. Spider-Man looked at Iron Man embarrassedly. I know, I'm asking J.A.R.V.I.S to help me analyze how to break it. Iron Man was at a loss when faced with such a difficult problem. After all, he had never encountered such a weapon. Quicksilver, you first walk along this leather belt to see if the leather belt has a border. The other people enter the state of preparation first. Since they stopped us with a cover, it may mean that they will catch up soon. Iron Man felt that he couldn't sit here and wait for death, he had to make a little preparation first. Although the military power of Alpha Star looks much weaker than that of Earth, this does not mean that they have no killer steel. After the others took their orders, they began to follow suit. J.A.R.V.I.S, has the material been analyzed? Iron Man asked J.A.R.V.I.S anxiously. The molecular structure of this material is very strange. It is a new substance that is not on the Earth. The molecular arrangement of this material is very irregular, but when it is hit, it can disperse all the energy in a specific direction, that is, absorb all the energy of 777. J.A.R.V.I.S spoke in detail. This material is originally very soft, but because it can energy absorbing, it becomes indestructible. I am now analyzing how to break it. J.A.R.V.I.S said. About how long it will take, I am worried that Alpha Star's army will soon catch up. Iron Man looked down from time to time, worried that his thing would finally happen. About it takes half an hour. J.A.R.V.I.S is no nonsense. It's too long. Iron Man said in a bit embarrassed. After all, they are now racing against time to flee, and half an hour is enough for the Alpha Stars to catch up with them. Data analysis takes time, and I can't help it. J.A.R.V.I.S said helplessly. Iron Man sighed, knowing the truth. I can't eat hot tofu in a hurry, but now I'm really in a hurry. Okay, I'll buy you half an hour. Iron Man gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Stark, I just walked along this transparent cover and found that we were covered in a cover of about 30 square kilometers, and this cover was connected to the ground. This is, Quicksilver appeared in front of Iron Man. Stark? Suddenly, Ant-Man also appeared. Scott, what did you do just now? Iron Man looked at Ant-Man blamelessly. I just turned into a particle file size, and found that it can pass through this transparent cover. Ant-Man didn't care about Iron Man's bad tone, but said with excitement. That's great. How many Ant-Man battle suits did you bring this time? Iron Man's eyes lit up. I brought 5 sets this time, specially prepared for you. Ant-Man writes for his own foresight, Sundara. It's just that they are all on the spaceship, I need to go back and get them back. Ant-Man said. According to the speed of this spacesuit, if you go forward at full speed, it will take about an hour to go back and forth. Well, we are waiting for you, and you are faster. Iron Man figured it out in his heart, and felt that they could survive an hour, so he hurriedly agreed. Okay, I will do it as soon as possible. After Ant-Man took the order, he quickly set off in the direction of the spacecraft. Well, we will need an hour next. I know everyone is a little tired, but this is a life and death time. Let's hold on. Iron Man cheers for everyone. I perceive that Alpha Star's Air Force is coming, let's be ready to fight. Scarlet Witch said to everyone with a serious face. As soon as Scarlet Witch's voice fell, an aircraft carrier-like spacecraft appeared in their sight. Foreign objects, ABG, species, I order you to arrest them with all hands, otherwise, we will use force to arrest you. The aircraft carrier warned against Iron Man. Fire. With an order from Iron Man, everyone shot their ability at the aircraft carrier. Boom! As expected, the aircraft carrier was blown up on the spot. Very well, continue. As soon as Iron Man's voice fell, 10 aircraft carriers suddenly appeared around him. Bang bang bang! Suddenly, the flames were wanton, and 10 aircraft carriers fired fiercely at the Iron Man in the middle. The flames illuminated the night sky and stung everyone's eyes. The aircraft carrier fought for 10 minutes, and it seemed that they were really going to wipe out the Iron Man. 10 minutes later, the aircraft carrier stopped attacking. The flame disappeared, revealing a scarlet sphere. It turned out that Scarlet Witch blocked all the artillery fire by himself. But this time the artillery fire is obviously more powerful, and there are more in number. Seeing the stop of the attack, Scarlet Witch finally withdrew from ability, and the exhausted star passed by. The consumption just now was too great. Quicksilver saw her sister fainted, and hurriedly flew over to catch Scarlet Witch. Next, it's up to us to end up these big guys. Iron Man looked at Scarlet Witch slightly apologetically, shook his lips, and said something harshly. Immediately afterwards, Iron Man, Hawkeye, and Spider-Man began to carry out destructive strikes on the surrounding 10 aircraft carriers. Iron Man used all the artillery fire and fired at the turrets of 10 surrounding aircraft carriers. Hawkeye used an arrow with a nuclear warhead to blow up all the main cockpits. The remaining small shipborne weapons were blown up one by the passing Spider-Man. The 3 people worked together and finally made 10 aircraft carriers lose their combat effectiveness. Snapped. The 3 of them clapped fiercely, celebrating that they finally managed to get these big guys. I think you are too happy too early, these Alpha Stars are going to fight us hard. Quicksilver, who was holding his sister on the side, looked at the surrounding aircraft carriers, and said blankly, "What?" Before Iron Man could react, 10 aircraft carriers that had lost their combat ability, leaving only one shell, rushed toward the middle at the same time. They did not hesitate to use this method of suicide, but also to eliminate the Iron Man. Boom! The firelight once again illuminated the night sky, and the sound of this explosion was also exceptionally harsh. After the explosion, Iron Man fell. Just at the very moment of the battle, Iron Man used all the energy of the steel battle suit to form a protective cover, protecting everyone. Another combat effectiveness was lost. Now, only Hawkeye, Spider-Man and Quicksilver are left to fight, but none of them have excellent defense or long-range attack capabilities. What made them collapse even more was that 10 aircraft carriers slowly ascended up again. This time the aircraft carrier is larger, more armament, and stronger. The 3 of them couldn't hold it, especially Quicksilver. After all, he was just a 16-year-old boy, and his mental capacity could not bear such a desperate scene. Uncle Hawkeye, let's surrender. We can't beat them. Quicksilver couldn't help begging. The aliens on the opposite side are fine. You have been surrounded by us. Now I will give you 1 minute. If you surrender actively, we can promise not to hurt you. At this time, another call to surrender came from the aircraft carrier. And each of these words was deeply knocked into the hearts of the 3 people, and they hesitation. We can't surrender, just like Mr. Stark said. We can't let them take away. They will really put our tortured situation where we can't survive, and if that's the case, I would rather die here. Spider-Man did not agree to surrender. Like Iron Man, he would rather die in battle than be a prisoner. Parker, don't be so stubborn. We can't beat this thing. Quicksilver's trembling voice roared at Spider-Man. The fear in front of him made him forget his pride as a member of Avengers, and lost his boldness as the absolute superhero of the Marvel Universe. All right. Hawkeye yelled impatiently. In such a dangerous situation, they are still in the mood to be noisy like this. Hawkeye, who had been undecided in the hesitation, could no longer control his inner anger. We can't be so cowardly, Stark is right. We can only be humiliated by all kinds of humiliations when we are taken back. In that case, I would rather die here by myself. Hawkeye finally has the backbone. Do not want. Quicksilver yelled a little desperately, he was scared out of his nerves. Think about your sister. She passed out to help us. What is it for? Isn't she just to let us escape? Isn't she to keep us from being captive? How can you be like this? Worry about her. Spider-Man saw Quicksilver's cowardly appearance, and was a bit angry for a while, grabbing Quicksilver's arm, and let him look at Scarlet Witch, who was already unconscious, and the questioning. Quicksilver was silent. Yes, my sister didn't make me look like this. Quicksilver finally woke up. I will give you the lead. I don't believe it. There is no way we can take these big bastards. Quicksilver stomped fiercely and rushed out. Parker, we are ready to go too. Seeing Quicksilver rushing over, Hawkeye hurriedly reminded Spider-Man to be ready, and then he took out all the nuclear warhead arrows and put them on the bow. Bang bang bang. This time, before the aircraft carrier attacked, they took the lead to strike. After a burst of gunpowder, Quicksilver and Spider-Man returned to Hawkeye's side. Although part of the 10 aircraft carriers were blown up, they are indeed much better than before. No, this time the aircraft carrier is too strong. It took me a long time to register a cannon. Spider-Man gasped. Me too, I can't move at all, I don't know what material it is, I can't break it at all. Quicksilver also said helplessly. This time the aircraft carrier is one level higher than the previous one. Hawkeye said in a deep voice. He was a little bit distressed, and he didn't know how to deal with it. No, they are not just trying to destroy us. Spider-Man suddenly thought of something. They are testing our combat effectiveness. They first mocked us with the weakest aircraft carrier, and now they manage a batch of stronger ones. If they really want to destroy us, then they can use the highest level directly. Spider-Man said incredulously. Do you mean that if they want to destroy us, it will be easy? In other words, they are doing experiments now. Are we just guinea pigs from another planet? Quicksilver said in horror. If this is really the case, it would be terrible. Theirs is like a group of little white mice. They have already been played with by the Alpha Stars and applauded. Wanting them to die is just a matter of flicks. The reason why they let them escape the danger again and again is just to test their strength. Zero seeking freshness. Even if we really test us, we can't surrender. We can only bite the bullet and continue. Although Hawkeye also wants to understand, but he has nothing to do. Even if it is played between the palms of one's hands, what can it be like? Is it just surrender? Hey, I'm back. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang in the ears of the three of them. Ant-Man who went back to get the Ant-Man battlesuit is back. The three of them were ecstatic, and finally a hopeful light shone in their hearts. Hawkeye, you first shoot some smoke bombs around to block the sight of the guys, and then I will put on the other people quickly. As soon as Ant-Man saw that the battle was tense, he quickly ordered. Okay, but to keep them from attacking temporarily, we need flash bombs. Hawkeye said, took out an arrow with a flashing warhead, and shot it all around. In an instant, the dazzling white light enveloped them. After 10 seconds, the white light gradually dissipated. The Alpha Star suddenly discovered that the alien creature that was in the middle had disappeared. The Iron Man crowd had escaped from the transparent cover and was heading for their spacecraft in the universe at a very fast speed. After returning to the spaceship, the four of them all sat slumped on the ground, gasping for breath, and the feeling of the rest of their lives suddenly made them cherish their lives extraordinarily. They have never felt like they do now. It's good to be alive. Scott, thanks to you this time, otherwise we would really die somewhere. Hawkeye lay on the ground and said, it's okay. Fortunately, I found their loopholes, otherwise, we are really bad luck. Ant-Man also collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. Okay, I'll take Mr. Stark to the medical room first and give him some energy. Spider-Man is still young after all. Although he has gone through life and death just now, he can adjust it very quickly. After a short rest, he has recovered his vigor. Quicksilver also picked up Scarlet Witch and walked to the medical room with Spider-Man. Scott, what do you think we should do next? Ding, I think, if we change to another planet, or call Steve and the others, if we are together, we should still have a chance. Ant-Man replied. Hawkeye nodded and closed his eyes. He is so tired. After 3 hours, Scarlet Witch and Iron Man finally woke up and their complexions were almost restored. Roar. Am I in heaven or hell? I shouldn't be in hell. As soon as he opened his eyes, Iron Man said slightly jokingly while rubbing his eyes. A person like you can only be in hell. Scarlet Witch said blankly. Why, am I so evil? Iron Man said discouragedly. Because your mouth has been too long, so many people want you to go to hell. 777 Scarlet Witch sat up and looked into Iron Man's eyes, and said seriously. Not so. Iron Man said sadly. At this time, Spider-Man and Quicksilver walked in after hearing the movement. Mr. Stark, you finally woke up, great, do you feel any discomfort in your body now? Seeing Iron Man wake up, Spider-Man was ecstatic, and the heart that had been hanging was finally placed on the ground. I'm fine, but I feel a little hungry. Iron Man replied. By the way, how did we get back to the spacecraft? Did you wipe out all the aircraft carriers? Scarlet Witch ignored Iron Man's ill-spoken words. This is a long story, but when we came back, thanks to Ant-Man, who arrived in time, otherwise we would really explain there. Quicksilver said with lingering fear. Where are the two of them? Iron Man looked around, but did not find Ant-Man and Hawkeye. The two of them are too tired and are still sleeping. Spider-Man spread his hands and said. Then you too. Iron Man looked at Quicksilver and Spider-Man suspiciously. It stands to reason that if they are tired, they should be tired. Why are these two people standing here radiantly? We are still young and don't need so much rest. Spider-Man patted his chest and said. It's better to be young. Iron Man sighed slightly enviously. Then, the four called Hawkeye and Ant-Man, and the six ate something together, and then they began to discuss things about Planet Alpha. Stark, what do you want to do? Hawkeye looked at Iron Man and asked. Their fighting power is indeed beyond my imagination, and if it is really as you guessed, then we are really not Alpha Star opponents. We can't take people away at all. By the way, the one that I have been carrying, where is the Alpha Star? Iron Man suddenly remembered that he had been carrying a person on his back, but he never saw it after waking up. Big brother, we are almost confessing that there is nowhere else to take him. Ant-Man curled his lips, feeling Iron Man was a little too worried. Look, we haven't been able to bring people out with such a heavy loss, so head-on head is really not the answer. Iron Man smiled and said. Finally came the question he had always wanted to talk about. I think we can no longer continue to implement such a hard-to-fight policy. In other words, we can't blatantly bring their ordinary citizens out, and we can't enter on a large scale. Iron Man said. The other 5 nodded their heads after hearing it, and felt that it made sense. After all, they were discovered this time when they were planted. Since the time Iron Man took Scarlet Witch and Spider-Man did not attract attention, they can basically come to a conclusion, that is, there are fewer people and a little more concealed work. If you do, you can still bring people out. Well, since you all nodded in agreement, I think we can change our strategy. Iron Man faintly smiled at Spider-Man and Scarlet Witch. Finally came the last part of their plan. I think we can recruit some people first. The number is about 100 people. The target candidates are people who have been abandoned on this planet or who have had major frustrations. Such people are more hopeful of success, and they have no other way out. Now, or join us in a gamble to create brilliance, or continue to live a life that was previously despised and looked down upon. Iron Man talked freely. In this way, we will train them in a devil style, and then give them the yellow light ability, to eliminate a notorious evil force in the universe, so that our reputation will be gained, and our credibility will also be gained. At this time it's much easier to recruit people and live to negotiate cooperation with the governments of various planets. What do you think? Iron Man said all his thoughts in one breath, and suddenly felt refreshed. It is too difficult for him to let him hold these thoughts in his heart and talk about it after a long circle. The other 5 people all lower their heads and think about whether Iron Man's idea is feasible or not. After all, this idea was passed in unanimously before, but the current reality does show that Iron Man's idea is more operational and easier. Success. I agree with Mr. Stark. Spider-Man first raised his hand to agree with Iron Man's idea. As a loyal little brother of Iron Man, others are not surprised that Spider-Man will agree with Iron Man. I also think that Stark's idea is right, and I agree. At this moment, Scarlet Witch raised his hand suddenly and agreed. Scarlet Witch never made a decision. At this time, she agreed with other people's views for the first time, and it was his daily Iron Man's views. This time, everyone was shocked. Scarlet Witch agreed, but they didn't expect it. Quicksilver also raised his hand, and Scarlet Witch agreed. He definitely agreed. 1.2 Well, according to the current situation, the previous point of view is really not easy to operate. Stark, this time I will support you. Hawkeye also raised his hand. Next, everyone looked at Ant-Man, only he hadn't commented yet. I definitely agreed. This proposal was originally approved. Ant-Man raised his hand as it should be. As early as the beginning of the formulation of the plan, he had always fully supported Iron Man's method, but at the time, based on the choice of the minority to obey the majority, he did not implement it according to his ideas. That's it. Well, now that the unanimous vote has passed, this is our future plan. But I still want to contact Steve. If possible, we can work together, so the efficiency will be faster. The captain of the United States in another galaxy also encountered the same situation on Iron Man's side. It has to be said that if a person's mistakes can be regarded as mistakes, then the entire team has made mistakes, and it is necessary to trace the source to find the problem. Judging from the fact that they made the same mistake on both sides, they walked away from the misunderstanding when they first chose the planet. They blindly wanted better players and chose a planet with more developed civilization and technology, but ignored their own ability. Enough to deal with these. But this is something for later. After the captain of the United States learned of Iron Man's proposal, he shot the case and screamed, immediately agreed, and drove the spacecraft to Iron Man. Since the 2 galaxies are not far apart, the captain of the United States traveled day and night. After 3 days and 3 nights, he finally got to the place. Stark, how are you preparing? Let's take a break here and we can leave. As soon as we met, the captain of the United States went straight to the subject. Gang 08 Iron Man nodded secretly. He liked the straightforward character of the captain of the United States. We planned to find 30 people on the entire planet Alpha. Iron Man didn't talk nonsense either, and replied directly. Well, wait an hour for us, then we can set off. The captain of the United States nodded. Iron Man has always done everything without any leaks, so Iron Man plans the action. The captain of the United States has always been particularly relieved. Okay, let's prepare the equipment too. Iron Man nodded, turning around and preparing for the actions needed for a while. An hour later, the captain of the United States found Iron Man in great spirits. How many people do you plan to use for this operation? The captain of the United States asked. I use it with all calculations. Iron Man continued without raising his head. Will it be too much to mobilize the teachers? After all, this kind of action is too big, the goal is too big, and we don't have Thor now. There is no final guarantee in the emergency. The captain of the United States is a little worried. The reason Thor didn't come to the DC universe together was because he was not there when he was traveling through space, so he didn't catch up. I don't know if he will regret it after he learns the truth. No, this time, because this time I upgraded all the spacesuits, and this time it is not only invisible to the naked eye, even a series of detection equipment such as radar will not find us. This is what Iron Man has been doing these days while waiting for the Captain of the United States. After all, he is still a half-scientist, and Iron Man is still an ordinary human, so in the face of failure, he always likes to make breakthroughs in technology to make up for it. This is why Iron Man, as a mortal, can still become a superhero without changing his body structure. In addition to his ambition to help the world, but also his technology that keeps pace with the times and continuously improves, can he be invincible? After hearing this, the United States captain was surprised. He didn't expect Iron Man to make such a big breakthrough so quickly. In this way, the action for a while will get twice the result with half the effort. In this way, under the arrangement of Iron Man, Avengers, and the crowd successfully found 30 young people who had been squeezed by life and society and had no early days in the streets and lanes of Alpha Star, and gave them a chance to stand up. At the same time, they adjusted the target planet. After learning a lesson, they only went to planets whose civilization and technological development were a little higher than that of the Earth, or even on the same level as the Earth. At the same time, Iron Man also realized an important problem, that is, if you want them to be famous in the entire universe, then an important prerequisite is to let these civilized planets in the entire universe connect with each other, at least let them know the universe. They can be interconnected, and the entire universe is not just a civilized organization. This is a huge project, and it is unprecedented. Even if the Asgardians of OA Star, who have been protecting the peace of the universe since the birth of the universe, have failed to complete after hundreds of billions of years, Iron Man is determined to do it. Finish. When reporting the situation to Li Wei was really surprised. He did not expect that his decision to let the Avengers recruit the Yellow Lantern Corps by himself would allow them to change the entire universe and promote the connection between cosmic civilizations. The goal. I knew that even in their mutual Marvel universe, they had never had such an idea together. After all, this work is really a fantasy, and there is no good way to do it. However, the next method Iron Man said made Li Wei frowned. There is no interconnection between all civilizations in the universe. This is not only because of technical problems, but also because they are content with the status quo. They think that the current self-sufficient life is particularly comfortable and safe. If they want to break this concept, they only need to do a simple action, which is to let them leave this comfort zone. If they are unwilling to take the initiative, then some force must be used to force them to accept cultural connections. That is, aggression. Only when they are awakened by force, will they be forced to take a step forward and realize how important it is to unite 777 to learn from each other. This truth has been performed many times in the long history of mankind on Earth, and each time it has taught mankind the most painful lesson. From this, Iron Man suggested that a villains organization could be established first, so that they could invade all planets in the entire universe, not for big or small, not for plundering, but just to make all civilizations aware of the importance of unity. Then the Yellow Lantern Corps made its debut, leading all civilizations to unite as an absolute leader of absolute justice. Zhizhikengchinj, resist foreign enemies. This routine is exactly the same as the idea of Mokonda of Oasis at the time. Hearing this, Li Wei realized why such a cosmic patron saint who has been so high above and has protected the universe for hundreds of billions of years, why should he do those little moves that are not on the stage, so as to demonstrate the importance of their Green Lantern Corps and Asgardian. This is the source. Li Wei was a little bit distressed. I didn't expect that the Mokonda, who was killed by the killer, would be the same as his most loyal and persistent idea. What makes Li Wei sad is that he can't find any effective and powerful. The proof can overthrow Iron Man's ideas, and then come up with a way to get the best of both worlds. If you can only use high-sounding justice and humanitarianism as an excuse, it will not be convincing at all. Li Wei didn't speak, he just asked Iron Man to wait and train the people they had already recruited first. For other ideas, he had to find a way. In this sentence, Li Wei was a little weak, because Li Wei knew in his heart that he had no way to solve this matter. If you want everyone to join an unfamiliar cosmic organization willingly, no matter how clear his banner, no matter how loud his slogan is, and no matter how justice his dream is, he won't let any highly intelligent creature with a happy life willingly join him. This is the most difficult problem now. My dear, what happened to make you frown? Captain Marvel gently came to Li Wei's side with a glass of water, stretched out his delicate hand and gently stroked Li Wei's frowning brow, gently rubbed it, trying to restore Li Wei's calm. Li Wei hugged Captain Marvel gently. Whenever he was upset, as long as Captain Marvel was by his side, he could always feel infinite motivation and warmth. Perhaps this is the real gentle township. Iron Man wants to do something that I think is incorrect, but I can't find a reason to refute it. Li Wei gently told Captain Marvel the ins and outs of the whole thing. Sometimes, you need to communicate with others about what you are frowning about, because the things that make you unable to figure out may not be all things in the eyes of others. Stark's starting point is good, but he has overlooked one of the most important things. Why are those planets that have reached interstellar crossings still unwilling to make contact? The demand will be promoted. If there are real planets with such technology, what is their driving force? Captain Marvel said softly in a nice voice. Even if you step back 10,000 steps, all the planets have not developed the technology for exploring the universe, so why don't they study it? Even on a shrinking planet like the Earth, civilization and technology can only be regarded as primitive levels from the macroscopic view of the universe. Countries are also scrambling to develop aerospace industry, so if all the planets in the entire universe do not develop, there must be unknown reasons. Captain Marvel finished speaking in one breath, watching Li Wei quietly, waiting for his lover's response. Li Wei was lost in thought. Captain Marvel wakes up Li Wei with a single sentence. Indeed, if according to Iron Man's statement, all civilizations in the entire universe are not in contact with each other, it is too weird, and there must be some secrets. Li Wei thought for a while and made a decision. This whole series of things is based on the unconnectedness of the entire universe civilization, so first we need to verify this matter. If it is true, then it is not too late to investigate further. So, Li Wei stroked Captain Marvel's golden hair lightly and said softly, "My dear, would you like to travel in this universe with me? I want to investigate if there is really no connection between all civilizations. By the way, we can also go out and play, but we haven't been out together for a long time." Went around. Superhero is to make people enviable. For them, to go out for shopping is to go out of the Earth and go to other planets to have fun. Captain Marvel smiled knowingly. She had already guessed that Li Wei would say that. Since the last time the two people reconciled after their quarrel, Li Wei has maintained the habit of going home every night and has never stopped. But this time, if every planet visits, it will be too time-consuming and delay things if you want to come back every day, so if you go with Captain Marvel, you can solve this problem that makes Li Wei most worried. Definitely, as long as you are willing to take me, no matter where I go, I am willing to follow along all the way. Although I was very calm and rational in my heart, the words came out of my mouth, but they were full of inspiration and poetry. This is where Captain Marvel's EQ is better than Li Wei. Not only can she control her emotions, she can also take care of everyone's mood. Then let's set off now. Li Wei couldn't hide the surprise in his eyes. He didn't expect Captain Marvel to agree. As a result, two people entered the space with their hands, and Captain Marvel also ushered in the first invitation to the DC universe. Their first stop was OA Star, which Iron Man highlighted. Thanks to Time Gem, Li Wei and Captain Marvel were there in no time. Since the day and night time of Alpha Star and the Earth are the same, Li Wei and his wife also set off in the afternoon, so when they came to Alpha Star, the sky was still bright. Li Wei all demonstrates the scientific and technological power of this Alpha Star. The people here look like the people on Earth, but the technology here is really much ahead of the Earth. Li Wei sighed. So definitely, it can be seen that the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning here are all controlled by thought, and even the growth of plants here is controlled artificially. Captain Marvel also said in surprise. The two sighed, while walking arm in arm on the streets of a metropolis on Alpha Star. The orange sky and the elongated shadows of the two formed a warm picture. However, warmth and beauty are always short-lived. The people here are really unusual. Since we entered this city, I found out that we have been targeted. Li Wei said to Captain Marvel, who was holding him as he walked. I also found out. I predict that their military will come in at most 10 minutes. Captain Marvel was not surprised. As the strongest existence in the Marvel universe other than Li Wei, she still has this keen observation. I don't want to talk to the political circles here yet, I still want to, zhao, explain other planets. Li Wei didn't look back, and continued to take Captain Marvel to walk forward. Captain Marvel didn't feel any anxiety either, not only because of her own strength, but also because the man next to her could give her the greatest sense of security. Even if she was in a dangerous situation, she would not feel a little nervous. Then let's go to the next planet. Although the scenery here is beautiful, the people here don't welcome us after all. Li Wei turned his head slightly, and said with some regret. Captain Marvel nodded slightly. A place with you is beautiful everywhere. Captain Marvel said softly. I really hope that one day, we can watch the sunset hand in hand like this, take a carefree walk, enjoy and have fun. Li Wei still has some regrets. After all, he hasn't had a Captain Marvel so romantic in a long time. Seeing a black army attacking them in the distance, Li Wei finally shook his head and looked at Captain Marvel affectionately. Dear, we may have to change a place. Li Wei said in a sorry tone. It doesn't matter, this place is just a scenery after all, and in my opinion, only places with you are beautiful scenery. Captain Marvel touched Li Wei's face and shook her head gently. She knew that Li Wei had a heavy responsibility, and although the scenery here was beautiful, they were not welcome after all. Okay, let's turn the galaxy around again. Li Wei used Time Gem's ability and Captain Marvel and disappeared in place. The Alpha Army was messy in the wind. The recent invasion of alien species has plunged their entire planet into panic, and the whole planet is filled with remarks that they are about to be invaded. And these, now Li Wei knows nothing, because now he is pulling Captain Marvel through the galaxy inviting to swim. My dear, where are we going next? Captain Marvel clutched Li Wei's hand tightly. With Li Wei by her side, she always felt an incomparable sense of security. She didn't even want to think about anything. She just wanted to follow Li Wei forever. Next stop, we go to a farther planet, Gamma Star 777. Li Wei looked back at Captain Marvel with happiness on his face and said. This time, Li Wei did not use Time Gem's ability. Compared to Time Gem's instantaneous ability, he would rather enjoy the beautiful scenery of the Milky Way, especially with someone he loves. However, even if two people only rely on their own ability to fly, the speed is not slow, at least they are dozens of times faster than Iron Man's spacecraft. In this way, in less than half a day, Captain Marvel and Li Wei arrived at Gamma Star, a planet with dense satellites that Li Wei had observed when he was still on the Earth. In the ring space created by Li Wei using the ability of the space gem, two people simply ate a potluck, and then sneaked into Gamma Star, a blue planet with a big river like the Earth. If it weren't for you said this is a Gamma Star, I really wouldn't believe that this is not the Earth. After entering the atmosphere of Gamma Star, Captain Marvel's eyes are printed with green mountains like the Earth, and there are deserts full of yellow sand in the distance, rugged and steep deserts next to it, and misty wetlands. This is exactly the landscape of the Earth, but unlike the current Earth, it is more like the landscape of the primitive Earth that was not substantially destroyed hundreds of years ago. If there are intelligent creatures that are more civilized than the Earth, Captain Marvel will really beat the drum in his heart. After all, it's too unlike here, it's even like a primitive planet where only low-level creatures exist and have never been mined. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that the scenery here is so beautiful, and it is exactly the same as the Earth. But in this way, we can roar-suck normally. Because the atmospheric environment of each planet is different, and although Li Wei and Captain Marvel are both superhero with some special capabilities, after all, they still have the same physiological structure as the people on Earth, they still need roar to inhale, and they need oxygen to sustain life. So in order to survive on other planets, they use their own different abilities to absorb the oxygen in the environment through their skin. Have encountered such a planet. This time they finally encountered a planet like the Earth. Li Wei and Captain Marvel finally breathed a sigh of relief, and finally they could gulp roar. While talking and laughing, they fell on the ground, in a virgin forest. My dear, do you really think there is any high-level wisdom here? Why do I only see monkeys, leopards, and wolves? I really don't even see a symbol of civilization. Captain Marvel couldn't help but wonder. In front of her, there is indeed a forest full of birds and flowers, and there is no trace of human existence at all. No, their satellites are about to surround the entire Gamma Star. If there are really no Korean intelligent creatures, then what is going on with those satellites? It can't be just such an ordinary forest. Li Wei firmly believes that it is impossible for them to see what they saw here. If this is the case, his observations will not be idle at all. Captain Marvel looked at Li Wei helplessly. This man he loves is good at everything, but has a shortcoming, that is, he is too stubborn. Captain Marvel closed her eyes and began to scan hundreds of kilometers with her consciousness. She wanted to see for herself whether there was any civilization. But it doesn't matter if you look at it. Captain Marvel suddenly discovered that there was something wrong at their feet. My dear, I feel something under the ground. Captain Marvel surprised roar. Yes, I can feel it too, and I have seen the Sea of Consciousness clearly. It turned out to be a city under our feet. Li Wei also said with some surprise. Unexpectedly, the people of Gamma Star lived underground. Li Wei shook his head. He didn't understand. There are so many places on the land, why they have to go deep into the ground? It's just to find sins and suffer by themselves. Li Wei looked at Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel also understood the meaning in Li Wei's eyes, and then nodded. She was sure that she wanted to take this risk with Li Wei. Li Wei stomped his feet, using Time Gem's ability, instantly shuttled to the underground city. When they went underground, they discovered that this underground city is indeed a different kind of cave. You can see the outside here and even get sunlight. The land they were walking on just now turned out to be transparent from below. Li Wei looked at Captain Marvel in a short skirt and couldn't help but get a little angry. Has any beast peeked at it? Obviously, Li Wei was too worried. There is no one on the streets of this underground city. My dear, it's really weird here. According to the height of the sun, it should look like 5 or 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Why is there no one on the line? Captain Marvel didn't notice the fluctuation of Li Wei's mood just now, but this doubt is indeed valuable. Let me take another look. Li Wei can't figure out why. Anyway, this planet, which is very similar to the Earth, shows strangeness everywhere. Li Wei closed his eyes and explored the surroundings with the sea of knowledge. He wanted to see what the people here were doing. To be rude, Li Wei just wants to see if there are any people alive here, my dear. I tell you one thing, I hope you won't be too surprised. After a while, Li Wei slowly opened his eyes and looked at Captain Marvel blankly and said, "It's not so much a blank expression, as a silent expression. You say." Captain Marvel looked at Li Wei and said, "If I'm not mistaken, this should be the night of Gamma Star, because everyone is sleeping." Li Wei said, "Sleep on such a bright day?" Captain Marvel obviously couldn't understand it. "Also, everyone is sleeping," Li Wei added. "Sleeping during the day is not terrible, I can only say that the habits are different, but everyone is sleeping, which is a little weird. Even on the planet where technology was backward hundreds of years ago, not everyone would be asleep at night, because there are always people who can't fall asleep. But on this Gamma Star, everyone lies at home and sleeps without exception." But the next sentence of Li Wei made Captain Marvel a little frightened. "The place where they sleep is not a bed, but a coffin," Li Wei said slowly. "Coffin?" Captain Marvel was obviously taken aback. "Do you know they are still alive?" Captain Marvel asked immediately. Although there is no roar sucking, they still have vital signs from the physical characteristics, that is, they are alive, they just don't breathe. Li Wei replied. "Could it be, are the creatures here all vampires?" Captain Marvel asked. Captain Marvel suddenly became interested. There are some legends about vampires on the Earth. Captain Marvel has always been curious about vampires, but has never seen it before. If there are vampires here, it can be said that Captain Marvel can finally realize its dream. If you guess right, these creatures are what we call vampires on Earth. Li Wei nodded. After seeing everyone clearly through the sea of consciousness, he guessed that this is probably the vampire's lair. I want to go around the planet and see if everyone is a vampire. Li Wei grabbed Captain Marvel's hand and began to travel the entire planet at the fastest speed. After half an hour, Li Wei and Captain Marvel returned to their place. They looked at each other and sat on a bench in a park. My god, it's so awesome. This place is simply a vampire star. This place shouldn't be called a gamma star. It should be called a vampire star. Captain Marvel exclaimed. After traveling the entire planet, they discovered that the people here are actually vampires. Moreover, what surprised them was that the planet could receive sunlight at 360 degrees. The entire planet was daytime, and all vampires were sleeping. My dear, let's take a break in my ring space first, and wait until night before we come out. Sitting on the bench, Li Wei suddenly became a little sleepy. Although he has a Superman physique, he hasn't slept for almost a day. Anyway, there is nothing wrong now, and the sleepiness hit Li Wei's heart. Captain Marvel also hit a big hatch, and followed Li Wei into the ring space to rest. A night of speechlessness, definitely, is the night of gamma stars. In the evening, Li Wei and Captain Marvel ate and drank, and walked out of the ring space happily. At the moment's gamma star, the streets and alleys are all bustling with people. Although they are vampires, they look exactly like us from the outside. Captain Marvel looked at the gamma star curiously, and said in surprise. Li Wei did not answer Captain Marvel's words, because he discovered that the vampires here did not find that they were aliens, and even if they saw them inadvertently, they didn't have any surprised expressions. In other words, the gamma stars did not realize that Li Wei and them were aliens. In this way, if you want to know whether they will be xenophobic, you can't just look for results from ordinary people. Li Wei pulled Captain Marvel and began to probe the technology of the entire planet. Before it was a gamma star night, all the equipment was turned off and Li Wei could not see anything, but now it is daytime for gamma star, and all the equipment is put into use. Turning around in a circle, Li Wei found out. Although the people here are all vampires, their level of technology is more than twice that of the Earth. It seems that they have the ability to get in touch with the planet, and according to my observations on the Earth, less than 20 light years away from them, there is a planet with the same civilization. With their technological level and aerospace ability, it is not shouldn't contact or explore. 0. Look for flowers. Li Wei thought to himself in his heart. However, on the way into the planet just now, Li Wei did not see the characteristics of the connection with other planets. Li Wei has made up his mind. He needs to talk to the high level of the entire planet to find out. My dear, would you like to do something with your husband? Li Wei looked at Captain Marvel and said. Captain Marvel nodded. Originally, she was not a fearful person. Li Wei nodded and walked towards a place in the distance where the government building was written. I can read the text here thanks to the brainwave translation system developed by Iron Man. Wait a minute, who are you? As soon as he reached the door, Li Wei was stopped by the security guard at the door. I am an alien, and I want to see your sir. Li Wei said calmly. I am also an alien. I am not even qualified to see the chief, so go ahead. The security officer said blankly. I repeat, I am an alien and I have important things. Li Wei also said blankly. I also. Boom. The security guard fell to the ground. Li Wei looked back at Captain Marvel in surprise. Captain Marvel rubbed her eyes. The hot vision attack just now made her find the urge to fight again. Whatever it costs him, we can just go in directly. Captain Marvel said as expected. Li Wei nodded secretly. His wife was still as hot-tempered as before. Li Wei didn't talk nonsense, and directly took Captain Marvel into the government building. Along the way, various people definitely stopped them, but they were all beaten to the ground by Captain Marvel. Finally, after Li Wei walked up to the top floor and pushed open the office door with Shi Long, sitting inside the door was a pot-bellied vampire who had already looked at Li Wei in 2 battles, trembling as if he wanted to leave first. Almost all the people in this building were knocked out, because Li Wei, who didn't know where the chief's office was, pushed them away one by one. Hello Mr. Schick, hello, I am an alien. Ding, what are you doing? Let's say it concisely. Gamma Star Schick sat at his desk calmly. After seeing Li Wei and Captain Marvel come in, there was no surprise or panic. This reaction made Li Wei really not expecting it. After all, the downstairs was already in a mess. The head of Shi could still be so calm. The most important thing is that he didn't panic after seeing him. Then there are only 2 possibilities. Either it is that the Great Wall Mansion is extremely deep, even if there are big things, it can be calm, and the clouds are light and breezy on the surface, or the Shi Qing always sees aliens, so it's no surprise. Li Wei is the same as you. He is in the second case. In this way, he can know what he wants to know most. Mr. Schick really has a lot of concentration, so I can sit here calmly, and I admire him very much. 777. Although he was overwhelmed in his heart, Li Wei was still calm on the surface and sat in front of him politely. I've seen you aliens a lot, and I'm not surprised by the use of force, so you don't have to show me here. By the way, no matter what purpose you came with today, you are offending our laws will need to be sanctioned in a while. Shi Chang glanced to the left with disdain. Li Wei was overjoyed. It seems that this Shi is always dealing with aliens. I take the liberty to ask, do you often deal with aliens? Li Wei asked. If you have something to say, I'm still very busy. You have made such a big mess for me, and you are waiting for me to clean it up. She is a little impatient. The purpose of my visit this time is to restore the connection between civilizations. Li Wei replied thoughtfully. Repair the relationship between civilizations? Have you already got the colorful stones? Mr. Shi stood up suddenly excited, and grabbed Li Wei's hand. It shouldn't be. Huangshi is on Gamma Star, so it shouldn't be lost. Shi Chang talked to himself in a somewhat unbelievable way. But the speaker is not intent, and the listener is intentional. Li Wei's eyes lit up suddenly, and as expected, there must be some unknown stories in this universe. Li Wei smiled and secretly used Mind Gem's ability and entered the God's telekinesis, wanting to see what secrets he was still in the dark. It doesn't matter if I look at it. Li Wei suddenly realized that this vast DC universe is really extraordinary. There is a scene like this in Shik's fragmentary memories. Hundreds of years ago, the DC universe was still a peaceful scene. Almost all civilizations were connected, and an alliance was established to maintain the stability of the entire universe and the exchanges between their various planets. However, after another large-scale war between the universe, the peaceful atmosphere of the entire universe was broken, and all civilizations were closed and severed. Some planets even regarded people from alien planets as their greatest enemies. Be wiped out. Li Wei wanted to see the origin of the battle, but in the fragmented memory of that battle, Li Wei could not piece together a complete context, let alone see the origin. Li Wei could only sigh and slowly withdrew Mind Gem's ability. If you want to know the details of this matter, you still need to let Shik organize the language and tell them in person. What 5-color stone, Mr. Shi Chang? If I take the liberty, I know very little about that battle, can you tell me in detail? Li Wei changed his attitude and asked modestly. What? You don't know that, so what are you doing here? Mr. Shi looked at Li Wei in disbelief. I'm just here to repair the connection between civilizations, which I have just said. Li Wei still said modestly. You want to fix it, but you don't know why it broke? Your idea doesn't work at all, young man. With all due respect, you are putting the cart before the horse. Shi Chang breathed a sigh of relief, and said with a slight reproach. But Li Wei didn't care about this long sentence. So, can you tell me what happened? Li Wei continued to ask. However, Mr. Shi was obviously a little impatient, and waved his hand to Li Wei. I have nothing to comment on this question. I just tell you. Only when you find your 5-color stone can you be qualified to repair the connection between civilizations with ability. Otherwise, I can only think that you are speaking the vernacular in an empty mouth, and I have reason to doubt you. Motivation. I just wanted to stare fiercely into Li Wei's eyes and said, even though Li Wei has a good temper, he can't hold back his anger when he is so comforted. Huh? What if I have to tell me? Li Wei smiled and stood up slowly. If you don't tell me why, I can only one-sidedly understand that you deliberately make things difficult for me because you look down on me. Li Wei gritted his teeth and said this sentence. Li Wei wants to put pressure on Shi Chang's mind. Your trick is of no use to me. Let me tell you that before you enter my office, there are already dozens of sniper rifles aimed at your head. Say goodbye to this beautiful world. Chief Shi ignored Li Wei's caution, but said righteously. Late? Then you can let them come and shoot me. Li Wei didn't panic at all, and even wanted to laugh a little. Boom! As soon as Li Wei's words fell, one by one had passed through his head, leaving a shocking bullet hole. I'm sorry, ma'am. Your gentleman is too arrogant, and he should be punished for breaking the law here. I am deeply sorry for his death, and I hope you can do it when you return to your planet. Communicate with the local government. We have no intention of declaring war. This is just a punishment that a stowaway should deserve. Shi Chang said 1.2 in a slightly sorry tone, as if he really cared about it. But Captain Marvel didn't have any expressions, as if the leader was not talking to her. Madam, in fact, you have broken the law here. Your husband's death is the last warning to you. It doesn't matter if you are disrespectful to me, but if you don't quickly take your husband away from our planet, I can't guarantee you. Is it you who fell? Mr. Shi was a little annoyed at Captain Marvel's blindness, and could not help threatening with a stern voice. But in contrast, Captain Marvel didn't respond much, and even the dark color still looked like he wanted to laugh. Madam, I have warned you, don't blame me for being ruthless. Shi Chang shook his head. He didn't understand why there were so many people seeking death. Mr. Shik, if I remember correctly, the conversation between us is not over yet. If it is impolite, it should be you. Suddenly, Li Wei's voice reached Shi's long ears. Shi Chang was taken aback, he couldn't help but stepped back and fell into his chair. You, why are you still alive? Who are you on Earth? Shi has a long face as earth-colored, as if he had seen the angel of hell coming. It doesn't matter who I am, I just want to know what happened hundreds of years ago. Li Wei asked blankly, and the bullet hole on his head that was pierced by the bullet had healed as good as ever. Shi did not answer, but waved his hand silently. Bang bang bang. Dozens of bullets hit Li Wei at the same time. Mr. Shi Chang, you didn't answer my question because you were waiting for them to shoot. Holding a handful of bullets in his hand, Li Wei spoke to Shi Chang and patted the table in front of him. You, who are you? Are you Bella's subordinate, or you are Bella himself? Shik's face now really looks like the color of Lois 08, even slightly greenish. Varia? I tell you, I am no one. I just want to repair the connection between the entire universe and civilization. Now I need to tell you the ins and outs of the whole incident so that we can communicate better, and also it is convenient for the next step of the plan. After all, repairing the relationship, I think it is beneficial to the entire universe, right? Li Wei looked at Shi Qing seriously. He felt that this chick always didn't believe him. Wait a minute, I'll take a moment. Finally, there was not so much hostility in Shi's long eyes. He took a sip of water from the cup on the table, and Roar took a few deep breaths. Regardless of whether what you said is true or not, I am now in your hands. You want to know the ins and outs of this matter? Well, I will tell you, but you have to follow me. Let's change a place. This is not a place to tell stories. Shi Qing said in a low voice. Then, he opened a drawer and pressed a button inside. Rumbling. After a roar, the wall behind the Chief Shi's office fell down, revealing a dark room. This place is my secret base. If you want to figure out why, just follow me. Shi Chang took the lead in walking in. Li Wei looked back at Captain Marvel next to him, then dragged her to follow. With the strength of the two of them, there may not be anything in the entire universe that can hurt them, so they are not worried about safety. I don't know how long I walked with Shi Chang, and finally I came to a small door. Long she gestured to them and arrived at their destination. After gently pushing the door open, what came into your eyes was a small island with a cavernous sky. The green mountains and green waters on this island, the fragrance of birds and flowers, are like coming to the legendary peach blossom source. This is the place I have been building for a long time when I took over. The purpose is to spend my old age here and avoid being found by anyone. Speaking of which, you two are still the first guests of this small island. After seeing the island, Shi Chang's mood was obviously much better. Li Wei is not in the mood to appreciate the scenery in front of him. Then Mr. Shi Chang, you can tell me. Here I will say a little impatiently. Ha ha ha, it's okay now. Shi Long laughed. If I'm not mistaken, you should be the Earth from the solar system. When I was the commissioner of the foreign ministers of Gamma Star 500 years ago, I often dealt with the foreign ministers of your Earth. I heard him say that the Earth is a beautiful one. The planet, but the lifespan of human beings is a little short. Unlike our Gamma Star people, the average lifespan is 1,000 years. Speaking of this, Shi Qing still has some little pride. Li Wei didn't answer the conversation, he just wanted to know what he wanted to know, nothing else was of interest. Seeing the expression on Li Wei's face, Shi Chang shook his head helplessly. You young man, you really don't understand the world. Okay, then, let me tell you what happened back then. She let out a long sigh and started talking. It turned out that 500 years ago, all civilized planets in the entire universe had established diplomatic relations, and they also established an alliance called the Peace Alliance. In the use of this alliance, in addition to maintaining peace and stabilizing diplomatic relations, it is very important to unanimously confront those planets that oppose the establishment of diplomacy by various planets. Among them, the loudest objection to Roar is the M78 Nebula. Because this nebula has a special magnetic field that radiates its own, all intelligent creatures are extremely large, and there are also various laser abilities. And the master of this nebula, Varia, has always been hostile to the Peace Alliance. In his view, the various planets in the entire universe should stand alone, and unite with each other, so that only those who are trying to rule the entire universe can take advantage of it. However, although the Justice League is called justice, it is indeed extremely ruthless in its behavior. In order to spread their thoughts and make the entire universe identify with them, they carried out brutal and inhuman destruction operations on the opposed planet 777. The M78 Nebula, which has the highest opposition voice, becomes the first one they want to attack. But Beria is not only a tough monarch, but also a powerful fighter. Facing the army of tens of millions of planets to crusade, he was able to fight without fail. And this battle, due to the stalemate between the two sides, went on for a whole 100 years. In the past 100 years, some planets have to withdraw from the Justice League because they have provided all the troops and supplies to the front line, so their strength has deteriorated and they have to withdraw from the Justice League. In the past few years, the Earth has been included. In this way, the Justice League has fewer and fewer troops, and the hearts of the people are getting more and more distracted. By the end of the day, there is no more power to fight Beria. At this time, the senior officials of the Justice League realized the seriousness of the problem. After weighing the pros and cons, they had to lower their heads to make peace with Beria, and wanted to truce. But Beria is not an honest person willing to be bullied after all. Seeing the Justice League's anger, he directly adjusted the policy and began to counterattack the Justice League. Since the various planets of the Justice League no longer have any army, this battle can be said to be beaten by Beria, and some planets were directly destroyed by Beria and all intelligent life. Here, definitely also includes the Earth. The first great destruction of the Earth's wisdom civilization occurred during the massacre of Beria. In the following decades, Beria has become more vigorous, and it can be said that he has succeeded in chasing after him, and finally established his own power system in the entire universe, becoming the master of the entire universe. At this time, the Asgardians of Or, who had retired before the war, stood up and told the world how to defeat Beria. That is the collection of the legendary five-color stone. The five-color stone was born when the DC universe was formed. It carries the power of the Big Bang. A stone of a single color is like an ordinary stone in the universe. It has no effect. Only when they are combined can it be played. The energy of the Big Bang. But after the Big Bang, the 5 color stones have already flowed to every corner of the universe, and no one knows where these stones are. Finally, according to the guidance of the power of the universe, the Asgardians commanded the Green Lantern Corps after 10 years of oversight and unannounced visits, and finally found the 5 color stone, and finally Mokonda used the power of the 5 color stone to eliminate Beria in one fell swoop. The Legion of Beria, who had lost Beria, also had no leader, and was wiped out by the Green Lantern Corps that had been dormant for several years. It was also from this battle that the Green Lantern Corps became famous. Although later generations questioned why the Ordean Asgardians did not direct the Green Lantern Corps Beria to strike at the beginning of the cosmic chaos, some people even suspect that this is a game that the Asgardians did to improve their status, but they won. The prince and the loser, the truth is always in the hands of the victor, so these thoughts have not become mainstream thoughts. Going back to the 5 color stones, after Mokonda used them, the 5 color stones once again fell in every corner of the universe, and no one knew their whereabouts anymore. And since then, under the advice of the Asgardians, all civilizations in the universe began to work independently and no longer contact each other, and the issue of peace and stability of the entire universe was officially handed over to the Green Lantern Corps. After listening to the whole story, Shi Qing quietly took a sip of tea and looked at Li Wei quietly. Li Wei sighed deeply. He didn't expect that there would have been such a bloody storm in this universe, and the influence has continued to the present. Then, even if we find the 5 color stone, it won't help. Captain Marvel frowned and asked. After all, according to Shi Chang's story, it was the massacre of Beria that caused all civilizations to separate from each other, and it was the Asgardians who firmly believed that not connecting with each other was the best way to protect themselves. So even if they find the 5 color stone, it will not help, unless they use the power of the 5 color stone to carry out another massacre and kill all those who do not advocate contact, and the remaining people can pass their suggestions unanimously. In short, Captain Marvel did not think clearly about the connection between the 5 color stone and the reconstruction of cosmic civilization. Shi Chang looked at Captain Marvel and smiled, and shook his head gently. What you think is too simple. The reason why everyone believes that their own governance is king is because the Asgardians have conveyed a message to the world, that is, the meaning of the 5 color stone, which means that their own governance is actually in accordance with the laws of the universe. According to the law, whoever violates this statement is against the laws of the universe. Shik said slowly. In other words, it is possible that the 5 color stone did not convey this truth at all. This statement is only deliberately used by the Asgardians to deceive the world. Li Wei said suddenly. Shi Long nodded. Li Wei's brows tightened. He didn't expect that the Asgardians were like Beria. They were not good birds. They just used the banner of justice to achieve their goals. For a long time, I have never believed the Asgardians saying that the 5 color stone did not give them any signs at all. Everything was just their strategy. And the reason why they were able to defeat Beria was also because of years of warfare. The Beria Legion was exhausted. Long Shi said. But, even so, after we get the 5 color stone, it will be of no avail. We can't go there all over the world, and then show them the 5 color stone, and then tell them that the Asgardians are lying to them. Captain Marvel frowned again and asked. After all, the universe is really too big, and there are so many civilizations on the planet, it is impossible for them to show everyone the stage at the same time. Li Wei also looked at Shik with the same puzzlement. According to what he said, if you want to change everyone's thinking, a major event in level universe is needed. As long as you find the 5 color stone, I can help you tell the people in the universe. Shi Qing said confidently. Do you have any idea? Li Wei looked at Shik with some doubts, even he didn't have a better way. What better way could this big-bellied Shik think of? You forgot what I just said. We had the Justice League before. The Justice League has always had a way to connect with all planets, and I have always kept the way to open it. Shi Qing said with a smile. Li Wei nodded, and secretly gave Shik a thumbs up. Unexpectedly, even in the process of Beria's massacre of the entire universe, Shi Qing dared to risk death to take in this thing. Poor Shi Chang is also a cruel one. People. Then, can you give me your stone? Li Wei remembered that Shi Chang said he had one of the 5 color stones here, and made this request. Unexpectedly, Mr. Shi actually shook his head. This yellow stone, but I found it after 300 years. I can't give it to you easily. Long Shi said. Zhao Zhao Zhao, I can't believe that you can have the courage to fight the entire Green Lantern Corps only based on your words. Courage, the 5 color stones are scattered all over the world, and you can't find them overnight. I'm not sure if you have that perseverance. What Shi Qing said makes sense. After all, this matter can't be solved in one sentence, nor can it be completed in 10.5 years, so just relying on the words of the 2 earthlings who met for the first time, he trusted them with all his heart, and leave everything to them without reservation. It's not just that he can't do it himself, even if he does it, Li Wei they have to doubt their purpose of doing it. Like you, I also want to make the entire universe as peaceful and stable as before, and civilizations are interconnected. Li Wei nodded. He can understand the Shi, and if he is replaced, he might do the same. So, how would you give me your stone? Li Wei didn't talk nonsense. He didn't say anything about being tall for the world and the universe, but simply asked what he wanted to know. Discussing such a major event, especially such a serious matter, any polite or lofty rhetoric is of no use, and it will even give you a lot of points. She also nodded in satisfaction. As long as you find the other 4 stones and bring them here, I can trust you. At that time, I will give you my stone and the key to connect with each planet," Mr. Shi said solemnly. And many more. Suddenly, Captain Marvel intervened. "I know we met for the first time, so you don't have absolute trust in us, but we also have the same with you. How do we believe you and we are the same?" Captain Marvel stared at her long eyes and asked. This sentence was also asked in Li Wei's heart. This is the same issue that the satellite TV had just considered. "Ha ha ha, it seems that your vigilance is quite high. Such 777 people can do great things. I definitely have the conditions to let you rest assured." Shi Chang smiled and nodded, and looked at Li Wei with eyes full of appreciation. Immediately afterwards, Mr. Shi put a card in front of Li Wei. At this time, Gamma Galaxy Pass card. With this card, you can freely enter and exit the entire Gamma Galaxy, and you can be regarded as guests wherever you go. Li Wei's brows have deepened, and Captain Marvel has become more grumpy. "That's it?" Captain Marvel asked. "Is this not enough?" Mr. Shi didn't expect Captain Marvel to have such a reaction, because in his heart, this was already the biggest price he could pay. In this way, "Mr. Shik, we also open the skylight to speak up. First of all, we are not beggars, although we do not particularly need your card." Li Wei pondered for a while, and said in a deep voice, "You know, what we need most now is not any treatment in Gamma Star, and in my opinion, your sacrifice is nothing to me at all." Li Wei looked at Shi Chang with a smile and said. This time, it was Shik's turn to be a little embarrassed. He didn't expect Li Wei and the others to react like this. In fact, in his heart, he only regarded Li Wei as little characters who cheated on him. After all, Shiu Avengers the alliance is too big and difficult. In his heart, he still doesn't believe that Li Wei can stick to it. "We really want to do what we say, and it is possible to complete with our ability. Please don't underestimate our ability and determination. So, please show your sincerity and exchange it with us, okay?" Li Wei looked at Shi Cheng seriously and said. Immediately afterwards, Li Wei pointed to a big tree in the distance and motioned to Shik to look. Li Wei uses the ability of Life Gem to accelerate the aging of the entire tree. Then, the big tree grows up at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it goes from dense to fallen leaves, to new buds to lush, all with just a few seconds. This hand directly stunned Shi Chang. "This is just a little trick. I just want to tell that I have absolute ability to do what I want to do. Even if I don't rely on the 5-color stone you said, I can use my own strength to make the entire universe. Everyone knows what I want to do and proves to them that my idea is correct," Li Wei said righteously. Shi Chang was directly shocked by Li Wei's sudden domineering spirit. He did not expect that the young earthling in front of him would have such a strong strength, and what made him even more unexpected was that this young earthling would have such an agreed belief. Li Wei quietly looked at Abe JJ Long, waiting for his response. Li Wei is not worried that Shi Chang will turn his face because of his unreasonableness. If this Shik only has this little measure, then he will not find him to cooperate, and the things in Shi Chang's hands will be taken away by him personally. After a while, Shik nodded slowly. Shi Chang was not angry, but praised Li Wei even more. At the time, the founder who promoted the connection of the entire universe was also a young earthling. When he negotiated with me, he also had the same determined eyes and an attitude of neither humble nor arrogant as you. You are very similar to him. There were dots of light in Shi's long eyes, and he looked at Li Wei and said. Li Wei smiled and didn't say anything. He was waiting for Shi Chang to say the answer he wanted. "Well, I give you my yellow stone as my sincerity. Even if you look at the face of him and you, I believe you will definitely fulfill your mission." As he said, Shik gently took off the necklace he had been wearing from his neck, squeezed it hard, and opened the outer shell, revealing an oval stone glowing yellow. "This is the yellow stone that I spent 300 trillions to find. Now, I will leave it to you." Shi Chang looked at Li Wei, slowly but firmly placed the yellow stone in front of Li Wei. Li Wei nodded seriously. "Don't worry, I will fulfill my mission, and I will definitely accomplish what I want to do." Li Wei enjoyed the yellow stone, and in a blink of an eye he accepted it into his space ring. Buzz! Suddenly, Li Wei felt that at the moment when the yellow stone was exhausted from the space ring, his 6 gems suddenly vibrated at the same time, as if they had sensed each other. Li Wei was a little surprised to touch the space ring. He didn't expect the crystallization from the 2 universes to resonate. "Then, the future of the entire universe is up to you," Mr. Shi said seriously. "Rest assured." Li Wei looked at Shi Chang with the same seriousness and replied. "By the way, can you tell me what happened to the earthling who is very similar to Li Wei?" Captain Marvel asked suddenly, feeling that the atmosphere was too serious. Li Wei and Shi Chang laughed loudly at the same time. Li Wei also looked at Shi Chang with interest. He also wanted to know what the final outcome of this person who should have been recorded in the history of the universe was. "Ha ha ha, but the man of the day, like you, has unshakable strength. But just like you, he also has a person who has always loved him." Shi's long eyes looked at the distance, as if remembering something warm. "It's just that he is not as happy as you, he is still harmed by that woman after all." Although the leader hadn't finished speaking in the end, he couldn't help but let Li Wei and the others leave. Li Wei also didn't understand why he said that the man on Earth who looked a lot like him would have such a reaction, but Li Wei still believes that this predecessor from the Earth must be a great man. After figuring out that great battle in the entire universe, Li Wei suddenly felt a lot easier. Because he finally knew what he should do, not only about how the Yellow Lantern Corps should expand its influence, but also how Li Wei himself should lead the entire universe. Li Wei has never forgotten that the mission given to him in this universe is to stand at the top of this universe. However, Li Wei does not want to simply rule by force, but wants to make the planets willingly surrender. However, after many things happened, Li Wei gradually changed his mind. He didn't want to surrender, but wanted to be admired by all the planets. He willingly followed him and agreed with everything about Li Wei ideologically. There is no doubt that Li Wei now has a new level of understanding of the top of the right. Although this process is extremely difficult, it even sounds a bit fanciful. But now, the realization of this idea is not so far away, because a brand new opportunity was defeated in front of Li Wei, that is, the Justice League that was established a long time ago. Although it has the same name as the Justice League he established, this alliance is even larger. Not only does it have a wide range of cash withdrawals, it also reflects its significance. If this alliance can be rebuilt and the civilizations of all planets can be regrouped together, then Li Wei will undoubtedly become a great man through the ages, and Li Wei can also use this alliance to let all civilizations follow him willingly. This point, in Li Wei's view, is extremely important. To realize this idea, the best and only way is to gather the 5 color stones. Now Li Wei has a yellow stone in his hand. Although the other 4 colored stones are scattered in every corner of the universe according to Shi Chang, they are not in Li Wei's eyes. After all, the 5 color stones used to be one body before the Big Bang, so they must have a connection with each other. This is not like the 5 gems in the Marvel Universe, which are not together at the beginning of their birth, and they represent a force that does not interfere with each other at all, let alone a connection. Therefore, in Li Wei's view, the collection of 5 color stones is not as difficult as imagined, and even if there is really no loneliness between the 5 color stones, those few can use his powerful the gods telekinesis to add. With Shen Suli, Li Wei can become a little bit and walk everywhere in the universe. Moreover, Li Wei is confident that this huge project will be completed within 1 year. Therefore, for Li Wei, it is not too difficult to find the 5 color stone. Thinking that Li Wei can use this time to travel through the DC universe, maybe he can meet some interesting people and things. There will even be some magical experience. Thinking of this, Li Wei didn't even want to find the connection between the 5 color stones. He wanted to set off immediately. My dear, what are you going to do? Just when Li Wei wanted to get into trouble, Captain Marvel suddenly looked up a sentence and asked. It turned out that Captain Marvel noticed that Li Wei's expression suddenly yearned for something, and even revealed some happiness. This makes Captain Marvel very strange, so he couldn't help but blurt out. Nothing, I just thought of the easiest way to find 5 color stones. Li Wei was a little embarrassed to avoid the real thoughts. After all, if you want to travel the entire universe, Captain Marvel will definitely not be able to keep up with him, so Li Wei can only set off by himself. But if he wants to leave his little wife at home for a year, even if he can pierce his heart cruelly, Captain Marvel will not agree. So Li Wei still made a wise decision, not to mention the second plan unless Captain Marvel asked. What's the solution? Don't tell me, it's you who use your superb power to find it bit by bit. I tell you that it is impossible. Unless you also give me superb power, we can only go together. Captain Marvel took Li Wei's arm and said a little coquettishly. But such a lovely tone and Captain Marvel's beautiful face made Li Wei startled in a cold sweat. 0, for flowers. Captain Marvel knew what he was thinking easily, and didn't use any ability at all. Is this the effect brought by the legendary knowledge of knowledge and knowledge? Li Wei didn't understand, and some even questioned whether Captain Marvel gave him something, so that he could read all his thoughts before Li Wei knew it. But this is all random thinking, and it is imperative not to make Captain Marvel suspicious. No, how can I do it in such a stupid way? It's not my style at all. Li Wei pretended to say lightly. Captain Marvel did not answer, but looked at Li Wei with a puzzled face, waiting for his answer. Li Wei pretended to be deep to cover up his embarrassment, and then talked about his first method. Hey, you have a good method and a particularly good idea. But, can you tell me what method are you going to use to find the connection with the 5 color stone? After all, you don't have any precise instruments. You can't hold this yellow. Look for the stone bit by bit, expecting a response wherever you go. It proves that there are some 5 color stones here. Captain Marvel shook his head, feeling that Li Wei's idea was not reliable at all. No, since I can tell your husband this idea, it proves that I must have a way to know how to find the connection between them, Li Wei said with a mysterious face. Captain Marvel looked at Li Wei and she wanted these words from Li Wei. Don't forget, I have some cosmic power. Although the cosmic power and the 5 color stone are not the same thing, but the 2 things are from the universe after all, so as long as the 2 things are somewhat connected, then it can prove that my idea is right, Li Wei said. Captain Marvel didn't speak, but his eyes were full of admiration. No matter what happens at any time, as long as Li Wei is there, don't worry, because this man must have some best solution. Li Wei gently took out the yellow stone and placed it in front of Captain Marvel. The goose yellow light made Captain Marvel's face more gentle. Ding! Captain Marvel slowly picked up the yellow stone and closed his eyes, wanting to feel with his own heart what is different about this goose yellow stone with the power of the Big Bang. In Captain Marvel's mind, there suddenly appeared the former goose yellow sea of Wang Yang, with undercurrents surging and turbulent waves, as if a terrifying tsunami could be set off at any time. But Captain Marvel was surprised that this goose yellow sea was surrounded by a transparent frame. To be precise, it was suppressed so that the sea could not roll, and the waves could only slap back on him. This sight stunned Captain Marvel. She didn't expect this little stone to have such an unusual appearance. How? What do you feel? Li Wei asked softly. 793. Captain Marvel woke up suddenly, and slowly withdrew the god's telekinesis back. This yellow stone is really extraordinary. It seems that the five-color stone is really extraordinary. There hasn't been anything offensive in the past few years, so you can explore it with confidence. Captain Marvel looked at Li Wei and said. Li Wei nodded, and began to use the power of the universe to enter the yellow stone. Like Captain Marvel, Li Wei was stunned by the sight in front of him, and what surprised Li Wei even more was that the force of the universe just touched the transparent frame, as if it was connected to a channel. The whole Wangyang Sea all rushed out and merged into the power of the universe. This yellow stone can actually incorporate its own energy into matter of the same nature. This made Li Wei overjoyed. What made Li Wei overjoyed was that when he released the power of the universe, the light of the yellow stone suddenly became extremely dazzling. It was like meeting an old friend whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Li Wei slowly pulled back the power of the universe and his own the god's telekinesis, and then flew to a kilometer away from Captain Marvel and the yellow stone. Using the power of the universe, the yellow stone also dazzled. Li Wei gradually went farther and farther and farther and farther away. In the end, it was a full 10 light years away that the light of the yellow stone was not so bright. Li Wei continued to walk, and when it was 100 light years away, the yellow stone did not shine at all. In other words, the yellow stone can detect other 5-color stones that are 100 light years away from him. This is definitely a big surprise for Li Wei. As long as the 5-color stone can be detected nearby, Li Wei can use Mind Gem to turn his sea of consciousness into a long rope and find exactly where he wants to find. This function is 100 times more accurate than the most accurate navigator. Li Wei is already confident now. With this discovery, wanting to think of the 5-color stone is basically a matter of flicking a finger, and it is not unconventional to say that Li Wei can sit in the spaceship on vacation while looking for the 5-color stone. After all, it's much more convenient now, so the time is too long to give birth. My dear, I think we can save a lot of effort this time. After returning to Captain Marvel, Li Wei couldn't wait to tell Captain Marvel of his discovery. Captain Marvel was not surprisingly happy, so that she could fight side by side with Li Wei again. After some discussion, Li Wei returned to Earth with Captain Marvel and returned to their residence in Wayne Manor. Although I have been using Time Gem to drive the road, the speed is more than many times faster, but after all, I have traveled through 2 planets, so it also took a whole day. On this day, the 2 people almost didn't eat much, so they returned to the residence. The first thing is to make a good meal and eat a big meal. Nothing is as good as home-cooked food, and it is comfortable to eat. While Li Wei and Captain Marvel were enjoying life together, something went wrong with Batman and Superman. Originally, after stabilizing the Gotham gangs, the Justice League led by them has gradually been recognized by the entire planet, and thanks to Batman's excellent public relations operation ability and Wonder Woman's outstanding speech ability, the Justice League has been in a short period of time. The time of the month has become the second largest international organization in prestige after the United Nations. But at this moment, something unexpected happened to them. Joker escaped from prison. If it were just this thing, it would not be a big problem for the Justice League, which is now in full swing. But the first thing Joker did after he escaped from prison, the Justice League was almost destroyed. Joker formed the Injustice League. In the Injustice League, a large number of wicked villains from alien planets have been assembled, including 5 members, Singerdy, Captain Cold, Death Knell, Black Adam, and Sinister. Although on the Earth, they are unheard of characters, but in the universe, they are all cruel characters who have passed cholera peacefully on countless planets, and even wiped out all the intelligent creatures on several planets. And they came to Earth together this time because they heard about the replacement of the head of the Green Lantern Corps. The Yellow Lantern Corps that had burned and looted has gradually washed away and embarked on the road of safeguarding the security of the universe, and the black forces in the entire universe have become precarious. After some investigation, they found that the boss behind these 2 organizations was a person from the Earth, so in line with the choice of capturing the thieves first, they came to the Earth and wanted to directly end up with Li Wei. But as soon as they arrived on Earth, they met the same wicked Joker. The wicked met the wicked, and it was also very late to meet each other. So under Joker's suggestion, they announced the establishment of the Injustice League, also known as the Injustice League. It is specifically aimed at the Justice League to bring out Li Wei. The first thing of the injustice is not to destroy everywhere, but to occupy the United States radio station and announce to the world that they have declared war on the Justice League, and the time and place of the 1.2 war is set on the next night. The sky above the Statue of Liberty. This matter dismissed the rising Justice League. They didn't know the origins of the other members of the Injustice League. They only knew that this defeated man, who only knew how to use conspiracy but had no strength, was their leader. Therefore, in the Justice League's view, there is no need to fight this battle at all, because the Unrighteous League will definitely lose. However, since all the countries on the Earth learned of the news this time, and the Justice League officially needed their support after Superman and Batman discussed, they still decided to fight, and they also sent the news of their decision to fight to the whole world. The world announced. In this way, a great war will start under the eyes of the whole world. In the evening of the next day, the entire United States was boiling, and everyone was looking forward to this battle. There is no doubt that everyone believes that the Justice League will win. The reason is simple. They don't know any unjust alliances, let alone how powerful the infamous criminals such as Captain Cold and Death Knell in the universe are. Destructive power. The only thing they know a little bit is the vicious Joker. However, in front of superhero like Justice League, people believe that this unwilling perverted Joker can't make any trouble. At 5 o'clock in the evening, the Statue of Liberty was already full of people, and even the surrounding hotels had an observation deck for everyone to watch, and all the surrounding hotel shops were marked with billboards for the Justice League and the Injustice League battle. Even folks have begun to place bets on this battle, and at 6 o'clock in the evening of the ring, the bet between the Justice League and the Injustice League is as high as 1:3000080. That is to say, almost everyone has voted for the Justice League to win. Definitely, Batman, who plays the role of the richest man in the United States, made a bet with great interest when he learned that there was such a bet. He made an unrighteous alliance to win. He is not short of money anyway. Soon, the sky gradually became dark, and the top of Liberty's head was gradually enveloped in darkness. However, the people of good deeds always have the most dazzling lights on the Statue of Liberty, making this the United States believer the most dazzling jewel in the entire country tonight. Yes, they don't want to see the Statue of Liberty, they just want to better see how the injustice, which is not afraid of death, is rubbed on the ground by the Justice League. Then, in the people's surprise roar, 6 people from the Injustice appeared under the Statue of Liberty, and the other 5 people were led by Joker. Since they are all aliens, their appearance is in the eyes of the surrounding audience, even a little scary. Immediately afterwards, there was a burst of cheering from the crowd, and then everyone looked into the distance. Yes, the Justice League is here. Superman, Batman, Captain Marvel and the Flash, all dressed in costumes, slowly flew towards the Statue of Liberty in the sky. Superhero, we must follow the way of superhero appearance, we must make people amazing, and let all the shots take their best look. The Justice League completely regarded this battle as their own show. In their hearts, this little-known Injustice League is simply vulnerable, and even the Flash doubts whether the Injustice League deliberately shared the heat of their Justice League here. But in the final analysis, they still went to the appointment. In the mind of not being able to lose face in front of the whole world, they had already discussed it before setting off. When they started working for a while, they only used their aura to bluff the other party. There is no need to kill the killer. After all, making a murder case in full view is really unreasonable, and it is easy to give other people a chance to take advantage of it. After a perfect appearance, the 4 members of the Justice League slowly fell to the ground. Clark, is Green Lantern really not coming? He won't come if he can't tell me about such a big thing, and he didn't ask me for leave. After landing, Batman said to Superman a little unhappy. He said he still has something to do. Recently, the Green Lantern Corps recruited new recruits. He is busy training new recruits. As for not reporting to you, it is because your old man has everything to do, and your mobile phone will never get through, so I didn't find you. Superman still has the iconic smile on his face, but he keeps talking about it. Batman nodded, not delving into the matter any further. Hello, my old friend. Thank you for accepting our invitation in your busy schedule to come here for the appointment. Joker said in a strange tone of yin and yang. Okay, don't challenge my patience anymore. Let you run away because of our own loopholes. I apologize myself, but today no matter what monsters are around you, I will send them into us one by one. In the newly developed prison, the future base of your injustice is there. Superman arrogantly said. By the way, I will not collect your rent. After all, it is our duty and mission to bring bad people to justice. Superman smiled and looked at the injustice. Although the 5 strangely looking monsters on the opposite side made him very uncomfortable, he still resisted vomiting when he thought that they would be hit by him without mercy. Hard of. However, he could bear it, but the Flash could not bear it. Hey, I said Joker. What kind of stuff did you bring here? Did all the plastic surgery fail? One by one weird and ugly, it seriously affects our combat experience, or you let them bring a few. Put on a helmet and mask. I can't hold them back like this and kill them. The Flash stuck in his waist, spitting mercilessly. Although the 5 people of the Injustice could not understand what the opposite party said, they could still tell through their facial expressions that the opposite party was speaking badly to them. Captain Cold couldn't help it at first. As the person who used the coldest ability in the universe, he had frozen a whole planet just because it made him look unpleasant. Boom! Captain Cold, a cold airstream rushed directly to the Flash. The Flash's pupil 793 squeezed, and quickly escaped to Yi. If you don't agree with him, do it. The temper of this Captain Cold is too hot, not at all like his name. And this move stunned the Justice League. They didn't expect that the Injustice would also have super ability. Seeing a miss, Captain Cold threw the cold air current into a ball in his hand and flew towards the Justice League. Since this cold air current inherits the power of the cold of the universe, as long as someone touches it, it will be instantly frozen. At this moment, Singadai also shot. As the person who inherits the cosmic fire ability, he is cold and the captain is exactly the opposite. He can use the hottest flames in the universe to make the opponent's dead ashes disappear. When these 2 people work together, they will let their opponents personally experience what it means to be in dire straits. The Justice League was obviously stunned by this hand. They didn't expect that the opposite would be so strong. Moreover, in Batman's analysis data, the opponent's two abilities are unstoppable by any earth material, that is to say, they have nothing to do but avoid. However, if you let the ice hockey and fireball hit the ground, that would cause more casualties. The Justice League cannot allow anyone to hurt innocent people. Superman looked back and saw Batman's eyes, understood Batman's serious meaning, and yelled, "Get out of the way, let me come." Superman pushed away the three people around him, put his red cloak in front of him, and forcibly accepted the move of the two opposite people. Bang bang bang! After a violent bombardment, Superman slowly put down his cloak. Cough cough cough, my god, this cold and heat won't make me catch a cold easily. Superman's first sentence directly amused the other three people. It seems that the opposite is just a bluff. However, only Superman knows. He was not joking, because the blow just now made him feel the temperature of the ice hockey and the fireball. One was cold to the bone, and the other wanted to burn people. Even with a strong physique like Superman, he couldn't stand it. Now, if it weren't for a cloak to share with him, Superman might have fallen. Don't be careless, the opposing team is very strong. We proceed with caution. Superman reminded the three people in a deep voice and told them not to take it lightly. But the terrible thing is that the three of them still didn't take the Injustice Alliance in their eyes. The Flash used its swift power to rush to the camp of the Injustice, and even gave them Ant-Man a slap in the face, and it was the kind of slap in the face that was crisp but not very painful, accompanied by 6 crisp sounds. The Flash returned to its original position. Tell you, you don't have to guess. I'm just humiliating you, and I want to tell you to surrender quickly. Otherwise, if you change to a knife next time, you will already die here. The Flash said with a smile on his feet. The Injustice on the opposite side did not give him the despair he wanted. Every wicked person stands up after experiencing the darkest side of society. For such a person, a little insult will not let him go violently, and you can't even see any emotional reaction on his face. However, it does not mean that they do not hold grudges. On the contrary, they will infinitely magnify this hatred in their hearts, and then find the right opportunity to make you pay the most painful price. The death knell has confirmed in my heart that this man in a red tights is the next person he must kill. The death knell was originally a person who inherited the super speed power, but later he went crazy and was abandoned by the super speed power. In order to regain his strength, the death knell worked hard, and finally he created a new super speed power. He turned this into the dark speed power, force. Although the Diablo Divine Speed Force is not as fast as the Divine Speed Force, it has some attack power that the Divine Speed Force does not have. The Diablo Divine Speed Force can truly add the attack power and the speed together. The death knell gave a wicked smile, a burst of black and purple lightning flashed on the spot, and in the next second, he appeared next to the Flash. Brother Heron, I have had your power hundreds of years ago, but it seems that you haven't discovered the true power to the fullest extent possible. Today, let you see what the real superpower is. The death knell pinched the Flash's neck, gritted his teeth and said to the Flash hoarsely. Immediately afterwards, Death Knell understood the Diablo Speed Force on his fist, and hit the Flash's belly with a severe uppercut. The Flash was knocked out. Boom! Before everyone could react, the death knell had returned to its original place, and the Cloud looked at the Justice League lightly, with a feeling of deep hidden merit and fame. Why do you have superpower? Only me and the leader have the whole earth. Superpower will not lie to me. The Flash struggled to stand up, pointed to the death knell inconceivably, and questioned what happened. Ha ha ha, boy, you are still too young. Who told me that there can be only one kind of superpower, and who told me that it came from the earth? The death knell looked at the Flash with a grinning smile. What do you mean, don't you? The Flash is a bit hesitation, and his tone is not as arrogant as he was just now. Ha ha ha, you unseen frogs at the bottom of the well, don't ask who we are, just accept our challenge, and face us with this attitude. I don't know whether you should be brave or ignorant. Joker smiled and said to the Justice League with a healed face. What is the purpose of your coming to the earth? Shouldn't it be just for us to fight for victory or defeat? Batman realized that things were not that simple anymore. If the other party came from the universe, then their purpose might be the earth. Ha ha ha, it seems that there are still some sober people among you. We definitely don't want to defeat you, because with the abilities of you guys, we don't even bother to have anything to do with you. The death knell said with his hands. No matter what your purpose is, I tell you, as long as our Justice League is here, we will definitely not allow any of your goals to be achieved. Superman couldn't see anyone put on an arrogant posture in front of him the most. Huh? You are not from the earth, right? The death knell jumped in his eyes, and the yin and yang made a weird sentence. What do you mean? Superman was stunned when he was asked. He has been listening to his grandparents since he was born that although he is not their biological child, he is indeed a gift from heaven. Therefore, Superman has never questioned his identity as a human being on Earth, even if he has super ability. He just thinks he is the man of heaven. Huh? It seems that you don't know that you are from Nemesis, the planet that has been destroyed by me. The death knell said slowly, as if it was an old event, and it seemed to be waiting for Superman's response. I do not know what you're talking about. Superman shook his head impatiently. Ha ha ha, if I'm not mistaken, your parents should be the last scientists of the Nemesis. You are the only child born freely in the entire Nemesis for thousands of years and has not been genetically modified. That's why you only by inheriting the most ancient power of Nemesis can we have such invincible strength. The death knell said slowly. I don't care what it means for you to tell me this fictional story, but what I know is that you can only talk to me on your stomach right away. Superman has no patience to listen to the death knell there, and a thermal vision laser shot directly at the death knell. Late? Hot eyesight, it seems that you still have a lot of ability, Owen? Smiling and hiding back, Captain Cold waved his hand, and an ice wall blocked Superman's thermal vision. It was the first time that Superman saw that his thermal vision was blocked by someone. Go away? The death knell's pupils shrank, and he pushed Captain Cold away in front of him. Boom, however, Captain Cold didn't listen to the death knell. Seeing the light beam of thermal vision gradually getting bigger, Captain Cold condensed the cold air into a shield and blocked it in front of him. No one can pass through my cold shield, not even you? Captain Cold gritted his teeth and looked at Superman. Although Captain Cold is full of abuse, but it is not his turn to kill Superman directly. However, this is a trivial matter, and what makes Superman feel guilty the most is that he actually heard the killer in full view. After all, Captain Cold hasn't done anything bad on the Earth. In the hearts of the onlookers, Captain Cold is just an innocent little character who has come to challenge him without knowing the bounds of the sky. But Superman killed him. In the eyes of the onlookers, it will be interpreted as Superman who encounters a challenge will hurt the killer, so Superman is a person with a killing plot. In the hearts of the onlookers, the image of Superman is no longer the incarnation of justice, but a time bomb that lives by his side all the time and can be solved at any time, and such a time bomb is unsolvable, because no one can beat it. No one can restrain him. In this way, the image of the Justice League has always been destroyed, and it will even become a situation where the whole world will conquer the Justice League together. This truth was reflected the moment Superman woke up, but now, it was too late. On the opposite side of the unrighteous alliance, each member has mixed feelings in his heart. The teammates died, but they can indeed be used to destroy the Justice League. At least they can be isolated by the people of the whole, Earth. It seems that the whole thing is beginning to become interesting, but the Invincible Justice League is a bunch of idiots. Joker said silently, but there was some anger on his face. After all, Captain Cold is just a beater for him, but for the other 4 people, they are indeed teammates, so in order to cooperate in the future, Joker decided to converge and cooperate. You are dead. Death Knell looked at Superman with an angry look, and his low voice was full of grief and anger. Although there is no friendship between the wicked, Captain Cold is different to them. Every time I took the lead, every time I charged, and every time I was in desperate circumstances, it was Captain Cold. It is commonplace to stand up for them like this today, and even for them, Captain Cold is more like a patriarch, always rushing in front to shelter them from the wind and rain, but will never be so happy, only leave all the good things to them. The death of Captain Cold left the other 4 people extremely sad and angry. Wait a minute, I hope you calm down. Now force is not the solution to the problem. We need to calm down now. Batman saw that the opposing unrighteous alliance became more and more hostile, and everyone was ready to rush to kill them, couldn't help but panic. Take a step back and talk about it. Now there are ordinary people who are helpless. If they really go to war, then there will be countless people killed and injured. That will not only lose their reputation, but also make more innocents of people died. However, it was too late. The death knell had rushed up, with black and purple lightning. It struck Superman with all his strength. Their goal is Superman. At the same time, Zingadi lit his body and rushed towards Superman full of flames. It doesn't matter to you, if you don't want to die, just roll me aside. Black Adam, who had not spoken all the time, said in a deep voice, and Sinister also drew out a 3-meter-long black and gold knife and rushed towards Superman. Just when the black lightning from the death knell was about to strike Superman, who was still in a daze, Wonder Woman clasped her hands together and flew up to block the fatal blow of the death knell for Superman. Clark, it's not the time to regret now. It's important for us to save our lives. We will talk about it later when we have something to do, Wonder Woman said hoarsely. The blow just now for Superman almost killed her? Clark, we have no other way but to knock them down as soon as possible, otherwise, the injured area will be larger, and the entire Earth will be destroyed by them. The Flash was also charged up, and left this sentence coldly. Superman shook his head and let himself out of the annoyed mood just now. The situation now is too dangerous. If you still stand here and do nothing, it will truly ruin the entire Justice League. However, Chiron suddenly discovered that his body could not move at all. His body was suppressed. Black Adam gave Superman a deep look. Your name is Clark, right? Although you are a descendant of Nemesis, I tell you that I can still make you dead, and let you go to hell to confess Captain Cold to Captain Cold. Black Adam used his mind to attack a good player. He once used his mind to explode a planet, which can be seen in his mind. Superman constantly struggled to break free, wanting to get rid of the shackles of Black Adam, but remained indifferent. Boom! Sinister's knife was already hungry on Superman's shoulder, and there was a spark of death. It seems that you are a descendant of Nemesis. With such a physique, you can walk sideways in the universe even if you don't have any ability, but it's a pity that you met me today, and my knife is special. Restrain the gas star. Sinister gritted his teeth and looked at Superman fiercely, as if Superman had become his dead soul. What are you doing? Batman asked loudly. I can't get out, I won't be bound by them. Superman roared helplessly, and this feeling made him extremely uncomfortable. Mental attack? Batman suddenly realized that this Black Adam, who had been silent, was actually the real killer. Clark, hold on. Catch the thieves first. If you want to break the mental attack, you have to distract the user's attention. Batman gritted his teeth and sent bat-flying darts to Black Adam, and then he took out his Batgun and rushed towards Black Adam. Whoosh whoosh, dang dang. Unexpectedly, Sinister suddenly appeared in front of Black Adam and broke up all the bat-flying darts. Bang bang bang. Batman couldn't get a single blow, so it changed to guerrilla warfare, one shot to change a place. Batman knows deeply that as an ordinary mortal, even if he has a high level of technology, he is a mortal after all. Facing these natural and supernatural freaks, he has no power to resist. Therefore, Batman is very smart. He doesn't go head-on, but rather wretched guerrilla. Although these super ability people are good at strength, their IQ may not be higher than that of Batman, or even not as good as Batman. Regardless of whether this matter is true or not, Batman believed it anyway. Dang dang. However, the 3 bullets were completely blocked by Sinister's broad knife. Don't attack like this anymore, I can't hold it anymore. Wonder Woman, where are you? I'm going to die. Superman was a little anxious when he saw Batman fail again and again. Originally, Black Adam had been using mental power to oppress his ability, but later, he had begun to use mental power to imprison Superman. Where did Superman experience such a trick? He had no choice but to shout for help. Brush. As soon as Superman's voice fell, he suddenly felt a lot more relaxed in his body. Not only did he have a lot less power to restrain him, but he also recovered a little from his original ability. Clark, how are you now? Wonder Woman shouted. Superman gave Wonder Woman a big thumbs up. It turned out that after hearing Superman's cry for help, Wonder Woman turned around to get rid of Zingadi, and hit the Black Adam who was hiding behind Sinitos with a punch. Black Adam sprayed out a mouthful of old blood. But in the end, the cosmic bully still has the strength. Even if he received an attack, he would not give up controlling Superman's ability. Wonder Woman old Black Adam was still in control. He couldn't help being a little angry, and his 2 forearms crossed and shattered together. Buzz! The explosive power comparable to the atomic bomb exploded directly, and the Black Adam was directly blown out. He fell to the ground and couldn't stand up properly for a long time. Superman is finally free to move around. He rubbed his wrist and has already decided to fight. Boom! Just when Superman was about to rush towards Sinitos and avenge his revenge, a black lightning struck him suddenly. After the roar, Superman knelt on the ground. His whole body was completely blackened, and he lost his spirit when the aura was full. Ha ha ha, with your abilities, you still want to defeat us? The Flash can't beat the death knell? Although the superpower brought the Flash's unparalleled speed, it did not give him unparalleled power. Facing the death knell with existing speed and more power, he can only be hung and beaten, and he can only run around, looking for opportunities to attack. When the superhero of the Earth encounters the great villain of the universe, it is so humble, even powerless. However, the death knell, as a villain with super ability, also has a super high IQ. Otherwise, how could he create an ability that is more suitable for actual combat than the superpower? With his black and purple lightning ability, the death knell transformed 4 selves, and at the same time rushed in all directions where the lightning was about to flee, and released a black and purple lightning regardless of whether it could be caught or not. Not surprisingly, the Flash was hit on the spot, seriously injured and fell to the ground. Now he is unconscious. And the death knell was not proud. Looking back, a huge black and purple lightning struck Superman straight. This move of the death knell knocked out 2 superheroes from the Justice League. Wonder Woman was furious, folded her hands, and rushed towards the death knell. Why can't I move? It's you? Wonder Woman suddenly felt that she couldn't control her body, and then realized that Black Adam actually recovered again. How is it possible that no one can resist the blow I just made? How could you? 0. Look for flowers. Wonder Woman stared at Black Adam unwillingly, and Black Adam paced slowly in front of Wonder Woman and gently put his hand on Wonder Woman's forehead. People on Earth, you still have a lot to learn. But I feel the huge energy in your body. Should I give this energy to me? Don't worry, I will use it better than you. Black Adam smiled evilly and said in a deep voice. You? Wonder Woman was speechless, and stared at Black Adam. If his eyes could attack, Black Adam would have been smashed by Wonder Woman. Ha ha ha, don't worry, I will do it soon and promise not to make you particularly painful. Black Adam didn't stop his hands and began to absorb Wonder Woman's ability. Boom. Okay, I killed the last person, and our current crisis is lifted. Just when Wonder Woman was unwilling, suddenly a black figure hit the ground next to him heavily, printing a deep human-shaped pit. Batman was also knocked down. Sinitos, good job. The death knell looked at Sinitos, who was wiping the knife with blood, and patted him on the shoulder appreciatively. Now, everyone in the Justice League has fallen to the ground, and even the strongest Superman has fallen to the ground without any counterattack. Hey, you guys are too arrogant, don't you see whose person this is? When the Injustice thought it was done and had knocked down the Justice League, suddenly a voice rang in the distance. Black Adam's brows tightened, and he quickly withdrew the hand that was placed on Wonder Woman's forehead, absorbing his energy. Do not. A light knife cut from the hand rubbing Black Adam. Black Adam was frightened. If he pulled his hand a little slower just now, he has now lost his right hand. Who? Black Adam looked around angrily. He was the only one who attacked others. When was he attacked by others? Ha ha ha, it seems that you are not bad. When it was time to stop, you were clean and not at all muddle-headed. Known as a cosmic bully, it really has some unusual strength. Ding. A figure slowly entered the vision of the Unrighteous Alliance. Who are you? Black Adam looked at this man warily. To be able to attack him without noticing it, such a person must be stronger than himself, so Black Adam did not dare to take it lightly. If you don't even know me, you dare to be bullies. The news is too closed. The figure let out a contemptuous laugh. Who are you? I advise you not to be nosy. Black Adam is a little impatient. Although his strength is higher than himself, if the Unjust Alliance makes all the shots, this unknown person is not necessarily an opponent. I am Li Wei, who destroyed the two Asgardians of OU and Asta with my own hands. It turned out that this person was Li Wei, who had just received Superman's distress signal and hurried over. 793 Li Wei's actions in Wagered have already been widely publicized, and the main communicator is the Green Lantern Corps. After all, their leader has changed, and they are a stronger person. These cosmic policemen who run around on the front line every day are all showing off to the people around them. The Injustice definitely knew about such a big thing, but they didn't know that the somewhat shameless earthling in front of them turned out to be Li Wei. Mr. Li Wei, come to your site to disturb. We forgive us for being rude, but we really don't know this is your place, so please forgive us for our recklessness. The death knell said in an extremely respectful tone. What he respects is not the two words Li Wei, but wants to get close to the powerful Green Lantern Corps that is all over the universe behind him. From the perspective of Death Knell, this Li Wei who was overwhelmed by the river in OA is actually the same as them. They are both invaders and villains. It is only that he controls the Green Lantern Corps, and the Green Lantern Corps has always been the incarnation of justice. It seems that Li Wei is a member of the righteous men of the universe. The Death Knell believes that Li Wei is essentially the same with them, so if he can guide them a little bit, maybe their unrighteous alliance can add another powerful player. At that time, plus the strength of the Green Lantern Corps, the Injustice will surely be able to rule the entire universe. Therefore, the Death Knell and the Injustice have been looking for opportunities to connect with Li Wei, and then pull him into the group. But I didn't expect that the first time they met, it turned out to be in such a situation, and even depending on the situation, it moved his turf. This situation may be a bit bad. Don't tell me, you expect to get rid of me with these two sentences. Li Wei tilted his head, looking at the Death Knell with some amusement. This attitude of Li Wei made the Death Knell a little unexpected. Hey, what are you? Even if you are very powerful, you may not be able to beat us. Don't be weird in there. We have the ability to make gestures. Sinatos yelled to Li Wei a little impatiently. Sinatos was originally a reckless man, the most shameless one, let alone disrespect to their unrighteous alliance, so seeing Li Wei like this, I can't help but want to rush to Li Wei's death. The beating face was smashed. Brush. Li Wei didn't talk nonsense either. A thermal vision directly cut off Sinatos' left arm. Sinatos hadn't waited for his hands to start. Suddenly there was a sharp pain in his left arm, and then he couldn't feel the existence of his left arm. Do you want to fight again? If you fight, I want you to promise that you won't need a knife in the future, unless you can pick up the knife with your feet. Li Wei said without changing his face. Sinatos looked at Li Wei's face and felt deep fear for the first time. Li Wei's strength is impossible for him to shake. This is the first time he has felt it in more than 300 years. Mr. Li Wei, would you be too much to do this? When the Death Knell saw his teammates being beaten, he was a little angry and couldn't hold back his emotions, so he directly questioned Li Wei. Huh? Am I too much? Then he beats my people like that, is it too much? Li Wei was still expressionless, as if he was an emissary of hell who pronounced the death of the Injustice, and everyone in the Injustice felt a deep fear. Each of you, plus the Captain Cold who fell on the ground, must give me an explanation today. Give you 5 minutes and give me a satisfactory answer. Otherwise, it is impossible for each of you to get out of this planet alive. Li Wei didn't talk nonsense with them. He directly ordered and took the ability of Mind Gem deeply into everyone's heart. Then, Li Wei used the ability of the Power Gem to lift Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, and the Flash in the air, and sent them to his side. You are hurt too badly? After investigating the injuries of a few people, Li Wei frowned. He didn't expect that he was still a little late. These people were almost going to be scrapped, especially Batman, a mortal human being. Nidos was beaten with bruises all over his body, and no ribs, arms, or thighs were broken all over his body. This is simply torturing him. Batman can bear it all the time, and he is really strong in his mind. Li Wei held back his anger and used the 6 gems of ability to heal the wounds of 4 people, and then mobilized their breath to prevent them from fainting. If they fainted at this time, they might wake up forever. But here it comes. Let Captain Marvel come here and quickly send them back to Wayne Manor for treatment. As for why he didn't send it, it was because Li Wei felt that he had more important things to do. 5 minutes passed. Accompanied by Li Wei's angry voice, Li Wei turned his head. Mr. Li Wei, I think the top priority is to send them for treatment. In order to make up for the past, we can treat them well, but I hope you can promise me one thing. 1.2 The god said in a deep voice. Facing Li Wei head on, the Death Knell was in no way behind. After all, they are the people of the famous Mokonda, and now they hold the Green Lantern Corps. Even if they can fight desperately, such people can fight. But in the face of the crazy revenge of 3,650 Green Lanterns, he knows that they are basically no strength can be resisted. Therefore, he proposed a solution that he believed had the best of both worlds. Do you think I will accept your request? Li Wei said in a deep voice. I think you must accept the injuries of your people now. At this moment, Singadai couldn't help but say, it seems that there are always people who don't know the situation. So good, I can understand it as your final plan at this time, right? US. Boom. Singadai was beaten and flew out. I told you. 5 minutes later, I will give me an answer. It seems that you didn't cherish this opportunity at all, nor did you listen to me seriously. Li Wei took the shot and flashed directly in front of Zingadi. A Realm King fist directly knocked Zingadi out of the earth, and with a burst of noise, everyone knew that there was no one in Zingadi's body. It's a good bone. Next, who is it? Li Wei turned his head and looked around the crowd slowly. And at this time, Black Adam, Cenatos, and Death Knell finally couldn't help it. Even if Li Wei were their Hell Messenger, they would have to fight to the death. After all, fight for a fight, and there may be a chance. I saw that Black Adam opened up his mind, psychokinesis, into a sharp sword, and stabbed Li Wei directly. Cenatos also endured the pain, raised his own knife with his right hand, and slashed at Li Wei. The death knell was not idle either. Black lightning struck Li Wei from all directions. This time, they wanted to make Li Wei doomed. They didn't give Li Wei a chance to dodge. No matter where they hide, they must take a trick in 08. But looking back at Li Wei, he still doesn't change his face and his heart beats. Bang bang bang. Li Wei unexpectedly ran into all the attacks on his own. However, he was not hurt at all, and even his clothes were not broken. Thank you, my clothes were a bit grey at first, but you all fell off this time. Li Wei patted his clothes and said with a mockery. The pupils of the remaining 3 people in the Injustice Alliance were tightly locked. They didn't expect that Li Wei could be so strong. With such strength, it would be easy to crush them. Okay, now it's my turn to shoot. Li Wei didn't continue to talk nonsense. His 2 hands were slowly entangled by the golden power, and they flashed in front of 3 people in an instant. One person, Zhijiawang Quan, directly knocked all 3 people out of the earth. It's late, and you? Li Wei saw Captain Cold lying half dead on the ground, lifted him up, and said loudly, don't pretend to be dead, your teammate is gone, now I will see you off. In Captain Cold's semi-conscious and semi-conscious begging for mercy, Li Wei punched him out of the earth. In this way, the crisis of the Justice League was lifted. You, surrender in a while, I'm too lazy to take you back. If you don't want to go to prison, I can also send you into space and invite you to swim in the universe, how about? Li Wei said to the only remaining Joker. Since the start of the war, Joker has been hiding in the corner and watching silently. Although Joker is crazy, he is not a fool. How can such a fairy fight be a mortal person like him can participate in? I didn't see a Batman with a powerful equipment being praised like a grandson. So, Joker didn't intend to help from the beginning, not only because he didn't have any feelings with the other 5 people, even if he had feelings, he would not risk his life to avenge others. You should know that if you didn't surrender, I can find you no matter where you are. Li Wei turned around and added, I know, I'll surrender myself. Joker's eyes rolled around, plotting some other evil plan. However, the strength of Li Wei in front of him is indeed too strong. If he continues to oppose him in the future, he may really lose his life. However, Li Wei did not pay attention to Joker, nor did he consider what Joker would think. After all, in the Injustice, he can only be regarded as a navigator of the earth, and it can't play a big role at all, so Li Wei is not worried about what will happen to Joker. Although the Justice League collapsed across the board, fortunately, Li Wei arrived in time, and Li Wei knew that with the restoration of the 6 gems, the 4 of them would be fine. They only need to take care of them for a few days and they will be intact. Well, everyone, today's battle is over here. By the way, I am a member of the Justice League. This battle can be judged as the Justice League victory. Li Wei turned his head and said loudly to the people around who were watching the excitement. After the onlookers heard it, although some were happy and some were worried, they all knew that this person in front of them was the hero who saved the Justice League and even the entire planet, and they cheered loudly. Li Wei didn't say much, turned his head and looked at Wonder Woman who had just arrived. My dear, thank you for your hard work. Then the 2 people disappeared in place. Leave everything behind and hide your merits and fame deeply. Maybe this is what Li Wei left to everyone present. And the reason why Li Wei had some strange actions just now, such as fighting a fight, and patiently listening to a group of people from the Injustice, did not even rectify the law on the spot, but also because it is estimated that the surrounding spectators it's just my mood. After all, the Justice League wants the entire planet to identify with it, so you can't do anything too much of yourself. You must take care of other people's feelings, and even make them empathize and agree with them. Those who win the hearts of the people win the world. What Li Wei wants is for everyone to support him. After returning to Wayne Manor, Li Wei quickly let them all receive treatment. Although they have not known each other for a few days, these few people have been following him all the time, and they have also established a deep relationship in getting along. When Li 793 Wei just arrived on the battlefield, he saw the 4 people with scars all over his body, and their hearts followed him. It hurts. Li Wei knew that if it hadn't been for the onlookers and media reporters from various countries, Li Wei might have rushed to smash the Injustice. This unjust alliance, I must get rid of them. After stabilizing the 4 wounded, Li Wei sat on the sofa and spoke fiercely. Okay, in the final analysis, this matter is that they were at fault. They didn't understand the opponent's strength, and did not discuss with you. Realizing the seriousness of the matter, it can be considered that they have not been beaten in vain. Captain Marvel sits gently next to Li Wei, holding Li Wei's trembling hand with one hand, and gently stroking Li Wei's back with the other, to calm Li Wei's emotions. Roar, I'm just too angry. I also know that they did have a mistake this time, and they were too wrong. I didn't expect Bruce to make such an arrogant mistake. Their strength was compared to Avengers. Almost, and there are still few people, and now I am arrogant. The more Li Wei thinks about it, the more angry it gets. When he can recover, I must make them think more about memory. My dear, we may not have so much time to wait for them to heal. Captain Marvel said softly. Li Wei is a little bit confused. He can't think of what urgent things are waiting for them to do now, and in Li Wei's concept, what he wants to do, when he does what he does, are all determined by himself, and where there are restrictions. Woolen cloth? From the appearance of the Injustice Alliance, I have a feeling. Captain Marvel saw Li Wei's doubts and began to explain quietly. Is someone going to target me? Li Wei also heard Captain Marvel's concerns. Yes, the injustice has suddenly come to Earth this time. Although it is called to challenge the Justice League is not worth mentioning in the entire universe, and it has not done anything earth-shattering. Even how you are also part of the Green Lantern Corps, but the entire Green Lantern Corps regards you as the head of the horse, and when they brag outside, they all advertise you. Captain Marvel said. So, the most well-known thing in the entire universe is not the Justice League, but you, Li Wei. Captain Marvel said sharply. Li Wei was silent. He knew that Captain Marvel made sense, and as it stands now, it is indeed the case. The tree attracts the wind, and the Guardian who replaced Or-Star himself became the new commander of the entire Green Lantern Corps. The newest successor to the power of the universe has been targeted by too many snobs. The Green Lantern Corps alone is the largest military force in the entire universe. According to Li Wei's strength, it is now possible to rule the entire universe, but Li Wei does not, and even Li Wei has no intention to make any changes to the current situation. This makes the people with ambitions to rule in the universe begin to move in their hearts. Since you are unwilling to make changes, and since you Li Wei is an idiot who is content with the status quo and has no ambitions, then why let such a powerful force be wasted in your hands? Therefore, someone in the universe wants to find Li Wei, whether it is to talk about cooperation or get rid of Li Wei to take over as the Green Lantern Corps or even the power of the universe. It is understandable. Li Wei had never thought before that what he did would have such a big impact. Moreover, I had always been trying to understand the connection between the entire universe and civilization, so I didn't have time or energy to think about it. Now as soon as Captain Marvel reminded him, Li Wei only realized it and paid attention to this matter. If he doesn't quickly find the 5-color stone and order the entire universe to form an alliance, then someone will constantly harass him, and even use his closest person as a threat to force him to do some unwilling things. Li Wei now understands. What Captain Marvel said, there is no time anymore. So, do we want to protect them? I am worried that if I go out, even if there is a time gem, I can come back to the rescue as soon as possible, but after all, I am still worried about not rushing, just like this time. Li Wei said with some worry. If Captain Marvel is mentioned, Li Wei has any other people to worry about, or Li Wei still has soft words. That's the Justice League and Avengers. They voluntarily followed Li Wei, and they were devastated to Li Wei, especially Avengers. Even if they came to a cosmic space completely unfamiliar to them because of Li Wei, they never had a complaint, but always followed Li Wei's thoughts and ideas. The idea is to go, even if Li Wei formed the Justice League, the original only child, now there is a brother to hurt Li Wei's attention, and they have not complained. Li Wei knew that he was a little guilty of these 2 alliances, more than a dozen people, and even he took them on this road of no return. Therefore, Li Wei has always believed that he has an inescapable responsibility to them, and he is more obligated to let them all lead a better life. Captain Marvel was also lost in thought, and she was also thinking about countermeasures. After a while, Captain Marvel finally gritted his teeth, as if he had made some decision. Well, let me stay. In the previous universe, I am the strongest. I believe that I will be here too. We can telepathy. As long as there is something wrong with me, I will call you back. Is it okay? Captain Marvel thought about it and felt that only this method was feasible and the safest. Although, she is 10,000 unwilling. Because it is even harder for her than going out with Li Wei on an adventure. Captain Marvel wants Li Wei to be with him, as long as he can be with him, even if there is a sea of swords in front of him, she will not hesitate. But in reality, they can only act separately. She is a woman after all. No matter how strong Captain Marvel is, her heart is soft after all. She also longs for a lover to be together, and even more eager for a lover to experience ups and downs together. Li Wei saw the helplessness of Captain Marvel and sighed and thanked Captain Marvel for the great sacrifice he could make for himself. Involuntarily stepped forward and hugged Captain Marvel. Feeling the warm and broad arms, Captain Marvel couldn't help it anymore, tears gushing out, soaking Li Wei's clothes. I really don't want to leave you anymore. I didn't know before, but after we went out together last time, I realized what you experience every day. I want to bear it with you, but why reality can't let us. As you wish. Captain Marvel spoke intermittently with a crying voice, but every word, like a hammer, hammered heavily into his heart. He was also in pain, but Li Wei could not cry like Captain Marvel, even he could never release his emotions. He is also a human being. Zhao Niuhao, before arriving in the Marvel universe inexplicably, he was just an ordinary young man. He had no lofty ideals. He had no ambition to save the country and the people and become a great man admired by thousands of people. However, ever since he got tired into the Marvel universe, his increasing strength and the joining of more and more partners made him become involuntarily. Similarly, in his heart, he wants to dominate the world and become the top figure of pyramids in the universe. It is not what Li Wei wants. It is even better than basking in the sun with Captain Marvel every day. Drinking tea makes him happier, more willing to do it. But the real world made him unable to change, let alone stop. After becoming the strongest, he couldn't help himself. After being taken to the DC universe by a strange beam of light, and being forced to give a hard task, he became anxious, and even his mood became unstable every day. Li Wei didn't know how to complete such a task as quickly as possible. You can live in this universe. Fortunately, you can leave some tasks aside, take care of your life here, and spend the rest of your life here. Anyway, like the Marvel universe, this place is not my own home, nor is it a place to let myself have any dreams and memories. Li Wei has become accustomed to the life of the world at home. However, he cannot do this. Just because Avengers was also involved. Li Wei understands that for Avengers, the Marvel universe is their home, and when they come here, they have only one wish, that is, to go home as soon as possible. And this wish can only be fulfilled by Li Wei for them. Therefore, Li Wei can't do anything to change all of this. He can only speed up, try all the ways, take all the risks, and complete the belief that he will become a figure on the top of the universe, so that they can go home as soon as possible, so that they don't need to be here. Anxious day and night. Behind every calm expression is Li Wei's helplessness. He can only endure it silently, and for many times he can't even talk to his most beloved person, Captain Marvel. 793. This is Li Wei's own helplessness, and it is the driving force that pushes Li Wei forward. My dear, I know you are suffering, don't worry, I will find the 5-color stone as soon as possible, and then we can return to our original home. Li Wei stroked Captain Marvel's back lightly, comforting softly. Captain Marvel nodded with tears in his head. You have to promise me that after we go back, we will live in peace and stability. We will never take risks anymore. We will never save any Earth or other worlds, okay? I'm having enough, I don't want any more. After living a life like this, I want to live a stable life. Although it is plain, I am really satisfied in my heart. Captain Marvel said with a begging voice to Li Wei with a dumb voice. This kind of drifting life makes Captain Marvel insecure, and even makes Captain Marvel forget what a normal life is like. This kind of life has caused Captain Marvel to lose sleep at night time and time again, and can only silently watch Li Wei's sleeping face and tears quietly. A woman who is a king has to endure such displacement and loneliness, but Captain Marvel is really fed up with such a life. Moreover, she can feel that Li Wei is also tired of such a life. Li Wei's eye circles are also a little red, and his eye sockets are gradually becoming moist. He knew that Captain Marvel was suffering, but he didn't expect that Captain Marvel's heart had already collapsed. As a husband, he is unqualified. Don't worry. I promise you that when we go back, we will be a normal couple. Like other humans, we find a small town where no one knows us, live in a small house, and live a small life every day. Traveling during the New Year's Day, eating together on every major festival, and spending every anniversary romantically. There will be only 2 of us in the future, and the future will only be love. Li Wei said emotionally, and forcibly kept his tears from flowing out. As a husband, he can give Captain Marvel too few promises, but for him, Li Wei made up his mind, willing to give up fame and fortune, willing to give up the admiration of thousands of people. As long as she can be happy, he will be satisfied. Captain Marvel shed tears again. He had waited for this promise for too long. This hug, as if thousands of years had passed, until the sky was old, the two slowly loosened the arms that held each other. Roar, okay, we have been sensational, and then, it's up to you. Captain Marvel took a few deep breaths and Roar finally stabilized his emotions. Don't worry, I will find it as soon as possible. Li Wei shook Captain Marvel's hand seriously and promised, Abk. I will inform the Avengers that they will take you inside the fortress. This place is really eye-catching. Almost everyone on Earth knows that the base of the Justice League is here, so it is too insecure. What Li Wei thinks is still very thoughtful. Also, if you encounter any emergency, no matter whether you can handle it or not, you must notify me. After all, what kind of power this universe has, and what kind of strength they have, we don't know, so no matter what the situation is, you have to notify me. I don't want you to get hurt at all. Li Wei looked at Captain Marvel's eyes seriously and said, okay, don't worry. Captain Marvel also looked at Li Wei's eyes and said seriously, okay, then, I'll go. Li Wei looked at Captain Marvel reluctantly. Every time Li Wei was separated, Li Wei was extremely distressed. And this time, in order to find the 5-color stone as soon as possible, Li Wei has decided not to come back at night, so he will have to go for a while, and he will not be able to see Captain Marvel. This is what makes Li Wei really uncomfortable. And Captain Marvel also took Li Wei reluctantly, but in order to be able to go back as soon as possible, for the rest of the day, she could only sacrifice once. Li Wei hugged Captain Marvel one last time, then flew into space and started the journey of searching for the 5-color stone. However, before the official search, he still has one important thing to accomplish, and that is to notify Avengers. Li Wei found Avengers and explained the general situation again. Boss, why do you want to go alone? This universe is really different from our original universe. All the strengths are invisible. I suggest you bring us. Iron Man said worriedly. After the universe experienced that life and death test, Iron Man has become more and more careful. Don't worry. My current strength has almost no opponents in this universe, but you are not necessarily. Therefore, I want you to add fort protection when you go back. Almost all forces in the universe know that I am on the Earth, so the Earth it must be the direction of their main attack. Li Wei can't deny it. Boss, we still don't worry about you. You put all of us on the Earth and then went out to find it alone. It's too risky. The captain of the United States also urged Li Wei. After all, he is his boss. In his heart, Li Wei's comfort is more important than his own life and death. Well, I have already decided, so you don't want to persuade me anymore. You set out now to return to Earth, the sooner the better. Li Wei did not continue to answer, but forced orders. Then, Li Wei turned around, leaving behind a group of people who worried that their comfort would be better than their own lives, and walked alone. The vast universe is boundless, with many stars, and the civilizations hidden in it are countless. Although relying on the god's telekinesis in the yellow stone, it is much easier to find other 5 color stones, but in this vast universe, the search range of the yellow stone is still too small. Although there is a yellow stone, it will be much faster to look for the other 4 colors of stone, but Li Wei still needs to go through all the corners of the entire universe bit by bit. But Li Wei is Li Wei after all. With great speed, with the blessing of power and the flash of time gem, Li Wei can also scan the entire universe faster. Soon, when he arrived around Alpha Star, Li Wei suddenly felt some slight vibrations in the yellow stone. It seems that the reason why this planet is sensitive to aliens is a little secret. Li Wei smiled slightly. Even if the 5 color stone is guarded by heavy soldiers, he will snatch it back. Taking a deep breath, Li Wei rushed into the Alpha Star with superb power. After 2 visits by the Justice League and Li Wei, the entire Alpha Star seems to have felt something. The defense measures of the entire planet have reached a wit, and the entire planet has been protected by a transparent mask. Fortunately, Li Wei uses the superpower. The speed has surpassed the speed of light, and where light can pass, Li Wei can easily pass through, so Li Wei is not embarrassed by this light mask that highlights the high-tech Alpha Star. I didn't even feel that there was such a thing. When entering Alpha Star 3 kilometers from the ground, Li Wei began to scan the entire planet. Through the knowledge of the sea, Li Wei found that although this planet has no rivers, lakes, and seas, its underground space utilization rate is very high. Almost all the underground of the star has been hollowed out, and various storage spaces or underground communication networks have been made. The colored stones of this planet also exist underground, and in Li Wei's sea of consciousness, he can clearly see that the colored stones exist in a cave that is 1 kilometer deep below the ground, but it is not so much a cave as it is a secret storage base. 1 kilometer below the ground, it is almost close to the core of Alpha Star, so the place where the colored stone is stored must have a very high temperature. If ordinary people bubble in, they may be directly melted or even evaporated, and disappeared from in the entire universe. However, this difficulty is not at all troubled by Li Wei. After a little planning, Li Wei flew directly to the place where the colored stones were hidden. If the supernatural power gives the Flash only unparalleled speed, then what gives Li Wei is speed plus power. Because of his indestructible body, coupled with unparalleled destructive power, coupled with superb speed, Li Wei's body originally became a bomb with super destructive power, not to mention that he has various ability blessings. More, there are still 6 jewels in his hands, so whether it is the previous Marvel universe or the current DC world, Li Wei can be unscrupulous, because no one can restrain him. This was the case in the past, and it is still the case now, so Li Wei cannot evaluate whether there are any traps or dangerous things guarding the colored stones, because Teto can easily make a perfect breakthrough. Using superb power, Li Wei reached the ground entrance of the 5-color stone in a blink of an eye. It is a place like a palace. The surface buildings are magnificent, giving Li Wei a feeling of an ancient Chinese palace. However, this palace is full of high-tech, although the surface is a kind of simple and heavy feeling, but the various technologies inside are like entering the Science and Technology Park Museum. It seems that this place is used to disguise the colored stones, but they are really smart. If this place is really the palace of the emperor, or a place for people to visit, it will not let anyone send heavy guards. Suspicious. Li Wei looked at the palace in admiration, and couldn't help feeling that the people here were really good. However, Li Wei just admired it. What should be done is still to be done. After all, even if this is the cultural heritage of the Alpha Stars, Li Wei also has a reason to do it. Compared with the entire universe, the cultural heritage of a planet is really not enough. Li Wei took a deep breath, and after a few flashes of lightning, he disappeared in place. Originally, Li Wei Xiaoyan used superb power to bypass all guards and went straight in. The less commotion it caused, the better. If it could take away the colored stones without knowing it, that would be great. 0. Look for flowers. Li Wei thinks this way, but the complexity of reality is always beyond his imagination. Because, when Li Wei just entered the entrance, he was detected by the infrared scanner. Although Li Wei has the speed of light, he cannot be seen by the naked eye after all, but the technological means are different, not to mention the Alpha Star, which is ahead of the Earth for hundreds of years in technology. Li Wei still underestimates the entire Alpha Star scientific and technological strength. Bang bang bang. A burst of laser gunfire made Li Wei slow down. However, the pace of slowing down was not because of the suppression of firepower, but because Li Wei saw the stone gate at the entrance. This is a stone gate made of a huge stone. It is not so much a stone gate as it is just a big stone, because it has not been carved or decorated at all, it is just a big stone blocking it. If it hadn't been for Li Wei to use the Sea of Consciousness to probe and find that there was only this entrance, he would not believe that this would be the real entrance. The big stone turned out to be a door. Li Wei sighed. Oh, I wanted to keep a low profile, but you are too much, this kind of thing is blocking here, how do you let me pass? I don't have an image inside, and I can't go through it with time gem. Li Wei shook his head, and could only use the ability of the power gem, and slowly gathered all the ability on his fist. I have to be fast and accurate, maybe it can cause less movement. Li Wei thought in his heart, and hit Shimon with a punch. Monument? Unsurprisingly, coupled with superb power, Li Wei's punch is more like a drill. He directly drilled a huge amounts of hole in the middle of the stone gate, which just happened to allow him to pass by himself. It seems that my technique is not bad. Li Wei secretly gave himself a thumbs up. However, at this time, the harsh alarm sounded. It seems that I have to hurry up, otherwise, there will be more people in a while, and I will hurt innocent people again. Li Wei didn't want to kill him. Although he could control his power, he couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't kill him. Ding-dotto. Li Wei used his superb power to disappear again and rushed into a deeper place. However, just after rushing for 100 meters, the side in front of him did not expect him. Laser cutting channel? This channel is filled with intricate lasers. Because the laser beam is small and the temperature is high, even if Li Wei has some indestructible physique, he still has to avoid 3 points when encountering weapons such as laser cutting. And this channel in front of me is not like the infrared beam in the movie, it can pass through with the passing body and the luck of saving the entire universe. There are so many laser beams here and the interlacing is so complicated that they can't pass through by dodge and avoid at all. Li Wei is worried now. After all, there is only this channel, so he has to go through this laser channel if he wants to enter. 793 But the current situation makes him very embarrassed. If this passage is directly destroyed, it is likely to cause the passage in front to collapse. In this case, he can only dig the passage by himself, which is time-consuming and laborious, but if it is not destroyed, how can he pass? This thing is too annoying, but if I can become as small as Ant-Man, or even become an atomic file size, then I can pass it easily. Li Wei suddenly had an idea. Although these lasers are intricate and complicated, there are still some gaps in the end, so as long as they become small enough, they will be able to pass. However, how can it be made smaller? Ant-Man's Ant-Man battle uniform is only available to him, and the yellow front suit is also kept by the Wasp. Li Wei does not have any ability that can shrink his body. Oh, it hurts my brain. Li Wei sighed and tapped his head hard, trying to make his civic alive. There is always a way, I should be right, I have this. Just when Li Wei was about to break his head, he suddenly saw the ring on his hand. Space ring? Although Li Wei cannot be made smaller, he can create a space and put him in a smaller container, just like a space ring. The space created now is definitely not in a hurry. I looked at the file size of the ring and can pass through the laser gap. Li Wei didn't think much about it, and went directly into the space ring. During the monitoring of the laser channel, it can be seen that a living terrestrial person was still there just now in a hurry, but suddenly disappeared in place, and a ring fell on the ground. The space ring was originally a small cockpit. Li Wei designed it into a transport aircraft-like structure at the beginning of the design, so in it, Li Wei can fly it everywhere, but the power of the space ring it is his own power, and manipulating the space ring to fly also consumes energy, so Li Wei has never driven before, and slowly forgot this function. It seems that I still have a vision, but this fuel is still the biggest problem. Go back and let Stark study it again, can you let this space ring burn something else? Li Wei said to himself, while pouring his energy into the space ring. With the roar of the engine, the space ring started, and at a superb speed, it directly passed through the daunting laser tunnel. After coming out of the space ring, Li Wei let out a long sigh of relief. Roar, next, there should be nothing difficult. Li Wei said to himself, because he wants to trouble the color stone as soon as possible. Li Wei can't wait to rush in now, but strictly speaking, this laser channel is only the second level leading to the color stone. The teenager does not know how many levels there are. Although Li Wei is confident that he can win, he is still a little bored from the bottom of my heart. After shaking his head, Li Wei still walked forward. Although he was a little impatient, he still had to go the way he should go. After passing through a dark passage, Li Wei's eyes suddenly opened up. In front, it turned out to be a land full of poetry and picturesque scenery. In such an underground world, there are trees and grass, and there are even sunny, white clouds. No, how can there be white clouds here? If there is sunshine here, I still believe that, after all, the technology of man-made sun and earth can also be realized, but what's the matter with white clouds? Li Wei suddenly felt that something was wrong with this place. It didn't seem to be underground anymore. Even if the technological level of Alpha Star is high, it is impossible to make Bayun so realistic, and then it still floats underground. Suddenly, Li Wei felt that the ground under her feet began to vibrate violently, and the mountains under her eyes began to shake violently, and some even began to collapse. What weight is there? Huge amounts of things are coming? Monument? Suddenly, a huge amounts of fist hit Li Wei. Li Wei didn't dodge either. He clenched his hands into fists and hit them with fists dozens of times larger than him. Boom! That fist broke directly. Immediately afterwards, countless fists hit Li Wei again, but only fists, like fist-like bombs, hit Li Wei. Li Wei still did not dodge, smashing all his fists one by one. My god, what is this going to do? Why can't I see where the attack is on me? Li Wei is now on the spot. Although these fists are not worth mentioning to him, it is still a test of physical strength to hit so many at one time. At this time, Li Wei is already out of breath, but when he opens the sea of consciousness, no creature or even a machine attacked him. It's like the fist just now, it was created out of thin air. And Li Wei looked around again, the fist fragments that had been smashed by him suddenly disappeared, as if the attack on him just now was just his illusion. However, the feeling of hitting 1.2 perceived is obviously very real. Li Wei couldn't figure it out, and hurriedly turned on the energy of Mind Gem. If the mental attack caused Li Wei to hallucinate, then Mind Gem would definitely respond. But Mind Gem didn't respond at all, so it meant that it was not an illusion just now, but a real reality. Before Li Wei could understand, a quack suddenly penetrated into Li Wei's ears. Boom! Li Wei reflexively punched out, and a long sword was shot down. My god, and before Li Wei could finish spitting out, hundreds of long swords stabbed at Li Wei in midair. The black long sword was like an iron cloud, Roar screamed, making a terrifying sound, and rushed towards Li Wei, as if they were yelling to smash Li Wei's body. When it was said that it was too late, Li Wei put himself in a mask. Bang bang bang. Countless swords hit the outside of the mask, making a terrifying sound. It's not right, how could this happen? Could someone here also be able to remotely control these weapons? But it doesn't make sense that my mind gem can't find it either. Standing in the mask, Li Wei was very helpless, although these seemingly powerful attacks could not cause him any harm at all, and even Li Wei was a little funny. Just use this attack power to defend. Will it be too much? Underestimated the strength of the strong in the universe. Li Wei did not remove the mask, but took the mask and flew forward with great speed. Although Li Wei can continue to play with them, time is life, they can afford it, but Li Wei is not in the mood to spend it with them. Quack. Just as Li Wei was flying forward with great speed, thousands of iron axes suddenly flew over the sky, and the number and range was so large that Li Wei couldn't avoid it at all, unless he retreated. But Li Wei is never an escape person. Since I want to play, I want to see 08, who is playing with me in the end. Li Wei's heart was full, and he rushed straight over. Even if there is no offensive power, even if it can cause no harm to Li Wei, but this time and again provocations made Li Wei a little angry. After Ping Pong Pong's axe slashed on the mask, Li Wei finally rushed through the cloud of iron axe. However, what Li Wei didn't expect was that there was no one behind, not even any machines. Li Wei was a little depressed. My god, it's too terrible to find the other party. This is just teasing me. Li Wei is a bit hot, he must find this guy who has been teasing him. However, what Li Wei did not expect was that this time he opened his sea of consciousness, and then used the power of time gem to flash for 10 kilometers and 10 kilometers. However, almost a light-year distance away, but still did not find anyone, and what made Li Wei a little puzzled is why he has walked for so long and still hasn't reached the place where he originally intended to be. Is the core of this planet so deep? Even if I found the wrong way and went the wrong way, I should have come to the end now. Li Wei stopped and looked around. He was sure that he was flying downwards all the time, because he was walking downwards following gravity, so it was impossible for him to be in the wrong direction. So, now there is a question, why can't I make it by myself? Suddenly, a rain of bullets suddenly called Li Wei overwhelmingly. Li Wei sighed. Hey, are you tired? If you have the ability, we will come out one-on-one. What is it for you to hide like this? Li Wei shouted helplessly. However, the only response to him was the flood of bullets, and there was no other response. Li Wei had no choice but to still block himself with a light pen. Bang bang bang. It was still a terrifying beating sound, but this time, Li Wei suddenly found a problem. No, the attack intensity this time is obviously much higher, and the intensity of each of these 4 times is higher than the previous one. Li Wei suddenly had an inspiration. Is this also the so-called system, superimposing the intensity layer by layer? Li Wei did not continue to think about it. He suddenly thought of something, activated the superpower, and rushed in different directions. This time, Li Wei has used his speed force to the extreme. Li Wei's current speed is almost the same as the flashing speed with time gem. After half an hour of sprinting, Li Wei finally stopped. Ha ha ha, it seems that my guess is correct. Li Wei said with a sneer. This place is not part of the passage at all, it is clearly another virtual space. Li Wei has realized just now that this place may not be underground, and he may have entered a certain space. Therefore, there will be rivers, lakes, and seas, mountains and rivers, blue sky and white clouds, and even overwhelming weapon attacks, because this is a virtual space. Interesting. Li Wei nodded. He hadn't encountered a situation that made him so helpless for a long time, which made him a little excited. Suddenly, Li Wei's inspiration came. Before Li Wei came to the Marvel Universe, when he was an ordinary young man, he once saw a book about ancient Chinese anecdotes in the Huaxia Library. He was very interested in a story in the book. It was about when the Huangdi and Qi Yu were fighting. The Huangdi led a large army into a strange place. Not even Qi Yu's army was in sight. And before the Yellow Emperor could react, hundreds of ice blades were fired at his army, and his army suffered heavy casualties. At this moment of life and death, his subordinates thought that the judge named Yen Luo suddenly took out his judge's pen and waved it in the sky as if he was drawing some rune. Then, a huge crack suddenly opened in the sky. The amounts of cracks, and then the beautiful scenery in front of Huangdi's eyes was scattered like bricks and tiles, and he returned to the battle with Qi Yu's army. On the field. And these 793 things that almost wiped out the entire army of the Yellow Emperor are the famous pictures of mountains and rivers. And this treasure was also collected in the bag after Huangdi defeated Qi Yu's army, but no one knows the whereabouts of Shanhe Shiji too, and no one has ever heard of this artifact since then. What Li Wei encountered now is almost the same as the description in the picture of Shanhe Shiji. Could it be that I also entered the picture of Shanhe Shiji? Li Wei couldn't believe it. How could this thing that should have been in the hands of the Chinese people on Earth travel across the ocean, or even through so many galaxies, to come to this unbeatable alpha star? However, now is not the time to consider this issue. The most urgent thing is to quickly get out of this mountain and river map, or else I might be trapped and die here. You only need to open the scroll to open the picture of Shanhe Shiji. If you want to come in, you can get in directly, but if you want to go out, you can only use the judge's pen. Li Wei said to himself, still recalling the description of Shanhe Shiji too in his memory. But I don't have any judge's pen at all. I have never seen this thing before, so how can I find it? Li Wei only realized how bad his situation is now. No, there must be other ways. If you want to make a judge's pen, what should you do? Since he couldn't find it, Li Wei could only think about how to make it. The judge's pen. I have never seen any description of the judge's pen. This thing is clearly a story in the myth. Even this picture of the mountain and river can't be verified. How can I do it? Li Wei was a little speechless. Originally, when he read this book back then, he read it with the mood of reading a novel, just like reading a book of mountains and seas. All things, after all, who would have thought that one day he would actually encounter these imaginary things? No, there must be a way. Li Wei gritted his teeth and could go without the conditions to create the conditions. He, the strongest person in the Tang and Tang universe, can't be left here forever because of a picture of the mountains and rivers and shrines. Looking around again, Li Wei still couldn't see any exit that could break through the formation, and there was no hope of going out at all. Since I rushed in downwards, in other words, if I go the other way, I can get out. Li Wei said to himself, although this idea is not very reliable, but now there is no other way, I can only give it a try. By the way, since my speed is faster than the speed of light, can I go straight through? Then, Li Wei once again mobilized his superpower. In order to make his speed faster, he also mobilized himself without using the power of the universe for a long time. This time, Li Wei must rush out. Whoosh! Li Wei rushed straight into the air. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes, 1 hour. Li Wei became less and less in the mood to continue rushing because he couldn't get out at all. The strange picture of Shanhe Shiji is to blame for the infinite space inside. If you can't find the correct way to open it, you can't get out at all. Li Wei was a little angry. He stopped. It seems that you are forcing me. Since I can't find an exit, I won't look for it today. If I just smash this broken thing, everything will be solved. Li Wei gritted his teeth, activated the power of the universe, and hit the mountains underground. The power of the universe directly caused the mountains and rivers to be unbearable and began to vibrate violently, and the original blue sky, white clouds, and clear sky became densely covered with dark clouds, and the sun in the sky began to falter. With a roar of huge amounts of, the mountains under Li Wei exploded. Not only the mountains were fragmented by the bombing, but the mountains nearby tens of thousands of miles were razed to the ground, and even a huge amounts of pit was bombed. However, there is still no gap. My god, this mountain and river shrine map is too strong. Right now, this hand is enough to destroy a planet like the Earth. How come here are just a few mountains that have been exploded? Do you still follow the laws of nature here? Li Wei can't figure it out. If Shanhe Shiji too is really so strong, why not survive here? Why not exile the refugees here and let them thrive here? After all, this place is more than 100 times stronger than the Earth. However, when it is not time to consider this issue, the top priority is still to go. Li Wei didn't think about it anymore, but once again activated the power of the universe. This time, he also added the ability of the other 4 gems besides space and mind gem. This time, Li Wei must blow up the pictures of the mountains and rivers. Research. There was another loud noise. This time, not only the sky changed color, but even the sun trembled. The originally clear sky became a bit fragmented, and the heavy mountains and rivers, lakes, and seas below have become ruins. Li Wei's attack was 100 times larger than the planet's impact on the Earth when the Earth's dinosaurs were extinct. This blow was enough to blow up a planet directly. Even the Alpha Star, which was several times larger and stronger than the Earth, could hardly withstand such an attack. However, the picture of Shanhe Shiji was still not destroyed. Damn, what the hell is this thing? It is so strong. This time, Li Wei's mentality was about to collapse. He didn't expect this level of power, and he hadn't blown up this damn Shanhe Jito. What the hell is this made of? When Lao Tzu goes out, I will definitely break it all down for you, and then see what it is, and then put this material on top of my fortress. Li Wei has become fierce now. He doesn't just want to come out of this mountain and river community map, he now regards this mountain and river community map as his own enemy. This is a war between the two of them. Li Wei attacked again. This time, he added all the power of his own realm King Fist, and this time, if he fails, he will become a benevolent? 67. The mountains and rivers are broken, the rivers, lakes and seas have been blown up in the air, there is no good place on the ground, the rivers, lakes and seas have been blown up, the sun, moon and stars have also been blocked, and the entire mountain and river shrine map is already in ruins. Even the sun has been moved. This blow is enough to destroy a fixed star, just like the fixed star of the sun. Under Li Wei's blow, it will explode directly, thus destroying the entire solar system. However, the picture of Shanhe Shiji still has not been opened, not even a gap. This is obviously not the material in the universe. This picture of the mountains and rivers is simply a perverted existence. Li Wei has become angry from embarrassment. I'm QNMLGB, what the hell is this? And it's not allowed to let people out. You care what I mean, or you call someone out to negotiate with me. I just want the 5-color stone. As for us is such a perverted thing trapping me. Li Wei has already screamed, Zhao Niuhao. From the time he came to the Marvel Universe to now, Li Wei was the first time to swear, just because he was too angry. This picture of Shanhe Shiji seems to have been specially designed to deal with him. Same. Li Wei couldn't help it, and wanted to use the power of 6 gems. But once the power of the 6 gems is used, then not only the mountain and rivers and the Jito map, even the Alpha Galaxy, it may also be directly destroyed, and even the entire DC universe will be irretrievably affected. This is also the reason why Li Wei has received 6 gems, and none of them is useful until now. After all, the power is too strong to destroy half of the universe's creatures, and it can't be easily used. But now, the situation has forced Li Wei to a situation where he has to do it. Li Wei now feels that it will not work without the power of 6 gems. I saw Li Wei slowly raised his left hand with 6 gems, and took a deep breath. Li Wei didn't know what was waiting for him, he only knew, now he just wants to blow up this dim mountain and river shrine to relieve his hatred. Li Wei now has no regard for the consequences. Although he knows the irreparable effects of 6 gems once used, his sensibility is always obliterated by reason. Li Wei is only full of anger now, he can't think about it at all. Just when Li Wei slowly raised his left hand, and the energy of the 6 gems began to slowly converge in his palm, a tingling pain suddenly spread over him. If you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight, and if you want to use the most powerful energy in the universe, you must also bear the backlash brought about by him. It was the backlash of the 6 gems that directly awakened Li Wei, causing him to stun his head from his anger and suddenly wake up. What am I doing? Li Wei stared blankly at the left hand that was about to be raised, and it was still shining, like 6 gems that needed proper energy at any time, suddenly feeling a little at a loss. He had no intention of destroying the world. Could it be that I was impulsive again? Li Wei's mood slowly calmed down, but nobody 793 noticed. Under the anger just now, there was a faint darkening between the eyebrows on Li Wei's forehead, and there was still blackness outside the image. Light. Now, the black light has slowly disappeared, but Li Wei's eyebrows are still the same, somewhat evil black. But, how can I break through this thing? As Li Wei calmed down, he still couldn't think of any way to get out. He even got the ability of using 6 gems countless times after thinking about whether or not to use it. It saves trouble, and secondly, he can find the colored stones as soon as possible. Just when Li Wei was puzzled and scratched his head irritably, Li Wei suddenly glanced at the sky. It doesn't matter at a glance, Li Wei has a novel development. In the original dusty and bleak environment, the sun was still unaffected, and even the sun's rays could spread to the whole earth as usual. Although the gravel blocks the sky and the sun, it doesn't block the sunlight at all. This is a bug. Li Wei's eyes lit up. It seems that there is a problem with this sun. The reason why it has been so abolished, has not blown up this dim mountain and river shrine map, it seems that it has not found its mechanism. Li Wei secretly chuckled. This is really easy, but fortunately, he held back his desire to destroy. Otherwise, even if he destroyed the entire universe, he would not be able to get out. Li Wei made a decisive decision and flew towards the sun. Metaphor. Li Wei suddenly ran into something. To be precise, he was in front of the sun now, but this sun seemed a bit different from the sun in the solar system. This thing is still tough, it doesn't have much temperature, it seems that this thing is a trap that can let me out. Li Wei did not hesitate, pressing the sun-like thing with his hand, gently twisting it clockwise. This sun mechanism could be twisted slowly by Li Wei. Li Wei couldn't contain the excitement in his eyes, so he increased his strength and speed, and turned the sun switch faster. However, the switch still did not turn on when the entire 1,000 pictures were rotated. Li Wei was a little annoyed. Isn't this here to tease me? Li Wei was a little angry and hit hard. Hey, this thing can be turned in the opposite direction and can be pressed down. Li Wei stopped, resting his chin in his hand, thinking carefully, what the trick is to this ghost. Suddenly, Li Wei's eyes lit up, as if a meteor flashed through his mind. It gradually became clear. Li Wei seemed to have discovered a new world, and almost jumped for joy. Ha ha ha, Shanhe Shiji too. This was originally an ancient treasure of our Chinese nation, but it just came here for some reason. If you want to solve this thing, if you want to break the mystery inside, you have to rely on me. People of the earth, Chinese people with the roots of Hong Miaozhang, Li Wei said to himself with a smile. Since it's something from China, and it's a picture of mountains and rivers in ancient times, then this thing that can be twisted must be related to something from ancient China. Li Wei slowly analyzed. In ancient times, no matter what the gods did, they had their own set of formal rules and laws. This thing was summed up by the funeral mankind, and it has been a classic to this day. This thing is the Book of Changes. Li Wei feels that since the pictures of the mountains and rivers are ancient treasures, they must follow many rules of the I Ching, especially the celestial phenomena and gossip. In this way, as long as you know the relevant content, you will be able to find a way to open it with some reasoning and cobweb horse trails. Fortunately, before entering the Marvel Universe, Li Wei has always been a good young man who loves to read, especially interested in Chinese history. Therefore, as a treasure of Chinese civilization, Li Wei has read it more than once. Although Li Wei could not understand at the time, he is different now. Not to mention that his IQ and EQ will definitely improve a lot after experiencing so many things, but also because he now has Mind Gem in his hands, even if he can't read it. As long as Mind Gem cracks it for him and instills it into his mind, he will naturally integrate all the things that he could not understand before. Li Wei is now beginning to recall the previous content about the Book of Changes. I have to say that the ability of Mind Gem is really mighty. Even the things that I have seen in the Marvel Universe can be extracted from the brain, and they can be displayed in Li Wei's mind. Li Wei's serious face, with his eyes closed and thinking, slowly emerged with a smile. It would be great if I had a Mind Gem when I was a parent, not to mention Peking University. Even at Harvard, I would be able to pass the entrance exam, and I would also enjoy their full scholarship. Li Wei was secretly YY in his heart, but then again, if Li Wei in his hometown has such domineering strength and such mighty 6 gems, he may not come to the Marvel Universe at all. He is in his hometown. In this world, you can be the king and he Gemini. There is nothing if there is no if, so don't regret it easily, otherwise it will only increase your unhappiness and affect your mood. Li Wei continued to use Mind Gem, searching for what was already in his mind, and wanted to instill all the content into his mind, and let him be able to understand it. The treasures of Chinese civilization will always be useful after learning. Soon, with the blessing of Mind Gem, Li Wei had already eaten it thoroughly, and finally knew the mystery of this sun lock. I saw Li Wei calmly opened his eyes, with this kind of handprint on his hand, as if he was doing it, slowly approaching the sun lock. Have you? Following Li Wei's grounded roar, the sun was locked under his guard and finally opened. A black hole suddenly appeared on Li Wei's head and directly sucked him in. Immediately afterwards, Li Wei fell to a familiar place. That's right, it was in the passage just now, and in front of his eyes, the official picture of the shining golden mountains and rivers and shrines was hanging. Roar? This thing really hurt me miserably. Just because you didn't release me, the entire universe was almost destroyed by me. Li Wei pointed to the pictures of the mountains and rivers, as if talking to people. Oh, seeing that you are so good, and you have kept me stuck for so long, I will give you a chance to make up for it, and I will follow me in the future. Li Wei closed the picture of Shanhe Shiji, and then put it into his space ring inside. Such a good treasure would be a fool if he didn't put it away. After getting the baby, Li Wei's mood became better, turning around and looking at the other side of the aisle. At this time, there were already a large number of Alpha Stars gemmed there. As early as Li Wei broke in, they received the alert, and then all the security personnel were dispatched, and the army was also on the way. Li Wei couldn't help sighing when he saw such a big battle. I tell you that I am in a hurry, and I want colored stones for the safety of the entire universe. I hope you can put the overall situation in mind and not be so petty, okay? Li Wei looked at the opposite person helplessly. However, the other party didn't say anything, and even looked at Li Wei with a more vigilant look. A man with the appearance of an officer also made a gesture, and then everyone raised their guns and pointed their guns at Li Wei. I said, people on your planet are not only stingy, but also irritable. We haven't communicated yet. If you can kill people, I will tell you that I think you are like this. Bang bang bang. Before Li Wei could finish speaking, the other side had already shot. Li Wei didn't talk nonsense, and directly rushed to the back of the security personnel with superb speed. After all, Li Wei also understands that he is here to grab something from others, so it is very normal for others to have any excessive reactions. But Li Wei was helpless because these people's reactions were too extreme, and they didn't talk about emotions at all. Li Wei didn't stop either. After passing through the security, he just continued to rush forward. Just after Li Wei walked hundreds of meters with the blessing of super strength, suddenly, there was no road ahead. Yes, the original channel will be disconnected here. Originally Li Wei thought it was a stone gate made of some big stone, but after passing Li Wei's sea-conscious exploration, Li Wei found that no one had ever mined the road ahead, but he could see through the sea-consciousness, and the colored stone was inside. This makes Li Wei a little puzzled. Since the colored stones can be placed inside, why there is no road or even traces of mining? Is it that the colored stones have been here for hundreds of years? Have you all experienced the legendary plate movement and crustal movement? But it shouldn't be. If this is the case, then why is there such a long passage in front, and all kinds of technological means are available to protect this passage from being entered by people? If the colored stone has come long ago, then it should have been found a long time ago, and the channel has already been dug through. Even if there is any plate movement, they should be maintained in the follow-up. Otherwise, there is still a guess, that is, they have never found colored stones, but they have discovered the approximate location in recent years, so they have been gradually channeling and anti-inflammatory mining. Regardless of the above reasons, Li Wei feels that it makes sense. After all, this is not the Earth, and the people here are not Earth people, so Li Wei himself dare not determine what their brain circuits are like. However, the biggest problem in front of us is how to get colored stones. Li Wei once again fell into hard thinking and meditation. After a fierce ideological struggle, Li Wei finally stomped his foot fiercely. This is what you forced me. This time, I will treat you as doing good things for you. With such a deep tunnel, even if you develop tourism in the future, you can still make a lot of money. Just treat it as my gift to you. Also treat it as compensation for the trouble I caused you. 0. Look for flowers. Li Wei almost gritted his teeth and spoke harshly. Li Wei has decided that he wants to dig this channel himself. Although living in a different place is tiring and unpleasant, it is better than staying here and doing nothing, and at this point, you can't withdraw from this knot, and then wait for them to dig through, and Li Wei will come back. Therefore, Li Wei can only dig it himself. Li Wei touched the material of the stone here, and found that it was similar to the granite on Earth, with almost no difference in hardness. Looking at the stones here are quite hard, it seems that only I can dig a tunnel here with my bare hands. Li Wei laughed at himself, and then activated the ability of the power gem, letting all the power go to his fist. Immediately afterwards, Li Wei hit the wall with a punch. Bang, 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 bang. One punch and one punch. Step by step, Li Wei walked forward at a very fast speed, and also hit the big rock in the tunnel at a very fast speed. Just like that, within a few minutes, Li Wei dug through the last few hundred meters of passage. With the last loud noise, a secret room appeared in front of Li Wei, and there was a torch in it. Oh, what is the fuel for this torch? It has been closed for so long, but it is still being returned. This is the legendary Everbright lamp. Li Wei spit out, and locked his gaze into a box in the middle of the secret room. It was a box made of ivory white teeth, which flashed with fiery red light under the light of the torch. Li Wei didn't talk nonsense, walked over and opened the box. A red light entered Li Wei's eyes, and it even illuminated the entire secret room bright red. It seems that this is the red stone. Let's let you two colors of stone meet again. Li Wei took out the yellow stone. Before putting it together with the red stone, the two stones were packed together by themselves, and then they were integrated together, forming a whole stone that was half yellow and half red. Interesting. Ding. A bottomless abyss appeared in front of Li Wei. Li Wei, right now on the cliff, shivered. He was actually on top of an iceberg. Oh my god, it's fortunate that I didn't use superpower, otherwise I would probably rush down now. Although I can't die, but in such a cold place, I have to freeze me hard enough. Li Wei took a deep breath and said with lingering fear. However, after complaining about it, Li Wei still saw that there was a blue light underneath that was shining all the time. It seems that I have good luck. I found your blue stone so soon, although the process is a bit harder. Having said that, Li Wei shivered and tightened his clothes. If it is just cold, then Li Wei is not so cold. The key is wind, and it is as sharp as a Category 5 typhoon. 793. This cold air, with a few pieces of ice and snow, like a sharp knife, on Li Wei's face. No matter how good his physical fitness is, he can't stand this cold environment. Without further ado, Li Wei could not wait any longer. Now that he saw the blue stone below, Li Wei was ready to fly down. Are you here to find gems? Just when Li Wei was about to rush down the ice cliff, Li Wei suddenly heard an old voice coming from behind. Li Wei immediately stopped and looked back. In such an icy and snowy place, everyone was shocked when he heard someone talking. Fortunately, it was Li Wei. Although he was not scared, he was indeed a little surprised. Behind Li Wei is a strange-looking creature. He is a creature that walks upright like a human on Earth, but his body is covered with white hair. The whole person looks like a snowman in the legendary Sheningjia. Li Wei was a little confused. He had never seen this thing before. Was you talking just now? Li Wei asked. Nonsense, are you from an alien, and are you looking for that blue stone? Unexpectedly, this snowman's temper was quite grumpy. Li Wei has never seen such a horrible person, and even aliens have never seen such a temper. Oh, it seems you are the one who looks at this blue stone. Since the other party hadn't spoken well, Li Wei was not guilty of respect, and calmed down his tone. I'm telling you, I'm here to guard this blue stone. Although I don't know what is the use of this thing, it can allow so many people to come and look for it, but there are a few questions I have to explain to you clearly. The snowman still said impatiently. Have a lot of people come here? Do you know who they are? Li Wei is more interested in this question. Don't ask about this, it's all on our planet, and you don't know an alien. Snowman Pile Li Wei interrupted him with this behavior, very dissatisfied. That's okay, you can tell me what is the problem. Li Wei didn't bother to continue asking. First of all, if you want to get the blue stone, you must dedicate a life, and you must be the person closest to you, otherwise you will not get it, and you will be forever under the cliff. Second, you must have it. That strength gets the blue stone, because you have to go down the cliff to get it. After speaking, the snowman gave Li Wei a contemptuous look. According to my hundreds of years of experience, the second condition is the most terrible, because most people give to people they are close to, and grind their teeth to give, but once they get under the cliff, they can't get up again. If you go down in a while, you will be able to see them. The snowman said with some ridicule. Bust dedicating to the person closest to you. Li Wei couldn't help laughing. You watched Avengers too much, do you have movies here too? Li Wei said funny. However, this kind of thing can be done by an inhuman person like Thanos. I ask you, what should I do if I don't contribute? Li Wei asked with his waist inserted. Then you will pass my level. The snowman took a step forward and said viciously. Boom! Li Wei had already activated his swift force and flew over and punched the snowman in the face. The snowman flew straight out without even having time to scream. With this strength, still dare to stand in my way? Are you crazy? Li Wei clapped his hands, shook his head and said. Hey! The snowman also waved his fist and hit Li Wei. However, who is Li Wei? Faced with such an unbearable speed, he took a step directly to the right and cleverly avoided the snowman's seemingly powerful punch. 0. Not hitting a punch, the snowman became a little irritated, and turned around after running the test. With another punch, he drove up to Li Wei. Hey! Li Wei avoided again. The snowman still didn't give up, punching one punch after another, as if he could not give up if he could not hit Li Wei. However, Li Wei didn't have so much patience. After the snowman hit a few punches, Li Wei didn't want to consume him anymore. Boom! Li Wei caught the snowman's punch with his palm. I said, you are ugly. If you are not as skilled as humans, can you just go far? Don't stand in the way. You will hate me here, like a joker. I can tell you, I don't have so much idle time with you. Fight back and forth, get out of the way as soon as possible, otherwise I'm really angry. One punch can roar you to death. Li Wei shook his fist. I tell you, this rule has been set since the blue stone was handed over to me, unless you beat me to death, otherwise, I can't let you just pass by. The snowman gritted his teeth and said fiercely. Hand it over to your hands? Who is it? Li Wei is somewhat interested in this matter. Definitely is the founder of the Justice League of Aspects. Although I hope with you, I am also a human being on Earth, but I tell you that I will not let you pass easily just because you are from the same planet. The Yeti did not change any attitude. 1.2 Huh? It's this person again. It seems that this Earthling is indeed quite powerful. If you have the opportunity, it really looks like meeting this hero-like character. Hearing this man's story again, Li Wei couldn't help but become a little curious about this person who was passed on by word of mouth. He even wanted to use his 6 gems to travel through time and space and go back to see the scene at that time. You are only envious, but I still said that, or follow the rules, or step over my corpse. The snowman is still reluctant. Are you so green? Li Wei was a little annoyed, and hit the snowman's stomach with a punch, directly knocking the snowman out. However, the snowman who fell on the ground still did not give up. After struggling to stand up, he rushed towards Li Wei. Oh, let me go, you are quite persistent. Li Wei punched again. This time, Li Wei stepped up his strength and exerted 100% of the power of the World King's boxing. Both the speed and the strength were enough to make the snowman fall to the ground. Boom! This time, the snowman flew farther. I won't let you succeed. The snowman stood up still struggling, gritted his teeth and said, my god, you are really amazing, you can still stand up like this, it seems that it makes sense to let you be the guardian. Li Wei nodded secretly, seeing that this snowman is not a straw bag. He just said that his physical fitness is 1 in a million. I had known that Li Wei's Realm King fist can directly smash a giant mountain like Mount Everest. The snowman didn't speak, but used his own magic power. With magic power, he threw a punch at Li Wei. A big snow-white fist was formed in the air and struck Li Wei. Li Wei sneered. Little bugs? I saw Li Wei use Time Gem's ability to draw a circle directly in front of him, and his big snow-white fist disappeared directly in front of Li Wei. 08. Huh? What's the matter? Snowman did not expect Li Wei to have this hand. Hey, don't be shocked, look behind. Li Wei pointed behind the snowman. Before the snowman turned his head, a white fist hit the snowman directly. Boom! The snowman, once again, was beaten and flew out. This should be the most embarrassing day of the snowman's life. He is like a white basketball. He has been hit by Li Wei, but this basketball is the kind of smart basketball that can be navigated back by himself. However, the snowman still didn't give up, and still struggled to stand up. Damn, what exactly did you make? It's okay. Tell me, do you have no flesh and blood, or do you feel no pain at all? Li Wei was a little bit helpless this time. Although this snowman couldn't beat himself, he was so exhausted. I already told you, you can't just take away the blue stone like this. The snowman is still reluctant. Li Wei patted his head and felt that dealing with such a reckless man is wise. Then if I tell you, I will also use the blue stone to rebuild the Justice League of the Universe and continue the mission of the most admired Earthling, can I go there? Li Wei looked at the snowman and said firmly. The snowman stopped, looking at Li Wei blankly, motionless, not even moving his eyes. This shows Li Wei the hair. You, what do you mean, do you still move? Li Wei stretched out his hand and shook it in front of the snowman. The snowman still didn't move. My god. This sentence is not a mechanism, right? I can get him sealed as soon as I say it. But that's not bad, at least I can get the blue stone unscrupulously. Li Wei muttered softly, still looking at the snowman. Do you really want to rebuild the Justice League? The snowman's voice was a little hoarse, and he actually cried. Brother, you don't have to be so excited, this is what I should do, after all, it is also my mission. Li Wei quickly explained. I have been waiting for such a person for 500 years. The snowman burst into tears. Li Wei was a little awkward next to him, not knowing whether to comfort him or not. After crying for a while, the snowman finally raised his head slowly, with red eyes, and flew up to hug Li Wei. Li Wei was hugged reluctantly, and the scene was once very embarrassing. Brother, I think it can be released. After being hugged for a while, Li Wei couldn't help but said in embarrassment when he saw that the snowman hadn't let go. Sorry, I'm so excited, you can understand that it's not right. The snowman has crying red eyes, said to Li Wei. Okay, understandable, no problem, but can I get the blue stone in the past now? Li Wei still wants to fight quickly. He no longer wants to waste time. In Li Wei's heart, he feels that the snowman is afraid of some disease, otherwise normal people can become this virtue because of his words. Okay, but you have to prove to me first, you will restore the Justice League. The snowman said with a cry. Only then did I remember to verify it. Li Wei is a little helpless, the IQ of this snowman is really anxious. Show you something and you will understand. As Li Wei said, he took out the red and yellow stone from the space ring and showed it to the snowman. Since you can cry like this because of a word of mine, you should have handed it in compared to your predecessor. You must know this thing. The snowman saw the red and yellow stone, but did not respond. I don't know what this is, what can this prove? The snowman looked at Li Wei's eyes as if he was looking at a neurosis. Li Wei was irritated by the look in the snowman's eyes. The fool looked at it with the eyes of a fool, and everyone would be furious. Damn, you are fake, didn't you say that the predecessor of our Earth sent you here? Then you should have a good relationship with him, right? Why don't you even know the 5-color stone? Li Wei was even more helpless. I also want to have a very good relationship with him, but I don't think he thinks so. Yeti said definitely. Then you say a papa. 793 Li Wei almost couldn't resist going up and punching him. This guy is obviously here to molest his feelings. I'm telling you, you roll me, how far and how far, otherwise I'm not sure I can hold back from hitting you. Li Wei gritted his teeth and said emotionally. No, don't be angry. You have another way to prove it. It's very simple. Don't be so excited. The snowman licked his face and said, completely without the first arrogance. If you have a fart, let it go. Li Wei roared impatiently. That, if you really want to rebuild the Justice League, you have to bring me, let's do it together. The snowman looked at Li Wei, was glared by Li Wei, and quickly took the words back. I mean, you take me, I will be your subordinate, and I will assist you in establishing the Justice League. Although I was also his subordinate before, but I am not a startup member, so although the credit is great, I will always be overwhelmed. In the end, you have to come to the icy and snowy place to be a guard. I think your strength is much better than him, so I want to join you. The snowman said with a smile. That's it. Li Wei realized that this snowman cried and danced for himself here. It turned out to be acting for himself. He wanted Li Wei to take him in, so that he would be able to enjoy his fame in the future. The small abacus is good. A bottomless abyss appeared in front of Li Wei. Li Wei, right now on the cliff, shivered. He was actually on top of an iceberg. Oh my god, it's fortunate that I didn't use superpower, otherwise I would probably rush down now. Although I can't die, but in such a cold place, I have to freeze me hard enough. Li Wei took a deep breath and said with lingering fear. However, after complaining about it, Li Wei still saw that there was a blue light underneath that was shining all the time. It seems that I have good luck. I found your blue stone so soon, although the process is a bit harder. Having said that, Li Wei shivered and tightened his clothes. If it is just cold, then Li Wei is not so cold. The key is wind, and it is as sharp as a Category 5 typhoon. This cold air, with a few pieces of ice and snow, is like a sharp knife. On Li Wei's face, no matter how good his physical fitness is, he can't stand such a cold environment. Without further ado, Li Wei could not wait any longer. Now that he saw the blue stone below, Li Wei was ready to fly down. Are you here to find gems? Just when Li Wei was about to rush down the ice cliff, Li Wei suddenly heard an old voice coming from behind. Li Wei immediately stopped and looked back. In such an icy and snowy place, everyone was shocked when he heard someone talking. Fortunately, it was Li Wei. Although he was not scared, he was indeed a little surprised. Behind Li Wei is a strange-looking creature. He is a creature that walks upright like a human on Earth, but his body is covered with white hair. The whole person looks like a snowman in the legendary Sheningjia. Li Wei feels a little bit affectionate. He has never seen this thing before. Was you talking just now? Li Wei asked. Nonsense, are you from an alien, and are you looking for that blue stone, right? Unexpectedly, this snowman's temper was quite grumpy. Li Wei has never seen such a horrible person, and even aliens have never seen such a temper. Oh, it seems you are the one who looks at this blue stone. Since the other party hadn't spoken well, Li Wei was not guilty of respect, and calmed down his tone. I'm telling you, I'm here to guard this blue stone. Although I don't know what is the use of this thing, it can allow so many people to come and look for it, but there are a few questions I have to explain to you clearly. The snowman still said impatiently. Have a lot of people come here? Do you know who they are? Li Wei is more interested in this question. Don't ask about this, it's all on our planet, and you don't know an alien. Snowman Pile Li Wei interrupted him with this behavior, very dissatisfied. That's okay, you can tell me what is the problem. Li Wei didn't bother to continue asking. First of all, If you want to get the blue stone, you must dedicate a life, and you must be the person closest to you, otherwise you will not get it, and you will be forever under the cliff. Second, you must have it. That strength gets the blue stone, because you have to go down the cliff to get it. After speaking, the snowman gave Li Wei a contemptuous look. According to my hundreds of years of experience, the second condition is the most terrible, because most people give to people they are close to, and grind their teeth to give, but once they get under the cliff, they can't get up again. If you go down in a while, you will be able to see them. The snowman said with some ridicule. First, dedicating to the person closest to you. Li Wei couldn't help laughing. You watched Avengers too much, do you have movies here too? Li Wei said funny. However, this kind of thing can be done by an inhuman person like Thanos. I ask you, what should I do if I don't contribute? Li Wei asked with his waist inserted. Then you will pass my level. The snowman took a step forward and said viciously. Boom! Li Wei had already activated his swift force and flew over and punched the snowman in the face. The snowman flew straight out without even having time to scream. With this strength, still dare to stand in my way? Are you crazy? Li Wei clapped his hands, shook his head and said. Hey! The snowman also waved his fist and hit Li Wei. However, who is Li Wei? Faced with such an unbearable speed, he took a step to the right and cleverly avoided the snowman's seemingly powerful punch. Not hitting a punch, the snowman became a little irritated, and turned around after running the test. With another punch, he drove up to Li Wei. Hey! Li Wei avoided again. The snowman still didn't give up, punching one punch after another, as if he could not give up if he could not hit Li Wei. However, Li Wei didn't have so much patience. After the snowman hit a few punches, Li Wei didn't want to consume him anymore. Boom! Li Wei caught the snowman's punch with his palm. I said, you are ugly. If you are not as skilled as humans, can you just go far? Don't stand in the way. You have to hate me here. Like a joker, I can tell you, I don't have so much idle time and you fight back and forth. Get out of the way as soon as possible, otherwise I'm really angry, and one punch can roar you to death. Li Wei shook his fist. I tell you, this rule has been set since the blue stone was handed over to me, unless you beat me to death, otherwise, I can't let you just pass by. The snowman gritted his teeth and said fiercely. Hand it over to your hands? Who is it? Li Wei is somewhat interested in this matter. Definitely is the founder of the Justice League of Aspects. Although I hope with you, I am also an Earthling, but I tell you, I will not let you pass easily just because you are from the same planet. Zhao Hao. The Yeti did not change any attitude. Late? It's this person again. It seems that this Earthling is indeed quite powerful. If you have the opportunity, it really looks like meeting this hero-like character. Hearing this man's story again, Li Wei couldn't help but become a little curious about this person who was passed on by word of mouth. He even wanted to use his 6 gems to travel through time and space and go back to see the scene at that time. You are only envious, but I still said that, or follow the rules or step over my corpse. The snowman is still reluctant. Are you so green? Li Wei was a little annoyed, and hit the snowman's stomach with a punch, directly knocking the snowman out. However, the snowman who fell on the ground still did not give up. After struggling to stand up, he rushed towards Li Wei. Oh, let me go, you are quite persistent. Li Wei punched again. This time, Li Wei stepped up his strength and exerted 100% of the power of the World King's boxing. Both the speed and the strength were enough to make the snowman fall to the ground. Boom! This time, the snowman flew farther. I won't let you succeed. The snowman stood up still struggling, gritted his teeth and said, My God, you are really amazing, you can still stand up like this, it seems that it makes sense to let you be the guardian. Li Wei nodded secretly, seeing that this snowman is not a straw bag. He just said that his physical fitness is 1 in a million. I had known that Li Wei's Realm King fist can directly smash a giant mountain like Mount Everest. The snowman didn't speak, but used his own magic power. With magic power, he threw a punch at Li Wei. A big snow-white fist was formed in the air and struck Li Wei. Li Wei sneered. Small bugs. I saw Li Wei use Time Gem's ability to draw a circle directly in front of him, and his big snow-white fist disappeared directly in front of Li Wei. Huh? What's the matter? Snowman did not expect Li Wei to have this hand. Hey, don't be shocked, look behind. Li Wei pointed behind the snow 810. Before the snowman turned his head, a white fist hit the snowman directly. Boom! The snowman, once again, was beaten and flew out. This should be the most embarrassing day of the snowman's life. He is like a white basketball. He has been hit by Li Wei all the time, but this basketball is the kind of smart basketball that can be navigated back by himself. However, the snowman still didn't give up, and still struggled to stand up. Damn, what exactly did you make? It's okay. Tell me, do you have no flesh and blood, or do you feel no pain at all? Li Wei was a little bit helpless this time. Although this snowman couldn't beat himself, he was so exhausted. I already told you, you can't just take away the blue stone like this. The snowman is still reluctant. Li Wei patted his head and felt that dealing with such a reckless man is wise. Then if I tell you, I will also use the blue stone to rebuild the Justice League of the universe and continue the mission of your most admired Earthling, can I go there? Li Wei looked at the snowman and said firmly. The snowman stopped, looking at Li Wei blankly, motionless, not even moving his eyes. This shows Li Wei the hair. You, what do you mean, do you still move? Li Wei stretched out his hand and shook it in front of the snowman. The snowman still didn't move. My god. This sentence won't be a mechanism. Once you say it, you can get him sealed. But that's not bad. At least I can get the blue stone unscrupulously. Li Wei muttered softly, still looking at the snowman. Do you really want to rebuild the Justice League? The snowman's voice was a little hoarse, and he actually cried. Brother, you don't have to be so excited. This is what I should do. After all, it is also my mission. Li Wei quickly explained. I have been waiting for such a person for 500 years. The snowman burst into tears. Li Wei was a little awkward next to him, not knowing whether to comfort him or not. After crying for a while, the snowman finally raised his head slowly, with red eyes, and flew up to hug Li Wei. Li Wei was hugged reluctantly, and the scene was once very embarrassing. Brother, I think it can be released. After being hugged for a while, Li Wei couldn't help but said in embarrassment when he saw that the snowman hadn't let go. Sorry, I'm so excited, you can understand, right? The snowman has crying red eyes, said to Li Wei. Okay, understandable, no problem, but can I get the blue stone in the past now? Li Wei still wants to, a quick fight. He no longer wants to waste time. In Li Wei's heart, he feels that the snowman is afraid of some disease, otherwise normal people can become this virtue because of his words. Okay, but you have to prove to me first, you will restore the Justice League. The snowman said with a cry. Only then did I remember to verify it. Li Wei is a little helpless, the IQ of this snowman is really anxious. Show you something and you will understand. As Li Wei said, he took out the red and yellow stone from the space ring and showed it to the snowman. Since you can cry like this because of a word of mine, you should have handed it in compared to your predecessor. You must know this thing. The snowman saw the red and yellow stone, but did not respond. I don't know what this is, what can this prove? The snowman looked at Li Wei's eyes as if he was looking at a neurosis. Li Wei was irritated by the look in the snowman's eyes. The fool looked at it with the eyes of a fool, and everyone would be furious. Damn, you are fake, didn't you say that the predecessor of our Earth sent you here? Then you should have a good relationship with him, right? Why don't you even know the 5-color stone? Li Wei was even more helpless. I also want to have a very good relationship with him, but I don't think he thinks so. Yeti said definitely. Then you say a papa. Li Wei almost couldn't resist going up and punching him. This guy is obviously here to molest his feelings. I'm telling you, you roll me, how far and how far, otherwise I'm not sure I can hold back from hitting you. Li Wei gritted his teeth and said emotionally. No, don't be angry. You have another way to prove it. It's very simple. Don't be so excited. The snowman licked his face and said, completely without the first arrogance. If you have a fart, let it go. Li Wei roared impatiently. If you really want to rebuild the Justice League, you have to take me, let's do this together. The snowman looked at Li Wei, was glared by Li Wei, and quickly took the words back. I mean, you take me, I will be your subordinate, and I will assist you in establishing the Justice League. Although I was also his subordinate before, but I am not a startup member, so although the credit is great, I will always be overwhelmed. In the end, you have to come to the icy and snowy place to be a guard. I think your strength is much better than him, so I want to join you. The snowman said with a smile. Such a, Li Wei reacted. It turned out that this snowman cried and danced for himself here. It turned out to be acting for himself. He wanted Li Wei to take him in, so that he would be able to enjoy his fame in the future. The small abacus is good. Li Wei shook his head. This snowman seemed silly, but in fact he still had a scheming idea. It's a matter of knowing that the snowman sees his own ability very clearly. With his own ability alone, it is impossible to dislike too much wind and waves. It is even more difficult to become a character known to everyone in the universe. But the snowman has big dreams. He also wants to achieve a big cause. He is not willing to live a mediocre life. Therefore, since he can't do it and his heart is higher than the sky, he has to find other ways. I have to say that the snowman's vision is very accurate. After seeing Li Wei show his hands a few times, he decisively put all his wealth on Li Wei's body. Although for Li Wei, the snowman's combat effectiveness is indeed good, but Li Wei is not useful, and even Li Wei does not need the snowman to follow him. Well, then, I agree with you to follow me, but you have to tell me how to get down below this cliff. According to what you just said, the downside should be particularly dangerous. Now that there is such a person to follow him, Li Wei must make good use of it. Although Li Wei is confident that he can get the blue stone back intact, but if there are acquaintances, there will be fewer detours. I saw the snowman chuckled, blushing and smiling. This expression was a bit wretched, which made Li Wei particularly uncomfortable to see, and got goosebumps all over. I said, can you please don't do it like this, we have something to talk about, don't show it to me. Li Wei said disgustingly. But the snowman still smiled wretchedly, and kept on holding two hands with white hairs. Li Wei couldn't bear it, and knocked the snowman away again with a punch. If you show me like this again, I'll kill you, believe it or not. Li Wei was really disgusting. Leader. What did I do wrong, why did you beat me like this? The snowman struggled and got up, looking at Li Wei with a look of stunned expression. He didn't know why he took the fight again. Your expression is so disgusting, really, I am not targeting you. Li Wei turned his back, not wanting to look at the snowman. I did that because I knew the secret of blue stone. The snowman said bitterly. Say, Li Wei doesn't want to talk nonsense. Everyone knows that the blue stone is under this cliff, and it is handed over to me to guard it. But they don't know that the following is a fake at all, it's just one of my magic, and it keeps tempting everyone down there. In fact, the real blue stone. The snowman deliberately lengthened the tone and wanted Li Wei to ask him. This routine has deceived many people, and no one has ever doubted whether the blue stone under the cliff is true or false. It can be said that the snowman has deceived the entire universe. This makes the snowman very fulfilling. If you have a fart, let it go. Li Wei really didn't want to talk nonsense with him, so he waved his hand directly and was about to punch the snowman again. Oh no, I say. The snowman was really scared of being beaten. Li Wei punched it with one punch. Even if he was beaten with iron, he couldn't bear it. Li Wei's strength was really too great. The real blue stone has always been with me. The snowman mysteriously took off the necklace from his neck, then opened it mysteriously, and a blue light emerged from the necklace. Look. The snowman seemed to be showing off. He put the blue stone tablet in front of Li Wei, and his big furry hands were about to touch Li Wei's face. Li Wei should be happy and excited to get the blue stone so easily, but Li Wei doesn't know why. He is not happy at all now, and even wants to hit someone. Okay, just give it to me, you can put the necklace away. Li Wei forced a smile abruptly. The smile on that blunt face was so ugly and ugly. Leader, your smile is so ugly, I thought only I could laugh so ugly. Now it seems that you are not much worse than the leader. The snowman smiled and said, whether it was his eyes, movements, or tone, it all showed that he was laughing at Li Wei. I think you have been tempting wildly on the edge of death today, but now congratulations, you have passed the edge, and I will let you die thoroughly now. Li Wei gritted his teeth and fiercely popped these words out of his mouth. He couldn't bear it now. If you can't bear it, you don't need to bear it anymore. Li Wei's right fist was already full of power gems and the energy of the king's fist. He hit the snowman's face with an uppercut, directly hitting the snowman out of the speed of light, and the snowman went straight through the atmosphere and was hit into outer space. 0. Look for flowers. Make you talk more. Li Wei rubbed his fists, and the furry snowman hit it hard. It was still painful. Immediately, Li Wei also flew out. After all, he played out with his own hands, so I have to see how it goes. Not surprisingly, the snowman was already lying straight there, floating in outer space. The snowman has been knocked out and has no consciousness at all, but this is a good thing for him and Li Wei. At least, the snowman doesn't need to fight because he can't keep his mouth open, and Li Wei doesn't need to be hurt because of his lungs. 0. Li Wei shook his hand slightly, opened the space ring, and threw the snowman in. After several transformations by Li Wei, Iron Man, and Batman, this spatial ring already has multiple functions, and can even heal injuries. Throwing the snowman in also means that Li Wei has officially accepted the snowman. It also means that Li Wei feels guilty for not holding back the punch just now. However, Li Wei generally wouldn't say guilty words. Li Wei and Li Wei's own dignity. Everything was handled properly, and Li Wei slowly took out the blue stone. The blue stone exudes azure light, like an extremely clear sky, which makes Li Wei miss the earth a little, and miss his wife Captain Marvel. After this is done, we must accompany her well, Li Wei said to himself, but his eyes were full of tenderness and a little bit of guilt. Although he is arrogant and has no opponents in the entire universe, as his woman, Captain Marvel does not have the joy of being a king's woman. Because Li Wei is not an overwhelming person, Li Wei has always had her own pursuit, has been busy, so busy that there is no time to accompany him, so busy that he can't go home all day, and even so busy that he has no time to care about her life and death. For these, Li Wei knows, but he can't change anything, he can't help himself, because he needs to be responsible to too many people. The sky will come down to the people of Sri Lanka, just like this. Ding. Li Wei shook his head, trying to get the sad and desolate thought out of his mind. Anyone can complain, but Li Wei can't. Because Li Wei is the person standing on the top, the person respected by thousands of people, and even the backbone of everyone. If the backbone is unstable, all the rest will not know where to go. After a while, Li Wei finally came over, raised his hand again, and began to look at the blue stone in front of him, then took out the previous red and yellow stone and gently put them together. What Li Wei did not expect was that the light around the red-yellow stone and the blue stone were integrating with each other, but the two stones were unmoved. If you look closely, you can find that the two stones are even facing each other in opposite places. Move. Is there a contradiction between these two stones? Li Wei has August first season a bit funny. Hey, do you two have different colors? Are the cool colors and warm colors incompatible? Li Wei said with a smile. Unexpectedly, the light of the blue stone and the red-yellow stone suddenly became brighter, as if they were responding to what Li Wei said. Now Li Wei is interested. Could these two stones, oh no, would the 5-color stones actually have life, or would they still have this soul in them? Li Wei is interested. If there is real soul, then this 5-color stone must also have what kind of ability? The strong will never dislike one more ability. Although Li Wei has already spent the entire universe now, he is still interested in other ability. Thinking of this, Li Wei quickly activated Mind Gem, added his own knowledge of the sea, and began to explore the 5-color stone, wanting to see what is there in the world. However, this time, it made Li Wei a little disappointed that the two 5-color stones are no different at all, just like the colored stones are exactly the same, but there is a burst of energy inside, a different colored stone inside. They all have different energies, but now they are only hidden inside and cannot be opened and utilized, and Li Wei also doesn't know what these different abilities are. After watching for half an hour, Li Wei finally accepted his fate. It seems, why this legendary 5-color stone is really special, it is not even as useful as my 6 gems, Li Wei said disappointedly. After he withdrew the god's telekinesis, Li Wei forcibly merged the 2 stones together. Okay, since you don't have any consciousness, don't be awkward. I guess you don't know what awkwardness you are using. As Li Wei said, he was about to put the combined stones in his space ring. When Li Wei touched the 3-color stone, he suddenly felt that there were 2 forces gambling with each other. The reason why he felt so strong was because the combined 3-color stone already felt like it was about to explode. Has been shaking. Li Wei was a little at a loss. How did he know that these 2 stones were so temperamental that they were fighting non-stop after the merger? Damn, this temper is too violent, but don't explode to me. It's up to you to unite the entire cosmic civilization. You must not give me a moth. Li Wei hurriedly started the Mind Gem and Power Gem into the 3-color stone. On the one hand, he used the energy of Mind Gem to appease the 3-color stone. The color stone was broken. After half an hour of painstaking maintenance, finally under the continuous influence of Li Wei's Mind Gem, it slowly became a lot more peaceful, as if the 2 forces had compromised. Slowly, they integrated together, and then returned to calm. The 3-color stone finally became a calm stone, but it exuded 3 colors of red, yellow and blue. Roar, this little ancestor is quite difficult to serve, and I don't know what's wrong with this. Li Wei cursed secretly unhappily, but there was still a smile on his face. Although he knew that there was no soul inside, who knew what was going on? Just like just now, why are there 2 forces entangled all the time, and then passed the Mind Gem after the appeasement? He slowly calmed down. Although Li Wei does not have faith, Li Wei still maintains respect in the face of this kind of more spiritual things. Although it is not better to be trusted, there is still respect. Li Wei gently put the 5-color stone into his space ring, and then lifted the snowman out. Because, the snowman has woken up Zero, although the snowman has not opened his eyes, he has already felt the fluctuations in human life through the detection of the space ring. Okay, don't pretend to me anymore. I won't do what happened to you. As long as you give me a little more normal in the future, I can assure you that you will be safe and sound, and there will be no less white hair on your body. Rooted. Li Wei said. The snowman is a little embarrassed, but at least people who have seen big scenes can still stand there calmly. Leader. That, I can make up for it, said the snowman. Li Wei is a little unclear. So, what is wrong with him? Maybe he was scared by himself. That's why. Thinking of this, Li Wei was a little embarrassed. Well, you don't have to blame yourself, you still say how you can make up for it. Li Wei saw the snowman's face, and the feeling of guilt just disappeared. Well, are you going to find the next colored stone? The snowman said slyly. You speak to me well. Seeing such a shameful appearance of the snowman, Li Wei had a big fire again. That. The snowman hurried back a few steps. Leader, you now have colored stones of red, yellow, and blue, and you are not far from the collection of colored stones. The snowman began to talk in length. You clean and tell me, if you give me nonsense at 1.2, you will always faint me? Li Wei's present gift rushed to his forehead again. He had made up his mind. If this snowman was grinding him, he would knock him out again. I can help you find the other 2 gems. Snowman quickly said serious things. He was really afraid that Li Wei would hit him again. What's the meaning? Li Wei squinted at the snowman. The reason why Li Wei wanted to leave the snowman. This is also part of the reason. After all, the 5-color stones were together at the time, and they have been found in Xichang and Snowman after they were scattered everywhere, and these 2 people have this connection with the legendary Earthling at the time, so the other 2 should also be familiar to them. In the hands of people with a mysterious face, the snowman looked at Li Wei. Although the 5-color stone fell apart in the legend, all parts are scattered in various places in the universe, but no one knows that this is just an illusion. The snowman started a long talk, telling the long story. The 5 parts of the 5-color stone are actually given to 5 subordinates who have made outstanding contributions like we did, and then let us protect them secretly. The snowman said. The order we received at the time was to protect the 5-color stone to the death. If we die, we must give it to our descendants, or the person we trust the most. In short, we must pass the 5-color stone from generation to generation until there is one day there is an opportunity to recover the Justice League, and then merge. The snowman looked at the blue stone, with his right hand wrapped around his chest, as if swearing what he thought was the most important thing. But when I was collecting the other 2 colors of colored stones along the way, no one looked at it. It was just that they were placed there, or they were collected by other people. I have never heard of this legend. Li Wei was a little confused. After all, he didn't find anyone guarding him during the search. Late, you don't know if you have anything. In the long galaxy, there are many species. Some of them have a lifespan of hundreds of years. But some have a lifespan of tens of thousands of billions, and like it is a planet like the Earth, and because of the different atmospheric environment and the structure of the Earth and human beings, it is already the species with the shortest lifespan in the entire universe. The snowman smiled and said in detail. In fact, just like you, he didn't know about this at the time, maybe he didn't care about it, so there was a fault. Some people return to their home planet before they had time to find someone they trusted, or it's already dying if it breeds offspring, so it's very likely that their colored stones were lost in this way, the snowman explained. Li Wei nodded, expressing understanding. I went on to say just now that the 5 of us have some special contact information. We can know that each other's location and life and death. The owner of the yellow stone and the red stone has passed away, and the remaining green stone has the owner of the orange stone. Are still alive now, and I can find their place, said the snowman. Li Wei is overjoyed. I knew that there must be some kind of connection among them, but I didn't expect it to be so convenient. Without further ado, Li Wei motioned to the snowman to take him now, but although the snowman nodded in agreement, he was embarrassed. Leader, it's not that I can't lead the way, but my speed is too slow compared to yours. I wonder if you can give me a way to keep up with your speed. Through the fight between the two just now, people have already seen that the speed you think is faster than the speed of light, and this speed is beyond the reach of a snowman with strength. So although Li Wei wants him to lead the way, the snowman knows better that Li Wei actually wants to find other gems faster. If you are too slow, it will slow the progress of the whole thing more than a little bit. Hearing what snowman said, Li Wei realized this incident. After lowering his head and thinking for a while, Li Wei suddenly thought of a solution. Can you feel the environment around them? For example, the natural environment and the surrounding buildings. You know, if you want to flash through time gem, you must know the natural situation of the destination, or the humanistic architectural scenery, if the snowman can describe to Li Wen, so that Li Wei can form a picture in his mind, there is you can use time gem to make them flash past easily. After hearing this, the snowman thought for a while, then closed his eyes, interlaced his hands on his chest, and fell into meditation. After a while, the snowman opened his eyes. Leader, I have found this place. It looks like this. After the description of the snowman and Li Wei's constant rhetorical questions, the location of the green time finally appeared clearly in your mind. Li Wei was overjoyed, and even after taking out the time, the gem drew a circle in the air, and 2 people appeared at the destination in the next second. The location of the green stone is the Pegasus star, more than 10 trillion light-years away from the Earth. This is a planet with high intelligence and high technology. When the intelligent life here developed the first atomic bomb, the Earth was still the century of dinosaurs contending for hegemony. As the central galaxy of the entire universe, Pegasus has always been a battleground for military strategists. Years of cosmic wars have made the people of this planet unhappy, but even so, whether it is the development of civilization or the development of science and technology, Pegasus is at the forefront of the entire universe, and even at the top. The development of war and technology has also made the planet's defense system extremely perfect. Any creature that wants to enter Tianma must go through layers of tests. If you try hard, there is basically no hope of passing it. This is exactly what Li Wei overlooked, and it is also the point that Snowman forgot to remind Li Wei. As a beam of light flashed, 2 alien species suddenly appeared on a wasteland of Pegasus star. The surveillance system scattered all around accurately identified the 2 of them, and then the Defense 810 mode was activated. And these 2 people didn't know what happened. Snowman, are you really sure that the green stone is in this place? Li Wei shook his head and looked at the wasteland around him, as if it had been deserted for hundreds of years. That's right, he must be in this place. But this person is good at disguising, and he used to be a spy. The snowman was also a little uncertain, but he still firmly believed in the bond between them. Then you think of a way to summon him. How can we find him like this? Does he have to make a little movement before he will show up? Li Wen said impatiently. Don't worry, because we were ordered to guard the 5-color stone at the time, and have always regarded it as an opportunity to restore the Justice League. So as long as someone, especially aliens, come to us, our first reaction will be it is here to snatch our colored stones, so the vigilance will inevitably be very high. The snowman was embarrassed. Although Li Wei could see that he was a little angry, he knew the temper of the guardian greenstone. If he insists on snatching, with his hiding ability, none of them can catch him. Then you are talking about the way, we can't just wait here. Leader, in fact, our 5-color stone Asgardian is suspicious, but if you can see other 5-color stones, you will know that this person must have come with the mission of restoring the Justice League. So I think if you collect the 3 when Sishi showed it, he would definitely appear. The snowman said confidently. Li Wei will be suspicious, but with his strength, he is definitely confident, and he is not afraid that someone will have the strength to snatch something from him. So Li Wei did not have any hesitation, so he took out his own 3-color stone from the space ring. Suddenly the snowman's face became a little strange, and he looked around nervously. Leader, he is here, the snowman said in a deep voice. Before Li Wei could react, a deafening voice rang all around. The red, yellow, and blue 3-color stones came here with a snowman. It seems that you are good at it. This sound came from all directions, so Li Wei could not find the source at all. Drucker, this person came with the mission of restoring the Justice League. Come and hand the green poem to him, and then follow us to complete the mission. Hearing this voice, the snowman couldn't help but body for a while and said loudly, you said that you can hand it in. Then, isn't Drucker, the Dark Lord, very shameless? This arrogant voice continued to come from all directions. Li Wei frowned. Such a passive scene made him very disliked, but he was helpless. When, Zhaihe could not explore the source of this sound. Don't you even believe me? Did you take the wrong medicine? As soon as the snowman heard someone talking like this, he was immediately anxious, and his two big hands also flexed his hands, putting on a posture of being singled out. Why do you still want to fight? Do you think you can beat me? Voices from all directions continued, but they stung the snowman's heart. It seems you don't deal with this person. Why can't you beat him? Li Wei looked at the snowman's flushed face with some amusement. Although the snowman didn't say anything, judging from his expression, because he was late, the snowman knew he was not the opponent's opponent at all. The snowman can only lower his head. Leader, you also know that my strength lies in magic and power, but it is true that I am far inferior to him in magic, and his ability to control illusion is 100 times stronger than mine. The snowman said seriously. Hey, for such a powerful character, I must come to a meeting. Ha 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 ha, you are a creature from the earth, let me tell you, the people on the whole earth can't hit me with a single finger, although I don't know how you fooled him, but I advise you to go back as soon as possible, otherwise I will. It's really killing. The voice of contempt came from all directions. Li Wei did not speak, but gathered all the ability of his body in his fists. Since it is playing illusion, Li Wei has never been afraid of anyone. Even if it is an ancient artifact, isn't the picture of Shanhe Shiji still in the bag by Li Wei? I saw Li Wei leaping into the air, his fist smashed straight to the ground with a 5-color light. Yo! However, what the snowman did not expect was that the stones and soil in the surrounding wasteland did not flew up, and even the ground under their feet did not shake. It looks like an illusion. The snowman yelled. Li Wei squinted and smiled. Your speech skills are nothing more than that. Through the punch just now, Li Wei has already seen where the barrier of illusion breaking technique is. The next punch will reveal your true shape. Li Wei hit a green bright spot in the sky fiercely. With the blessing of superb power, coupled with the overbearing of Realm King Fist, the fist wind of this punch brought gusts of wind. Boom! The snowman found out in horror, and the surrounding scene suddenly looked like glass was broken. The original sky was full of yellow sand, and the ground instantly shattered, and then a piece of reinforced concrete was exposed. It turned out to be all illusion just now. The snowman looked angrily at a human-shaped pit that had fallen on the ground. Li Wei lightly landed on the ground and motioned the snowman to go to the big pit and search the man out with his eyes. The snowman accurately received Li Wei's cue, and dashed up to the first floor of Das Hu, and then a person came up. Drucker, I see how arrogant you are. Although he looked at him pretentiously, as if he had a bad breath with the wolf. I saw Drucker slowly stand up, and cast a sideways glance at the snowman. If you have the ability, you can stand up against me? Drucker still said in a contemptuous tone. Hey, I'm so angry, do you think that my skill has not improved at all after these hundreds of years? I'll be singled out, who is afraid of whom? The snowman raised his fist and was about to go up to fight. Asterisk, do you think I have been slack in these few hundred years? Just now your master was helping you, and you will be trapped in my illusion for the rest of your life. Drucker was even more disdainful when he saw that the Yeti was about to come up and fight again. Well, you can't beat Snowman. This is Li Wei speaking. The snowman retreated 2 steps rebelliously and stood behind Li Wei. Although he has a bad temper, it does not mean that he has no self-knowledge. Obviously, Drucker's hand just now has already explained the problem. It seems that it's the owner's explicit statement. Drucker still had a contemptuous tone, but the look in Li Wei's eyes was a bit more appreciative. Heroes cherish heroes. There are only a handful of people who can beat Drucker in this universe. Now a little character who is not known as a legend suddenly appears here. He can break his illusion with only 2 moves, and he has to let Drew. Graham is admiring. It's a pity that heroes are often unwilling to succumb to procrastination. Mr. Drucker, I won't talk too much nonsense, of the money. The purpose of my visit this time, the snowman also said very clearly. I came here with the mission of rebuilding the connection between the universe and civilization. I think these 3 colored stones are enough to prove the problem. If you still want to try me, I will stay with you to the end. Since the other party does not give face so much, there is no need to be polite. As the so-called come and go without being indecent. It seems that a person with a mission has a big temper. When he first saw me back then, he had such a bad temper. Drucker smiled slightly, and the admiration in his eyes increased. Li Wei also nodded. He also saw the other party's gesture of kindness. It was time for the other party to step down. I heard that you are a good illusionist. Today, it is really extraordinary. If you don't trust me, then you can join me and we will rebuild the Justice League together. I don't know what you think. Li Wei took the initiative to hand out an olive branch. Drucker smiled slightly, and did not show any emotions. Li Bai was also not anxious, but stood there watching Drucker quietly waiting for his reply. It looks like Mr. Li Wei is a good city mansion. Drucker's tepid attitude towards Li Wei was very surprising. It's not difficult to promise you, and it doesn't matter whether you really want to restore the Justice League. Hundreds of people have come to me in the past few hundred years and made the same promise. Drucker looked at Li Wei with interest and said, so what I value is whether you have the strength to snatch the green stone from my hands, or whether I can offer it with my willing hands. Drucker looked at Li Wei and said, then how do you try? Li Wei heard that Drucker was deliberately making things difficult for him. After all, what Li Wei just showed was his strength. If the Justice League is to be rebuilt and the connection between the civilizations of the universe is to be rebuilt, it will be far away. Not enough. It can also be seen from here that this Drucker's meticulous degree is much higher than that of a human being. This kind of person is exactly what Li Wei wants. What Li Wei lacks right now is not the 810 people who are beside him. What he lacks is precisely the people who shook the fan and made ideas. Because he became more determined to incur Drucker's determination. If you can get out of the next illusion, then I will follow you with all my heart. Drucker looked at Li Wei with serious eyes, as if he had made up his mind. It seems to be real. Li Wei sneered inwardly. Even if it is the treasure of the universe, the pictures of mountains, rivers, and shrines on the Earth's ancient artifacts, they have not been able to hold me. Li Wei, you just make a illusion, which is simply not enough to see. Although Li Wei laughed in his heart, his face remained calm. Really? Li Wei also looked at Drucker seriously. Really? Speaking, Drucker drew a strange rune in the air. Then the rune condensed into a sheepskin scroll and fell into Drucker's hands. Before Drucker took out the short blade he wore around his waist and slashed his thumb without hesitation, and the dark green blood instantly seeped from the fingers. Drucker pressed his blood-stained finger on the scroll without hesitation. This is a contract that is unique to our family. As long as you press your handprint on it, if you win, I will follow you to the death. If there is betrayal, my soul will be scattered. Drucker gritted his teeth. He had already sacrificed his life. Good. Li Wei didn't talk nonsense. He took the scroll from Drucker cleanly and took a deep look at Drucker. If I lose, my 3 gems will be yours. Before Li Wei bit between his fingers with his teeth, and pressed his fingerprints on the scroll heavily. The gambling contract is formed and the contract has been signed. With a big wave of Drucker's hand, Li Wei's eyes changed instantly. And Drucker and the snowman disappeared from Li Wei's side. It seems that this Drucker still has something. Li Wei nodded inwardly, quietly watched the changing circumstances in front of him, and quietly opened his own sea of consciousness. After a few minutes, the surroundings finally returned to calm. But the scenery is very different from before. Li Wei seemed to be in the hot lava. There was only a piece of rock about to melt under his feet, and there was already an endless sea of magma around him. I thought I could even feel the heat of magma. Illusory skills can reach the level of immersiveness. Li Wei's eyes were full of surprise. No, this is not an illusion at all, this is real magma. Li Wei gradually felt that the surrounding magma was so real, even his own sea of consciousness could not tell the truth from the false. Did he really throw me in the core of the earth? Li Wei's heart started to beat some drums. After all, Li Wei can see that the rock under his feet is slowly melting, and the magma next to him will form a burn mark on his body. This is obviously real magma. It seems that the contract just now was only restricting him. If I can't complete it, won't I be trapped here for the rest of my life? Even if I survive by chance, I will be burned to death by magma. Li Wei shook his head, not only lamenting that Drucker's heart is indeed too vicious, but the top priority is to break the illusion as soon as possible. Li Wei could see that if the magma under his feet was swallowed, then there would be no place for stimulation in this magma sea. Although he can fly in the air, it will constantly consume ability after all, and the egg itself will eventually be exhausted, and then he will fall into the magma and be buried in the flames. This is not what Li Wei wants to see. Since it is an illusion, there must be a barrier point that can be broken. As long as I can find this barrier, not only can I break the illusion, but I can even give him a counterattack. Coming and not going to be indecent also. This has always been the principle of Li Wei's life. Relying on the experience of breaking the pictures of the mountains and rivers at that time, Li Wei still chose the way of vigorously creating miracles. As long as it can tremble, this illusion technique, then the breakthrough point will be automatically revealed. After making up his mind, he thought he would gather the ability of the Realm King Fist and the Power Gem on his own fists. Under the blessing of superpower, Li Wei changed his punch into the air. However, something embarrassing happened. After flying for half an hour, Li Wen still didn't have the slightest feeling of touching the edge of the barrier. Does this illusion have no boundaries at all? Li Wei was a little annoyed. Even the pictures of mountains and rivers, there are boundaries? Li Wei stopped. It was not a way to keep flying like this. So Li Wei activated the time gem. If it can't fly out, just flash it out. As Li Wei stared at the front, he flashed where he was looking. But it still hasn't reached the border. This is really a dead horse in Wangshan. Is there really a place I can't get to? Li Wei shouted loudly, venting his dissatisfaction. Immediately after Li Wei activated time gem's ability again and again, section after section flashed in sight. Li Wei just wants to compare this skill with himself. But the ideal is full, and the reality is skinny after all. Since Drucker dared to contribute his soul as a bargaining chip for gambling, it means that he is fully prepared and it is impossible for Li Wei to pass easily. After repeating this for another hour, I thought it was finally stopped in despair. This is not a solution after all. Li Wei was downcast. Li Wei turned to look down, and suddenly found that he had been tossing for so long and didn't fly far. The magma seems to be still under my feet. As long as I dig down a little bit, I can touch it. Now Li Wei is even more depressed. That's not going up. Can I try going down? Li Wei activated the healing gems and covered his whole body with a blue mask. Although he has not experienced magma, Li Wei is confident that his healing gems can still resist for a while. So Li Wei plunged head down into the magma sea. What makes Li Wei depressed is that this time he only flew for 1 minute under the blessing of superpower. Plunged into the sea of magma. In other words, during the more than an hour that Li Wei tossed just now, there was actually no place to move at all. And Li Wei didn't even know all of this. Puff through. with a burst of magma splashing, because I suddenly felt hot and unbearable. Even with the blessing of healing gems, there was not much effect in the face of magma. Li Wei gritted his teeth. He firmly believed that the barrier that broke the formation should be under the magma. As long as you can stand it, you will be able to break this delusion. But this time, Li Wei was disappointed again. 1 hour later, Li Wei still got nothing. Li Wei had to give up and turned back to the rock that was about to melt. My sky is so cool. What is this magma made of? Even my gems can't help him. Li Wei looked up to the sky and sighed. He now feels that he is really small. He saw this Drucker. No, this place is too hot. I have to clean it up in another place and think about the countermeasures. Speaking of the spatial ring opened by Li Wei, he took out the mountain and river Shurji map he had harvested, and a carp hit it and entered the mountain and river Shurji map. Roar, as expected, this is a fairyland on Earth. Seeing the sight of green mountains and clear waters and greenery, Li Wei breathed a sigh of relief, slowly sat down, and entered into meditation. If I didn't reach the boundary with my speed force and time gem just now, and my healing gem made my clothes intact, but it still made me feel. The heat is unbearable. That can only show one problem. Li Wei's analysis in his mind. All this is just my own feelings, but my brain, which has entered the illusion. Li Wei suddenly reacted. This is not a problem of his own strength at all, but the other party directly controls his own consciousness. He actually created an illusion in his mind. Li Wei was also jumped by his own conclusion. After all, with the mind gem body, he has never worried that his consciousness will be invaded so easily. After all, it is a gem that gathers the power of the Marvel Universe. How can he be so vulnerable? So Li Wei cheered up and decided to try again. Back in the magma sea this time, Li Wei decided to experiment with another method. He gathered the power of the Realm King's fist on his right fist, and wanted to hit the magma sea fiercely. And with the ability of mind gem in my mind, I force myself to believe that there will be no movement in the magma sea. If you really control your own consciousness, then as long as you force yourself to change your consciousness, the scene in front of you will change immediately. Although this is a very risky thing, with the blessing of mind gem, you don't have to worry at all, and your consciousness will not change in the future. Sure enough, the magma in front of Li Wei's eyes did not change in any way, as if Li Wei hit the void with a punch. Li Wei smiled secretly. He already knew. The mystery of this illusion is solved. Li Wei closed his eyes and plunged himself into meditation. Immediately afterwards, I started to use mind gem's ability to wash my consciousness. Since Drucker used illusion to blind his consciousness, he would be able to get out of this illusion if he had to break this barrier later. And to break this consciousness barrier, Li Wei only relies on his own consciousness ability. It is not impossible to complete it, but it is too energy consuming and a waste of time. Since there is a mind gem that can be blessed, why not do it? After several minutes of washing consciousness, Li Wei gradually felt that his heavy heart suddenly became clearer. It seems that this method is effective. But even he himself didn't notice, in the process of washing himself, his body was radiating golden light outwards. The whole person seems to be sublimating himself. 0. Look for flowers. Drucker and the Yeti who had been observing Li Wei from the side were surprised, because they clearly felt that the golden light emitted by Li Wen contained great energy, and the second care energy made them feel awe, and even the snowman couldn't help but want to worship. Drucker nodded to himself, as if he had decided something. Suddenly Li Wei opened his eyes. 2 golden lights pierced through his eyes. Li Wei seemed to see the sun over the clouds, and finally saw the real situation before his eyes. At that time, the scene was the same, reinforced concrete, grey, and dark. There was no magma at all. 0. Li Wei has broken through illusion. Well, it seems that I won this bet. Should you keep your promise? Li Wei stood up slowly and looked at Drucker with a smile. That's right. My leader has already broken your illusion. Are you still hurrying to kneel and kowtow and bow your head to me? The snowman is in this posture. How do you look at it? It feels a bit dogmatic. Drucker ignored him and walked slowly to the ground in front of Li Wei. You are indeed very strong. You are stronger than I have ever thought of. This time I am willing to bow down to the wind. It can be regarded as my dog's eyes are low. Drucker belittled himself for the first time, but belittle himself in front of the strong is not a loss of face, but a kind of respect and reverence from the heart. Well, you will follow me from today, but you can rest assured that I am not the kind of arbitrary monarch. My purpose is to make the whole universe peaceful as before. Li Wei patted Drucker on the shoulder lightly. Drucker nodded and took out the green stone from his arms. Leader, this is the green stone I was ordered to guard. Li Wei took it with one hand and put him and his 3-color stone together. The light of the 4 colors is bright at the same time, but it can be clearly seen that the light of green is particularly prominent when it is suitable for blue, and the blue is like seeing an old friend that I have not seen for a long time. It seems that these 5-color stones are really close together. Ding. Li Wei finally breathed a sigh of relief when the 4 colors of red, yellow, blue, and green were collected to the 4-color stone exuding various colors. Finally, there is only the last colored stone left, and victory is at hand. By the way, do you two have a clue for the last colored stone? Li Wei turned to look at Drucker and the Yeti. But at the moment, the 2 brothers stood there and confronted each other violently. Ha, Drucker. Are you not known as the most powerful illusionist in the entire universe? How about, don't you follow the leader like me now? I also tell you that now we are in the same position, and I joined the group some time earlier than you. It stands to reason that you should all be called my eldest brother. The snowman looked at Drucker all the time. It seemed that the grievances of hundreds of years were finally vented at this moment. It's no wonder that 810 is no wonder, in the previous Justice League, because Drucker joined the snowman a few years earlier. In addition, the Yeti's strength is not good enough, so Drucker often bullies him. Although the snowman knew he could still not beat him, but looking at the current Drucker, he really had a kind of excitement of turning a serf to sing. I'm telling you, even a fool like you with a simple mind and well-developed limbs can only step on me like this. With your little strength, give me shoes, I think you are clumsy. Drucker closed his eyes and said arrogantly. Sendyomi, it seems that you are unsatisfied. The snowman can't stand people calling him a fool, especially Drucker who used to bully him. Drucker didn't speak, and turned around slowly. This is obviously to put on a look that is too lazy to care about with the snowman. Now, the snowman was really angry. Two big furry fists slammed into each other, making a horrible creak. What's the matter? I want to do it with me. Because I was established to break the illusion circle easily just now, I can tell the truth, but I still feel a little uneasy. Now that I see the snowman in such a dead state, I have long waited to hit him on the ground and beat him to the ground. I tell you I won't kill you today, I will have this hair for nothing. The snowman was easy to be emotional at first, but it was easy at a little bit. Hearing Drucker's slightly provocative voice, he could not help but rushed up with his fists. Okay, if you two really have nothing to do, you can quickly find a colored stone for me. At this time, Li Wei used the voice blessed by Mind Gem to pour into the ears of the two people fiercely. Let the two people's bodies suddenly burst. The original anger in his heart disappeared in an instant. Sorry, leader. The two men bowed slightly and said to Li Wei with guilt on their faces. Well, now you can tell me if you two have any clues about the last color. I thought it was normal to know that both were bloody men, so there was a conflict. But now is really not the time for the two of them to have an infighting. Otherwise you think you are really interested in watching the scene of these two men fighting alone, so you can also explore the strength of the two of them. Leader, we sensed that he is on the planet Beta not far from us. Drucker said humbly. Well, you can describe to me the natural scenery or the cultural landscape there, we will set off immediately. Li Wei said. This. After hearing Li Wei's words, both Drucker and the snowman showed embarrassment on their faces at the same time, as if there was something unspeakable and inconvenient to say to Li Wei. What's wrong, is it embarrassing? Li Wei frowned and asked. Leader, you don't know anything. After hesitation for a while, the snowman answered first. The last colored stone of the 5-color stone is the black stone. If you want to get this stone, you need not only the consent of the caretaker, it also needs the approval of the stone originally, said the snowman. The stone originally recognized? Then you mean this stone was originally conscious? Li Wei asked with interest. Yes, the 5-colored stones originally had souls, and their souls were assembled in the black stones, so they are also called the leader stones when they are black. Drucker said. That is to say, if the 5-color stone is regarded as a human body, then it is the brain when it is black. But how can I get his approval? It's the first time Li Wei heard that there is such a magical thing. At the beginning, Li Wei was a little puzzled after hearing the legend of the 5-color stone. Since it is a 5-color stone produced during the Big Bang, why is there no ability? It now appears that the greatest ability of this stone is that he has his own consciousness. If you want to be recognized by Black Stone, you must let him see your sincerity. Drucker said. In fact, the most important ability of the 5-colored stone is not that he can command the civilization of the entire universe, nor is he a symbol of the Justice League. His greatest ability is the realization of wishes. Drucker gently said the mystery about the 5-color stone. Realizing wish, is it like gathering 7 Dragon Balls to summon a dragon? Li Wei suddenly remembered the scene in the childhood comics. Dragon Ball, what is that? This time it was Drucker and the Yeti's turn to get confused. You just keep talking. Li Wei is a little embarrassed. After all, the DC universe does not have the comic book Dragon Ball at all. Drucker continued with a little doubt. If you gather the 5-color stones, you can express a wish, and then the 5-color stones will help you complete it unconditionally. Afterwards, when they are colorless, they will continue to fall in every corner of the universe. Drucker continued. If you want to gather the 5-color stones, you must get the approval of the black stone. That is to say, the black stone is the key to the collection of the 5-color stones. With the black stone, you can fulfill 1.2 any wish. Drucker looked at Li Wei, waiting for his response. But, since the 5-color stones will fall in every corner of the universe, how do you protect them? Li Wei asked suspiciously. This is because the previous leader of the Justice League used his powerful consciousness to follow the 5-colored stones when they fell apart and fly everywhere. So he naturally knows the location of the 5-colored stones. This time it was the snowman's turn to answer. Then, have the people who watched the Black 10 gain the trust of the Black Time? Li Wei felt that the first thing to do was to clarify this matter. If the black stone has been recognized by others first, his trip will not only be a search, it may even become a grab. Such things will not happen. The snowman shook his head and said firmly. Why are you so sure? Li Wei frowned and asked. Because of the approval of the black stone, the prerequisite is that the other 4-colored stones must be gathered. If you go to see the black stone empty-handed, you will return without success. The snowman replied seriously. Li Wei nodded, indicating that he understood. That is to say, the previous leaders of the Justice League did not use the symbolic power of the five-color stone to call on the civilizations of the entire universe to gather together, but made a wish to the five-color stone. With the help of the five-color stone, the majority of civilizations were connected together. Li Wei asked suddenly. We don't know this very well, because it is very particular about making a wish to a five-color stone. You can only face the five-color stone alone and make a wish through telepathy, and you can never tell other people what the wish is, otherwise the wish is. It will fail, and oneself will suffer from this kind of backlash. This time I changed to Drucker to answer. Li 08 Wei shook his head. It turns out that using the five-color stone to call on the civilization of the entire universe is just a guise. It is the five-color stone that really accomplishes this task originally. If this is the case, I don't have to bother to collect any five-color stone, because I have to rely on my own. It's done with strength, it's useless to have this five-color stone. Li Wei regretted at this moment why he wasted so much time looking for this vain thing. If you know that this is just a tool to make a wish, then you don't need to leave your wife here and look for it with great pains. And even if you can really make a wish, because I believe that the first wish I wrote must be to return to the Marvel universe. After all, what I am trying to do now is to get his wife Captain Marvel and Avengers back home as soon as possible. If you really make a wish, why not do it in one step? Then it would be better to just call them the Wishing Stone. Okay, we don't have to look for the Black Stone now. Let's rebuild the Justice League by our own efforts. Li Wei waved his hand and said he didn't need to go to the Black Stone anymore. Since he is determined to rely on himself, Li Wei doesn't want to cut corners, and is unwilling to exceed even the slightest shortcut. But leader, I suggest you think twice. Because Beria, the civilization of the entire universe is in panic now, and they don't dare to unite anymore. Moreover, Beria has not disappeared, and he may be resurrected at any time. It's just that the method of resurrection is unknown. Drucker took a step forward and eagerly advised Li Wei. Do you think I'm afraid of a little Beria? Li Wei turned back and said disdainfully. I know you are not afraid, but everyone except you is afraid. What we have to do now is to let the civilization of the entire universe stand on our side, so what we have to do is to take advantage of it rather than build momentum. Drucker said in an eager tone. But where is the advantage now that we can borrow? Isn't the fear of Beria in the entire universe our disadvantage? Is it our disadvantage that we have to borrow it? Li Wei's tone was a little serious, except for Captain Marvel. No one had ever dared to question his decision. This Drucker, who had just been incurred by him, dared to single out his faults face to face like this. This Li Wei's self-esteem could not be accepted calmly anyway. Leader, I don't want to question what you mean. I just feel that if we want to rely on our own efforts to accomplish such a great thing, the manpower and material resources will be too great. After all, the entire universe has tens of thousands of civilizations. Even if we are now recruiting talents and sending them to lobby one by one, it will take hundreds of years. Although we can afford this time, you, as a human being on Earth, can't afford it. Drucker lowered his head and said affectionately. Li Wei was suddenly awakened. Began to realize that Drucker was admonishing. Indeed, after Li Wei had an ability to dominate the world, he gradually forgot his identity as an Earthling. This time, Drucker really woke up Li Wei. Although he can be invincible, his life is limited after all. Even if he himself is a steel and iron bone, it will be 100 years at most, it will turn into decay, be crushed into mud and dust, and disappear between the world and the earth. He is just an Earthling, and this is listed as his biggest pain point and his most fatal weakness. Li Wei can't afford it? Li Wei couldn't help but sighed up to the sky, saying that since ancient times, heroes have been so frustrated. Now it seems that this is only for the people of the earth. Then what should I do as you want? Li Wei turned to look at Drucker and said in a humble language. Drucker nodded secretly. It seemed that his original choice was not wrong, and he really made a bet. There are very few people who can listen to the pure words, and a character who is in a high position and superb such as Li Wei can adjust his emotions in such a short period of time, humbly accepting advice, and it will be difficult for him to do nothing in the future. We only have one way now, that is to find the Black Stone, get his approval, and then use his ability to make the entire universe forget about Beria, or make the entire universe no longer fear Beria. Only to create such a 810 potential, we can complete our mission faster. Drucker revealed all the methods he had already thought of. Li Wei pondered for a while, thought about it for a moment, then nodded heavily. He knew that this was probably the most effective method right now, but what wishes to make at that time, Li Wei really has to think about it. After all, if you want to build momentum, you must be foolproof. It's up to you. Li Wei patted Drucker on the shoulder. If you are by my side to help me shake my fan, what else can I worry about in the future? Li Wei is very happy now. This Drucker is clearly a character like Zhang Liang and Zhuge Liang. If you have this one, you can win the world. Li Wei felt for the first time how important it is to have a counselor by his side. And now he suddenly discovered that all the people who were beside him turned out to be a reckless god. It seems that this is really a problem of my own. Li Wei shook his head. Immediately he looked at the taciturn snowman, and just talked to Drucker, but didn't take care of the snowman's emotions. Snowman, please describe to me the scene next to the Black Stone. After all, I feel more at ease when you do this. The snowman was overjoyed, and immediately used the most refined language to explain the location information of the Black Stone he saw in detail. Li Wei nodded in satisfaction. It seems that the snowman is struggling and wants to win back a city. However, Drucker and him are different types of talents after all. In Li Wei's eyes, they are not comparable to the original, so there is no so-called closeness. But Li Wei himself understands this truth, and I believe that Drucker must understand it, but the snowman may not understand it. Even if he talks to him for a long time, he may not understand it. Li Wei can only use some skills to make the snowman feel that he is not left out. I have to say that the sentence that the ass decides the mind is really reasonable. Using Time Gem's ability, the three directly flashed to Beta Star where the black stone was located. This is a completely different planet Li Wei has seen before. This planet is completely surrounded by black gas, and inside the planet, there is also an endless darkness. Since the fixed star of the Beta Galaxy does not emit heat by itself, the Beta Star is shrouded in cold and darkness all year round. In such an environment, it is still possible to produce organisms. Li Wei was completely shocked by the sight of Beta Star in front of him. There are no living things here. It used to be just a place to exile criminals from the universe. The confinement on this planet are all criminals who have caused large-scale casualties in the universe. Drucker explained. Well, then why is the black stone guarded by someone? It's not a criminal, right? Li Wei said. The reason why this place is full of black aura is because of the role of the black stone. The black stone can keep the dark and tyrannical people in one place forever, and the guard of the black stone is also ranked first in the Justice League at the time. Windhorse. Having said that, there was a trace of respect in the eyes of Drucker and the snowman. I'm ranked first in strength, so I have to compete with him in a while. Li Wei said jokingly. Leader, Fengma's power is not only in his strength value, but also in that it has a secret weapon that no one else can. Drucker said in a deep voice. Oh, what secret weapon? Let's talk about it. Li Wei is now full of keen interest in this legendary wind horse. After all, people like Drucker who brought his own pride were able to praise him, and even the expressions in his eyes were almost worshipful, which made Li Wei's curiosity even greater. For me. At this time, the snowman yelled with excitement and snatched the words, and looked at Drucker with a mocking look. Leader, to say that we used the secret weapon of Fengma back then, but it took a lot of effort. But in the end, our Lord Drucker forced it out. Although looking at it, Drucker didn't seem to be praising him. The expression in the snowman's eyes was clearly mocking. Well, let me talk about it myself. Although it's not a glorious thing, it's better than letting you speak out. Drucker shook his head helplessly. If the big mouth of the snowman is really allowed to speak, he might still be able to make this story look like. Li Wei turned his head to Drucker and looked at him with interest. It seems that there is really some interesting story in it. At that time, everyone in the Justice League wanted to challenge Fengma, but the result is conceivable. None of us beat him. But I am a character who never gives up. I always feel that the reason why he can the easy way to get my illusion is because he has mastered a certain secret method. Drucker sighed and said in a deep voice. That's why I practiced hard for several years, 3-9 in winter and 3-9 in summer, in order to one day be able to beat him. My goal is not only to be the strategic responsibility of the Justice League, but also to be armed. Having said this, Drucker gritted his teeth and looked into the distance with a firm gaze. It's as if I saw the bloody self who refused to give up. After several years of hard work and study, I finally reached another level that surpassed myself. This time I am confident that I will be better than I can. Having said that, Drucker shook his head and said with a wry smile. But the result is conceivable. I still haven't beaten him. What's more terrifying is that I suddenly discovered that Fengman didn't use all of his ability when he was playing against me, which means that he and I were playing against me. But in his eyes I can't count as his opponent at all. Oh, it seems that the strength of this wind horse is indeed much stronger. Li Wei looked at Drucker unexpectedly. After all, through the previous match, Li Wei can basically estimate Drucker's strength. Although he is still a lot different from himself, if he meets a player like Superman, Drucker's ability should not lose too badly. If this Fengma can really easily beat Drucker with little effort, even with a play mentality, then it is very likely that his strength is about the same as himself. Thinking of this, Li Wei is even more eager. After all, he hasn't met an opponent who can give him a headache for a long time. Few people even can survive the 5 moves under their own hands. How lonely is Dugu seeking defeat, and now he can finally meet his opponent. This kind of excitement is beyond ordinary people's experience. His strength is indeed quite impressive. Drucker nodded and continued on. I was not convinced and continued to fight him for a whole day. In the end, I was also exhausted lying on the ground, of money, and couldn't stand up at all. But I still stared at him reluctantly. Let him fight me as hard as he can, otherwise he would be insulting me, and I will not let it go. Drucker also gritted his teeth, as if he was returning to the scene at the time. He is lying on the ground now, the character whose body was beaten up, but the other party is calm and restless, so helpless, ashamed, and even unwilling. All rushed to Drucker's heart at this moment, making him almost out of breath. Seeing that I am already like this, Fengma slowly raised his hand and looked into my eyes. Then, with a buzzing sound, I suddenly lost consciousness, but I could easily feel it. My body it's still moving, but my consciousness is sealed in the darkness. I can't feel the other parts of the body at all, let alone control my own body. Drucker said in a voice that was almost terrified. To this day, Drucker recalled this scene again, still trembling with fear all over. It can be seen that this incident has caused such a great shadow of his psychology. How could such an arrogant person have lingering fears until now? I don't know how long it took, when I suddenly heard a crisp finger sound in the dark, and then I woke up. At this moment, I found myself standing on the edge of the cliff, underneath the abyss, with the cold wind blowing beside me. This turned out to be a place I had never seen before. Drucker still said in a trembling tone. I learned afterwards that I had already come to another planet. And this whole day has passed. This is not the most terrifying. The most terrifying thing is that this is actually my own flying over. In one day, I was under his control and carried out activities. I turned into a puppet of him like this. With a trembling voice, Drucker looked at Li Wei, as if he was emphasizing to Li Wei that Fengma's strength should not be underestimated. Late? As an illusionist, your consciousness should be very strong. Even if you have been exhausted from being beaten at that time, you shouldn't be controlled by your spirit so easily. It looks like the wind horse in this legend 810. There are really two brushes. Li Wei sighed. Yes, but also because of this battle, I was made fun of by everyone. They all said that I was overpowered, and I was controlled for a whole day without knowing what I did. Like a snowman who fears that the world will not be chaotic. Good stuff. It even came out that Fengma instructed me to do something unclear this day. Drucker shook his head and said helplessly. After all, he really can't beat others, and Fengma is not a person who is good at words and defending for himself. So what did you do during the entire day when you were under control? It's still a mystery to this day. Ha ha ha, maybe he just let you fly on that planet. After all, as an illusionist, speed is not your advantage. If you fly too far, it's credible to spend a whole day on you. In order not to irritate Drucker, Li Wei spoke very sincerely, although he also wanted to know what happened that day. But this is all for the rest. Since then, even if no one dared to challenge Fengma, and until the Justice League was disbanded, Fengma never took action again. Even if Beria publicly provokes the Justice League, Fengma did not accept the challenge either. Speaking of this, Drucker also had some doubts. After all, such a powerful person was chased to the door, and he was able to swallow his anger and ignore it. He even willingly wore a black stone and came to a place of black death. He would endure loneliness and pain for a lifetime, and he would never again take action to change your destiny. This is really confusing. But Li Wei didn't care so much. After all, Li Wei is not going to complete the tasks of his predecessors, because this time he is going to complete his own tasks. So what happened before is not important to him, and he is not even interested in listening to these stories. If it weren't for them to say that this Fengma is super powerful, and according to the description that he should also have a little mental power control ability, they thought he would have no interest in such a long series of stories. After all, Li Wei has limited time. With the time of this story, he can put the black stone in his arms. Well, let's not talk nonsense, let's go find him now. Li Wei spoke out to stop Drucker's tirades. Suddenly, Li Wei felt that the surrounding air was a little different, and his consciousness detected that the surrounding magnetic field produced some strong fluctuations, as if some powerful creature appeared around him, which made Li Wei suddenly vigilant. Up. Ha ha ha, it seems that you still have a fresh memory of the defeat in my hands. A burst of crisp voice suddenly rang. But the voice sounds a little bit albk, which makes Li Wei very uncomfortable. It seems you have been eavesdropping on our words. Drucker replied suddenly, and then cast a look at Li Wei. Li Wei immediately understood what Drucker meant. It seems that the person speaking is the legendary wind horse. Since we all know that we are here, why don't you show up? Li Wei said loudly. Ha ha ha, it seems that another one is coming. But from your aura, your strength is still good. But I still tell you, no matter how strong you are, you can only bow down to me. The voice of this empress suddenly became a little arrogant. Hey, it seems that you are always patronized here too. Li Wei answered the wrong question. Although the secrets of the five-color stone are strictly protected, there are still many people who know it. Everyone wants to use the five-color stone to fulfill their own filthy desires. This empress said in a disdainful tone. But I am the sword to interrupt their last dream. I will let everyone know what it feels like to be shattered. Then I should know what is so powerful about this sharp sword. Speaking of Li Wei, he expanded his knowledge of the sea, and wanted to find the location of Fengma. But soon, it was discovered that Fengma was not around them at all. After using the ability of Mind Gem to trace the roots, Li Wei finally realized that the original sound owner was on the other side of the planet. That is to say, Fengma was able to pass his own voice to such a far place in the air. Li Wei couldn't help asking himself, if he didn't have Mind Gem, he might not have such a strong ability. After a slight smile, Li Wei activated his superpower and rushed directly to the other side of the planet. Using Time Gem's positioning lock, Li Wei arrived in front of Fengma in less than 10 seconds. Oh, it seems that the opponent's strength this time is extraordinary. A figure from the back appeared in front of Li Wei, and said a word of admiration. Black stone, under what conditions can it be handed to me? Li Wei asked without nonsense and went straight to the subject. You want the black stone, unless you step over my corpse. Don't think that you can deceive those two idiots, so that I can also bow my head and tell you that I have been disappointed in the Justice League without seriousness, and even more right. The people of the earth are disappointed. I have already vowed that as long as I see the people of the earth, I will let them be wiped out. Fengma slowly turned around and looked at what Li Wei said with a vicious look. This is a tall and stalwart body, with colored skin, and its two eyes are like two light bulbs, emitting a goose yellow light. My god, don't you wear clothes? Feng Ma was full of black lines when asked about this sentence by Li Wei. No one had ever dared to laugh at her looks. Li Wei could be regarded as touching his back scales. If you want the black stone, come and knock me down. But congratulations, you have completely angered me. It was not you who hit me today, it was me who killed you. Feng Ma gritted his teeth and said fiercely. Hey, brother, don't be so serious. I only came here for the black stone, and my original intention was not to cause any casualties. Li Wei frowned. He didn't expect this famous Feng Ma to be so heavy. Don't talk nonsense with me, you will definitely die today. Feng Ma looked at Li Wei and said contemptuously. He was born a warrior, so he can't look at people who escape or surrender before the battle. You don't hesitation like this, making Feng Ma really hate him from the bottom of his heart. Well, if you persist in this way, then I have to accept the challenge. But I still have one prerequisite. Li Wei frowned. It seems that he has to continue to fight again today. Although Li Wei had the certainty of victory and would definitely be able to beat him, but after breaking Drucker's illusion just now, it really consumed too much energy. Even those who are hard-pressed, it is difficult for them to go down to the job market and fight hard again. So Li Wei still wanted to delay a little time to slowly recover his physical strength. Stop talking nonsense, let go of the fart. Feng Ma looked at Li Wei impatiently. He never bothered to talk nonsense with others. If it weren't for Li Wei to bring Drucker and Snowman with him, Feng Ma might have killed Li Wei as soon as they met. If I can beat you down, then you will follow me and be my subordinate. But don't worry, I won't ruin you. Li Wei smiled and looked at Feng Ma, waiting for his response. Huh? I want to get me under my command and tell you that I will only obey one person in my life, but that person will never be you. Feng Ma looked at Li Wei disapprovingly. Then you dare not neglect it. Li Wei squinted his eyes, looked at Feng Ma in a disdainful tone, and said provocatively. I just don't want you to blow the cowhide. Since you still insist, then I promise your terms. But in exchange, if you lose, you will be my servant for a lifetime. It will always be mine. There can be no complaints about it. Feng Ma's bet is even harder, which also represents his arrogance. Okay, I promise you, Li Wei nodded. Immediately after Feng Ma muttered a word, his hands were drawn with a strange mark in the air. Then a scroll of huge amounts of fell into his hand. This is a life and death contract. As long as the bloody handprint is pressed on it, the soul of the loser will always follow his master until he dies. Feng Ma looked at Li Wei fiercely, bit his finger hard, and pressed it heavily on the scroll. Then the victory came in order to come. On the other hand, Li Wei took it in disapproval, and gently opened the scroll. I knew that I had to sign 2 contracts today, so I prepared some other blood in advance. This time I have to break a finger. Who can bear it? After all, it is 10 fingers connected to the heart. It really hurts. Li Wei shook his head and muttered to himself. However, he bit his index finger forcefully, that is, the blood lightly pressed on the scroll. Okay, now I can do it. Li Wei raised his head and said lightly. Hey? Before Li Wei could finish speaking, Feng Ma suddenly formed an afterimage on the spot. He has already done it in advance. Li Wei's pupils shrank, and he said inwardly so fast. It was late or fast. In a moment, Feng Ma had appeared in front of Li Wei, and a hand knife slashed towards Li Wei. Well played. Li Wei exclaimed loudly, but did not hesitate in his hand, turning his palm into a fist and greeted him fiercely. Boom! Feng Ma was blasted off, and the blow just now was dismissed lightly by Li Wei, and even counterattacked back. Feng Ma was able to stabilize his figure, took 2 deep breaths, and looked at Li Wei with lingering fears. It seems that I really underestimated you. Let the 2 fools, Snowman and Drucker, follow you willingly. It seems that it is not just because of you. Feng Ma's desire to fight has been completely mobilized. For hundreds of years, he has never encountered such a strong opponent, and his desire to fight and passion have returned to his heart again. I saw Feng Ma spread his arms and muttered words. After a while, there was a violent wind around him. With him as the center, a huge amounts of tornado formed around him. 0, look for flowers. I didn't expect you to have this hand. Li Wei's eyes lit up. This trick reminded him of his favorite character's big trick when he was playing in the arcade and playing the King of Fighters in the arcade when he was young. Thinking of all his childhood past, Li Wei is not only distracted. Feng Ma noticed Li Wei's absent-mindedness, and secretly set a good opportunity in his heart, and then rushed towards Li Wei. The black tornado swept across the sky and threw him into the air. Li Wei didn't react until this time, but it was too late to react and defend. Fortunately, his physical fitness is really strong, even so unscathed. 0. Feng Ma couldn't help feeling a little frustrated when he saw this. While manipulating the tornado, he turned his fist into a halo, and hit Li Wei fiercely. Ha ha ha, little bugs. Li Wei laughed, and flashed back to the ground with the power of time gem, standing quietly watching the wind horse hitting left and right with its teeth and claws in the air. This is simply an insult to Feng Ma. This is absolutely unbearable for Feng Ma, who has regarded himself as a brave warrior since he was a child. I saw that he was muttering a word, and pulled out the sword from his waist. Immediately afterwards, the sword flashed a golden light, and Feng Ma's body also flashed with the same light. He turned out to be one in the human sword. Damn, I thought this trick was only available in novels. I didn't expect it to be developed by you. Okay, let me learn about the power of this man's sword unity. Li Wei was overjoyed. He didn't expect that the things he had only seen in the book would appear in front of him alive. However, Feng Ma was not in the mood to listen to Li Wei's nonsense there. After he gradually integrated into the sword, he flashed a cold light and pierced Li Wei straight. It came just right. Li Wei yelled, using thermal vision, 2 red laser beams hit the golden sword head straight. But how could the man-in-one sword's moves be broken so easily? The sword that was shining with golden light, instead of being repelled by the heat, absorbed the laser of heat vision. My god. Ding Li Wei never expected that this move could absorb the energy of other moves, and hurriedly mobilized the superpower and the power of the universe, gathered all their power on his fist, and greeted the sword fiercely. Boom! Another burst of explosive power equivalent to 20 hydrogen bombs exploded between the two. Damn, the two of them won't have finished fighting, right? At this time, Drucker and Shui were long overdue. Looking at a huge amounts of mushroom cloud in the sky, they couldn't help but feel cold. Although they have absolute confidence in Li Wei's strength, in any case, Fengma's strength is one of the few, and they have really seen Fengma's strength. Therefore, they have no idea in their hearts to count the victory or defeat. After the smoke disappeared, everything returned to its original state, but a strange sight appeared. Li Wei and Fengma were sitting with their legs crossed on each other. They both closed their eyes and sat quietly, as if they were fighting. Drucker, do you know what the two of them are doing? The snowman was stunned. He really couldn't understand. Why did the two people who were fighting in full swing suddenly sit on the ground? And there is such an extremely Zen-inspired way. This is really incredible. If I didn't guess wrong, the two of them should be playing a mental power game. At this point, Drucker's voice was a little trembling. That record left him with lingering palpitations, and even the scene of fear for many years, once again rushed to his heart. The mental power attack is something she will never forget in her life. Does our leader also have mental power? The Yeti said something unbelievable. Although the snowman knew that Li Wei was particularly strong, he did not expect Li Wei to be able to use mental power. You must know that for thousands of years, whether it is in historical records or what he has seen with his own eyes, only Fengma can use spiritual power. I don't know, but it seems that the leader's mental power should not be inferior to Fengma, or even higher. Drucker stared at the two people and said, this is indeed the case. The two people sitting cross-legged on the ground with their eyes closed in the fight, both frowned. However, if you observe carefully, you will find that Fengma's forehead is washing thin beads of sweat, while Li Wei is calm and breezy, as if there is no pressure. Are you sure we have to continue fighting? Suddenly Li Wei asked. Fengma didn't say a word, still frowning and worrying, as if still looking for a chance to come back. Well, don't bother you are too far behind. Li Wei shook his head and said with a chuckle, roar. Finally, Fengma slowly relaxed his body, and his frowning brows slowly unfolded, and he opened his eyes gently. I lost. As if exerting the greatest strength, Fengma gritted his teeth and finally conceded. From now on, my soul will be yours. It's up to you to do what you want. Fengma lowered his head and muttered. Your soul is still yours. I didn't want anything from the beginning. I just want to rebuild the Justice League, let the universe regain its former glory, and bring all civilizations together again. I hope we can do it together. How about this great cause? Li Wei stood up and stretched out before Fengma, who walked gently, and slowly stretched out his hand. Fengma looked at Li Wei with shining eyes. As the strongest in the Justice League before, he has gone through too many things like signing an oath like this, and then fighting. Although he wins every time he does not treat the losers as equals as Li Wei now. 20 UN aspiring humiliation, and then let the other party's soul be a slave by his side forever. He thought that this time he would be humiliated and tortured to death if he was planted in Li Wei's hands. But he never expected that Li Wei would be so lenient. He didn't threaten people with a contract, but took the initiative to reach out and want to cooperate. Fengma shook his head. Maybe only someone like Li Wei can let himself be convinced. So he also stretched out his hand. In this way, Fengma was also listed as incurred under his command. Leader, this is a black stone, but you only passed my test. When it is black, it has its own soul. To be honest, for 300 years, no matter what method I use, it has not passed his approval. So how can I get the recognition of the black stone? I can't give you any advice. When handing the black stone to Li Wei's hand, Fengma warned. Late? It seems that this black stone is indeed extraordinary, but today, it's not a hurry. My Justice League has just harvested 3 generals. Let's celebrate our achievements first. I thought that the black stone was included in the space ring with a light wind. After all, it has been a hard fight for a day. Even if Li Wei has this devastating ability, he can't stand another fight. Although I don't know what the black stone is, but after hundreds of years of hard work, Li Wei didn't get his approval, so it is not easy for Li Wei to pass his test. So to be on the safe side, I thought I had decided to take a rest and then made plans. In addition, after a few days, he finally achieved a staged victory, and also gained 3 generals. Li Wei still wants to go back and let the Justice League people get to know each other. The most important thing is to go back to see his wife. So Li Wei used Time Gem's ability, but the 3 of them flashed back to Earth in an instant. Although Li Wei has been searching for colored stones night and day, 3 full days have passed since he left the Earth. What will happen in these 3 days, Li Wei himself is not sure. After all, there are already so many pairs of eyes staring at him in the universe, and Li Wei himself has no idea. If you are not afraid of the thief, you are afraid of the thief. Once you leave the opponent, you will take action. This is what Li Wei is most worried about. 1.2. I am back. As soon as he returned to the fortress, Li Wei shouted, wanting everyone to come out to greet him. But the surroundings were deserted, as if no one heard Li Wei's voice. Li Wei was surprised secretly again. His uneasy feeling occupied his whole heart, and his eyes gradually became cold. Drucker, Fengma, you two use your consciousness to detect if there are any suspicious non-Earth creatures around you. Although you and I will go to a room to find someone. Be fast. Once you find someone, you must report it as soon as possible. Li Wei's heart is beating now. What he is most worried about is that it seems to be about to happen. Yes? After swiftly answering, the three began to divide the work and carry out their own affairs. Leader, suddenly the sound of fighting came from the snowman. Leader, I can't stand it. The snowman's screams mixed with calls for help made Li Wei instantly refreshed. It seems that there is a situation with the snowman. In the blink of an eye, Li Wei flashed to the snowman. Bang bang bang. Roar roared past Li Wei with a laser cannon mixed with missiles. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he might have been screened by now. Stop. Li Wei yelled and stopped the farce fighting. Boss? You are back. Stop it, it is the boss who is back. Iron Man's surprise voice came from the darkness. Immediately afterwards, there was a sound of clattering around, and everyone from Avengers came out. It seems that your defense work is really good. If I were a little late, even though I would have fallen in a pool of blood. Li Wei looked at the lingering snowman and joked with a smile. Leader, you have to laugh. Since you left the Earth, we have been in a state of combat readiness and defensiveness, and we dare not relax for a moment. And we have never seen this man before, so as soon as he came in 08, we took him defensive posture. Iron Man explained. Li Wei nodded, and Iron Man has the ability to react like this. If he had been the captain of the United States just now, he would have been fighting forever now. Even oneself may be involved in this battle. It's not so much a false alarm, it's better to say that both sides have lingering fears. Next, I would like to introduce him to Avengers to bring these three. After the two sides talked, they were not as restrained as before. I said nothing happened on the Earth in the past few days, right? Seeing the spirit of the Avengers, Li Wei is still very satisfied in his heart. Everything has been business as usual these days, nothing happened, and under Captain Marvel's suggestion, we have also improved the defensive layout of the fort. Now our fort can be said to be indestructible. Iron Man looked at Li Wei and said proudly, "Oh, it seems that I sent her here, so the arrangements are really right." Hearing Iron Man complimenting his wife, Li Wei's sense of accomplishment suddenly doubled, 10,000 times happier than complimenting himself. "Let me hear who is complimenting me." A nice voice rang behind Iron Man. Everyone looked back, and this Captain Marvel came over with a strong outfit. "It looks like our heroine is on the stage." Iron Man joked half-jokingly. As soon as Li Wei came back, "You were busy slap up me. Do you want me to help you do your work?" Captain Marvel was joking, but his eyes looked affectionately at Li Wei. Li Wei was speechless, just an affectionate hug, holding Captain Marvel in his arms. "My dear, you have worked hard these days," Li Wei said affectionately. "The best care is the care of the one you love the most." This sentence of Li Wei almost made Captain Marvel cry. Even if she is the strongest superhero in the Marvel universe, she is still a weak woman after all. Even if she can handle everything, she still wants to be a gentle little woman in front of Li Wei. Li Wei's gentle care made Captain Marvel's strong moments disappear in the past few days, turned into tears of happiness, and turned into a strong hug. Ahem. Iron Man coughed awkwardly and winked at the people around him. Everyone understood, and the tacit upper body disappeared. Even Snowman, Drucker, and Fengma turned around tacitly and followed Iron Man out of this warm atmosphere. It is now a rivalry between the hero and heroine. Everyone knows that they should also leave the scene as a supporting role. After a while, Captain Marvel gently pushed Li Wei away. "It's over, the serious image I have established these days has been broken by you." Captain Marvel rubbed his red eyes and groaned. "With me in the future, you don't have to continue to be strong." Li Wei looked at Captain Marvel affectionately, gently holding her delicate face with both hands, and whispered softly, "Glib tongue." Captain Marvel's eyes were full of joy, but Li Wei gave Li Wei a pretendingly anger. "Let's say, have you found all the 5 color stones this time?" Captain Marvel asked. "That's natural, I've been on my own, is there any reason to be unsuccessful?" Li Wei took out 4 color stone and black stone from the space ring and showed them to Captain Marvel. "It turns out that this is the 5 color stone. But why didn't that black stone blend with the other 4 colors? Did you do it on purpose, or it was like this in the first place?" Captain Marvel saw the clue. "This black stone is special, I haven't refined it yet," Li Wei explained. "How to say?" Captain Marvel didn't know why he continued to ask. "This black stone has its own soul. This time through looking for the 5 color stone, I learned that each stone of color was guarded by a former Justice League general, but the guards of the red stone and the yellow stone have already I don't know where to go, and there are 3 guards of colored stones, the 3 I just brought back." Li Wei explained in detail 810. "So the illusions hidden in the 5 color stone later are all told to me by the 3 of them." Li Wei looked at Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel nodded, but there was still some confusion between his brows. "Shouldn't the 5 color stones be scattered in various places in the universe? What's the matter with the Watcher who popped up suddenly?" Captain Marvel immediately discovered the vulnerability of the problem. "My wife is really extraordinary. When I heard the news, I was so puzzled, but just like they said, although the 5 color stones will be scattered in various places, after all, things are dead and people are alive. They relied on their own speed to keep up with the colored stones of various colors that were scattered at the time, until they finally fell to the place when they were colored, and then blocked themselves and their offspring's lifelong mission to guard the colored stones. Li Wei said with emotion. After all, being able to fight for one's life is already worthy of the respect of the world, but even the destiny of one's own children and grandchildren is also bet on for the whole life, and that is really impressive. Captain Marvel nodded in sympathy. Then what are you going to do with the last piece of black stone? Since he can independently have his own soul, do you know if there is any way to quickly refine him? This is exactly the problem that Li Wei has a headache. After all, he hasn't fully recovered his mental power yet, so he dared not rush his consciousness into the black stone. Then do you want me to try it? Captain Marvel is still very interested in this mysterious black stone. Moreover, I was not able to participate in the search for the 5-color stone, and it was more or less deeply regretful. Well, you can try it. If you can refine him, that would be a great thing. More things are not as good as less things, not to mention that the wife you trust the most is to share it by herself. Then Li Wei is even more pleased to hear. Why not? After getting Li Wei's approval, Captain Marvel happily picked up the black stone, closed his eyes and plunged into meditation. Immediately afterwards, Captain Marvel tentatively put his mental power into the black stone. After all, it is the existence of the strongest person in the Marvel universe. Strictly speaking, Captain Marvel's mental power is comparable to Li Wei. It is definitely compared with Li Wei, who does not use mind gem. An endless darkness appeared in Captain Marvel's consciousness. Captain Marvel continued to stretch his mental power and gradually explored deeper and farther places. But what Captain Marvel didn't expect was that an entire hour passed. Captain Marvel didn't see anything. An ominous thought appeared in his mind. Could it be those few people who are cooperating to deceive Li Wei? After all, it seems that this black stone is no different from ordinary stones. There is nothing inside, lifeless, and it doesn't seem to have a soul at all. Just when Captain Marvel wanted to give up exploration and withdraw his mental power, a force suddenly pulled her. I just came to play for a while and want to leave. It has been hundreds of years, no one will play with me in the future. This voice turned out to be a child's voice, which Captain Marvel never expected. The age of the soul is generally the same as the age of its carrier. For example, Captain Marvel has survived in the Marvel universe for hundreds of years, so the age of his soul should be corresponding to several hundred years, and the soul is not maybe disguise yourself. But now, for a black stone that was born from the universe, his soul is actually the voice of a child, which shows that his soul should only have the file size of a child's age, which is totally unreasonable. Are you the soul hidden in the black stone? Although he was suspicious, Captain Marvel decided to ask before talking. After all, the world is so great, if there is such a spectacle, maybe. Yes, but I also know that the reason why you came in was to be able to merge the 5-color stones, and then realize your wish. The childlike voice replied crisply. Desire? Li Wei didn't talk to Captain Marvel about what the 5-color stone can make a wish, but Captain Marvel still heard some clues. So follow the vine and continue to talk. Yeah, then can you tell my sister, how can I get your approval? Captain Marvel didn't talk nonsense, and went straight to the subject to ask, but considering that the other party might be just a child, Captain Marvel still asked in a coaxing tone. Eldest sister, I am millions of years older than you. As far as I can observe, you can only live for hundreds of years. I have been born since the time of the Big Bang. You and I call it here. Sister, are you a little bit arrogant? The tone of that childlike voice suddenly became very mature, and the language became much sharper, not at all the tone that a child should have. Captain Marvel has a black line on his face. He didn't expect that the soul in the black stone was actually an old soul with a childish voice, but it also made her feel relieved, if the soul in the black stone is really a childlike age. That's strange. Okay, then I will call you uncle. Captain Marvel's tone puffed up. Should you call me brother? I'm not that old yet. Okay. The black stone soul argued loudly. That's okay, it doesn't matter. Captain Marvel is really impatient. You just need to tell me how to get your approval, and I can follow you for anything else. Even if I call you grandfather. After all, he is millions of years old when he is black, even if Captain Marvel calls him grandpa, it should be. It seems that your heart is really utilitarian, but I like your directness, said the black stone soul. It's easy to get my approval, as long as you play with me. After all, I have been in this black stone for a long time. Since the last earthling disappeared, no one came in to play with me. The tone of the soul of the black stone was a bit lonely. Okay, you say how you want to play, I will accompany you. Captain Marvel doesn't want to know what happened before. She has only one goal now, which is to get the approval of the black stone, and then integrate the 5-colored stones together to complete Li Wei's task. He didn't care about other things. This is called find your own way. There is nothing you can get for nothing. It's the same if you want my approval, said the black stone soul. Captain Marvel has a solution after a little thought. Isn't it just playing with you? Since you have a lifespan of several million years, you must be an old man. Then we'll be late. Don't just do what the old man likes to do. Captain Magic thought definitely. Immediately afterwards, she used her mental power to imagine a courtyard. The courtyard is shaded by trees and grass, and a cobblestone path, of money, leads to a pavilion in the center of the courtyard. There is a lake on both sides of the pavilion, and the Koi City group in the lake invites you to swim. The lotus blossoms on the blue lotus leaves, scattered on the lake surface, forming a peaceful picture. There is a stone table and 2 stone benches in the pavilion, and a cup of fragrant tea floats on the stone table with the unique fragrance of Longjing before Qingming. Fresh and elegant, quiet and far-reaching. These 8 words are enough to summarize the courtyard built by Captain Marvel. Do you think this match meets your requirements? Captain Marvel asked. Quaint, it is indeed a good place, but I am tired of staying in this place a long time ago. I had already chanted poems and made the rite here hundreds of years ago, and there are still some inappropriate places for you to make a courtyard. Speaking of the black stone soul, he even started to decorate this courtyard by himself. After some tossing, the black soul finally stopped. That's the truth. Looking at the now renovated Chinese-style courtyard, Captain Marvel can't feel angry, and even some like this courtyard. How about it? Is Xiaonazai interested in coming to play a game of Go with Lao Yu? The childlike voice of the black stone soul turned out to be a bit old. Captain Marvel was silent. She did not expect that there would be a project of Go. You must know that as a super ability person who was born in Europe and America and later lived on other planets for hundreds of years, for this thing, she has never heard of it, let alone the next one. The black stone seems to have seen Captain Marvel's embarrassment. Can you build a Chinese-style courtyard, but you still don't know how to play Go? Then can you tell me how the overall framework of this Chinese-style courtyard came into being in your mind? The words of Blackstone were full of irony, and the face that made his captain ashamed blushed. Okay, then let's open the skylight and speak up. How can you accept me? Do I have to learn to play Go? If this is really the case, I can learn it first, as long as you can agree to me. In order to get the approval of the Blackstone, Captain Marvel also paid a lot of money. Ha ha ha, it seems that your purpose is clear enough, and your words are really straightforward. The Blackstone soul smiled heartily and said tightly, 810. But I am not a person who is good at charity, and I have existed in this world for millions of years. What I have seen, what I have experienced, I have seen more than you think, so there are not many things that can touch me at this time. If you can touch me, whether it makes me happy or sad, whether it surprises me, you can get my approval. The heavy voice of the soul of the Blackstone spread into Captain Marvel's mental power from all directions. There should still be many things that can move you. Captain Marvel thought about it a little bit, and a lot of thoughts appeared in his mind. To surprise the soul of Blackstone, this idea is a bit unrealistic. After all, an old guy has a lifespan of millions of years. But to make him happy or sad, it should be very simple. Even on the Earth, there are many touching stories on this tiny planet that is not worth mentioning in the vast universe. Talking about the last one will definitely make him cry or burst into laughter. Thinking of this, Captain Marvel has already prepared hundreds of touching stories that Abeco has heard or read in his mind. In the next few hours, Captain Marvel talked about what she had heard about Shakespeare, Maupassant, and O. Henry's classic novels she had read emotionally. In a few episodes, Captain Marvel himself was moved to cry by what he said. However, looking at the soul of the Blackstone, there was no reaction at all, as if listening to some boring words with no nutrition. This is not the result Captain Marvel wanted. 10 hours later, Captain Marvel finally stopped dryly. In desperation, Captain Marvel thought of giving up. This is too difficult, and there is no scope for the exam. Just blindly looking for the point that can impress the soul of the Blackstone is like looking for a needle in the sea, not just finding the one that cannot be found. It's hard to find half of the problem, whether your physical strength and energy can support yourself. This is simply embarrassing her Captain Marvel. Finally, Captain Marvel took his the god's telekinesis out of the black stone, and slumped on the ground and muttered to himself. This old boy is embarrassing me. It's too difficult. Captain Marvel, who was paralyzed on the ground, burst into swearing. So Li Wei, who had been waiting beside him, couldn't help but say something different. My dear, what's the situation with you? It can make you so angry. Li Wei intimately picked up Captain Marvel, who was sitting on the ground, over a chair from the side, and gently placed Captain Marvel on it. Captain Marvel is not a bit strange, as if this is a tacit understanding between their young couple. There is nothing particularly strange inside, but that, the soul in the black stone is really too difficult to deal with. This old monster, who has survived for millions of years, even asked me to impress him, and I took the earth all the classic stories above have been told to him, and he has not changed his mood at all. Do you think he is an old stone? Captain Marvel sat on the chair, vomiting weakly. Hey, it seems that this black stone soul is really interesting. It is really not easy to impress him. After all, he has basically seen everyone he should have seen. Whether it is the ethical affection of the world or the separation of joys and sorrows, it should be can't touch his heart anymore. Li Wei murmured his analysis. Then what should we do? We can't touch him little by little, right? If this is the case, I don't think he will be impressed in another 10 years. Captain Marvel said pessimistically. It seems we really need to find someone to ask for advice. Li Wei's eyes lit up suddenly. If you want to impress a person, you must first know where to impress him. Then this person must get along with him for a long time, and even already knows all his emotional points. Then this person is definitely Fengma. As someone who has guarded the black stone for hundreds of years, and also knows the legend of the five-color stone, based on Li Wei's current understanding of the Fengma, he must have also moved to collect the five-color stone. The idea of dominating the world. It just never succeeded. The reason should also not be able to impress the Blackstone soul, but after hundreds of years of tricks, he must know more than Li Wei and the others. So Li Wei still used his mind to inform Fengme to come to him as soon as possible. Time waits for no one, Li Wei wants to resolve this matter as soon as possible. While waiting for Captain Marvel just now, Li Wei has also slowed down. At the moment, his physical and mental power are enough to enter the Blackstone and the soul in it to make a move. Leader, how do you know that I have visited the soul of Blackstone? Feng Ma, who rushed over in a hurry, looked at Li Wei with a strange expression. Originally, when they received the task of guarding the colored stones, they were explicitly prohibited from taking the colored stones as their own, especially Feng Ma himself. Since he was guarding a black stone with a soul, it was told repeatedly that it must not communicate with the soul of the black stone through mental power. The purpose is to prevent Feng Ma from being recognized when it is black, so as to gather the 5 color stones once again. I have to say that the defense against Feng Ma was still very strict before. However, it can be seen from another aspect that Feng Ma has not been a safe role for a long time. But it's no wonder, after all, the strength lies here, it's hard not to let people be defensive against him. In fact, Feng Ma did have a rebellious heart. He has been visiting the Black Stone for hundreds of years. However, he encountered the same problems as Captain Marvel, and he has not been able to solve them. Therefore, Feng Ma has never been recognized by the soul of the Black Stone. Do you still need to guess this? You are so strong, and according to my guess, you have made great contributions during the formation of the Justice League before. Then you belong to the Master of Merit. Can they not prevent you? Li Wei answered as expected. Do you think I don't know? At first, I asked the 5 of you to guard the colored stones because I didn't worry about you, but I was afraid that after you participate in the center of power, it will cause unpredictable consequences. That's why you are distributed to all parts of the universe. Corner. The name of the day to perform secret missions is actually to keep you as far away from the center of power as possible, and it is best not to come back for generations. I think you understand this truth. Li Wei smiled and looked at Feng Ma, but this smile shocked Feng Ma into a cold sweat. Leader, you won't. Don't worry, I am different from them. With my strength, are you still afraid of you rebelling? Besides, I trust the people I choose. I believe you will not betray, so rest assured that you will get what you deserve. Li Wei gave Feng Ma a reassurance. 1,000 Lima test subordinates with outstanding ability like Feng Ma will definitely play the role of huge amounts of in the future. The first thing Li Wei has to do is to comfort him, so that she can continue to do it steadily and diligently. The effect of Li Wei's doing this is also particularly obvious. Feng Ma's eye sockets were instantly moist, and his red eyes nodded heavily. And Li Wei also looked at Feng Ma's eyes seriously, and said that he let him put his heart in his stomach. Okay, I won't talk about such sensational things in the future. After all, they are all elders, so let's not engage in this set of useless things. Li Wei's conversation turned. I came to you this time, mainly because I want to know what methods you have used before to try the Black Stone Soul. After all, I live in a haystack now, and I am not familiar with this Black Stone Soul at all. Li Wei asked softly. It's this. To tell you the truth, I have used various methods to impress him countless times in the past few hundred years. What has given me failed every time. Feng Ma also said helplessly. Before, to form the Justice League, I traveled to many planets and saw many people and many things, so relatively speaking, my material will be a little bit more than what you have accumulated. But these things can't all touch the soul of the Black Stone. I think if you want to impress him, you should still need other methods. Maybe you want to impress him emotionally. This set may not succeed at all. Feng Ma confided in his own experience. Well, it seems that this matter is still really difficult. Li Wei scratched his head, feeling that this matter is not simple. It seems that I have to go and see it myself. Seeing is believing. Since everyone has no choice, it seems that they can only find out on their own. After activating the ability of Zhaihei and Mind Gem, Li Wei stepped his spiritual power into the Black Stone. Yeah, a girl just left, here's another guy. The joking voice of the Black Stone Soul spread into Li Wei's sea of knowledge from all directions. But it seems that your strength is indeed extraordinary. Your mental strength should be the strongest I have ever seen. It seems that you are going to get my approval this time. The Black Stone Soul said in admiration. Since I know what I'm here for, then I won't go around. Please show me how I can get your approval. Li Wei didn't talk nonsense, and asked straightforwardly. It seems you are as direct as the girl just now. I like this character. The old rules just need to impress me, said the Black Stone Soul. Li Wei suddenly had an idea, and a thought flashed through his mind. Before impressing you, can I ask you an old question first? Li Wei asked. Definitely, you can tell you that, all things in this entire universe, from ancient times to the present, the file size is small, and I know everything. Don't look at me stooping in this black stone, but my sea of consciousness can reach the universe. Every corner. I knew even your sudden appearance. 0, look for flowers. The Black Stone Soul said arrogantly. But these words made Li Wei frowned. I can feel my sudden arrival. Will he know my secret? Will he also know my mission? Li Wei guessed it secretly. Okay, then I will ask you, do you know that I want to get your approval? After integrating the 5-color stone, what wish do I have? Now that he knew everything well, Li Wei decided to blow him up. If this Black Stone Soul really only sweeps his own mission, and even knows his own life experience well, it is because he feels that he has to consider whether to destroy this soul. 0. After all, knowing too much is likely to cause unnecessary disasters. Ha ha ha, I just know the ins and outs of things, but what is in everyone's heart, how can I guess? The hearty laugh of the soul of the black stone came out. But even if I can read everyone's heart, in front of a king like you, I don't dare to disclose half a word easily. Nothing should be said. Li Wei nodded secretly, judging from the spiritual fluctuations of the black stone soul just now, he shouldn't be telling lies. The current Li Wei does not pay attention to what the other party is saying, but pays more attention to the other party's speech. Is there any abnormality in his movement expression or mental power fluctuations? The content of words can be deceived, but expressions, movements and mental fluctuations can never deceive. Then my second question is, what do you think is the meaning of your survival now? In Li Wei's words, these words directly penetrated deeply into the heart of Blackstone's soul. For a soul that has survived millions of years, existence is no longer a problem. Even for many souls, it is enough to live for a few hundred years. Millions of years are in this Blackstone little by little in time. You will go crazy if you suffer from it. Ding. You must have a meaning, otherwise why do you continue to live? I didn't want to continue to live. The reason why I have been able to live until now is because of my mission. The Blackstone soul's answer was that Li Wei was caught off guard. Who would have thought that the reason why his reason still exists is because it has to be? From the day I was born in the Blackstone, I have had the ability to know everything in the world. It is not an exaggeration to say that in the entire universe, everything with a large file size is clear to my chest. And I have also obtained the ability, perpetual ability. But in exchange, I have to stay in the Blackstone for the rest of my life, unable to move freely, and there is no ability to end my life by myself. Speaking of this, the tone of Blackstone's soul suddenly dimmed, and a sense of sadness and depression suddenly filled the space of Blackstone. August 10. Even Li Wei felt the same pity for others. But you have finally obtained what others dream of. You have seen the changes in the entire universe. Although you can't walk, you can see farther and more thoroughly than others. And millions of years of life experience also let you the cognition becomes more thorough and the soul is thicker. These are unmatched by anyone, Li Wei said softly with a comforting tone. But if I can choose once, I would rather abandon these abilities. The tone of the Blackstone soul is still sad. Although you have helped many of my people fulfill their wishes over the past tens of millions of years, if you were given a chance to realize your wishes, what would you wish for? As soon as Li Wei's question was raised, the Blackstone soul suddenly fell into endless silence. A person who is always keen to help others will be at a loss and ignorant when suddenly asked what he needs help from others. Because they are born with someone else's heart, they always consider other people's feelings and think what others want to do. And such people are actually more pitiful, even pathetic. Because they have lived without ego, even they have no ego from the beginning. They don't have their own goals, they don't know why they live, and they always think that the value of their survival is to benefit others. There is no problem with definitely in essence, and it even reveals the lofty and selfless Sogo. But it is extremely cruel to them. They will never be able to face their own hearts, and they will never be able to face their truest thoughts directly. Because they have no ideas of their own. This is also the reason why the Blackstone soul is silent. As the only soul in the five-color stone, he has always existed since his birth to help others realize their wishes. This is their mission, and so is his original intention. But does he really have a strong desire of his own? Although he usually complains intentionally or unintentionally, he can only be parasitic in the Blackstone, and he can never feel the shining starlight, the sun, and the moon. There is never a way to touch the creatures and feel the life. He can only use his own consciousness to see and go far. Wait and see from afar. Then he stayed alone in one place. But this is not enough to give him a strong desire to change such an environment. For the Blackstone soul, it was given the most lofty mission of the universe when it was born, so in his heart, he has long lost the love of his children, and he has forgotten his personal interests. This is terrible to others, but it is justified to him. When asked about her inner desires, his reaction was undoubtedly at a loss. I don't have a wish. What other wishes do a soul like me need? If there is, I have already realized it by myself. Don't forget, I can let the five-color stones integrate together and satisfy any wish of the soul. When it is black, the soul pretends to speak lightly, but the words all reveal a sad atmosphere. He didn't even have his own thoughts, and what's more sad was that he didn't even have a wish, let alone a dream. Last question, have you ever dreamed? Li Wei asked softly. This seems to be a casual question, but it pierced into the pain point of the soul. If all creatures in the universe have one feature in common, it is that they all dream. In the dead of night, after peacefully falling asleep, they will swim in their brains and woven dream profound realms for themselves, where they can think about what they think, and they can also accomplish things that they couldn't accomplish when they were awake. 0. Dreams gave them a chance to make up for their regrets. It also made them feel happy. No matter how much pain there is in the world, no matter how many hardships he has endured, as long as he enters the dreamland, everything will be gone, leaving him only the world of his dreams, the place where he can be carefree and happy. And the Blackstone soul has never dreamed. In order to allow the five-color stone to fulfill the wish of the wisher anytime and anywhere, when the Blackstone soul was born, he was cruelly deprived of the right to rest, and accordingly he also lost the ability to dream. He lived soberly for millions of years. What a terrible thing this is! For millions of years, countless lonely days and nights, although painful and difficult, he came through gritted teeth. because he thinks it should be. This is his mission. He had never thought about dreaming, and no one had told him about it. All the people who can bring spiritual power in to communicate with him, without exception, have the same purpose. That is, you can get his approval, and then integrate the 5-color stone to realize your wish. Li Wei was the first person to ask him these questions, and the first person to ask him about his dreams. Dreaming. The tone of the soul of the black stone was trembling. 1.2. It was a term that was eagerly out of reach, telling him that it would never be possible to have. After a while, the black soul finally calmed down. I have never dreamed, never. This is naturally out of reach for me. But I don't have to dream at all, said the black stone soul. You lie, you want to dream. And you must have your own wish, and this wish is your own dream, Li Wei said firmly. This turning over made the black stone soul stunned. What do you mean? You must have your own dream. This is the motivation that supports you to stick to it until now. If you have nothing, then you are already confused and even lost your mind. You said I have a wish, what else is their so-called dream? There was naturally some joking in the tone of the black stone soul. Don't even say whether Li Wei is right or not, he doesn't believe this sentence himself. This is simply a big joke, he wants it again, he has a dream, he doesn't even know it? Did he live in vain for these millions of years? If you have it, you must have it. Li Wei still said categorically. I won't refute how ridiculous your statement is, you tell me first, how did you know, what if it can make you so sure? The soul of the black stone is angry and funny. If Li Wei wants to deliberately ridicule him, there is no need to circumscribe this way. So he was even more curious, let Li Wei determine the reason behind it. Because you said you have a mission. Li Wei said. What's wrong with the mission, and for me, it is not so much a mission as it is a path I have to take. I have no other choice but to do this. The black stone soul answered. So you are already indifferent, and from the bottom of your heart, you have already pierced this mission deeply into the depths of your soul. For you, this has become the reason for your existence 08, and I can feel it is not disgusting to get you, and even proud of having such a mission. I have a heart for the world, benefiting everyone, and fulfilling the wishes of everyone who is willing to overcome obstacles and realize their dreams. Isn't this noble? Isn't this originally worthy of pride? So this is your wish, but also your dream. Li Wei gave the final word, and the voice with mind gem ability spread to every corner of the black stone, causing the black soul to tremble. The trembling was not fear, but a sudden awakeness. Benefit everyone, this is your dream, and it is a dream you can never shirk. After a long silence, the soul of the black stone suddenly fluctuated emotionally. Okay, you passed. At the moment the tone of the soul of the black stone has been dull, and he has recovered from the shock and joy just now. After all, he has experienced the baptism of millions of years, and he can still control his emotions well. You have moved me, and thank you so much for letting me find my next goal, so that I can finally recognize myself again. The soul of the black stone is sincere, and every word is from the heart. Immediately afterwards, Li Wei felt that his mental power was being slowly rejected by the black stone. Li Wei knew that he had been recognized by black stone. After a while, Li Wei slowly opened his eyes. How about it, did you succeed this time? Captain Marvel, who was staying anxiously, saw Li Wei opened his eyes and asked quickly. My husband goes out, is there anything I can't take down? Li Wei looked at his beloved woman triumphantly. Really you did it? My husband is amazing. In only 3 hours, you completed what I hadn't done for more than 10 hours. But you didn't conquer with force. Captain Marvel seemed to have thought of something suddenly. After all, according to Li Wei's past character, he usually used force to solve such difficult problems impatiently. This time the black is the soul thing is even more tricky. Captain Marvel is suddenly very worried about the Blackstone soul. She is worried that Li Wei will be impatient and directly destroy the Blackstone soul. This is not to distrust Li Wei, or to have other opinions about Li Wei. It was a few years ago, even when he was in the Marvel universe at that time, when Li Wei encountered such a thing, he would definitely fight directly and use force to solve the problem. It's almost time to cut the mess, destroy the dry, but there are endless troubles. You just miss your husband like that, am I so rude? Li Wei didn't expect that he actually had this image in Captain Marvel's heart. Captain Marvel nodded seriously. Li Wei looked up a little collapsed. It seems that I used to be an out-and-out reckless man in your hearts. It's okay, but you are good at using force, and you have indeed solved many problems. Captain Marvel could not help but feel a little ashamed when he saw his words agitate his husband into this way, so he quickly said 2 words of comfort in an attempt to make Li Wei happy. Well, I know what you mean, I won't blame you. Li Wei can only wave his hand. After all, he is the woman he loves the most. Even if he offends himself, even if he hurts his fragile heart, what can he do? This time I moved with reason, knowing with emotion to solve the problem. Don't worry, I never did, I swear. Li Wei raised his right hand and made a swearing gesture. You are awesome. Captain Marvel gave you a big hug, hugged you Li Wei, and said happily from the heart. How did you do it? What I haven't done for more than 10 hours, if you tell me, you just have to say a few words, and it's done in an understatement. Because of a dream. Li Wei pretended to say something deeply, got up, and walked away unhurriedly. Captain Marvel was left alone in a mess. What's the matter with this person? I'm afraid that he has lost his mind. This is a nonsense sentence, and he is still playing handsome with me. But Captain Marvel did not chase it out, but still sat in place. 810 is. A few minutes later, Li Wei suddenly stumbled in. My dear, it's midnight now. I just went out and didn't see anyone. I thought we were under attack here. Li Wei said with a smile. What's the matter? You don't want it with me? Just turned around and walked out of the spirit of wine? Where did it go? So you have the ability to withdraw back when you are full of wine. Wife, I was wrong, I will. After a quarrel, the two also fell asleep. Sleepless all night. The next day, Li Wei summoned everyone and told everyone that he had been approved by Blackstone. After a burst of joyous roar, everyone fell into another problem. It is not so much a problem as it is two different opinions. Avengers, led by Iron Man, believe that the 5-color stone should be integrated as soon as possible, and then make a wish to complete the task and return to the Marvel Universe. But the Justice League, led by Superman, has different opinions. They believe that completing the union between civilizations in the entire universe is the most important thing in the entire DC universe for thousands of years, and it can't be done by making a wish. Therefore, they advocated that it should be done one step at a time, and the 5-color stone should be used when it is necessary. Li Wei can understand the thoughts of the two groups of people. Avengers wants to return to the Marvel Universe as soon as possible. The Justice League is for long-term development. The 5-color stone can be said to be the belief of the entire DC universe, and they believe that with Li Wei and their own ability, if they want to rebuild the Justice Alliance that can unite the entire cosmic civilization, they can do the preliminary work by themselves. If they use it rashly, 5-color the ability of the stone may not only cause waste, but also make the foundation unstable. Well, don't continue arguing. I know what your respective starting points are, and I also understand your good intentions. But I have already decided on this matter, and you don't need to argue anymore. After a while, Li Wei said slowly. Everyone held roar and waited for Li Wei to say his decision. No one knew what Li Wei wanted to do. No one knew whether Li Wei would choose to go back or stay here. After all, now Li Wei in the DC universe is still very comfortable. At least in the eyes of outsiders, especially the people of Avengers, Li Wei has formed a new team here, and has never complained, even about communicating with this universe. The union between civilizations also showed great interest. Although Avengers never complained, it does not mean that they are not in a hurry, and it does not mean that they also want to stay in this unfamiliar universe. Their lives are limited. Human bodies like Iron Man have only a few decades of life left, and your mission is sacred and ambitious. If Li Wei is really unwilling to use 5-color stones, ability goes to make a wish, but wants to rely on one's own ability, lay the foundation step by step, and use it at the so-called critical time. It may take several plus years or even hundreds of years to complete. Li Wei can afford to wait for the Justice League, but Avengers can't afford to wait. This decision of Li Wei may be related to the fate of all of them. I will first use the appealing power of the 5-color stone to call on all the higher civilizations in the entire universe. If there is no effect or the situation is very difficult, then I will use the power of the 5-color stone without hesitation. Although moderate democracy is a long-term solution, after all, I am not a saint, I also have my own life, so all my colleagues in the Justice League, I hope everyone can understand. I also understand Avengers. Li Wei's words were sincere, but everyone felt the difficulty of Li Wei. After all, they can only represent their own individuals, and the most they consider is their own alliance, but you have to balance the interests of all of them and take care of all of them. Everyone knows that as a superhero, they have arrogance and weirdness in their personalities. Although they have converged a lot in Li Wei, they are still difficult to deal with after all. Leader, we have no other ideas, we just want to go home early. At the moment, Iron Man stood up and said. He knows that Li Wei is in trouble, and he knows what they are facing, but he still has his own soft place deep in his heart. He still wants to go home as soon as possible, return to the familiar Marvel Universe, and return to the wife and daughter. Home. Stark, what did you mean by going home? Sensitive Batman immediately discovered the problem with Iron Man's words just now. In fact, the entire Justice League has always been wondering about a question, that is Li Wei and the entire Avengers, where they come from, they have never said, and whenever they encounter this problem, they will quickly skip it, as if there is an unspeakable concealment. Nothing, it's none of your business. Iron Man's mind is messed up now, and even his emotions are not very good. He was even more impatient with Batman's questioning. If you just want to go home, I can help you in 10,000 ways. I never think this should be a problem that hinders our mutual cooperation, let alone a stumbling block to our accomplishment of such a great cause. Batman frowned and said, I really want Batman to not realize how cruel prolonged time is for Iron Man. And he will never realize why Iron Man is so anxious. It's not a question of not being able to find it, and it's not that your ability can send us home. Ahem. Just as Steel couldn't help telling the truth, several coughs around him interrupted him. Iron Man immediately realized that he almost missed his words. After all, the matter of uniting the civilizations of the entire universe, no matter from which point of departure, it is a great thing. But if they really tell the truth, they are making the best move in order to be able to return to the Marvel Universe as soon as possible, then the nature of this style will change, and their starting point will become suspicious, even if they did it. The purpose has become extremely utilitarian. So whether to talk about the real situation, what kind of situation and what kind of situation, need to be carefully considered, and this matter must also be done by Li Wei. So regardless of the timing or the characters, it is not a good choice for Iron Man to talk about leaking, and it may even cause bad results. Don't interrupt him and let him go on. I would like to see what reasons someone with such avant-garde technological capability can tell me can convince me. If you can convince me, then I will do it for you. You persuade the entire Justice League to mix. Batman frowned and said, "It has nothing to do with you, so don't ask." Iron Man waved his hand, indicating that he was impatient. "The money is good, don't keep asking. Okay, please don't quarrel. I have made a decision on this matter and I will not change it. I will give you a plan on how to do it tomorrow, but I will only talk to you in general. The specific operation still needs to be done. Let's discuss further together." This is when Li Wei interrupted the conversation between the two of them. Now the atmosphere is a bit fierce, and if it is not stopped, conflicts are likely to occur. I repeat again, this matter is not just a matter of the Justice League, nor is it a matter of Avengers. This is our common matter and the reason why we will work together for some time in the future. But please rest assured, I will try my best. Compress time. After all, as everyone sees, I am only an Earthling, my lifespan is not long and my energy is limited. Li Wei Shenruo let out a sigh of relief. I will not delay time on purpose. This matter concerns the entire universe, and even affects the future development of the universe. So I still ask you to be the leader. You must carefully consider and think again. This kind of thing is extremely urgent. Batman still looks sad. He is really worried that you rashly use excessive methods in order to complete the task as soon as possible. This will not only double the result with half the effort, but even cause immeasurable losses. There are many civilizations in the entire universe, and their customs and logical thinking are different. Therefore, it is not possible to convince everyone that it can be done with a blood. It is not just a mere 5-color stone that can make everyone surrender. What they have to face is the true representative of every civilization, not every machine. Dealing with people is the most difficult. Needless to say, I have considered everything you considered. At the moment, Li Wei was a little annoyed. Although he should be broad-minded, but he said repeatedly, even with a tone of questioning him, which made Li Wei involuntarily angry. Okay, Bruce, we all know that you have good intentions, but you are not alone in this matter, nor are you alone in the world. Each of us will think twice and believe that our leader will do it better. Wonder Woman patted 823 Batman on the shoulder from behind, beckoning him not to continue talking. Batman can only take a step back silently when he sees this. He knows that he has a lot of words today, and that every sentence is not welcome. But he was also impatient because of it. Okay, everyone is gone. Iron Man, the Captain of the United States, Superman, Batman, and Fengma, Drucker and Snowman, you all stay. I have some specific questions to discuss with you. Listening to everyone's opinions is not wrong, and it's okay to discuss issues with everyone. But after all, there are 1,000 hamlets for 1,000 people. Everyone has different ideas. Even if the starting point is the same, if everyone's opinions are adopted, it will inevitably become a mess, and even affect efficiency. So the important thing is to talk to the leader, and they can represent the interests of their respective alliances. You are left because there are more important things to discuss with you. Li Wei said it first. It is not easy to rebuild the Justice League in the previous universe. But if the Justice League is to be recognized by all civilizations, it is even more difficult. So I want to hear your opinions about do you have any good suggestions for rebuilding the Justice League? Although Li Wei has a general procedure and plan in his mind, he still wants to listen to everyone's opinions, and this time he can improve his plan. I think we can use the power of the Green Lantern Corps, because each Green Lantern governs an area of the universe, and they are deployed by the leader in a unified manner, so let them replace us to promote or explain, the efficiency will be much higher. Batman said first. Using the power of the Green Lantern Corps is undoubtedly the most effective. However, there is no guarantee that every Green Lantern can clearly explain what kind of alliance we are going to build, and what is our mission and vision. At this time Iron Man spoke. The smell of gunpowder between the two people is still lingering. All that is needed is specific language skills. As long as you write a manuscript and give them to memorize, I believe that anyone with no problem with IQ can complete it. Batman retorted. Good Bruce, your suggestion is very good. I did think of this method before. The Green Lantern Corps has long been recognized by all civilizations, and their sense of justice has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. So logically speaking, they should be better than let's go more convincing. Li Wei nodded and agreed. The Bat-Shirt raised his head and glanced at Iron Man triumphantly. But this is just to let everyone know that we are going to rebuild the Justice League. We want, Abe, to reproduce the relationship between the entire universe that was in the same boat hundreds of years ago. But how can we convince them? The Beria incident 100 years ago has cast a shadow on the bones of all civilizations. This shadow cannot be wiped out in a few words. At this time, Drucker raised his own question, but this is also the most deadly question. At this time, everyone was caught in contemplation and meditation. After all, the universe is so vast that it is impossible to unify everyone's minds. Does it really take 5-color stone to make a wish to complete it? Batman couldn't help muttering to himself. Do-do-do. Suddenly a harsh alarm sounded. Stark, go see what's going on? Li Wei frowned and ordered Iron Man to quickly check the situation. And he also opened his own sea of knowledge. Boom! The door was pushed open heavily, and Captain Marvel ran in with a fierce look. Something happened. Alien creatures have invaded the Earth. And according to my observation, they are all carrying a large number of lethal weapons. According to my judgment, they should be unkind. What? The people sitting there are all shooting the case. This situation was unexpected by them. After all, Li Wei has already returned. If it is a long-planned aggression, it should be arranged before Li Wei returns. Could it be that this time, their goal is to point to Li Wei? There was such a question mark in everyone's heart. Okay, let's not be stunned here. It is important to protect the Earth. Let's see the situation first. The situation is urgent, and they can't tolerate any more thoughts. Everyone used their own super ability and instantly rushed out of the fortress. And the sight in front of at the moment has shocked them. It should have been an early morning when the sun was shining, but it became dark and dark all around. No, something should be shrouded outside the Earth. Li Wei frowned and said in a deep voice, Stark, can you see where the enemy is? From the naked eye, it is completely dark all around. They can't see where there are enemies at all. Report to the leader. The defensive radar system shows that the enemy is now out of the atmosphere, but Iron Man suddenly became hesitant, as if something terrible made him unspeakable. Don't talk nonsense. The current situation does not tolerate the slightest hesitation. If a certain part of the Earth is being attacked now, then humans in that place are likely to have suffered heavy losses, and even more serious consequences will occur. The whole Earth is already embarrassed on all sides. Iron Man replied in a deep voice. What do you mean? Could it be that every part of the Earth has been attacked? After Li Wei heard this, he cried inwardly to the point that something was wrong. The whole Earth has been surrounded by one. Although I don't want to admit it, it is true. Iron Man has no way to conceal it. Can the enemy be seen clearly? Or can the enemy's combat data be analyzed? Now that it has become an established fact, there is no need to complain. What needs to be done now is how to fight the enemy and figure out what the enemy is and why. The other party is a creature that we have never seen before. It's weird and ugly. My existing data analysis can only detect that they are infinitely powerful and have a strong attack power. Every body intensity and strength are comparable to Hulk. For the time being, they have not detected any mental or magical attacks. Iron Man answered truthfully. The number of opponents is huge, and they are spread all over the Earth. Every enemy has the same physical quality and strength as hospitality. You adjust your combat plan. I will check the enemy's situation and come back soon. Li Wei solemnly instructed the members of the surrounding Avengers. After all, from the description of Iron Man, there is no three-dimensional and objective enemy image at all. This is a bit disturbing for Li Wei. If you want to know yourself and the enemy, even if you don't understand his combat attributes, you have to know what he looks like. But Li Wei's description of the Avengers around was blown up. If each of the opponents has the same attack power as the Hulk, many of them can just give up not to fight. We must know that Hulk has a combat effectiveness comparable to an entire armored army, and it has the existence of the ability of destroying the world. If the opponent is such a cruel existence, even now the number has spread all over the world, then they really have a fierce battle to be fought. Brush. A flash, Li Wei has reached the surface of the Earth. But the scene before him stunned him. The entire Earth's atmosphere is filled with a layer of black material. No wonder the sun can't come in. It turns out that something really covers the Earth. Li Wei gathered the power of Zhuang Quan to his right fist and punched the black substance. Boom! The barrier made up of black matter shattered, but only the one that Li Wei hit was broken, and the one that was quickly broken was restored to its original state as if it had regeneration. It seems that something else is controlling this thing outside. Li Wei immediately used the time gem, and a flash flashed out of the Earth. Sure enough, outside the Earth, a huge amounts of spacecraft stands between the Earth and the Sun, and this spacecraft is the source of energy for the black matter. I can get out of my black barrier. It seems that the legendary Li Wei also has two brushes. Just as Li Wei was about to return to Guangzhou to destroy the ship, a brainwave message suddenly came into Li Wei's mind. Who are you? Why invade the Earth? Needless to say, this must be from the spacecraft's controller, so Li Wei also traced the roots. There is the ability of Mind Gem, which sent his brainwave information back to the past. It doesn't matter who I am. I think the safety of the Earth should be more important now. The radio wave traveled back to Li Wei's mind again, with a weird and playful tone. What do you mean? Li Wei couldn't help getting nervous. If you can rush back right now, the Earth should still be able to save a life. My army is all the vicious cosmic criminals back then. If in terms of strength, your Green Lantern Corps is now no match for them, so go back. Well, a little later, the Earth will become a dead star. Li Wei did not continue to reply. A flash flashed back to the Earth in an instant. He can no longer care about talking nonsense with the people in the spaceship. Regardless of whether the other party is right or wrong, he has to come back to see the situation. After all, if everyone had Hulk's strength, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Sea of Flames is a sea of flames. Just now Li Wei returned to the Earth and looked down. The city below has turned into ruins, and the explosions are deafening and prolonged. Cries and screams can be heard clearly even in midair. 10. Ask for flowers. This is simply a hell on Earth. Li Wei's heart was severely grabbed. Immediately, Li Wei opened the Sea of Knowledge. He wanted to see where his Avengers and the Justice League were. Now he wanted to gather his strength to fight back. But there was nothing in his Sea of Consciousness, and everyone disappeared. Stark, how are you doing now? Where are you all? Why can't I find you? His response was a sound of electric current, and there was no one on the brainwave radar. I told you to ask you to come back earlier. It's just that you have already missed the moment you listened to my hesitation, and you have their best chance to come back. I can tell you that all your subordinates are now they have become my captives. And to tell you a good news, at most an hour, they can bow their heads to me and become my slaves. Oh, yes, including your charming wife. Suddenly behind him came a hoarse and evil voice. A humanoid creature with silver all over the body, blood-red eyes printed on the face like a sickle, height close to a 5-story building, and full of muscles, is floating in the air. A well-known animated character in Li Wei's original world appeared in Li Wei's mind. Ultraman? But now Li Wei can no longer care about his curiosity. His brother and wife are captured, so he is now anxious. I will kill you. Li Bai's eyes instantly burned, and all the abilities quickly assembled in his life, and the 6-dimensional anger value had now reached its peak. Noisy, it seems that your anger is really not small, but your endurance is still beyond my imagination. In my expectation, you have now punched it. Boom! Before the words were over, Li Wei's punch was already hit. But in an instant, dozens of strange creatures stood in front of that person. Li Wei took a closer look, although it was exactly the same as the monster image in his mind. Did I come to the Ultra World? It seems that you are really reckless. Let me introduce myself first. I am Ding Boom. Li Wei punched the man straight up again. This punch was much more fierce than the last one, and dozens of monsters in the front were directly blown by this punch. Yes, it exploded directly in the air, and donated blood of different colors was sprayed everywhere. Bloody. Beria. At this time, that person finished the second half of his sentence. You say you are Beria? Li Wei was stunned. At the time of Gamma Star, Shi Qing told him that Beria had been wiped out. Why did another one come out now? But this matter is not important now. The Earth is in danger, brothers and wives are captured. Li Wei has no longer caring about other things. Immediately, Li Wei shook his fist and was about to strike again. The August 2-3 of these cosmic criminals who were resurrected by me are endless. You hit them with one punch. Such groups of people will stand in front of me and die for me. If you do such useless work again, know if such brothers and wives cannot be saved, even the earthlings you want to protect will be wiped out. Which one is more and which is less, you can consider for yourself. Beria saw Li Wei stop attacking, and his tone returned to his arrogance, as if Li Bai's every move was under his control. Li Wei lowered his head and looked at the battered earth, his heart filled with unbearable feelings. Now I give you two choices, either choose to call your wife and brother, or continue to ask to be a superhero, give up the person you love and the person who loves you, to save more people, so that they can be reunited in the Yin family. You can only choose one. According to the attack speed of my monster army, the earth can be destroyed in 2 hours, and all creatures can be wiped out. Speaking of this, Beria's hand made a gesture of a knife, and he cut a brutal expression on his neck. From now on, consider your choice. Do you want to save the world from the person you love and the person who loves you, or to be your hero? I would like to remind you that the speed must be fast. Otherwise, you have no choice. NS. After speaking, Beria took his hands and floated in the air, looking at Li Wei quietly, as if watching a scene. I saw Li Wei's expression fell into extreme entanglement. He wants to choose both, but now he can only choose one. And looking down at the innocent humans below, they are innocent from the suffering of being invaded, but their brothers and wives are even more innocent. If you are coming at me, then the two of us can solve it. Why do you want to blame others? Why do you want others to suffer for me? Li Wei gritted his teeth and asked. It's interesting. Fighting with you one-on-one, it's either you or me, but if you do it like this, you and I won't have to be injured. Then why should I take this risk? Why not? Why? Beria said as expected, but there was a cruel smile on her face. If I choose my wife and brother, can you let him release them safe and sound? Li Wei gritted his teeth and asked. If you choose your wife and brother, then you can only wait here with me. When my monster army cleans up all the humans, I can return them to you. Beria said indifferently, as if this matter was supposed to. If I kill you now, I will have enough time for all human beings and my wife and brother. Li Wei looked at Beria seriously. Please believe that I must have such an ability. No matter how many monsters you have, I can pass through them and kill you. Li Wei continued. Do you want to try? Li Wei looked at Beria earnestly. In fact, what he said was the truth, and he could do it, but it was a bit risky, and it is still unknown where his brother and wife are locked up, so Li Wei I just wanted to shock Beria and let him not act rashly. Hey, if you really have this kind of ability, then you let it go. Anyway, I have already died once, and I don't care about dying again, but if I die, your brother and your dear wife will do it too. Disappear forever. You would never find them without me. Didn't we take a gamble? Beria could easily see through Li Wei's careful thoughts, and was not shocked by Li Wei at all. On the contrary, he had some good effects surrounding some naive threats. Playing with me with this set of psychological tactics, you are really tender. It seems that you can have the current status and control all the green light forces. You should rely on your own strength. But young people on Earth, I advise you, this world is not just by force, but by strength it can be invincible. Beria looked at Li Wei with disdain. Sometimes you have to use your brain. Don't think that everyone is a fool. If you really think that others are fools, then you will become a real fool. Bailey stretched out his fingers with long nails and nodded his head gently. Li Wei fell into silence, and now his weakness has been firmly grasped by Beria. There seems to be no other way besides following Beria's ideas. Li Wei scratched his hair in pain. Such a passive feeling made him unacceptable, but he was helpless. My dear Mr. Li Wei, now you have wasted nearly 15 minutes, and only my monster army returns. The southern hemisphere of the Earth now has no signs of life. At this speed, if you continue to wear it, soon there will be no life on the whole Earth that roar can suck. Barry oppressed Li Wei's nerves with an evil voice, as if forcing Li Wei to jump off the cliff step by step. Don't force me. Li Wei held his head in pain. On the one hand, he was born and raised his own Earth. Although he has traveled through 1.2 universes, Li Wei is still grateful to the Earth for giving himself life and allowing himself to survive. Since having super ability, he has given himself the most basic mission. To protect the safety of the Earth, we must make the life of human beings on the Earth comfortable, at least not in danger of life. This is his most basic ideal, his principle, and even his bottom line. But on the other side is the most important woman in his life, willing to entrust his entire life to his brother. Because you promised them to lead them to a career, don't promise the Avengers to take them home with the Alliance, you never promised the Justice League to let them be recognized by the universe, let them stand at the top of the entire universe, admired by thousands of people. But now he must bear the pain and put it aside, which is tantamount to letting him sever himself. During the hesitation, Li Wei's eyes suddenly lit up, as if suddenly enlightened. Well, I now have a choice. He was already confident in his heart, but on the surface, Li Wei was still indecisive of hesitation. Since you want to be happy about torturing me, then I have to adjust your appetite. Li Wei thought viciously in his heart. Barry didn't expect to make a decision so quickly. In less than 15 minutes, it seems that the famous Mr. Li Wei is really decisive. Barry looked at Li Wei with interest, but he really wanted to see which side Li Wei would abandon. After all, both sides are very important to Li Wei now. Okay, tell me your choice now. Barry waited for Li Wei's answer. I definitely choose to protect the Earth. After all, I am the famous Li Wei, the superhero that many people admire. Li Wei smiled evilly, and the time gem on her body was gleaming with green light. It seems that you really understand the righteousness. I really admire this feeling of caring about the world. What are you waiting for now? If you are a little bit later, the people below will die. Barry was unmoved, although there were some differences in the matter of Li Wei giving up his brother and lover so quickly, but in his mind, no matter what Li Wei chose, the result was the same. No hurry, I'll rest for a while. After all, I just made such a big decision just now. My current brain is very exhausted, and I am also emotionally unstable. You know, this affects the state of the battle very much. Li Wei said quietly on the spot, as if for him, the screams and wailing below were not a big deal. His reaction was something Barry never expected. Barry originally thought that Li Wei would rush down non-stop, but Li Wei's calm and breezy appearance made him never expect that he didn't mean to save people at all. When things go wrong, there must be demons, and Barry feels what Li Wei might be doing. I don't care what you are thinking about, but the whole Earth is now surrounded by me. Even if you have ability to escape the Earth, everyone else can't get out. I hope you can recognize this, and don't take it. Risking the lives of others. Barry said in a low voice, but there was a threatening look in her eyes. My people are in your hands. I definitely won't act rashly, and the people I want to defend are also below, surrounded by your monster army. From my point of view, you don't have to worry about what I am. Think about it, because you can't escape the palm of your hand. Li Wei shook his head and said, as if talking about something unrelated to him. Then I want to ask Mr. Li Wei, what are you waiting for? Have you given up your choice now? Don't you want neither? Barry was even more puzzled at this time. Li Wei analyzed the word correctly, and it can be seen that Li Wei has clearly recognized the situation. Although it is more than enough to escape with his strength, unless he has no worries, he still has his brother and lover, and treats him. If the people of the gods have given up, obviously, Barry knows that Li Wei will definitely not make such a decision, but if Li Wei really chooses this way, it means that his heart is hard enough, such a snake heart, it is very suitable to join his camp. Do you want to give up both? Barry looked at Li Wei playfully, he was reading Li Wei's true emotions. If Li Wei really gives up, then the quilt will have to work hard. Even if all the monster army is sacrificed, it must be included in the bag and incurred by his subordinates. The ancients said that one person can secure the world. If he gets Li Wei, then conquering the entire universe is just like trying to get something. It can't be simpler. It's not impossible to give up both. Li Wei's answer was so simple that it made Barry wonder if Li Wei had lost his mind. Do you really give up both? In this case, you will be helpless in the future. The world you have smashed and the subjects you conquered will only serve me and become a slave for me in the future. This funny scene appeared. Barry, who is extremely vicious, can't believe the serpent-heartedness of others. Well, I really made a decision. I really didn't choose either. After all, I can't save it now. The Earth has been ruined like this by you now. Even if you can survive in the end, there are very few people. Even if I have ability to drive you away in the end, it is not enough to rebuild the Earth solely relying on the ability of these people. So in the end I have to trouble me and let me help them. As a superhero, I have to work hard and dedication. My whole life, helping them rebuild their homes. I have a headache thinking about this kind of thing. Li Wei said this as it should be. For a moment, Barry even felt that it was him who said this, not the kind-eyed and righteous Li Wei on the surface. It seems that our heroes see the same thing. Barry was secretly happy. I knew that Li Wei is such a person who is easy to give up, and his heart is so gloomy, and his style of doing things is so cruel and decisive. Then I should have done this long ago and brought him to his subordinates. In that case, maybe the universe is 823 mine now NS. This little abacus burst into Bella's heart. Then after giving up the two sides, what are your future plans? Are you still willing to rebuild the connection of the entire universe? Beria started to play Li Wei. Next, I have no plans. After all, the family that I torn down has been wiped out in this battle, and to be honest with you, what I said before is to establish the connection between the entire universe and the civilization and rebuild the justice in the past. The splendor of the alliance is all nonsense. It's just to make the heroes agree with me and let the whole Green Light Army willingly surrender to me. Li Wei even shook his head and talked to Beria about this, and the time gem on his waist was still shining twinkly, and the cosmic power on his body was also shining with silver light, but these anomalies were all caused by Li Wei. It was well hidden, and Beria didn't find it. Ah, it seems that you are also selling dog meat, so dare you to ask if you also want to rule the entire universe. Beria was overjoyed. Originally, he looked down on those who claimed to be righteous people. He always felt that these people used a magnificent and just goal as a cover for selfish and ulterior motives. Hearing what Li Wei said today, he was even more convinced of his previous views. People who speak righteously are deceiving people, that is definitely. Otherwise I ask why Bale is busy here and busy, running around looking for the 5-color stone, risking his life to conquer the Green Lantern Corps, racking my brains to make a show, let the Earth people they all worship me. Isn't it just to get a chance to rule the universe, don't you think so? Li Wei turned the question to Beria. Then the two of us should really have met earlier. We really talked about it, because our two thoughts are exactly the same, but you are more insidious, and you also wear a layer of justice, unlike my upright evil to the end. Beria now feels that she is the one who is upright, otherwise she looks down on Li Wei from the bottom of her heart. Dare to ask what Master Beria will do next? If we get the same result by different routes, I think we can work together. Li Wei took the initiative of Bibia to throw an olive branch. This is what Beria never expected. My original idea was to take away the 5-color stone from you, and then make a wish to become the ruler of the entire world. But if you are willing to join my camp, you can keep the 5-color stone, but fight the battlefield of the entire universe. You have to take the lead. After all, Beria is a bloodthirsty war mad. The things that give him a sense of accomplishment are not only to rule the entire universe, but also to defeat every army on the battlefield, and even level every planet. If Li Wei can join him, then his army will be invincible. If he can use the power of the Green Lantern Corps, it will be even more icing on the cake. Okay, then it's settled. Li Wei happily agreed. So happy that Beria couldn't believe it at all. Really? It must be taken seriously. Seeing Li Wei nodded earnestly, Beria was not surprised, and his expression was a little dazed. He didn't expect this event to go so smoothly. This trip to the Earth not only allowed him to reap the planet, but also allowed him to have Li Wei, a general. The Earth is simply his lucky star. However, promises made verbally will always be variable. Even if Beria is happy, he will not be dazzled. He has experienced miserable failures and will never believe in any promises. Then you sign this life and death contract, and your soul will belong to me in the future, so that we can carry out our business vigorously. Speaking, Beria took out a pair of scrolls from his arms and opened it gently, and a black mist floated out. Li Wei was not vague, and took the black scroll, biting his finger and spilling blood on it. Send, wait, I have another question. Li Wei stopped suddenly. After all, I will sell this thing to you in the future, so I still have to know some things in advance. But it doesn't matter. To get a general like Li Wei, Beria can give up anything. I just have some questions that I want to ask. You said that your monster army are the most vicious criminals in the universe. Then I want to ask where you rescued them. Li Wei asked. Ha ha ha, you are too naive. You can be called a murderous criminal in the universe. They are all characters who have done earth-shattering things. Basically, they have destroyed the existence of a planet. How can the Justice League, which claims to represent justice, keep them? Beria laughed, thinking that Li Wei is still too young. These people have been executed by the Justice League, but I have resurrected them one by one. Speaking of this, Beria even has some pride, and while playing with the hammer-like weapon in his hand. Then what method did you use to bring them back to life? I really don't believe you have any ability to bring them back to life, otherwise you won't fail once. Li Wei continued to ask. Good question, but it doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, right? Beria suddenly looked at Li Wei vigilantly. He was a little different. Why is Li Wei so concerned about this issue? This is the prerequisite for our cooperation. Although I don't need to know you, there are some basic things. I think I still need to know. Li Wei answered as expected. There is nothing wrong with that. Well, let me tell you, what can resurrect them is the rod of evil that appeared along with the 5-color stone when the universe was first formed. With it, all those who were filled with evil in their hearts during their lifetimes people can be resurrected, but resurrection comes at a certain price. After hesitation for a while, Beria still decided to tell him, after all, this is not unspeakable, and this thing cannot be hidden, and it will be known sooner or later. What's the price? Li Wei asked with interest. They only have one life, which means that if they suffer a fatal blow after the resurrection, his body and soul will disappear in the entire universe in one bucket. Moreover, these people who have returned from the resurrection will be controlled by the rod of evil. Beria said. And I, now the master of these evil rods, can control it, so I can also control my monster army. After Beria finished speaking, she looked at Li Wei and waited for his answer. That means, if I can take your evil battle over, or I can destroy your evil rod, then your monster army will be completely wiped out. Li Wei lifted his eyes gleaming brightly. This is nature, something that can control them. Once it is destroyed, it must. What do you ask this for? Beria suddenly realized that something was wrong. I'm asking this just to destroy your evil rod mix. Before he could finish his words, Li Wei took the right fist of Jawankan, the money is good, and hit Beria's face, while his left hand had already caught the evil fight. Li Wei knew that if he wanted to attack Beria from a long distance, he would definitely rush out a lot of monsters to shield him. Just now, he deliberately or unintentionally came in front of Beria little by little, just wanting to hit a hit. Maybe Beria is not covered by the entire universe. He reacted instantly after being defeated. His left hand vigorously grasped the evil staff, and the other hand turned his fist into a palm, and hit Li Wei fiercely. But Li Wei didn't dodge. He must get the wick of evil this time, so he continued to hold it hard and took Beria abruptly. Beria didn't expect Li Wei to be so persistent, so he resorted to receiving it and cut towards Li Wei's left arm. Since you don't let go, then I will even get your arm down. Beria has already sent a wolf. Beria suddenly felt that his body was out of control. Li Wei on the opposite side suddenly seemed to be extremely powerful. You must know that Beria was known as the Sage of Cosmic Power hundreds of years ago, and it still exists today. He never met anyone who could match his own strength. Unexpectedly, today he was beaten by Li Wei who didn't do this, and even a little thin Li Wei could not do anything about it. Why are you suddenly so strong? Beria gritted her teeth, but the hand holding it was being pushed back bit by bit, as if a child was dealing with an adult. She had no room for resistance at all. It's far worse than you. Li Wei smiled evilly. After all, as the strongest existence in the Marvel Universe and the DC Universe, Li Wei's original strength is enough to shake the sky and the earth. Coupled with the blessing of the power gem, Li Wei does not need to work at all now, and he can move the whole thing in his eyes. Earth. As long as you play with Li Wei, anyone has no chance of winning. In this way, Beria's hand was pushed back by Li Wei bit by bit, and the evil rod in Beria's hand was also pulled to his side by Li Wei bit by bit. I gave up on you and let it go now, otherwise your arms will be gone as long as they are gone. Li Wei kindly persuades each other. After all, if these two don't let go, Li Wei might break his arm vigorously. 823 and then abruptly spell out the evil on the paper. Li Wei, let me tell you, even if you use some evil rod, you can't use his ability, and your brother and wife I will let them siege you together. All the people on earth who are proud of you will be taken by me. Kill them one by yourself. Beria actually started to threaten Li Wei. It seems you still don't know the situation. Li Wei shook his head, thinking that Beria's reaction was too slow. He still hasn't seen the clues of the whole thing yet. He is still above the top, thinking that he is in control of the whole incident. However, Li Wei didn't pierce the incident either. His eyes were focused, and the thermal vision light shot from his eyes and hit Beria's hand directly. What? Beria suffers from pain, so she has no choice but to let go. I want you to live better than to die. You dare to play with me like this. Although I may not be as good as you in fighting with ability, don't forget your handle. Your weaknesses are in my hands. Beria, who had been robbed of the Rod of Evil alive, was furious and her muscles had been twisted to a heinous level, as if power could burst out at any time. Ah, then I will listen to what my weakness is in your hands. Li Wei looked indifferent, even playing with the evil battle he just got there. Are you a pig? Do you think I really dare not kill them? Although my woman is not interested, but my monster army, the beasts are so great, I will let them torture her to death. Oh, by the way, be sure to show it live in front of you. Beria was already fierce, and now he was anxious, and the most vicious punishment he could think of was to be used on Li Wei again. Because no one has ever been able to play with him like this, he has never been the only one who plays for someone else's share. This is an insult to a person who is extremely evil and does no evil, yes, his whole person. That's right, it really made me scared, but you can look down, or you can try to contact your monster army and ask if they have captured the Earthlings, or how many Earthlings they have killed. Li Wei still said indifferently, even scratching his head impatiently. What do you mean? Beria was stunned by Li Wei's question that he was caught off guard. This matter is completely in his hands. Do I still need to confirm it myself? Oh, yes, what did you do to my brother and wife just now, right? Then I will give you this opportunity to bring them out in front of me, and let me slowly accept the spiritual torment. Li Wei said with a smile in his eyes, as if he was talking about something particularly funny, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. A strange feeling flashed in Beria's heart. Li Wei was so confident, saying this to himself like a okay person. He was really abnormal. When things go wrong, there must be demons, and Beria thinks it is necessary to verify it. After chanting some spells silently in his heart, he will find us that his monster is actually on the planet. He reported that there is no one on the earth. Even as they began to slaughter, the number of humans on the earth is slowly decreasing, at a speed that they all think is incredible. Although they did kill some people cruelly, but not many. It's far lower than their expectations, and far lower than the amount of evil done on other planets. Beria's heart was shocked. No wonder Li Wei had a good heart here and told him this. The sudden decrease in the number of humans should have something to do with him. It seems that you are moving humans very fast. Although I don't know what method you use, I tell you that from the beginning, they are not the bargaining chips in my heart that want to contain you. They are just that I want to test you. It's not just a person who cares about the world like you said. The ones who really hold you back will always be the people you care about the most. The brothers and women inside were captured into his spaceship under his nose, so they would not escape anyway. This is why he was so confident in negotiating with Li Wei here. Late night, you are talking about my brother and wife. Then you call them out and let me see how they have been tortured by you. In other words, let me also see how you put them together. What has it turned into? According to your statement, it has been more than an hour now. I am curious about how they lost their minds, and everyone turned to you, and then pointed the finger at me to deal with me. Li Wei asked with interest. It seemed that Li Wei was more concerned about how they betrayed than they comforted. If Li Wei really thinks this way, then he is really a heinous and vicious-hearted person. But in fact, after Beria chanted the spell silently for a while, the real-time image of his spaceship appeared before his eyes. However, what he never expected was that there was no one inside. People who were supposed to lie in the laboratory with various catheters in them are now gone. You made the ghost? How did you save them under my nose? Method this thing, definitely is my own means, how can I easily tell you, but it seems that you already know what the situation is now. How? Now all your weights are gone, even yourself the rod of evil is in my hand. Is there anything else you want to resist? Li Wei looked at Beria with great interest. This person who was still arrogant just now was going to lose his face in shock. It was just too funny. Well, even if you have the rod of evil, what's the use? The monster army still regards me as the head of the horse, and I am still their absolute leader. And it depends on you people who want to mention them, don't need me to say, you also know what the end is. After all, it was someone who had seen the big scene. After a short adjustment, Beria regained his arrogant arrogance. This small change could not cause him any fatal blow. After all, the foundation is still there, so there is no need to worry about a comeback. Okay, let us have a try today. I promise you that I will never use the power of the Green Lantern Corps. I will use the existing power you see to fight you. How about? Li Wei didn't care about Beria's threat and even issued a new challenge. This is something that Beria never expected. From a quantitative point of view, anyone with a bit of IQ knows that he must win. Moreover, this is only a quantitative suppression. In terms of ability, his monster army is the most vicious criminal in the universe. Any person has the ability that can destroy a planet. In Beria's view, even Avengers and his existing together, the Justice League may not be a monster's opponent. Not much to say, Beria has chanted the spell silently. His monster army is out. But at the same time, Beria did not notice that the Earth's atmosphere behind him was slowly becoming transparent, and the black matter he had injected was slowly dissipating. It's not so much dissipating, it's more like a piece of glass and shattering. Why can't I summon my monster army anymore? Beria suddenly opened his eyes, his forehead stretched, as if something had happened that made him unimaginable and unbearable. Now I found out that I can't summon. I really tell you that your battle to break the evil is not an ancient artifact, let alone something difficult to solve. There is no soul in it, so just use mental power to take the god's telekinesis instilled it in to clear away your remaining portion of the god's telekinesis, and the weapon before it belonged to me. Li Wei said indifferently, as if this thing that Beria regarded as the most precious thing was worthless in his eyes. In fact, Li Wei really thinks so. The reason why this rod of evil can resurrect all evil people is because he can inject his soul into the corpse, so that the corpse can regain the soul, and then manipulate the body that was originally a dead corpse to cause wanton destruction. In other words, the monsters of these monster army are not conscious at all, they are just puppets controlled by the master of the evil rod. Now Li Wei injects the god's telekinesis into it, and the evil rod is only under his orders, and then all the members of the monster army are only under his orders. Beria definitely can't summon them. Okay, I didn't expect to be put on by your kid today, I will make you regret what you did today. Beria gritted her teeth and said fiercely. Although you can drive me the god's telekinesis from this evil rod, there is one thing you forget. These IQs are still something I got first, and you will never know the other powers in it. Beria suddenly said this in a low voice, making Li Wei a bit confused by the second monk. So, do you still want to fight with me now? Li Wei didn't go into details either. Boom! Suddenly the battle of evil exploded in Li Wei's hands. Li Wei reacted to stress and directly used the rod of evil. Just right, Beria shot the evil rod he had robbed. Fighting with me, you are still too tender. But today I will let you go, but I can tell you one thing, don't you want to rebuild the glory of the Justice League? Are you not trying to rebuild the union of all civilizations in the universe? In the near future, I will use my actions to let you know that if there is no civilization in the entire universe, it will be useless for you to do anything. But I hope you will not blame me for being cruel, after all, these are all yours. 0. Look for flowers. After speaking, Beria had a word in her mouth, and Zhang Heng disappeared in place after a burst of black smoke drifted by. It seems that there will be a bloody storm in the universe, but this is also an opportunity for me. The bigger the storm he raises, the more attention I will get if I balance him. This Beria is invisible, it helped me solve a big problem. Thinking of this, Li Wei was a little bit happy suddenly. It is said that good and evil depend on each other. Although Beria may do something heinous and cause immeasurable losses in the universe, he can push Li Wei's influence from the side, allowing Li Wei to achieve the fastest speed and the largest range. known and recognized by all civilizations in the universe. Therefore, it is difficult for Li Wei to make a final conclusion on whether this matter is good or bad. There is no absolute right or wrong in the world, and the world is not black and white. Everything is gray, black, and white are mixed, good and bad, everything has different understandings from any angle, and there is a way to stand. The theory of justice is valid, so simply discussing whether something is good or bad, right or wrong, justice or evil, is not only irresponsible, but also without foresight. And Li Wei also understands this principle, so he has raised the banner of justice from beginning to end. The implicit meaning is to rebuild the glory of the union between the cosmic civilizations in the past. He wants to satisfy the interests of the vast majority of people in the universe. So no matter from the perspective of universal values or from the perspective of the macrocosmic environment, Li Wei is doing a just thing, because it conforms to the development law of the universe and more in line with the hearts and minds of all people in the universe. And to implement this matter is undoubtedly more difficult, not only the difficulty of communication caused by the breadth of the universe, but also the differences between civilizations, which lead to differences in the values of all people. Since we want to unite, we must have a unified idea, and at the very least, we must have the same goal. For Li Wei, this cannot be done overnight. Therefore, the builder of the Justice League, the predecessor of the Earth who is very similar to Li Wei in the legend, is the truly remarkable person. After solving Beria, Li Wei suddenly said to himself, "Have you dealt with the matter over there? Boss, our side is working according to plan. So far there has been no mistake. All humans have been transferred to the refuge, right? Almost everyone has moved up to the refuge, but there is really no way we can save the people who were sacrificed before we moved." Li Wei sighed long. "Oh, don't blame you, this incident happened suddenly, and I recruited all of you to the conference room at the time. You have done well enough, so there is no need to blame yourself." If Beria was present now, her jaw would fall in surprise. As soon as Li Wei discovered that the Earth was under the August 2-3 attack, he had already used the power of Time Gem to form tunnel doors through space all over the world. Li Wei's control over time now is enough to allow him to automatically form a flashing tunnel door at a long distance. And what Beria said that he captured all his brothers and his wife was nothing more than Beria's wishful thinking. In fact, as early as after they were captured, Captain Marvel and Superman had already used their own ability to break the spacecraft, and then returned to Earth, wanting to fight alongside Li Wei. This is also the reason for Li Wei's change of attitude. It's just that it's not necessary for everyone to come here to help with a small Beria. So Li Wei used brain waves to instruct them to rescue all human beings, so that they could go through the time tunnel gate to the Gamma Star that is similar to the Earth's air environment and atmospheric environment. This is why Beria's monster army did not find other humans afterwards. I have to say, whether you respond to ability on the spot or dispatch ability on the spot, you think that you and his team have reached a level of tacit understanding. My dear, are you okay? I have convinced the Gamma Star Shik to protect all human beings. And I have collected all the 5 color stones, as if to tell him, the Gamma Star Shik said it can help us build the Justice League for the entire universe. This is Captain Marvel coming to Li Wei's side. Although I know that Li Wei ability is outstanding, no one in this Europe can beat him. But after all, it was his favorite person who charged in front. After all, Captain Marvel still had some concerns. But seeing Li Wei resting on the spot like a okay person, Captain Marvel knew that Li Wei was not injured at all and the crisis had been resolved. That's great. With the support of a large planet like Gamma Star, which is particularly well known, the cause we want to do can proceed faster. Hearing this news, Li Wei was also ecstatic. Then shall we call all humans back now? Captain Marvel sees that the Earth has no enemies, and humans can return to their own homeland. But Li Wei frowned and looked down. It's okay to call them back, but their homeland and our planet have already suffered such a severe damage. It seems that our production and economic levels have gone backwards for hundreds of years. I have to say that Li Wei's words are particularly pertinent. Although the human loss this time is relatively small, the entire planet has paid huge amounts of price. Whether it is a metropolis built by humans for hundreds of years, or the natural environment of the Earth, it will be ruined by Leah's monster army. The current area I am completely devoid of the neat and beautiful appearance of the past. The Earth is just a ruin, filled with smoke everywhere, ruined walls, and the original oasis forest has become a sea of fire, and because of the large-scale monsters invading the ocean, the 4 oceans have produced huge amounts of tsunami, and the surrounding continents have suffered a certain degree of disaster. The current Earth is not a place suitable for human habitation at all. Yes, our original homeland has now been ruined like this. But we can't keep human beings from coming back because of this. Captain Marvel sighed in the same way, but he also heard that Li Wei intentionally didn't want you to come back as a human being. But what if you let them come back? This place has become a ruin. If our ancestors, the apes, were extremely difficult when they established human civilization, then if they want to build it now, the previous glory will be even more difficult. After all, there was still an ecological environment and endless natural resources, but now we have nothing but a place. Li Wei said the most worrying thing in his heart. If you want to rebuild your homeland, you need not only determination, but also external resources. Let alone the natural resources of the Earth today, as long as there are fewer natural disasters, mankind can continue to survive. But Li Wei in midair looked down. The Earth is now either a forest fire or a tsunami flood. In order to find humans, the monsters even rummaged the Arctic icebergs. Almost all the Arctic icebergs were blown up and merged with the waves. This directly led to the rise of sea levels in all oceans. But this is not the most terrible. The icebergs in the Arctic are sealed with many primitive viruses and bacteria. Now they have all melted and mixed into the ocean. If humans come back again, they will face more than just such frequent natural disasters. The homeland of Fafa is full of air and water full of viruses and harmful bacteria. Such conditions can no longer be summarized in just 2 words, which is simply not a place for people to be treated. Captain Marvel also fell into silence, looking at the devastation below. She didn't know what to do. Even if she is a superhero, she is powerless and unable to deal with such a mess. But isn't it because of this reason that 1.2 will not let humans come back? If they continue to stay on the Gamma Star, our humans will become alien invaders, because we are too many, and will be greatly affected. Occupy the resources of other planets, and we only got the consent of the head of She. The citizens except Shik don't even know about this. Therefore, if they collectively vote to drive out humans, then humans will become nothing. Homeless cosmic wandering group. This is not just an unfair choice for them, but an unfair choice for the entire universe. Compared to letting them suffer physically, Captain Marvel feels that the mental and dignity are insulted, and the desolation and vicissitudes of homelessness are the greatest torment to a person. So in the end, Captain Marvel still doesn't agree to let them stay on Gamma Star. After all, it is not a long-term solution to send someone under the fence. Li Wei also knows that, but now the Earth cannot be restored to the original with human power at all, and now the Earth's environment is no longer suitable for humans to live in. If you really bring all humans back, it will be no different. You let them go back to hell. Suddenly an evil thought flashed in Li Wei's heart. My dear, I'm wondering if we can do things the most. After all, I am not a saint, and the person I want to protect is the people of my planet. I will be willing to bear it in the future even if it is pointed out by 1,000 people. Li Wei looked at Captain Marvel as if he had made a decision and said fiercely, "What do you mean?" Captain Marvel couldn't help being surprised when he saw the ferocity and determination in Li Wei's eyes. Right. Do you want the entire Gamma Star to be buried with the Earth? Do you want to drive away the entire native inhabitants of the Gamma Star because of the humans on the Earth? Captain Marvel can't believe that Li Wei actually has this idea, because it not only violates human ethics, but also extremely irresponsible. There is a very simple truth. The life of your people on Earth is important. Isn't the life of my Gamma Star not important? As we all know, all people are created equal, and there is no distinction between high and low in life. Captain Marvel feels that the consistency of values should be the basis for him and Li Wei to be together, but now the ideas inside have truly subverted all his previous understanding of Li Wei. Irresponsible values. This is no way. Although the people on this Earth have nothing to do with me, the Earth is always the planet that gave birth to me, nourishes me, and nurtures me. In any case, I can't let the Earth fall. Home is home, you must understand me, this is my original intention. Then I also know that this idea must be wrong, and if it is really implemented, he will regret it. However, there is always a ranking in a person's mind, and in his mind, the top position is the Earth. But this is not the reason you want to kill innocent people and drive others out of your planet. Captain Marvel understands Li Wei's feelings very well. The love for the Mother Star is not only Li Wei's own but also her own. The bus simply cannot be used as a conclusive argument to prove that Li Wei's approach is correct. I can understand your feelings, but this is not a solution to the problem at all. Then tell me what is the solution to this problem, Joe. The current state of the Earth, even if all of us, you and I plus Avengers, plus the Justice League, plus all the Green Lantern Corps, there is no 10 years or 8 years. The Earth's environment cannot be reconstructed. This planet has been destroyed by them. What do you want the natives of the Earth to do? This is not their fault at all. But this incident is not the fault of the people of Gamma Planet. But this is the only solution. Only Gamma Stars can allow mankind to survive. If there are other options, I will definitely not choose such a decisive method. Li Wei is already trying to defend himself hoarsely, but he is not so much defending himself as he is trying to convince himself. After all, in his heart he also knows that this matter is not a good choice. And we don't necessarily have to drive the Gamma Star people out. It's really impossible. I can let the Earth people live with them. This happened on the Earth, otherwise, how could the American continent become the richest piece of land on the Earth? This is already an exception. I can think of the most powerful example to prove my point of view, but I didn't expect this example to make Captain Marvel amused. Li Wei, you are entangled with me here. Don't you know what the prosperity of the American continent is exchanged for? That is how many indigenous people exchanged their kindness, and how many foreign invaders used bullets and the sharp knife killed the kind people who opened the door to usher them in. They were put to death and hunted in exchange for them. Captain Marvel did not expect that Li Wei would use such an example to illustrate the tragic history of the natives of the American continent. Does it need her to popularize it? Anyway, I can't think of a better way. I know, it's not just Avengers, even you want to return to the universe before us as soon as possible, so I can't wait any longer here. After all, the task is not for you, but for me. Do you know the heavy responsibility on me? Do you really understand? Speaking of this, Li Wei's grievances welled up in his heart. When he first came to DC Universe, no one had solicited his opinion, but he never complained once, because he shoulders the heavy responsibility of bringing everyone home. It is the only hope for everyone. So he can't fall, let alone complain. Okay, let's calm down and talk slowly. Captain Marvel saw that Li Wei's eyes were a little red, and he couldn't help feeling sour. She didn't know Li Wei's hardship and Li Wei's pain. Now that she saw Li Wei's fragile side, her heart softened. I'm not denying all your views, and I'm not accusing you of anything. It's just that your method is a bit too extreme. Slowly I think we must be able to think of a better way. We call everyone in 823, let's discuss it together and we will surely be able to solve it. Captain Marvel gently wrapped Li Wei's waist and comforted Li Wei softly, wanting to ease her lover's emotions. The comfort from the person I love most quietly calmed Li Wei's grievances like a spring breeze. Although as a young man in his early 20s, such pressure is indeed unbearable for ordinary people, Li Wei is Li Wei after all. He has Superman's ability, so he must have Superman's responsibility. After his mood stabilized, Li Wei chose to follow Captain Marvel's advice and use the power of Time Gem to go to Nagama to join his brothers. When he came to the planet Gamma, Li Wei truly felt the size of the planet. Taking a bird's-eye view of the entire land from the air, even if all the more than 7 billion people on Earth come to take refuge on this planet, the area occupied by this planet is less than 5% of the planet. But this does not mean that the arrival of the Earth people did not give Gamma Star people cause any trouble. Because the area is large, it also means that there are many living things. The development of the population is always a cycle. When the fertility rate reaches a peak, it will inevitably fall back, but when it reaches the trough, it will rebound to the highest point. Gamma Star has now reached the highest point of a fertility rate. This is difficult. Is there only one way to drive them out? Or let them disappear in half to make room for us humans? This is indeed a big problem for Li Wei. On one side are the human beings he has been protecting, and on the other side are innocent billions of Gamma Stars. Both are moral and righteous, and both are hard to choose. In any case, you can't sacrifice people on this planet, because they didn't do anything wrong, and they have made huge amounts of concessions to allow humans to take refuge in their territories. They are kind to humans, so we can't avenge his revenge. Captain Marvel looked at Li Wei's eyes and said seriously, "But I really can't think of any other way. Could it be that mankind should be sacrificed in vain? We must have other ways. But in any case, it is not the time to be anxious. If even you are at a loss, the other person will be even more helpless. You have to resist, even if you pretend to be. You must make everyone feel at ease." When Captain Marvel saw Li Wei who was anxious and at a loss, he couldn't help but feel a little anxious. As the backbone of the team, if even he is in chaos, then there is no need to do the next thing. Li Wei definitely understands this truth, but in the face of such a situation, he really can't control his emotions. The more this time comes, it is also the time to test people. Fortunately, Captain Marvel is there, and he can calm down quickly when he is disturbed and prevent him from making any wrong decisions. Under Li Wei's reluctance, Captain Marvel dragged him to the long office. After all, they have helped them so much, so the thank you should go in person. Although they are also in dire straits, they must be grateful after all, and they must not lose their courtesy. After seeing it, Li Wei was still full of joy. "Thank you for bringing tea and water to Li Wei." But Li Wei was unmoved, still frowning, thinking there. "I heard that you have collected all the 5 color stones. What are your plans next?" After sitting down, Schick went straight to the subject and asked what he wanted to know the most. Tonight, I now plan to rebuild the Justice League, and then restore the former glory of the civilization of the universe. Li Wei, who was still considering countermeasures, was suddenly interrupted in his thoughts, but he did not react. "Since you have a 5-color stone in your hand, you can directly make a wish. With one wish, the Justice League can regain its glory, and then you can become a great man of the ages." Shi Chang's words actually have some kind of inducing connotation, but the tone is a little strange. It seems to be a test of Li Wei, and it seems to be a satire of Li Wei. "I don't have the idea of using the 5-color stone for the time being. Although as a divine tool, its ability is very attractive, but for me, I just wanted to use it as a symbol of the Justice League in the future, and to rebuild the Justice League. I still want to do it myself. If I have to, I might use it." For his husband, Li Wei is still willing to tell the truth. Hearing Li Wei's thoughts, Schick nodded in satisfaction. "It seems that I did not misunderstand the wrong person. If you really use the wish of the 5-color stone to take a shortcut, then I may not keep any of the 7.6 billion humans you brought, and I will drive them all out." Hearing this, Li Wei just woke up like a dream. It seems that the seemingly random question by Shi Long just now turned out to be a test of his own. Fortunately, his philosophy is the same as Schick. If it is not, it may cause a problem. Disaster. In this case, I happen to have one more thing I want to discuss with you. Seeing that Shi Chang was happy, Li Wei decided to strike while the iron was hot, and solved his most troublesome problem. "But it's okay. As long as I can help, I will definitely do my best. The market is happy too." Before Li Wei can say anything, he has readily agreed. "Beria came to the Earth to invade, you know, although I successfully beat him away, but now the whole Earth is in ruins. It is not suitable for human beings to survive. So I want to discuss with you how can I rebuild the Earth, or how can I settle these 7.6 billion humans." Li Wei's original idea was to allow 7.6 billion humans to continue to survive on the planet Gamma, but to make such a request naked, no matter how you hear it, there will be aggression and domineering, so after thinking about it, Li Wei still speaks. Speaking of another way to rebuild the Earth, try to make your request less harsh. But as soon as Li Wei's voice fell, she's long hearty laughter rang. Ha ha ha, I said, how come your kid is very worried when I come here today? It turns out that you are worried about the life and death of your 7.6 billion humans, but in my opinion, you should be more inclined to the latter idea. She can tell Li Wei's true thoughts at a glance. Li Wei smiled awkwardly. Some selfish thoughts of himself were seen, which was still very embarrassing for him. But seeing how long the she looks, it doesn't mean to blame, Li Wei just feels relieved a little. Don't worry, how to solve this matter? I have already thought about it for you. She took a long pat on his chest, as if it was wrapped around me. Li Wei's eyes brightened. If there is a better way, he definitely wouldn't choose the second idea. Actually, my method is very simple. For the Gamma Star people, this is simply familiar, but for you humans, the current level of technology development is too low, so in the face of natural disasters, it will only be temporary. The money is good, at a loss. Long Shi said. I will send you 1,000 scientists, as well as construction workers. They are all the most cutting-edge experts in natural disasters and research and development of new technologies here. The heavy damage your planet has suffered may be nothing more than a trivial matter in their eyes. Speaking of this, Shi Chang is a little proud. In the final analysis, this is also the advantage of their Gamma planet, and a unique sense of pride arises spontaneously. Huh? Your technology has been sent to such an extent. I really underestimated you and the power of technology. After all, Li Wei did not use any technological means to improve his own ability, so he has always left most of the things related to science and technology to Iron Man and Batman. In his eyes, the speed of technological development will never keep up with the growth rate of his own strength. In this way, the long unsolvable problem that lingered in Li Wei's mind, the few words that Shi Cheng underestimated, could only be solved perfectly. Li Wei's mood suddenly became clear. It shouldn't be too late. When can we take away those 1,000 scientists and construction workers? After all, the Earth is still in a deep and hot situation, so Li Wei still wants to go back as soon as possible. It's all right now. As early as when your wife Captain Marvel came to see me, I thought that you must use them, so I had prepared them for you. She grew up with a wave of his hand, and the Gamma Star people who supported the Earth had lined up in a neat line outside the municipal building, waiting for the task to be issued. Thank you so much this time. I don't know how to repay your kindness. I want you to promise that, no matter what time in the future, the Earth will be your second home, and the Earth will always welcome you. Li Wei didn't expect Shi Chang to think so comprehensively for him. He couldn't help but warmed his heart. Tears welled up in his eyes. It's not necessary. I won't run around after I get older. I just hope that you can take the mission of rebuilding the Union of Cosmic Civilization and make good use of the 5-color stone, and then you will achieve a great cause after 823. People's fear of Beria. I have to say that Shik's old man still has a certain sense of responsibility. This don't worry, since the things I have decided will not be changed again, and I hope you can rebuild the Justice League with me. With your experience and emotional intelligence still influential, I will have nothing to worry about since I have UNS. Li Wei gave birth to a wise heart. After all, such a kind-hearted person, outstanding ability, and also a person with the universe in mind, Li Wei is really rare, so no matter what, Li Wei wants to let Shi stay by his side. Preach and teach yourself to solve the puzzles. Such an old godlike character is extremely lacking in his team now, but Shi Chang waved his hand unexpectedly. Although your place is good, and the future is bright, but this is not my dream after all. If you go forward for a few hundred years, I may rise up with you without hesitation. I don't have that heart now. My son, is there anybody that can survive it? The market has a very thorough understanding of their physical condition. Seeing Shi Chang's refusal, Li Wei did not say anything. After all, what he is doing now has not yet formed a scale. If you let Shik give up all of his work, abandon all his possessions, and go out and do nothing, rebuilding a dream of Justice League, it will be easier said than done. Therefore, in addition, they did not continue to pester the Shi. You believe that if one day, the Justice League is famous in the world, after making some achievements, and then inviting the Shi to join them, it will definitely get twice the result with half the effort and let the market. I am willing to have no worries. Then the two exchanged a few words, and Li Wei anxiously brought 1,000 people back to Earth with Captain Marvel. The first priority now is to rebuild the Earth. Through the ability of Time Gem, after a flash of light, you think there are more than 1,000 Gamma Star people who support the Earth, and they have returned to the devastated Earth. Seeing the scene of the Earth, these Gamma Star people are not a bit strange, as if they have become commonplace. Through brainwaves, Li Wei and the Gamma Stars formed a preliminary plan to rebuild the Earth, which is basically the reconstruction of Gang Ma seen decades ago. To know the level of development of Gamma Stars, it is hundreds of years faster than the Earth, so this move of the Gamma Stars can be described as pushing the Earth's infrastructure construction to a new high point. With the help of Li Wei and Captain Marvel, in just 2 days, the Gamma Stars had completed all the work, and the entire planet was completely new. Li Wei is very satisfied. If it weren't for these people who had been sent by the Long Friendship, you thought they would all want to persuade them and let them stay on the Earth to do it. Ape contribution. The follow-up work will be much simpler. Li Wei once again used the ability of Time Gem, with the help of Avengers and the Justice League, to transfer all the people on Earth back and let them return to their new homes. The Earth is turning into auspiciousness once again, and the whole planet is caught in a carnival. The people on the Earth even regard Li Wei as their savior. However, due to the post-cutting rebirth, the original state division on the Earth was also reshuffled, and under the referendum of all the people on the Earth, the state system was cancelled, and the whole Earth ended with a country, which was managed by one government. And the first head of government they elected was Li Wei. You must know that Li Wei never participated in the election from beginning to end, and he was elected as the leader without his knowledge. So after receiving the news, Li Wei was even more confused, even a little funny. He is definitely willing to be the head of government. After all, this can better protect the Earth. Although he has not governed an area, his country before coming to the Marvel Universe has the best in the world system, so Li Wei is confident that he has ability to copy such a system, so as to realize the society he has always dreamed of. However, the ideal is full and the reality is very skinny. Li Wei is now busy rebuilding the Justice League, and he also shoulders the responsibility of returning Avengers to his homeland, so the post of head of government is absolutely necessary. After resigning euphemistically, Li Wei took Avengers and the Justice League into the universe and began their mission journey. I still don't understand, why do we wander around in the universe? On this day, in a spaceship somewhere in the universe, a deep voice complained. This person is Superman. We are looking for Beria. It was Batman who responded. But we don't even know where Beria is. We are really wasting our time by wandering around and searching aimlessly like this. Superman said dissatisfied. I said, Clark, you have the patience to complain to me. If you have the ability, you can go to the leader, and you can complain to his old man. Batman responded impatiently. Aren't you talking nonsense? If I dare to confront the leader, am I still using it here to be aggrieved? At the moment, Li Wei didn't see it in this scene, because Li Wei was on the other side of the universe, performing another more important task. It is not difficult for Li Wei to find Beria, but it is especially important to find him what to do in the future. Fortunately, Beria, at the moment, is pushing herself into the abyss step by step according to Li Wei's expectation. At the moment, an extremely tragic war is taking place throughout the universe. After the frustration of the Earth, Beria did not succumb to rest and recuperate. Instead, they began to carry out large-scale slaughter and aggression against other civilized planets. The cruel methods and harsh behavior caused great panic on all civilized planets in the universe. Not only that, after the massacre, Beria compulsorily popularized the language and values of his own planet in order to completely control the people on all planets. Those who mainly obey and accept him will have a chance of life. If you continue to resist, I'm sorry, Beria will not only kill this person, but everyone within 10 miles of him will kill him. In this way, those who don't want to die will unite to persuade the only person with backbone. If this person is still obsessed with understanding, then there is no need for Beria to do it, and the people around him will kill the spineless person in order to save their lives. And it was this naked persecution that allowed him to rule the entire universe in just a few days. No one dared to object, and no one dared to resist. The universe was shrouded in fear, and all these actions were seen by Li Wei. It's time to shoot. Li Wei decided to take action until the entire universe was invaded by Beria and was getting worse. Only at this point in time will the shots arouse more attention. Strike a snake and hit 7 inches, first save the emergency. Only when they can't see hope, and then extend a helping hand, give them a ray of hope, and make them grateful, will they get half the result with half the effort. This has nothing to do with the softness of the heart, it is just the law that Li Wei summed up after a long battle, which is common to all creatures in the universe. Go ahead. After Li Wei gave an order, the forces he had planted in various critical places in the universe simultaneously launched attacks on neighboring planets, targeting Beria's army. Now most of the civilized planets in the universe have fallen into the hands of Beria, and the few planets are just flesh to be captured. It is only a matter of time before Beria wants to conquer them. Therefore, according to Li Wei's inference, Beria is now slack in fighting spirit, and his army has always practiced tyranny. This approach not only prevents the local aborigines from surrendering, but also inspires contradictions. So if you take action now, you can not only attack Beria's army more effectively, but also stimulate the desire of the local aborigines to resist, so as to achieve a multiplier effect, and it will also get the support of this planet. After giving the order, Li Wei also marched towards Gamma Star. Gamma Star is one of the few planets that has not been invaded, but according to your analysis of Beria's offensive route, Gamma Star is about to invade. Staying on the ground and waiting for the rabbit to prepare in advance is always better than playing on the spot. And in his line, he and Captain Marvel are the only 2 people. Therefore, the enemy they face is not only stronger than others, but also more pressure. My dear, how sure are you to win this battle? After all, having seen the strength of the Beria army, Captain Marvel looked at him and Li Wei, 2 lonely figures, and still had no confidence in his heart. Don't worry, since I dare to arrange this, it means that I have complete confidence. Li Wei said in a deep voice, with strong self-confidence in all his voice. Beria only controls his monster army through his evil battle. As long as I snatch his evil staff, he will instantly lose all combat power and can only surrender to me. You are still very familiar with Beria's combat routines. After all, it is his former defeater. Li Wei has taken a stance of underestimating him in both tactics and strategy. While talking about his own tactics, the naked eye can see that the distant sky is slowly turning black, as if something enveloped the entire Gamma Star, just like the precursor to the attack on the Earth that day. It seems that we have come at the right time. As soon as we arrived at the front foot, he brought his army and rushed over on the back foot. It must be a special fate that made Beria and Li Wei come to Gamma Star one after another in such a tacit understanding, but for Beria, this may be a disaster for him. A burst of green light flashed, and Li Wei appeared outside the atmosphere of the Gamma Star. 0. Look for flowers. As expected by Li Wei, a déjà vu spacecraft is stopping not far from the atmosphere of the Gamma Star. This is Beria's spacecraft. Li Wei didn't think much about it. Another green light flashed, and Li Wei appeared inside the spacecraft. After entering, Li Wei couldn't help being surprised. If he hadn't seen it clearly from the outside just now that it was a spaceship, he couldn't believe it now, because it was the magnificent interior of the spaceship, the length of which was like a luxurious palace. The place is shining gold and silk, with orchestral music playing next to it, just like an ancient Chinese palace. Unexpectedly, Beria likes Earth culture. Even I may not be able to find such ancient orchestral music. Speaking of this, Li Wei actually sat down cross-legged with interest and quietly enjoyed the music. Although the style of this orchestral music is monotonous, it has a peculiar function that can comfort people's hearts. It instantly calms Li Wei's fighting spirit just now. Now Li Wei is like being in an ancient palace. He is sitting upright. The emperor of the world on the throne, singing and dancing below, and thousands of dancers dancing in graceful posture, just to please him. Li Wei closed his eyes lightly. He has eaten this in such a beautiful imagination. He has been exhausted physically and mentally after years of fighting, and you feel that you deserve to enjoy such a leisure time. However, while Li Wei was addicted to Wenruk Xiang, Ru Ma Xing was caught in the biggest crisis in history. Although Captain Marvel was there, and Li Wei had already notified Chief Gamma that he was ready for a comprehensive defense, but facing the overwhelming army of monsters attacking in all directions, they still could not resist with their strength. Cities are trampled on, civilization is being destroyed. The entire Gamma Star was caught in a sea of flames, and Captain Marvel was also exhausted. He just wiped out the monster army in this place, and immediately a new wave came to replace him, just like a colony of cockroaches, although the fighting power is not strong. But the fight can't be done, and the erasing can't be done, which not only makes people disgusted, but also has a sense of helpless exhaustion. Li Wei, what on earth are you doing? Ding dot at the moment in the spacecraft, Beria hid in a corner, secretly watching Li Wei sitting on the ground, making evil laughs. Hey, even if your magical power is boundless, even if you are unbeatable, but you still have to fall into my gentle country after all, and I can't beat you, but in terms of the art of attacking the heart, no one in this universe can beat it. It turned out that this was an illusion created by Beria, which caused Li Wei to wipe out his will in his own boundless imagination, gradually becoming languished, living in his own fantasy forever, and finally dying there. In a fascinating illusion. But at this moment, Beria suddenly discovered that Li Wei suddenly emitted a light blue light, gently surrounding Li Wei's body. At the same time, Li Wei suddenly woke up from the boundless fantasy. Roar! Did I just fall asleep on August 2-3? But that dream is so beautiful. It seems that I should have a rest. I can sleep peacefully at such a critical moment. I am really heartbroken. Li Mei, who was awake, found that she was still in the spaceship. She couldn't help but slap her head with a little irritation. The war is approaching, and I'm actually drowsy. You must know that Captain Marvel is still reviewing and facing the crisis. After calming down, Li Wei opened the Sea of Consciousness and searched for the location of Beria. After all, his purpose of coming here was to find Beria and then destroy him in one fell swoop. But Beria, who was in the corner at the moment, was in a state of shock. He never thought that his illusion could be destroyed so easily. What is the magic weapon in Li Wei? But before Beria could figure it out, Li Wei had already punched him in the face with a fist. Boom! Beria flew straight out, unprepared. Even in the process of flying, he still didn't react in his mind, still wondering what magic weapon Li Wei had to protect him. Well, you Beria, you are hiding here. You said I don't understand. What are you doing so quacking in your own spacecraft? I don't know, I thought it was you who broke in quietly. Li Wei looked at Beria's motionless body and couldn't help feeling a little helpless, and even started to complain. After all, it would be strange to anyone. The owner of the spaceship hides in the corner and spies. Suddenly a puff of black smoke appeared where Beria was, and then the whole person suddenly disappeared in place. This move made Li Wei a little strange, but now is not the time to entangle. Li Wei immediately activated the sea to continue tracking Beria. Ah, this kid has already sneaked into the planet Gamma. Seeing Beria, who was in the Sea of Knowledge, was heading towards Gamma Star at an extremely fast speed, Li Wei's mouth showed an imperceptible smile. Since you want to throw yourself into the net, don't blame my ruthless men. Li Wei plans to have not only himself on Gamma Star, but also Captain Marvel. The two of them will join forces. The combat power is not only 1 + 1 = 2, so Beria's escape route is simply himself. Sail to hell. The green light flashed, and Li Wei flashed to the Gamma Star. Are you okay? Why did you come back? I was so worried about me just now, I thought something happened to you. As soon as Li Wei appeared, Captain Marvel, who had been waiting for him anxiously, breathed a sigh of relief. How did the Gamma Star become like this? How long have I been away? In Li Wei's vision, he would spend up to 5 minutes this time. And it is impossible for the monster army to invade this way at such a fast speed. According to the time of the Earth, you have been walking for almost an hour now, Captain Marvel said bitterly. Do you know how hard it is for me to wait for you? If you come here a little later, the dry gamma star will be destroyed like the Earth. Captain Marvel yelled inside angrily. Li Wei couldn't believe that he was delayed so long. But Li Wei didn't dare to tell the truth. After all, the situation here is critical, and I'm still asleep there. Thanks for your hard work, let me do the next thing. While talking about using ability, a gem of speed and power, red and yellow light lingered on him. In an instant, Li Wei rushed out. With the speed of the superpower, Li Wei instantly wiped out all the monsters within 100 miles. But looking at the densely packed monsters on Ma Xing, Li Wei shook his head. These monsters are really too many, and Beria has a battle of evil. Even if they die, they can all be resurrected. It is not a long-term solution for me to fight one by one. Even if I die, I can't fight. What comes out? Li Wei thought. I don't want to see it, I have to find Beria first. There is nothing that ruined his evil rod. Thinking of this, Li Wei gave Captain Marvel a look. Captain Marvel understood Li Wei's meaning and signaled him to do it boldly, and that there would be no major problems with him staying here. After a grateful look, Li Wei disappeared. Although the Gamma Star is much larger than the Earth, it is not even larger than the distance covered by Li Wei's Sea of Consciousness. So as long as Beria is still on the Gamma Star, Li Wei can find exactly where he is. Mr. Beria, you are really concealed. If you change to someone else, you may really be unable to find you. With a flick of his finger, Li Wei found Beria deep in the forest. As expected to be the strongest in the universe, he could find me so quickly. I admit that I can't beat you, but I think we can negotiate a condition first. Beria was furious. Do you think you are still qualified to negotiate terms with me in your current situation? Li Wei was actually laughed at by Beria, who was also Quan Xiong who smashed the universe, and he couldn't distinguish the form even to this point. I definitely know that I can't beat you. 1.2 I also know that my monster army is just a feather in your eyes, but for the rest of the universe, this is the strongest armed force. Beria is actually lobbying Li Wei. Li Wei nodded in agreement. After all, if you look at the force value alone, the entire universe would not be able to find the force of the monster army that could defeat Beria. Beria's words also acknowledged Li Wei's strength from the side. It is not easy to get his approval from the strong man's mouth. So Li Wei was naturally full of joy when he heard this sentence. So from the perspective of the entire universe, only you can restrict me. The two of us are standing on top of the universe. If we two join forces, this universe must belong to us. Faced with such a tempting suggestion, Li Wei did not say a word, but responded with practical actions. Li Wei lightly leaped into the air, gathered the Realm King's Fist of the Power Gem ability, and fell straight from the sky like Beria's head. Boom! The ground surface with a diameter of 10 kilometers collapsed, and even violent vibration occurred on the ground surface. But after all, it was Izumi who smashed the universe. Although this punch caught Beria off guard, but with the ability of extraordinary reaction, Beria still used his death rod to block the punch for him fiercely. Oh, yes, your responsibility is the fastest I have ever seen. Li Wei looked at Beria unexpectedly. He could stop the entire universe from attacking, and he could not count the second person. But Beria didn't mean to be happy at all, as if he had been insulted. The bones all over his body crackled, and the whole body was slowly distending like a balloon. Even with Li Wei's incredible face, Beria's 5-story tall body was abruptly swollen to the point where it was originally covered. Li Wei, I didn't fight with you before because I didn't want to fight with you. Do you really think I can't fight you? When I thought about the whole universe back then, you didn't know where to wear open crotch 08 pants to play with P. After becoming louder, Beria sounded like a bell, and even Roar's breath could form a hurricane. Wow, you are really amazing. I've seen Ultraman have an ability like you before in your hand, and now I can finally have fun. He thought that his usual style was to be strong when he met. Just after seeing Beria grow bigger, the flames of war in his heart burned again. It has been a long time since he really met a well-matched opponent. Okay, let me try. How powerful you are? The energy of the power gem and the speed force gathered on his body, and a fist of the Realm King slammed into Beria's chin again. Brush. This time Beria escaped unexpectedly. He was able to dodge the attack of the speed force, which shows that his reaction power has now been improved to what level. And quick response also means having an extremely quick counter-attack ability. Beria, who had escaped a blow, quickly adjusted his state and slammed a punch to Li Wei who was in midair. However, Li Wei's reaction speed is not super fast. After easily evading this punch, another Realm King's punch slammed into Beria's chin fiercely. Beria was also able to hide. Just like this, you come and go with you. Although Beria is at a disadvantage on the whole, he was not hit by Li Wei's attack. However, if you look closely, you will find that Li Wei did not use his full strength in the attack of your coming and going. He is more like enjoying this fight. After all, it has been a long time since no one can match him with a few tricks, and the appearance of Beria has made up for his regrets all the time. But the battle always requires a win or lose. Even if Li Wei doesn't care, Beria is still thinking about eliminating Li Wei. After a full hour of offensive and defensive conversion, Li Wei finally stopped and retreated to a place 10 feet away from Beria. It seems that your overall combat effectiveness is really good, and I haven't had a fight like this in a long time. Li Wei's eyes seemed to be slightly appreciative. On the other hand, Beria was panting and regaining his strength on the spot. If that's the case, why don't we fight the universe together? Beria still wants to bring Li Wei into the group. Don't waste your tongue. The two of us are destined to go in two directions. You will go from evil to good. We will never meet, let alone cooperate. Li Wei shook his head impatiently. He wanted to fight Beria, but that didn't mean he agreed with Beria's style of doing things and his brutality. Why are you so stubborn? I said that your ability alone, and the power of your brothers, can't make a big thing. I can see your ambition and want to stand on top of this universe. The ideal is the same. Then why don't we cooperate? Beria still gasped and said, you want the entire universe to surrender to you, and to be afraid of you. But I just want the entire universe to thrive. What I want to stand on the top of the universe is not to rely on force and killing to make others surrender. I want them to be my eyes can get better, and then I agree with me willingly. Li Wei shook his head. He knew that although the final destination between the two people was the same, the methods used were quite different, because they didn't want to kill or conquer, and stepped back 10,000 steps. If Li Wei really has this kind of intention, then he had already shot. There is no need to cooperate with him, Beria. But what you think makes them prosperous, what you think is to do for their good, and even lead them to a happier path in the way you think, may not be what they agree with. Beria suddenly looked at Li Wei seriously and said, I tell you, I was not such a cruel and inhumane person willing to kill from the beginning. I also yearn for truth, goodness, and beauty. I also want to be a saint in the eyes of others. I also want to be a true leader and lead them to happiness and beauty. It will be 823 days tomorrow. But I have discovered more and more that this is not the case. Human nature is evil. You can never guess their ideas, and you can never take into account the darkness of human nature. Speaking of this, Beria's tone became a little excited. I know what you want to do is to bring all civilizations together to work together, let them communicate with each other, and share the good things with the blessings and the difficulties. But you are too naive. You think they are true. Are you willing to have the blessings and enjoy the difficulties? If they support you, then their respective moods are likely to simply learn from each other's good places, or even through cultural output, gradually let the other party surrender to themselves. Li Wen didn't speak, and quietly listened to Beria's heart-piercing explanation. I have participated in the Justice League before. I took away my planet. I took all my Chenming into this big family with enthusiasm that can lead us to a better and happy life. But what? Gamma Star exports us technological products, and Alpha Star exports food crops to us. Every planet uses this dim alliance to make money on our planet, and even takes away a large number of our labor force and young talents. In the end, ours the planet has already withered talents. Beria's eyes were full of bitterness. You think it's all the fault of the Justice League, don't you? Li Wei did not make any comments. Could it not be their fault? Without this dim alliance, we would still live happily, maybe a little more sober, maybe a little slower, but our young talents would all work hard for a better tomorrow on our planet, instead of going to other planets to be bulls and horses. Beria replied, with grief and anger in his tone, but more desolation. This is also a man who has been injured, but it is the alliance he trusted before that hurt him. So you have been hostile to the Justice League since then, haven't you? If they were just like this, I wouldn't have resisted so fiercely. Beria replied. Such a trade deficit made me have to bow my head and go to various planets to beg them to discuss solutions. But every time I was judged by dogs, the fast-developing planets were in their bones. They think you are humble. They think we should be the dumping ground for their inferior products, and our people should be oxen, horses, and slaves with them. Hearing this, Li Wei frowned. Do you think this thing happened in reality, or did they tell you in person that it was their thoughts? This matter does not need to be said by them. I can understand it from their behavior and the look in their eyes. I am not a fool yet. Beria replied in a deep voice, flashing in his mind the faces of those who once despised others, and couldn't help but become even more angry. So I want to break this alliance. I want everyone to know that we are not born to be inferior to them. I want them to pay a painful price for their ignorance and their contempt. Beria gritted her teeth and said angrily, so you start to train the recruits, and then wait to invade other planets? Li Wei asked. Haha, definitely not. I also know that our level of development is slow. The level of science and technology is directly proportional to military strength. I am not so stupid as to use eggs to touch rocks. Beria laughed and replied. Before he knew it, he had already regarded Li Wei as an object to talk to. This might be the hero's sympathy. Maybe he didn't feel the slight change himself. How can I say that my mother planet was also born a long time ago? It has an extremely long history and records many ancient things in the universe. I have found the battle of evil in the historical books. It can resurrect all those who are evil in their hearts. And this is exactly what I want. Speaking of this, Beria's tone became fierce again. After that, you used this evil rod to invade all planets, but you didn't realize your wish. Apart from being defeated by others, it seems that you haven't done anything worthwhile for your home planet. Although Li Wei's words are thorny, they are rough and not rough. I know I failed in the end, but I don't regret my decision, let alone the methods I used. When I crossed the universe back then, those who had been dismissive of me showed a look of fear. Even I am willing to give me all the things they used to be proud of on my planet, just to save their lives. You heard me right. Just to save their own lives. Beria said in a somewhat ironic tone. At that time, I realized that what I did before was a little wrong. My mistake was that I should not slaughter everyone. The damn thing is the authority, and the one who did everything wrong is also the authority. Various words really moved Li Wei. Yes, no matter whether it is participating in the Justice League or the attitude and policy towards other planets, none of them can be decided by ordinary people. Apart from the election, no one has asked their wishes at all, and no one has cared about them. Feeling. But in the end, when accepting punishment, they are often the most vulnerable group of surrogates. Those who have the ability to make decisions will always enjoy the highest degree of protection, and those who have never had a say in it, in fact, often it is the object of hostile forces to vent their anger. Prosperity, people suffering, death, people suffering. This sentence of the ancients is of great practical significance no matter in any era. Then what is your current strategy? Li Wei didn't rush to refute, but kept asking. All my spearheads are aimed at the power holders of all planets. I am attacking the seat of government on every planet. I will never hurt any civilians again, and I will not let any power holders pass. Beria said in a deep voice, as if he had mastered the greatest justice in the world. Justice is often in the hands of the victor. If this time I win, then in the future I can also become a great hero in the universe, and I can also be admired and worshipped by hundreds of millions of planets. Beria couldn't help but fell into endless self-imagination and self-satisfaction, and a happy expression appeared in his eyes. But, are the people in power who want the land from the government? Many of them don't have the ability to make decisions, and even they are those who are forced to obey. Then if you kill them, you are still indiscriminately killing innocent people. Li Wei asked specific questions. This question caused Beria to fall into contemplation. It is not so much that he has never thought about this problem, as it is that he has never thought about it. You said that the emergence of the Justice League broke the harmony and comfort of your original planets. In essence, you just don't want to see the reality that other planets are stronger than you. If you think about it now, the emergence of the Justice League really didn't give you anything. Are there any benefits, for money, that your salary brings? Li Wei asked sharply. Take 10,000 steps. The Justice League at least allowed your planet to see super high-level technological products, and at least allowed your planet to have a goal for future development. And those on your own planet who are willing to go to other planets. Young talents who are bullies and horses, maybe they are just to expand their horizons to learn better things, and bring back mother's balls to build. Beria was silent. These questions are not unimaginable. As long as you think about it, you can think about it. I don't think you didn't think about it, but you don't want to think about these aspects at all. Am I right? Li Wei looked straight at Beria. There was a trace of fear and resistance in Beria's eyes with huge amounts of, what you said is false, I have my standards of conduct, and it is not your turn to point out. Straight. Then all your grievances, all your hostility towards other planets, and your misunderstanding of justice are nothing but your strong words. Li Wei gave a final word and pierced the spear of words into Beria's heart with precision. Language has a unique charm. Different people can use it to argue for a pitiful ending. And Beria, not only did he use words to formulate a reason for him to kill innocent people as it should be, but he also deeply believes that this reason is right, so it seems that this is Beria. The sad part. Beria finally lowered her head, not knowing whether it was because of the embarrassment that her lie was exposed, or because of Li Wei's majesty. Suju finally raised his head, with a still evil smile. Hundreds of years have passed. Except for that person, you were the first to tell me the truth, and also the first to convince me. Beria smiled bitterly, as if remembering something. We not convinced you, we just let you say the truth of the facts, and also give you a chance to face your heart. Your heart is evil and true, but I still hope that you don't use the code of kindness to cover your sinful sins. Behavior. Li Wei said to Beria in a pitiful tone, as if Beria was the poorest person in the world. 840. You are all from the earth, and you have done things that I want to do but will never be able to accomplish. But in my opinion, you are better than him after all. Beria didn't respond to Li Wei's words, but continued to speak for himself. You have a little more patience than him. You already have a 5-color stone, but you are not in a hurry to use it to make a wish. Instead, you are waiting for the best time. Your choice is to use your own efforts to accomplish all that you can accomplish. So I conclude that your professional alliance will be stronger and stronger by the previous ones. Beria's tone seemed to be a dying person. Let's talk about the last words in her life. I am not the same as the legendary founder of the Justice League. Li Wei shook his head gently. My Justice League inherited from him. Why should I copy it according to the previous routine? My Justice League belongs to the entire universe, and I want the Justice League to become an organization respected by the entire universe. Li Wei replied righteously. Li Wei never thought about, copy, the success of others, even he never felt that the previous Justice League represented justice, because that kind of Justice League was not what he had constructed in his mind. There are also their own pursuits, and they have their own standards. I said that wanting to restore the Justice League is just a rhetoric, but I want to become a little more acceptable to others. What Li Wei wants to do is himself, and what he wants to build is his own business. What great feats did the predecessor of the Earth who once smashed the universe? It seems that it is just a good story. He does not need it, or even wants it. Thoughts to repeat. Hearing Li Wei's answer, Beria also looked at him in surprise. He didn't expect Li Wei's answer to be like this. You are just running your own business better in front of the signs that others have accepted before. This method of restructuring through the ancients is really good for you. Although Beria was admiring her lips, some irony could still be heard in her tone. It's not unreasonable for you to say this, but if you tell you one thing, you may not believe it. I did not establish the Justice League before and named it because of this organization before. It is purely a coincidence. If you know in advance if so, I will never choose this tacky name again. Speaking of this, Li Wei shook his head helplessly. In fact, it is true. When Gamma Star Shi mentioned this formerly well-known Justice League to him for the first time, there was not only a slight difference in your heart, but even resistance. He hates repetition and just hates applying other people's things. It seemed to be telling the entire universe that he was just to eat the cold food left over from his predecessors. Know that what you want is to build your own great achievements. But if he changes his name temporarily, it will not only make Superman and Batman uncomfortable, but also make him feel uncomfortable. Your answer really did not occur to me. It seems that many things that happen in this universe are not under my control. Beria sighed suddenly, which made Li Wei a little baffling. You people on the earth often say, talented people come out from generation to generation, each leading the coquettish for hundreds of years. It seems that this new era should be led by you. Even if I work hard for hundreds of years, I will eventually arrive. But you newcomer. Beria sighed and shook her head sadly. This scene is not only a bit sad for Li Wei. It seems that Beria has the intention of retreating, but can he really retreat? What do you plan to do next? It can be seen that Beria has no intention of fighting, and Li Wei has become aware that he has given up to continue aggression, and such a person who has been dedicated to subverting the entire universe all his life suddenly shrinks and sinks. What should he do? You should know that you will not be able to retreat cleanly. Even if you give up aggression, even if I give up on attacking you, even if I can persuade the entire universe to no longer trouble you, but after all, you have slaughtered too many people. Those Mi Sheng Changdan wants to avenge his family and seek revenge for himself. I think you should understand this truth, right? You must be punished if you do something wrong, especially if you commit a heinous crime like Beria. You don't mean to say sorry. Put down the butcher knife and become a Buddha. This can be forgiven by everyone. I definitely know that I want to redeem my sins, and my sins are serious, and I will use my life to save my sins. But I want to ask you one more thing. Beria's expression suddenly became very lonely. He was a person who had looked down upon life and death. Facing death, he would undoubtedly have no choice but to end. He couldn't change anything, he couldn't influence anything, he could only accept it silently, just like once. Like those who were slaughtered by him unscrupulously and massacred, he silently accepted his sad destiny. As long as it does not violate my own principles, as long as I have ability to do it, I will definitely promise you. Although Li Wei can't afford him in his heart, but the dying person is also good at his words, and can fulfill a little wish for him, and he can be regarded as doing good by himself. Jijian Beria sighed deeply, slowly raised the evil account in her hand to her, took a deep look, and said to herself, Old man, I worked so hard to find you and get you. In the end, I even gave up my appearance and ruined my skin to get you. Beria's voice even choked. I know that you don't belong to anyone, but you have already become my closest comrade in arms and the most powerful support behind me. It's just that I will not be able to fight alongside you in the future. I hope you can be with you. Together with new partners, create new stories, at least not to be cast aside by thousands of people like they are now. Beria's voice choked for a while, and her tone was reluctant and helpless. As if finally made up his mind, Beria held the rod of evil in both hands, and knelt on one knee slowly towards Li Wei, slowly lowering her head like surrender, and enumerating the evil with both hands over her head. I hope you can accept him. Although I am guilty and wicked, it has nothing to do with it. When I got him at the end of the universe, there was still a trace of the god's telekinesis in him, and it was his last trace of the god's telekinesis trust. I finally gave everything to me. I failed his promise that he let me take him to continue to be famous in the world. I hope you can continue to take him and prove to him. Show the world that he is not originally evil. Before facing death, what made Beria feel uneasy was its weapon, the evil battle that made him extremely powerful. Although Li Wei failed to understand his strong emotions, people are about to die, and their words are good, and in the final analysis this evil rod. It is also a magic weapon in the world that can carry him. It is also the icing on the cake. Okay, I promise you. Li Wei gently ended the evil battle. Now that you know your ending, I can let you make a choice. You can choose your own, how to leave this world. Because Beria can die so miserably, but facing Beria's sad expression now, Li Wei can't bear it. So letting him choose his own way of death is not magnanimous, but Li Wei has no choice but to endure cruelty and kill with one blow. I have already thought about my way of death. Although my life is given to me by my mother planet, it is the first embodiment of the value of my life. For the first time, I have the ability to dominate the universe, but it is evil. The rod was given to me, so I don't need you to do it. I will kill myself, and my god will also blend into the evil, and become a nutrient to increase his ability. It can also be regarded as compensation for him. From the moment Beria got the rod of evil, he had already anticipated that he might end up like this one day, so he had already planned on how to kill his life. Li Wei didn't say much, but looked at Beria quietly, waiting for him to stop by himself. I saw Beria's eyes full of depression, but slowly closed her eyes calmly, and silently muttered words in her mouth, introducing a dark purple light around him, gradually enclosing him, and then suddenly tightened, a little bit. 1 point compressed barrier until it finally disappeared. The meaning of the words was that the purple-black light was injected into the evil. The number 1 demon in the universe, the barrier, who is called the Satan of Hell, and who has been talked about by everyone. Some are just that he feels guilty about the rod of evil, and there is also a strong and helpless sadness facing Li Wei. Li Wei stood there holding the rod of evil, and did not speak for a while. His last strong enemy in this universe is gone, and this battle will undoubtedly attract the attention of the entire universe, and his divorce will become the savior of the entire universe. Li Wei suddenly felt a feeling of being alone and begging for defeat. Although he had already become the strongest in the universe, this was the first time he truly felt the sense of loneliness and loneliness of standing on the top without being accompanied. His eyes suddenly became hollow. Li Wei herself didn't know what she was thinking, and she didn't even know what kind of mood she was now. He just wanted to stand here, do nothing, do nothing. Tube. The peace of the universe, the destiny of mankind, and how should we go in the future? How can Avengers quickly return to the Marvel universe, how the Justice League should become famous, and even how to walk together with Captain Marvel for a lifetime. Li Wei does not want to think about it now. 0. Look for flowers. It may be tired or at a loss. Now that you are done, there are not so many difficult things ahead, as if the burden on your shoulders is suddenly relieved. And the expression of Beria before his death, even the words he said to the Rod of Evil, made Li Wei suddenly feel at a loss about his life. After a long time, Li Wei slowly recovered. What's wrong with me? Li Wei suddenly laughed softly to himself. It seems that this kind of life and death is still a big touch for me, let me think about what else to do next. 0. Li Wei's tone suddenly became weak, as if the one with Beria just now used all his strength. He suddenly felt a sense of retreat. But this can only be an idea. After all, there are still so many people waiting for themselves to lead, and so many things waiting for themselves to do. If he retreats bravely at this time, it is not just his side that hurts. Man, the guild brought great turmoil to the entire universe, and even made those who trust him the most discouraged, and the most terrifying thing is that he might ruin the lives of some people. So no matter which of the above reasons, Li Wei can't stop, or even have the idea of giving up. Oh, my life is suffering and tired. After sighing, Li Wei cheered up again. He raised the battle of evil in his hands. Li Wei still knows something about the battle of evil. If you want to use it, you must connect your mind, or directly inject your consciousness into it. I really want Beria to use the latter method to control the Rod of Evil, but now with the demise of Beria, the Rod of Evil has become a masterless thing again. So Li Wei condensed his mind, activated Mind Gem's ability, and plunged the god's telekinesis into evil. As expected by Li Wei, the Rod of Evil was empty inside, and Li Wei quickly occupied the god's telekinesis space. So far, the Rod of Evil belongs to Li Wei alone. Ding.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.